wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. For the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy.
Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, die Chalet. Ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Im Coupé hinten links. Ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Stimmt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die Chalet, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff. Wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft. 8 und 8, ist so laut, hörst du in der ganzen Stadt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die Chalet, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
no, I'm not a king. I'm the king. Just wait a minute, I got one last ticket. You wanna come with me? I gotta say I'm on the business. Say I wanna just believe me. I said I wanna take you out there. I got one last ticket. I got one last ticket. I got one last ticket. No, I'm not a king. I'm the king.
The voices in my head, they say I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. Couple warrants and a gun to my name, low-key. Wood grain gripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OG. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white tee. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the
to try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whispering my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying danger in defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 First round, fifth round, final round. Oh, yeah. First round, fifth round, final round. No, 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 no. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a buzz. Oh, oh,
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Deceived daywalkers, tricked to live in the light, crippled by the fear of darkness, taught to flee from it, blinded by daylight. You forgot the beauty of true darkness. I will make you remember. Look into my eyes. I will help you see. I will set you free from the chains of lies and bring you back home into the shadows.
The ESL One Major is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Do you have what it takes to win a major?
Holding them in position, Chris goes down. Dota, it's more than just a game. A major, it's more than just a tournament.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the darkness!
Hello, Berlin! It is so good to be back in front of a crowd.
You hear that? You smell that? The glorious Dota fans!
And I hear them already. I can't wait to hear more from every single one. We have 8 of the best teams. No. We have the 8 best teams in the world right here.
That's right, they are all competing for this, my friends. The glorious trophy, the fame, the honor, the Dota!
And it's heavy as well. Let's see who has the strongest arms to lift this one, because it is gonna take some fighting to get to that point.
Absolutely, my friends. Are you ready to see some major action? Dota!
They are so ready. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ESL One Berlin Major!
Woo! Powered by Intel!
have so many good things coming our way today. We're live with the Velodrome Arena filled with people ready for some action-packed Dota 2, and we are going to get exactly that. The best Dota deserves the best people, and I know. We've had No-Tail, TI winner, twice actually. PPD, TI winner. We thought we added another one. Brian, great to have you here. Synderen, great to have you here. Faith Beyond, you're on my panel. How are you doing?
Hi guys, I'm Faith Beyond. Happy to see you guys here. It's my first time doing paneling. I'm very excited to be here. And I appreciate ESL giving me this opportunity. I hope we have a great day today. Let's enjoy some Dota.
Let's enjoy some Dota 2. We are gonna definitely do that. We are gonna have the best Dota 2 actually. And there's eliminations on the line as well. Synderen, how are you doing this morning?
I'm good. I mean, it feels great to be back in Germany and covering some LAN Dota. It's been a while. We've got some awesome teams to... Thank you guys, thank you. Yeah, we've got some awesome teams today. Always cool to start out with elimination games. You know, it's spicy. There's a lot on the line right from the get-go, so can't wait.
Can't wait, Brian.
This is my first LAN since pre-COVID. It's probably that way for a lot of people here. I mean, it's like the shivers, you know, hands tingling, being back in the stadium. It's awesome.
It is awesome. I feel the energy already, and everybody's already so loud, and we haven't even begun with the Dota 2 yet. Imagine that. It's only going to get better from here. Now, I will say, we only have 8 teams remaining, and that means we had to say goodbye to quite a few teams already to get to this point, Sind. The top 8 that we got remaining, are those the top 8 you were expecting to see here?
I mean, not quite, but I think every tournament has its own surprises, right? I think for me, one of the biggest surprises of this tournament is a team you actually see guaranteed in the top 3. 9 Pandas have been looking amazing. They were like a wild card going in, like who knows how good these teams are going to be, and 9 Pandas did amazing. Can't say anything else.
Yeah, what was it, Wednesday, Faith Beyond? They had a great series against Tundra.
Yeah, in upper bracket semi-final, 9 Panda versus Tundra, it was amazing games. The Chen, the Tinker, very impressed game. Yeah.
Very impressive games. They keep bringing up new things, and that's exactly what we need here, Brian. It's a fresh patch. We need fresh ideas.
Yeah, they're like the one team I think that has their own identity that doesn't really match up entirely with what the mold of the meta has become so far. And I'm sure we're going to see them be kind of the catalyst for developing the meta even further throughout the course of these playoffs. I'm super excited to watch them, and I'm also super excited to see how Tundra recovers in the lower bracket, because that's not somewhere they're exactly familiar with.
No, we are going to watch them later today, actually, because in that lower bracket, now we did already say goodbye to 4 teams in the lower bracket earlier this week. Faith Beyond, who was the hardest to say goodbye to in the lower bracket for you?
I really didn't expect that Shopify and PSG LGD not making through this. Yeah, it's very sad to me.
Yeah, you thought they were going to do better. To be honest, I think a lot of people were expecting them to do better since PSG LGD falling. Did you have that on your bingo card?
I don't remember. I'm trying to remember pre-tournament if I put them top 3. I think I did. I think I had them on like maybe a 3rd. So for me, definitely, I would agree, a bit of a disappointment. You see some shots here from this series against Talon. This game in particular was pretty insane. I think it went over 70 minutes and went back and forth tons of times. But in the end, Talon were the stronger team.
Yeah, it was a fantastic series, fantastic second game, and I think a lot of people would have liked to see a third, and who knows what would have happened then. I think another team that we were sad to see go was Extreme Gaming up against Team Liquid. Faith Beyond, that was also such a close one.
Yeah, the game 3 was very close. Storm Spirit, Storm Spirit, he beat Nisha at laning stage, but he got killed at level 6 by Koto and Ember. That was a turning point, and they really have a chance to win that game.
Ooh, it was a close one, and then Team Liquid coming from the lower bracket, Brian. That is, did you expect to see them in the lower bracket?
Based on like their interviews and vibes coming off the team when Slacks was invading them during the booth. I definitely feel like something's a little bit off right now. They are basically secured TI, but they're at home turf right now. They were even talking about they wanted to make sure they made it to top 8 just to have tickets for their friends and family to be able to watch them and have wasted their trip here. So I think a lot of this for them is about pride and making sure that they can show through adversity that they're able to prevail.
Yeah, they already did that, of course, at TI as well. You know, they don't need to do it here, but they are on the way indeed through the lower bracket, see how far they can make it. There is a very big difference from a couple of days ago to now. And the big difference being all the people in this arena, the lights behind us as well, playing on a stage, Faith Beyond, it gives a different vibe as a player, I can only imagine. How, as a player, do you think that they will deal with the transition from coming from group stages and playing in hotel rooms and such to playing on such a big stage?
You will definitely be more nervous in stadium. But all you can do, you just need to think about Dota. You have to think what I'm gonna play, what we pick, and what opponents will do. And if you just put everything in your mind, all things Dota, you will be fine. Yeah. But I was very nervous when first game start. But second game, it will be okay. Yeah.
Yeah, first game is always maybe a little bit jitter since at least all our 10 players, good for them, they have had a lot of experience playing in front of a crowd.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these are an experienced bunch. I'm not really too worried for either of these teams about performing on stage. I think, like Faith Beyond said, you get in there, you get in the zone, everything starts rolling. Little jitters at the beginning, but after that, you'll be A-okay.
Yeah.
You'll be A-okay, potentially, unless there's some disruptions happening, which sometimes happen because we got a lot of people in the crowd. And I believe we also have Sir Action Slack, someone creating disruptions.
No disruptions here, Sheever. So good to see you. In fact, I found some fantastic meepos. How are we doing today, meepos? All right, you are the leader of the meepos, correct?
Correct.
All right, what brings you meepos here today?
To see some good Dota and hopefully a Mega Meepo, but we'll see.
Could you guys do the Mega Meepo right now? Okay, fantastic. Well, good try, good try. All right. Do you think any of these teams are going to pick Meepo?
Maybe gaming, you know, if they're a bit cocky, which they are, so I could see that happening.
All right, fantastic. That's what I like to hear. Meepos, are you able to do the Meepo dance, the poof? Could you poof for us, please? Yoo-hoo! All right, they're hyped there. You just did the Meepo impression. Can we hear that again?
Meepo!
Wow!
Sir. A crack at it.
Okay, that's really good. There's actually, I see something absolutely horrifying behind the Meepos. Can we take a look at this? This is the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh my God, this man is actually embracing the darkness. How are you? Whoa, take it easy, Punch. All right, we're all very excited to see you. It's great you're back in meta. Anything to say to the teams? Yeah, fantastic, Punch. Thank you. Can we just get one fresh meat for the folks at home?
Fresh meat.
Yeah! All right. The crowd's high. We're doing good. What are you doing good, Berlin? Let me hear it. Everybody all right? There we go. Thank you so much, Punch. Thank you, Meepos. And we'll send it back to you guys on the panel. Hello, Faith Beyond. Hi, Faith Beyond. Hi.
Hello, Slack.
There you go. You know, he said hello to you. No, that's all Slacks really wanted. But don't worry, we'll get them talking a little bit more later on potentially, and we definitely are going to see more awesome crowd shots and cosplays and fresh meat. But the question is, are we going to see actual meepos and actual pudges in the game? I have my doubts, but I will ask two people that might know more about this. How about it, No Tail? Fog?
Meepo, always Meepo, of course.
No, I'm sure, because it was still sort of early days in this new patch. Who knows what we're going to see? I wouldn't doubt it right now. So we could be having heroes picked on these games that we haven't seen already in this tournament.
I'll be very surprised if you know, during these off days and during, you know, the long tournament that we're having here, that people don't come up with something new. We've already seen some support pudge. I think the carry pudge might still have a place, but definitely could be fun to see some Meepo or new strats or something, you know, that we've not seen before.
No, absolutely, yeah. We can't wait for the games, and I've got to say the crowd here already, it's incredible. You know, we haven't even started the first game of the day, and it's already filling up.
It's incredible first day. The atmosphere is already here, and I think Yeah, it has a real major feeling. You know, I think all the teams as well. They're really getting into. Yeah, they're really getting into it. I think the Dota that we're going to see is going to be nice and tense.
Yeah, for sure. We've definitely got some special moments to come here in Berlin.
Special moments incoming, and special moments are made with our special games. We have 3 series coming your way today, all elimination matches, and I mean, it's going to be painful. It's going to be a bit of heartbreak here for sure. We're going to start the day off by looking at Aster versus Team Liquid. It's a best of 3. Will be an absolute banger. Then after that, I mean, we're full of bangers, let's be real. We got ourselves EG and Talon going head to head, and then the winner of the first series of the day will play against Tundra later on, again in a best of 3 elimination. So there's a lot on the line for this day, and 3 teams going home. We're going to start off slowly. We're going to start off with 1 match at a time. Our first match of the day, Team Liquid taking on Aster. More on those 2 after this. The Berlin Major started off with Aster versus Team Liquid on that day, and it was a tie. They came from the same group, they tied, it was 1-1. It is time for that tie to be broken. Only one team can advance. Aster versus Team Liquid, a best of 3 elimination on the line. Either you go forward, you guarantee yourself top 6 at this major or beyond, or you get left behind at 8th place. I'm joined by BSJ, Faith Beyond, and Synerin. Synerin, we're going to start talking about Aster first of all. This is a team coming in with a stand-in.
Yeah, a very special stand-in.
Very special stand-in.
Yeah, it's almost ironic, right? Because Sumail has been regarded as one of the strongest opponents in the China region. I'm sure you can tell us more about that in a moment. And he has been looking amazing in this team, just holding his own in that mid lane. And the communication, it's really funny when he's talking in these interviews about how they talk. There's a little bit of chat wheel, he knows how to say, go back, sorry, thanks, all this. They're just, with very minimal communication, they're just making it work. It's cool.
They're making it work. I have to ask this, Faith Beyond. Aster, with Sumail, better than before?
Yeah, better than before, for sure.
Nice. They've been looking really good, haven't they?
Yeah, I had a little chart with other players before. They all look very energetic and chill. They are very happy to stay with Sumail. And I think they will doing a great job today. Yeah.
I think this is a great patch for you to have if there's going to be somebody you can't communicate all that much with, it's mid. Because there's just so much going on the side lanes right now. You're kind of left to do your own thing there. And I noticed in the drafts that during the group stage, they were predominantly drafting Monet's hero last, but the last 5 games, they've chosen to put Sumail on that 10th pick. So I think they've really embraced the stand-in and said, we have to enable this guy because we as a core unit, they got 4th at TI. They know they're good enough as 4, and they've had issues with mid this year. So it's really cool to see it all come together. And I think their momentum is going to be palpable today.
Yeah, this team, it's crazy to think that they were almost eliminated. They had to play tiebreakers to even stay in the competition. And here they are, top 8 and looking good to potentially go further than that as well. That mid lane is going to be where most eyes will turn to. What's the most enjoyable thing you have about watching Sumail in that mid lane, Faith Beyond?
When I'm looking after, I always enjoy watching Sumail mid, and I like to watch Boboka and Pichu coming mid 8 for Sumail. It was very fun to watch. Yeah.
It has been. They are doing very well for themselves, coming 5th in the group versus Team Liquid. That is someone that, by the way, Sumail has also stood in for at some point, Synerin. This is as a player that has been on many different teams. It seems like maybe Aster's bringing out the best in him at the moment. Team Liquid, though, also ready for a battle. They came in the upper bracket. They started off really good in that upper bracket until they met OG. It looked okay, Synerin, for a little while, and then they fell flat.
Yeah, I mean, that series was pretty close. I think perhaps not Liquid's strongest showing in that series, and the most important thing for this team, I think, was that they just didn't full-on bomb out, right? I think there's a little bit of a monkey off the back now. You're in top 8, you get to, like you talked about, they've flown in a lot of family and friends for this. It would have been a really big shame if they didn't get to enjoy them in the arena. So I think now it's one step at a time. We see a lot of the times we see teams start in the lower bracket and they can make a deep run. This is a team that I have a lot of faith in to do very well if they can overcome today. I think today's opponent will be a pretty big challenge, though.
Yeah, they will be. And Team Liquid, of course, is a team that people thought they were going to do what people thought that they were going to be top 3 guaranteed.
There's no guarantees in Dota.
There's no guarantees.
Yeah.
Why do you think Liquid has struggled so much, Faith Beyond?
Maybe it's because the new patch is coming, and they are trying new things. I think in group stage they try lots of new things. Yeah.
Maybe a little bit too many new things.
Yeah, I feel like what happened between last year where they got top 3 at TI and now is that they lost their in-game leader, Matu. He was a big voice on their team, and I think the previous patch was a lot more solved for how teams play as a unit and where you move on the map and objective orders and all that kind of stuff. And I think we're kind of seeing a little bit of a lack of voice, a leadership role, playing a pivotal role right now. Because yes, they have. I know Zai has taken over a lot of that, but at the end of the day, experience matters.
Experience matters. I think they've had a lot of experience already this major, obviously playing a lot of matches. That leads me to the question, have they solved their issues? Obviously, nobody has really truly solved the patch, but have they solved enough to be able to go far here?
I think so. I would say, you know, we've seen some games from more or less every team here where certain things don't go the way you expect, whether it's in the draft or in the game. A lot of the times, especially when you get to the main stage, mentality matters a lot, and already having overcome that adversity, you've had a loss and then you got a win in the lower, is already going to start inspiring some confidence in some of the ideas that you've learned from the loss. So I think Liquid are on the right track.
Liquid are on the right track. I wonder though, Team Liquid is fan favorite, I know, but so is Sumail, right? So we got the crowd cheering for both sides, but who do they cheer for the most, Slacks?
That's right, Shiver. In fact, we found somebody that was first in line here today. How long were you waiting to get in here today?
I waited 3 hours.
3 hours. We're in the front row, and this man is just sitting right in front of Aster with his flag. Fantastic. They can hear you on the stage. Any words to say to them before their series?
If they lose, it's not my fault.
That's right. No matter how annoying he is. Fantastic. Great job, sir. Now, what do you think about Liquid? They could also hear you. I mean, the pros, they're too respectful to, talk to each other, but you got any words to, freak out the competition?
You know, Blitz was a great caster, but his time as a coach, it ends here.
Oh my God, he's just not happy about that. That's not true. All right, do we have a Liquid fan to balance that out? Hey, Liquid fans in the arena, Liquid lovers, we got one right there. Hello there. Team Liquid fighting for their lives here. Anything kind to say about the team, especially to Coach Blitz?
You are gonna die.
What?
In game, of course.
No, I should say something nice to Liquid. You just told them they're all gonna die.
I'm talking to the enemy, dude. What the fuck?
Okay, this is not a good speech. All right, well, at any rate, best of luck to both of our teams. Now, I just want one more person here. This is the most German thing I've ever seen. This man, what is it, 10 a.m.? Look at this gentleman right here. My God! Oh, baby!
Is that a picture?
No, Chucky, no, we're responsible gamers here.
Stupid. It's 10 in the morning. It's still stupid.
I mean, it's been a long day, bro. I mean, it's just getting started. Could I have a sip of that?
What?
No, okay, forget it. All right. We're going to get back with the crowd. We're going to start this game off soon, but the crowd is waking up, and he'll be done with this in about 5 minutes. Thank you so much, sir. Best of luck.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's not 10 o'clock. It's, 10 to 12. I'm sure that's fine. Absolutely fine.
It's 10 somewhere.
It's 10 somewhere. Also, it's embrace the darkness. Come on. What's in the name, really? So Team Liquid and Aster, they're going to be our kickoff series. And before we get into the actual series, I'm curious to hear from my panel how they feel about this matchup, because I've been, twirling around it a little bit, Brian, but do you have a favorite?
I mean, my heart, it tells me Liquid, but I think Aster 2-1 today.
Ooh. How about it, Faithian?
I think it's a very close game, but I wish Aster to win because Liquid already won so many games.
Yeah.
I wish Aster can go up and play against GG. Yeah.
I think it would be a really good story if Aster win. They're the last Chinese team left here in the top 8. It hasn't been the best tournament for the region, and I've wanted China to get a top result for quite a while now. It's not been too easy. Maybe they need a little bit of help. Maybe that's what it's going to take. A little comeback there. That smile says yes, he is coming back for sure.
I mean, most players that retire come back, but come on, it's not even been half a year. Give them some time. It's all good. Now, watching these two teams play, they've got two fairly different playstyles, I would say, Sind. How do you feel like this matchup is going to go? Like, what type of Dota can the viewers expect?
I think one of the primary differences between these teams is that Liquid have these games where they play very fast early games around their supports. I think Aster are a little bit more, methodical and a little bit slower to build up, but they also have their own games. For me, the biggest lane to watch is probably going to be the mid, because I think a lot of what Aster accomplishes in their games is giving Sumail a good matchup, like Brian said, giving them last pick and watching Sumail pop off and playing around Baboka and Pichu coming in and helping out. So if they can activate that mid lane very well and shut down Nisha, that will be the best start they can possibly have.
The mid lane is important. Say a different lane, Brian. I dare you.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the drafts, like the way Team Liquid picks, they have like Luna DK. On the other hand, Aster, they have SF Mars. Like one team drafts for tempo, the other team drafts for team fight. scaling, and the ability to eventually beat you with like an Alchemist, a Medusa type carry. And it's definitely clashing playstyles, and Syndren's right. I think if Liquid doesn't gain momentum in the mid lane, that would be detrimental, to say the least.
Bisbian, we talked about Baboka and Pichu helping out Sumail. Do you think that Insania and Boxy are going to help out Nisha the same amount?
Yeah, it depends on draft. And Liquid is very good at a small fight, and they like to play multi-cores, and Aster like to play more solid cores, and I think there will be a very tense team fight there. Yeah.
And I hope so. It will be very entertaining to watch that, but you hit the nail on the head. It's all about the draft. Isn't it always all about the draft? The draft should be coming at you very soon. Aster versus Team Liquid after this.
days are getting shorter. It's now or no way, 'cause life flows like white water.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
So when it comes to Liquid's development, I think we always tend to zigzag a bit.
Can they kick him back, though, is the question. The Stone Gaze is keeping them in place. All these melee heroes against Medusa, very hard to deal with. Not enough, the tidal wave to follow. Palos, he's gonna get kicked back to the other side now. My God, what am I watching? Trying to do as much as he can. Right next to the fountain, he pops the Manta. They just have no damage at all. The Ancient almost going down. One more right click should do it, I would think. And finally, Liquid win game 1.
The nice thing about it is, just like viewers at home, I'm excited to see what we're going to bring out against Aster.
It's a LAN, so my expectations always go up. It's never nice to get on the stage and then leave before the last series.
Collapso drop the single target Doom down. They won't come over the Soulbind. They're just going to see if they can burst through Monet. Itoro's in as well. Have the Static Storm. They've trapped him for now.
Can they finish him?
Have they got enough damage? They don't. XX just gets in control.
He's alive.
He's still surviving throughout this, so they're not going to be able to kill this down. Monet's ready to turn. Collapse will go down. It's 4 dead on Spirit.
Aster is a pretty special team for us because when we were at TI, we got to play them in the first round of the upper bracket, and they absolutely demolished us.
I know the Emperor memes, they're coming out. Baboka is now guest station because he just refills me.
I think initial impressions were we're not maybe the best team at figuring out the patches, but we quickly realized that, kills give a crazy amount of gold.
We had one, misunderstanding of just once actually, but usually, I don't know, we fight pretty well, to be honest. It feels like you're on the same page all the time.
I think we're always extremely motivated to win. I think we really, really want to win.
I just need to make it to the final bit. That's the goal. And maybe the goal changes once we get there.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin our first match of the day! The last hope of Chinese Dota. These gentlemen have been clawing their way to make it, and they are led by the undisputed best men in the world! Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Team Aster! And their opponents coming out right now. Separate, they are but water droplets, but together they are a typhoon of pain and power. Headed up by the undisputed best men in the world, Nisha, it's Team Liquid! These two teams now facing off against each other in this elimination series, our first match of the day. And if we could, please have a quick word here. Last thoughts from our boys before we head into this match. Blitz, long time coming, elimination game. Anything to say to the enemy?
If you come at the king, you best not miss.
Damn! And the king himself, ladies and gentlemen. Any words to say to Liquid before this monumental match? Mr. Sumail, my king, my liege, my monarch.
It's gonna be a short lower bracket run for you.
Damn! How? From respect to the shit dog, my God! All right, these guys are ready to go head to head. Let's get this bad boy started. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your fantastic teams one more time. Woo!
The match we all came to see, Aster versus Team Liquid. I'm loving the trash talk already. I can't wait to see Samil versus Nisha in that middle lane duking it out with some help of supports. All good. We should be in the draft momentarily, and I can already tell you that Team Liquid had priority. They chose first pick, after which Team Aster have chosen a Radiant. So those will be the sides and the pick priority, and it is time to get into the nitty-gritty of things. First question up, Sind, Medusa, yay or nay? I gotta start with it.
I mean, I don't know if we're gonna see that hero on stage, to be honest. It's I think both of these teams don't want to deal with it, and that's kind of a burden of the second pick team, is that they kind of have to use a ban on this hero, which might, create an interesting dynamic. The good news is both of these teams have a lot of really strong first phase picks, so it's not like, oh, we're second pick, therefore this is a big disadvantage for us. But can I just say how refreshing it is to see teams pick Radiant? It feels like it's been like 2 years. Yeah, we picked Dire, we picked Dire, we picked Dire. Dire's win rate last patch was obviously very high. We're seeing some love for Radiant.
During the upper bracket semifinals, Tundra, 9 Pandas, first game, 9 Pandas chose Dire.
Oh.
I know, that's the only team that did that so
Which
far.
game was that? Was that the one they had Tinker in?
It was the one they had Chen in, I believe.
Oh, the Chen game. So game 1.
That game ended fast. Oh. The Skelly boys.
The Skelly boys. All right, here we go. So there's been a lot of talk already about the Keeper of the Light. Alchemist always joins the conversation as well, Faith Beyond. What do you expect here in the opening picks and bans?
I don't know. I just guess they will ban Koto for sure, and now they doing it. Maybe Liquid first pick, they will pick Alchemist because Aster also won't play it. Let's see. They must have prepared for this. They have 1 day to prepare it.
Yeah, they'll run a lot of drafting simulations, and they don't want to pick it first, but they also do not want to give it away, so the Alchemist gets removed as well, Brian.
Yeah, I'd say this meta has become a lot of like rock, paper, scissors in the first round, and we're looking at like Coddle, Alk, Medusa usually coming out super early, and it's basically how many of these heroes do you want to leave? All of them, potentially none of them. So in this case, we're seeing none of them. Even Storm, like who's a hero who's been first rounded pretty often as a mid, over a 60% win rate throughout the entire event. There's a reason why these heroes have been so highly prioritized, because they're not only getting picked early, but they're also winning.
And speaking of heroes that have a high win rate, I actually didn't think they were going to first pick it. I was going to say Liquid are setting up to close this phase with Beastmaster, because I think in this team versus team matchup, this is the kind of hero you want Zai to play. It's high tempo, it's a strong laner, and those are the two primary factors that Liquid should be looking for to win this series. So I love seeing this pick already, actually, from them.
Still priority on the offlaners then. I gotta bring Doom in the conversation as
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's Aster's favorite hero. It always gets interesting on the main stage because teams start knowing each other so well. So obviously, in the back of your mind as Aster right now, you're like, man, we're so good with Doom, but is this a trap? Like, what are they setting up? If we pick it, are they just going to grab their Monkey King, which is going to win that safe lane that we've seen Liquid play very well around Mickey with?
Yeah. Honestly, this Beastmaster pick surprised me because first pick Beastmaster, you will get countered a lot.
What would you say is a good counter for Aster to draft here as a counter to the Beastmaster?
I don't know, maybe Ench or Underlord.
Oh, yeah, I didn't mention Underlord.
Yeah,
He's
I was
also
almost surprised. Underlord is a hero who
Underlord
pretty much always wins his lane, and you mentioned Monkey King against the Doom. What the issue with this hero right now, in terms of teams not being able to deal with it, is Ring of Health got made cheaper at 700 gold, and if you combine Atrophy Aura with Vanguard, which they can afford to rush as offlaners right now, it's impossible to bully this guy. So now we've got the Aura builder, the Pugna heals. They're already threatening their 5-man strategy that they are known for.
We heard their meme from Sumail with the Emperor mid, and then Baboka is the what did he call it? Gas station.
Yeah.
We've been calling these heroes batteries, but gas station is really funny.
They told me about it, that Baboka, when they just started playing with Sumail, and Baboka just said one English word is, I give you mana, I give you mana. with Koto and Pugna. Yeah.
So there's the Monkey King counter pick. It was going to be a counter to Doom. It's also a counter to the Underlord in lane. But now obviously you are playing into Decrepify, which is a pretty good tool against Monkey King until he gets BKB down the stretch. And maybe that can help Aster stay afloat in this lane, because we've seen Underlord lanes lose pretty badly to Monkey King in this tournament.
They must have to do something with this Monkey King. Maybe pick a Oracle or change the lane.
Oh, the bans here coming out fast for Team Liquid, banning out the Wind Ranger that we've seen Sumail on a couple times. During this ban phase, you want to protect the Monkey King, but do you want to target any heroes that Sumail plays, like in particular, that are good with the Pugna?
I would rather just actually protect the Beastmaster, which I think is kind of what they're doing, because Monkey King, they could potentially run it as a support as well. So if by picking a hero like this in the early stages, you're seeing that Team Aster is not banning carries, so they're already countered in the safe lane if they elect to leave it as a carry Monkey King. But if Aster heavily counters it, like in the later stages of the game with their draft, they can always shift it over. So it allows them to prioritize bans on Wind Ranger, which is Sumail's last 3 games that he's won all 3, and then also CM, who's the most picked hero of the tournament so far.
On the other side, we have Aster removing Rubik. Has been a common counter to the Underlord. They also removed Pango. A good one for Nisha, but what's the story behind that, Sin?
The Pango? I mean, it's been one of Liquid's go-to mids, and I think the matchup against both Underlord and Pugna is very good. These 2 heroes don't deal with Rolling Thunder at all, and obviously he becomes magic immune, so can make chaos in the fights, which is what Monkey King really thrives on, is when the fights get complicated and he gets to use a good ultimate. So it might also just be a comfort thing. What I'm curious about is either team going to pick Bounty Hunter? Because we've seen this hero do really, really well in certain games and just destroy the side lanes. But for Aster, that's a hero I would think, Bounty Hunter, that's Boboka, you know. He used to have an insane Riki, but will Pichu play the Pugna then? Or is that just off the table because we have to put this one on Boboka? I don't know if Pichu's actually played Pugna all tournament. Feels like it's been Boboka every time that I've seen it anyway.
Yeah, Pichu can play, but maybe Boboka will still play it. Yeah.
And my issue if you pick a melee support is I don't think he's the best 5, and actually Extreme Gaming picked the Bounty Hunter second round. Same idea, very similar opening to the draft. So they had a Monkey King safe lane on Liquid against Extreme Gaming's Underlord Bounty off lane, and Mickey was 1v2ing at like minute 4, minute 5, and the game got out of hand because of that. So I like that they pick a ranged support. A lot about Monkey King is kiting his Wukongs, also being able to poke him down with damage where you're continuously canceling his ability to primal spring on trees, limiting his mobility, and Disruptor's great against heroes like Monkey King, where you can punish their mobility. If you manage to get the Thunder Strike on him, suddenly this Monkey King on trees is no longer so elusive.
The Disruptor comes out for Aster indeed. Then we got Team Liquid thinking about their next pick. Time to get a support in the mix.
Yeah, they have to make decision where this Monkey King go. Maybe they will pick 2 support here.
I'm trying to think, like historically, I think both Pugna and Disruptor have like similarly tough matchups, right? They're 2 low HP range supports that really don't like when you get on top of them. So I wonder if Liquid can try to abuse that from a support perspective. Either, this was one hero I was going to suggest because as Faith Beyond pointed out, this can really help Monkey King. This duo is very strong, it's a Liquid special. And the magic immunity of Fate's Edict is amazing this game. Everything Aster is showing right now is full magic damage, so you protect against that with the Oracle second spell. And now the question is, what do you do for Boxy? Is it Boxy Monkey King? Are you getting some sort of 4 that can get on these backline supports from Aster that are just going to keep the fight afloat?
I like Void Spirit. That's what
you think I should pick the mid now?
Yeah, I think if they leave the Monkey King open, that does give them advantages. I think there's advantages to both picking supports here and giving Nisha potentially better game matchup, but you're not going to get the lane matchup because Aster has the overall last pick, and it's just a hero that can dodge Glimpse innately, so you don't have to itemize around the Disruptor. He jumps the back line. He may struggle a bit against the Underlord route.
Cheers,
a lot
guys.
of the spirits do. Right on. They're getting in the mood for this game.
Yep. Starting with the pitchers early in the morning, although it's afternoon. What am I saying?
It's in the afternoon.
It's in the afternoon. We're in there already.
12:08, yes.
Exactly.
Now it's justified. Just needed to cross the 12 o'clock mark.
Yeah, I'm happy to see Oracle. I remember I interviewed Insani on the day before the.
Ooh,
hold that thought.
Huh.
That's an
a crowd
explosive
favorite
pick.
right there.
Wow.
Yeah, we love that.
I was not expecting that one.
Me either.
Yeah, this hero is terrible.
Terrible.
How do you really feel?
Because Takis, if you let Takis win the lane, it will destroy you.
Oh, so it's terribly good.
Yeah, it's so much damage.
Oh, okay. I took that wrong as well.
It's terrible for Aster, it sounds like, for sure. And it does mean that we're leaving Monkey King as a core, for either Mickey or Nisha.
Yeah. And I think Liquid want to play this Monkey King against the Underlord matchup, but now that Aster have immediately counterpicked this with Slark, this looks like a really good Slark game.
It does.
You have Dark Pact against Beastmaster Roar, which is one of the primary value points of this hero in the later stages of the game. Slark is one of the few heroes that can actually fight Monkey King in Wukong's command, because you can just use both your shard and your ult to just stick and steal his stats and fight him head on. And yeah, there's just no bad matchup for Slark in this game so far, so I think Liquid's last pick mid might want to deal with this hero in particular to make this game smooth for them.
what heroes deal with Slark? I mean, Leshrek comes to mind, but that really hasn't been...
Oh, this is not a good last
Mage
game.
Slayer too,
Yeah,
it's
it's
tough.
not great hero at the moment.
I think Void Spirit in theory should be okay. You have a lot of AoE damage, right?
Yeah, Void
If you wanna
Spirit
burst.
is okay. Yeah.
They might go something like SF as well,
Mhm.
but that's
Shadow
been like a pretty high favored 9th pick when you don't see your lane matchup yet, because SF's pretty reliable. I'm just thinking that right now, Aster has doubled down on kiting them. Like we already mentioned, backline supports. Underlord has a lot of low cooldown spells. You can reset the fight potentially with his ultimate. Slark has tons of disengage now. It's all about kiting the Oracle ulti, kiting the Wukong, surviving the Beastmaster Roar. So I'm thinking with Liquid, they have two options. One, they can have a guy that jumps like the Void Spirit, or they can have a hero that stands its ground and says, like, we're going to siege buildings with this hero. They already banned out the SF themselves, actually, so they're probably not going that route. But they could go something like a DK theoretically, where they say, you have to go on us, fight into us first. You can't. The kiting isn't going to matter if your buildings are dying.
Look at these bans from Liquid mid. Isn't that some lane power respect? They just don't want to lose mid. Queen of Pain and Shadow Fiend, two of the most like dominant 1v1 mid matchup heroes. They're going to expend bans on that after, like you said, taking out Sumail's two, I want to say, most played heroes this tournament in Storm and Windranger. It feels like it is, at least. Curious what we're going to see him on at this point in a game like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got Bloodseeker banned out by Aster. Does that tell us anything? Because that implies that they are expecting
The Monkey King mid.
the monkey.
MK mid is a possibility, so they're protecting themselves. If they think Bloodseeker just ruins Slark's game way too much here, I can see the logic. At the same time, though, you can exploit Monkey King going mid with last pick, so maybe they could have given this away and got a really good trade there. We highlighted this matchup mid a lot, and I think if you have to put Monkey mid as Liquid, you're showing your hand quite a lot. I don't expect this, to see them do that. Yeah, here goes Ember. That would have been a great assassin-type hero for Liquid to kill the backline support. Similar vein to Void Spirit, right? It's the logic is relatively similar. As a better setup for Wukong's command, though, Slight Chains is a really good spell combination for Monkey King to play around, and techies. Both heroes love when someone else in the team controls enemies first, and there comes Void.
Yeah.
What's left that crushes this hero mid if you want to do that for Sumail? That fits the bill here. All right, that was fast.
Whoa,
That's Mirana.
The hero we all were thinking is Mirana.
Oh, but is it then a Pugna mid or is Mirana? No, Mirana mid.
It's Mirana mid. The Sumail special.
Yeah, Sumail special. And I think Liquid is kind of have an advantage at this game because they can have a very strong tri-lane. Insania can go through the gate and kill people, get killed with techies, and they can snowball the game. Yeah.
I agree. I think that's what you need to watch out for here is the fact that Monkey King's matchup top is good, so your support has freedom to move, and a lot of the games this tournament have been decided by who uses the gates better, and Liquid definitely seem to have a bit of an edge there. So.
Yeah, not just with the mines. You got the monkey and the vision.
Yeah, a lot of this comes down to vision because you also have the Mirana ulti on the other side and the glimpse. Just want to comment that Sumail feels like really the only player that's truly abusing the universal change with this patch. He's picking these ranged damage dealers that can buy stat items and do a lot with it. So I'm very fascinated to see if he can mimic his Wind Ranger performance on Mirana.
Let's see if he can do that. It is time for game number 1. It is time to hear the voices you've been waiting to hear. Please give it up, ODPixel and No-Tail.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed, I'm here with No-Tail, ready to take you through this first best of 3 that we're getting in front of this fantastic crowd here in Berlin. Liquid versus Aster. And already, as we were hoping for earlier, we're getting something a little bit different. This last pick coming through from Aster for their star man here, Sumail, he's getting Mirana. He's taking it to the mid lane.
Something new, something I don't think anyone would have predicted, unless you have insider information on these pubs or something. I don't know where it comes from. They don't have a lot of arrow set up, so it's a very unorthodox mid Mirana pick, and it was also very quick. So they're confident in it, and it's a good statement. I really like how the way the draft developed. I think Liquid were well prepared, and I really like the opener. And I also think Aster, even though it was hard to kind of see it coming, they had a plan for it.
I think so as well, because that last pick, the Mirana, it was pretty much instant, right? They saw the Void Spirit.
And the Beastmaster, I think, was really smart opener.
Sure.
And the Underlord Pugna into the Beast, I think it was very thought through. So I think, it's going to be a good one.
Well, let's see as we get ourselves into this. I mean, kind of overall, your initial feelings on who's kind of got the easier to execute or the stronger draft. I mean, who would you rather be playing as right now?
I mean, according to what we've been seeing in the patch, I think Liquid got a lot of things going for them. They have the classic mid ganker. They have Oracle Monkey that we saw last time. I want to say that it was Liquid playing Oracle Monkey, but the Underlord actually managed to get completely shut down. He didn't get to enter the lane. So typically with the meta, I think Liquid, they're looking to get a head start, and with that it becomes really hard to maybe find openings for Aster. Like this Slark is not going to get ready really fast in the game. So meta-wise, I think it's easier and more understandable to what Liquid wants to do and have to do. But then at the same time, if things get a bit skewed and you go into the mid game and Aster have like even or even a lead, this Slark versus Oracle and versus Beast, it's a really good hero. And this Monkey, this Oracle doesn't want to play against a long fight enjoyer, especially somebody stealing the stats from the guy you're trying to save. So I think the early game, yeah, if it doesn't go Liquid's way, I think Aster has a really good lineup.
Hell yeah, well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting into the action of this first game. And of course, both teams straight onto the map with the smokes to see if we get some early first blood action potentially around these bounty runes.
The early first bloods this patch is deciding so much. I think it's really important that you come into these games with a plan. And you see, it might look like a big brawl happening.
I mean, yeah, Liquid.
They got the techies with potential suicide, which is one of the stronger heroes. But no surprise should come, with the ward and stuff. So I just wonder what will happen after a moment here. Where's Aster gonna go?
Sure, because
they have to go to the top side. Are they gonna take the portals and just be happy with one bounty rune?
I mean, could you view it as Radiant? Would you sense there's a high chance that dies up on this high ground?
You have to see it coming. If you don't see it coming, it could be, it's going to be disaster.
Yeah, they're going to walk into this Liquid. They've got the high ground, and straight away they're going to turn towards XXS, lay down the balance strike. They're looking to take down the Underlord first, and they'll get him first blood for Insania as they take XXS out.
Wow, okay. It was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I thought he was going to skill suicide, and a lot of people were going to tank a lot more. The Firestorm deals good damage. Who got the first blood?
Insania.
Insania, so not as bad. If the Warrior Spirit gets it, it's an absolute disaster. And let's see, Underlord's not late for the block.
And check this out as well, dude. They've just gone and got 4 bounty runes.
Yeah. So that's also the big win. That's the big W that they get here. Dire Radiant doesn't get anything.
Oh, yeah, I mean, 10 seconds in, already a 1,000 gold lead off the back of that first kill, and the 4 bounties for Liquid.
Wow. Oh, wow. So, like I was saying before, these early games, this pre-creep wave meeting has a big decision for what can happen. Something small to mention, you see the wave goes into tower. I think it's on purpose for Nisha. I think he blocks like this. Being a melee hero and last hitting versus a range hero, and being under tower tanking potential creeps, you don't mind, you don't care. But the Mirana has a much harder time. If the Warrior Spirit is able to, meet you under the tower and contest your last hits and so on. So, small things going into Dota.
Sure, and again, to sort of talk more specifically about this Mirana pick, with how quick it was picked up, was it something you think that they were going to kind of pick regardless of what Nisha was going to show? Like, is it sort of about the greater picture for this Mirana in terms of what Sumail's going to be able to offer the team with it?
I mean, I think there's definitely picks that would have dissuaded a Mirana.
Okay.
I think Ember is a lot better versus, for example, this hero. But I do think they were really looking at it because they saw Oracle Beast already. When you see Oracle Beast, this hero really jumps up in value simply just from the ulti. Because you can get to the backline, you can get past the Hawk. Becomes really hard to have the normal fight where Monkey gets gone on first and so on.
Let's see how some of these side lanes go. I mean, this top lane, XXS against Mickey on his Monkey King and Sani on the Oracle. How tricky of a lane is this for the Underlord?
It's not always that tricky. Okay. It's not always a lane that you see Underlord get bullied in. And I actually think Underlord's skill set, like both the W and the Firestorm, are really, really good. Bottom lane.
1-8. He's going to get him with a pounce, but has to back off. I think it's a little too low against the two of them and has to be cautious, especially once Liquid hit those level 3s. And Zai's going to be ready with the spam and ready to play super aggressive on this slot.
What you really don't want to have happen is like this Monkey getting boots on you and you not getting your Vanguard, if that's what you're going for. I think he's going to go for mana boots because he's getting the levels here. And he has a Pugna. I wonder.
He's going in here with the Starstorm, bringing Nisha down low, but still with bottle charges to play. Goes down bottom, Monarch being kept low, but he's building up the 1 charges. So we'll have that sort of element of protection if Liquid do start to dive him any further.
Oof, he didn't get the banner creep. Banner creep's so important. Oh, Sumail.
Yeah, still going at it. Well, one another here in this mid lane.
Yeah, that was a big win for Sumail, actually. In terms of damage. These things, they add up.
CS so far pretty much keeping it even here in the mid. 14 for 3 against the 13 for 3. It's as close as you sort of hope to see it here between two of the arguably strongest mid players in the tournament.
Yeah, but I really wonder what build he goes for. Because we haven't seen Core Mirana in this patch yet, I want to say.
Yeah, are you sort of in the right click, or is this one of those mids that you kind of go for that Atos build up on? You know,
Aghanim Shard does not break Moonlight Shadow invisibility. With Aghanim Shard, the ability...
What's up?
Oh.
Nikkei's going to see if he can bring down Baboka. They can. Another kill to be coming at the same time in the mid. Sumail.
Oh, that's so big.
He ends up getting in with the arrow.
Nisha's
Sets it
gonna
up
miss
to
the
get the
wave.
solo kill.
Oh.
And bottom lane, Monet. He's got the one charges. See if Zionbox have anything else to throw out at him. They don't. Monet will be able to walk away, but yeah, kill for
Kills
Liquid
on
up
every
top.
lane. Oh, gas station mid.
Oh yeah, fueling him up here. TP in from Baboka. Now one of those situations where, as a mid, you're not too sad that your supports have ended up dying in that side lane. It's going to keep you healthy. It's
Oh,
back down
revenge.
bottom, they do. They strike back Aster and take down Boxy.
I thought Nisha was going to miss the banner creep mid and stuff. It could have been absolute disastrous. But yeah, Sumail getting the solo kill mid I think is a really big deal. Especially now that his side lanes are both suffering a few deaths. I think he plays a vital role in this because Void Spirit will be able to set up ganks. And I don't know what he's going to be looking to do on the Mirana at the same time. He definitely has better timings, I would say, on the Void Spirit. To help his team out. Middle lane again. And below. No.
Sumail's going to be fine. Already had sort of the rotation coming in to make sure that both water runes are under their control. Pichu grabs the bottom. Sumail's able to grab the top. So continuing to do what they can here to give Sumail that edge in this mid matchup.
I really like what Shasha is doing on the Underlord. I think the other Underlords were rushing the Ring of Health versus this Monkey King. And I think it's the wrong play. I think you have to buy the boots and buy the regen. And you need to have maybe a support.
Sumail, he's going for it again with the arrow. And he's got him! Another time, 2 times now, the Sumail has been able to get the solo kill.
Oh my
He's
god.
playing on the edge. You can see how he's sort of teasing Nisha with how low he sits in this matchup, but knowing the exact limits of this hero. Sumail turning up, bringing the Mirana to the mid, and this is a fantastic start.
Oh, the glimpse. Oh, he gets him.
Aster picking up the kills themselves now, taking the lead in kills. And yeah, this mid lane, Sumail, he's turned up and he's ready to play, Johan.
Wow. Impressive. Impressive. Like I said, though, this Void Spirit is going to hit 6. Sumail has to back off the base here, so some breathing room for Nisha, but already level 6 on Sumail. Wow. Full level advantage.
Full dreads now. I mean, we're already seeing sort of harassment that he's able to deal to Nisha in that mid lane is quite something now with that boots upgraded. The right clicks will be coming through and is going to be able to consistently keep Nisha low. It could be difficult for Nisha to sort of find the time and have the resources to leave the lane and look to go elsewhere. And Sumail more than happy to trade with him.
It's going to be a very crucial moment now. Minute 6. Underlord is also in a kind of a vulnerable position top. No, he's going to get this wave. But minute 6 rune is very big.
Yeah,
you see them grouping up around mid already.
Yeah, Aster having both supports at Baboka.
No level 6 on Nisha.
Need to try and control this. Yeah, Nisha's got to be careful. He's unlikely to be able to step up for the power rune himself. It's going to be top. Baboka will have to take it. But really just slowing down this early game for Nisha, making sure that that first movement, once he does eventually hit the 6, may come at a time where Aster's side lanes could be prepared for it.
Yeah. Top lane.
See if we can get XXS this time.
Oh!
Now we reaching to get it. TPs are coming in.
Nice rotation from Boxy. Glimpse, though!
They're going to be able to glimpse him back into the blast. Baboka will try and dodge it with a mischief. Big A, but the tower hits and the Thunderstrike coming in will be enough to take him down.
Oh my god.
See if they lose Baboka as well. Try and turn, but he's into the trees. Insania and Boxy, nothing left to throw out upon him. So
wow, beautiful rotation from both supports.
But killing the carry.
Yeah, I mean, Boxy was really good, but even better was definitely the glimpse kill on the monkey. This is tremendous amount of XP for the supports. Oh, you see Boxy here.
He wants that 7-minute wisdom rune. He's trying to set up the vision already. But Pichu's probably not going to be having any of that.
They get a hit whiff of him. Yeah, now they should know about the ward.
They can go for the kill on Boxy.
He was ready to suicide for this.
I mean,
he's still looking for it.
He's looking pretty dead.
No way, this is not going to work, bro. You got a glimpse.
He's gone.
Neutral creep gets a what?
Wait, what?
How?
How's that even? What?
All part of the plan there from Boxy.
Holy smokes. Yeah, it turns out to not be so bad after all. Like, feeding this level 4 techie skill, it wouldn't feel good for not getting the rune. But now, no harm, no foul. Unless they also manage to sniff out the ward. Let's see.
Yeah, so far, it doesn't look like there's been any sign to take it down. I mean, is this an area of the map you feel on this new map that you would expect to be warded? Or is it an unlikely spot?
I mean, quite often I think the supports go there and plant a ward.
Yep.
You also see the other ward coming out from Insania on the right side. This is the lane that they really want to dominate. They really want the Monkey to feel like he can make these plays where he gets the Jingle and he goes under the tower to kill the Underlord and gets out. These wards definitely help, you know? Get an idea of where the supports are if they're not showing. But yeah, 8-minute rune, mid lane again.
Onto Sumail, but the leap's there.
Nisha's gonna get top rune if it spawns there. Nope.
It's down bottom, so once again, you know, this time Boxy, he'll pick it up, but just to sort of these situations that Aster are forcing around these power runes that doesn't allow Nisha to bottle them himself.
Yeah, and so let's see, what's the net word like? Beastmaster went for Arcane Boost before the Dom, which means your tower push is not as fast. Like, you're not able to get this super early hyper pressure, but then at the same time, your own game might be better. But yeah, I think the Slark is now allowed to stay bottom for a bit longer as well. But really, I'm surprised that they haven't, you know, found this opportunity to go somewhere with Nisha, whether it's bottom or top. It's been, yeah, two mid heroes for 9 minutes now.
Yeah.
It has a lot to do with the small things and not getting the real rune, and also maybe being low constantly. 2 universal heroes buying stats mid, bracers. They're getting so tanky. Wow.
And so yeah, Sumail going for that build that we're seeing some of these mids go for now, just getting that Atos online as soon as he can, have that extra sort of control against
bottom lane
ability heroes. Monet gonna try and get aggressive. He's got the Shadow Dance to play with if he wants to commit, but he'll back off. Respects the fact that TPs are coming in from Liquid and doesn't want to mess around and get caught underneath the jump of box.
Wow, I didn't know that. The shield rune actually protects you from blast off damage as well. Like
it's long as well. I think it lasts for
70 seconds. I want to say. I heard.
I think 75 or something.
Wow, what a rune. All right. Mid lane, naked. Sumail making his way back there. So, Underlord, I think he's very happy with what happened, even though he's, what is it, 600 gold, 700 gold behind the Monkey King. He has a game. We saw last time the Oracle Monkey played against an Underlord, the Underlord had no game. But now, I say this, sees him. Oh, it's going to be another game of guessing for the runes. Here comes Sumail's level 6 ability. Not to be underestimated. They do have sentries, so could choose to do something here.
So they want to line something up.
Foxy just going for the stack instead. Oh.
Gonna try and set him onto Nisha. Arrows there as well as the Thunder Strike.
He's in trouble.
Got a step to play with.
No dissimulate.
So if they can grab him back, they can. The glimpse is there. Dodge it with the dissimulate.
Oh, he had a skill
Nisha
point.
able to stay alive there under the tower. He will escape. Sumail, he's going to chase on towards Boxy. Few right clicks. He's got the stick charges, but you missed. Few more. One more. He needs to get in Sumail. He's got it. Still able to pick up the kill. Not quite the big one they hoped for with Nisha being able to dodge that glimpse attempt. But still getting you know, more gold, more XP here nonetheless for Sumail, who still stands at the top of this game.
It's such a battle of the mid lane right now. Like, not a lot was going on the side lanes after the few early kills. It's always about this real rune spawn in the mid. Nisha TPing back. So he's not getting any side lane action going on, which I know this hero really wants to do. And I'm sure he's looking at it, but the opportunity hasn't presented itself.
We've seen kind of both teams put this focus around the mid, but definitely has felt it coming more from Aster, and it's definitely having an effect on sort of the start that Liquid probably wanted to be looking for when they run this sort of lineup.
It's super interesting. I really love what Sumail is doing with the Atos. He's buying Atos first. He's probably going to go for a Gleipnir later on, but this will allow him to set up his own arrows. Like we're saying before, there's no proper arrow setup in this game. You're not going to have the Pit of Malice level 4 just yet. It's level 2, and even that isn't the best setup, but you have an Atos with the Pit of Malice. It's super synergy. It's really good with the Disruptor Pugna as well. It's really good for the Slark, so he doesn't have to go in first. Ooh.
They get the ward down.
Get the ward.
They're going to see him here for the setup.
There's the glimpse.
There it is. Glimpse.
Oh, but it's a bit awkward. It was a little early.
Oh, yeah, actually able to get the balance. Now given time to get the Wukong's command off, but there's 4 heroes surrounding him. Mickey cannot stand against this. He's going to live a little longer, but he'll still fall slowly but sure. Very slowly.
That was a little sketchy. I didn't like the decrep on Sumail there, but all right, Underlord ult. Oh, that's such a feels good. But mid lane taking a lot of damage, while bottom lane's also falling. It's a trade, you know. That's one of the trades. You kill the Monkey King, but you lose a lot of tower HP and the bottom tower.
I mean, what, 12 minutes in, 7 for 4. I mean, who do you feel is feeling more confident with the opening to this game, or is it kind of 50-50 still? Would you say, or is someone feeling better?
It's swinging towards Aster.
Yeah.
The game is very much for both teams to grab, but Aster was really hoping to get through the early game in a manner like this. Like Underlord not getting crushed, the game not being spun out of control. Now, what I talked about, having this Slark versus Oracle, I think you have the win condition. I don't think this monkey wants to go super late this game. I think you also have answers to the Beastmaster vision through your Mirana, through your Slark, and then you get the glimpse on top of it, which you don't really have an answer to this game. Yeah, so I think Aster's quite happy with the state of the game. I would say this was a slight win for Liquid, getting all that tower damage for the one monkey kill. I would have liked to not see that if I was, on Aster's side, but at the same time, I think Liquid's feeling a bit of pressure. Let's see. Smoke. Mail. Got his Atos.
Super slippery to find between the Moonlight Shadow and the leaps at the ready. He's a hard hero to catch right now.
They know something's up. The scan hits him. Yeah. Once this Slark gets Aghanims, if nothing is contesting him, I think that will be a really big time for Aster. Like, Aghanims plus Nighttime is huge. It's going to be really easy for them to force these types of fights with... Oh, mid lane, he has to dissimulate. Yeah, never mind. The way that they could start on this Void Spirit, the Slark getting him, of course, will be really good. But every time you threaten with Pit of Malice or Atos, if he gets caught, they can keep him there. They can keep him chained. If Oracle's not staying behind him, it's very easy for them to stun him to death, silence him to death. Disruptor ulti, of course, super value. Oracle can't save from it.
And do you like sort of the attempted build-up that we're going to be getting from...
Oh, top ruin!
He's going to go in
No, he's going to get glimpse now. He has no dissimulate. They just keep the vision on him. Somebody run in! What is this?
He's standing in a fantastic position there. Right behind the tree means that they won't catch vision of him from the creep wave, so he needs to be able to play it smart. Boxy, he's not getting out.
He was trying to take the port back. That would have been funny if they let him. Yeah, okay.
And we'll see, because the approach as well this game from Mickey, it's going to be Echo Saber straight into the Nullify. Wants to be able to have that Dispel against the Decrepify, and of course against the inevitable Crimson Guard buff that soon XXS is going to be pumping out for the team. Do you like this? Is this something you can kind of get away with when you've got the backup of an Oracle on your squad?
I think it's very smart. I also think that's what they need, because if he doesn't bring this physical damage into the fight, which the Pugna can completely negate, I think they run out of damage. I don't think they're going to have enough. So I can get behind this build, and I also think it's very enabled by the Oracle. Like, you don't have time to stop and pick up your BKB. Skadi doesn't do anything for you this game versus the Crep. It'll be good later, after. So I think he's doing the complete accurate item build. Like, if I had to say, like, there's an optimal item build to do for this game,
for sure.
This is it.
Sure. And in this sort of game as well as Insania on the Oracle, like, how easy is it for him to sort of stay alive long enough in these fights to sort of get the spells off? When you look at Aster's heroes, should this Oracle be terrified, or is it kind of difficult for Aster to get to the backlines and find him?
It's not an easy Oracle game. It's not free. There are some games that are very free. I think this was a big reason why the Mirana last pick happened, is to threaten this Oracle, Moonlight Shadow, get on the angles behind. But at the same time, the reason why it's such a sub-ideal Oracle game is the Slark pick that came after. Because now, even sitting behind Mika, depending on how the fight goes, if the Wukong happens, Slark's still hitting him, stealing his stats, they reset. You're not achieving what you want to achieve with the Oracle, which is like you want to be winning the long fights. But here, I don't think you're winning the long fights. You need to kill on your stuns, you need to kill on your Void Spirit jumps, you need to kill on your Wukong. If those things don't happen, I think the Slark is going to be king. Of course, Sumail is the real king, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's a couple of kings here on the team. It's going to be hard for Liquid to deal with. Yeah, just about 1,000 gold away from having the Aghanims complete Monet. So hitting great timings. Still, Mickey and Zai on top of the board. They're going to go in on Zai.
Oracle's behind.
In the Static Storm. XXS heading over with the Fiend's Gate.
I don't like this for Aster.
Insania's in pretty good position to keep Zai perfectly safe.
This is sketchy. Nisha's position is so good.
And Mickey and Nisha, they're ready to chase. They get the grab here with the Remnant onto Baboka. Boundless strike onto the two, and then they go for more. Zai's in with the Roar onto Sumail. The Wukong's command down. Sumail, they'll get the leap off just in time before Boxy comes crashing in. So Sumail and the rest of them, Pichu and XXS, will escape. They only end up losing Baboka, and honestly, that's... there could have been a whole lot worse for Aster, right?
Oh my god, yeah, that should have been a whole lot worse for Aster. I was so sure that was an absolute disaster, Aster. Oh my god.
They get the rest of them out of there. Space continues to be made. Monet now has the Aghanims complete. Still keeping it close, 8 to 5, 17 minutes.
This is the time to go. You have 3 more minutes of nighttime. And Roshan is also going to be a play. Sai just finished his Helm of the Overlord, and he got the creep. I think with this, they have much more damage to actually kill it. Without it, it would take so much more time. I wonder if Aster's, their mind is at the right place. I want to say yes, but then I see Slark hitting this Mud Golem camp, and I don't know what's going on. I think they need to be out on the map. I think they need to be top already with the Slark. The Slark needs to be in the most...
Yes, Mail's going
top
in.
lane.
He's going to try and come in onto Insania, but Insania's able to protect himself and have the Fate Seeding. In fact, Boxy, he's jumped straight in and cleared out Baboka. So Nisha ready to help out as well, but off to the side, Mono, he's got the catch on Boxy. Picks up the first kill, and now he can be ready to look for more. XXS with the setup onto Insania. Nisha got the Dissimulate, plays it defensively, backs away from the fight. Monet turns towards Zai, got Mickey, jumps in with the Static Storms there. Mickey will still be able to finish off Pichu, but now he's caught in the ult. Monet trying to come in with the Shadow Dance, but his ult's about to come to an end, Monet, so he's going to have to be careful how he pushes for more, so it has to be a retreat from him now.
Ooh, this game is riding a thin line still. I'm impressed that both teams are, you know, the net worth hasn't swung more than 2K to one team, I think. Both teams are really staying at hot spots of the game. Like, I want to say everybody's at the right place at the right time, but more or less.
And we see sort of this item build as well from Insania. You found out this one, getting these supports, kind of rushing the Pavis or the Pavis. First item straight up on the Oracle.
My perspective with the Oracle is that you really need to be winning the game soon, or like something good has to be going your way. There is no scaling into Radiant's lineup if the game is even. So I think one of the best buys has to be Pavis. It's to negate some of this damage that the Mirana and Slark's going to be bringing to lane.
Set up here. We'll see if they've got quite enough control. XXS, he's in with the root. It's enough.
Oh, that's such a big kill.
Nisha coming out down the lane a little too far on his own, and indeed between the Atos and
they're going to catch more top. They're going to catch more top.
Yeah, Mono, he's charging straight at them. First bounce is going to be straight in. Onto Zai. Is there anything to help him out? Mickey gets the Wukong's off from the tree, turns with a boundless strike over towards Monet, but the ults are backups in. Zai goes down. Boxy is also going to throw his life away as he jumps in. And Monet, he's looking for more. Mickey and Insania heavily on the retreat now.
Oh, so close. Oh, wow. That's huge for Aster. And this is what I was worried for Liquid. For something like this to happen. I mean, the Voice Spear can always die. If he's alone somewhere, one root, one stun, it could lead into so many bad things for you. It could lead into more roots, disrupt the ulti, glimpses if you use your Dissimulate. Yeah, it's one of those games where in theory Liquid, they have stronger team fight if spells are clicked in the right order. But Dire also has so many openings through this Slark and what he can do for his team. But it's turning day soon, and I think that heavily favors Liquid. This nighttime versus the Mirana Invis and the Slark, that's when the game is really hard for the backline.
Yeah, I think with sort of the action that's being brought to Liquid, we've seen Mickey does sort of shift back, get the BKB on the way as he disassembles the Echo Saber, and now we'll look back towards getting that Nullifier. Just realizing he's got to do everything he can to survive in these fights, especially when there's the threat of Pichu just throwing down these Static Storms, really putting a limit to his full potential in the team fights.
I think Liquid's play should be to do Roshan. They have the techies, you can mine it up, get a lot of vision, take over the portal, you have the Hawks. This area should be yours, and you're going to have a Wukong in 35 seconds. I think you have damage enough for the Roche, and I think this is your best chance to force the fight. And if you don't get the fight, I mean, you accept getting the Aegis. It's very cool. It can also help you in the game. By no means you win, though. Like, Aster could choose to give it up if they feel like it's a really bad fight, and I still think they're very fine contesting this game. But yeah, I really think Liquid should push the envelope now, not just farm. I don't believe that this Aghanim's Beast is gonna make the difference. I could be wrong. It's the new Ag Scepter, so we have Drums of the Slum, which I think is also interesting for your front line versus heroes like Slark and Mirana, right? I don't know how it interacts with Healing Beastmaster. Damage dealt, so it's all damage dealt. Okay.
I can give him a lot of survivability.
Yeah.
If he's in, especially if Insane is also able to kind of offer up the opportunity to keep Zai alive throughout this all, outside of sort of bailing out Nisha.
It's to help each other, right? So he can stay in and tank things, so Insania doesn't have to. And then, yeah, hopefully Insania can then help him back later, but they still have to kill somebody. If Slark is hitting and stealing your stats, that's how you're going to lose a long fight as well. There's, yeah. Okay, so now we get to see Mirana after the Gleipnir, what he's buying. He's buying Hurricane Pike. They got Orbit Destruction. It's very strong in this hero. Very strong for almost every carry. Slark finishing Mage Slayer. Also very big deal. They saw the Hawk, so they know they're smoked.
Okay.
Counter smoke.
They're going to smoke up themselves. Liquid, they're happy to try and take this fight.
Yeah. Another Hawk. Slark needs to go in first. Somebody needs to open the fight for Radiant. This Pugnan Disruptor is so vulnerable. Even Mirana can die.
Aster's going to get completely behind them, but as you say, Liquid very aware that this sort of fight's been looking for. Trying to
Zoda's
this clip, but Aster, they've got the vision down here.
There's a Lotus Orb on Shasha S. This can change the match.
And Nisha's going to try and start the fight. He's in straight away. They're going to look to try and burst through. Baboka jump forward from Mickey's in with the BKB. The Wukong's command is down. Aster. They have to split. Nisha turns towards Baboka, but Baboka's able to protect himself with the Decrepify. Samel turning over towards Nisha. They've got the root down, and Monet jumps in with the pounce. They've caught Nisha. They've taken him out. Raw from Zai on towards Samel. The 2 mids to fall. Monet, he's still fighting strong. Takes out Boxy. 2 for 2 so far. Monet looks to back off and reset.
Underlord spells. I think Underlord spells going to turn the fight.
I mean, Mickey's going to try and step up into the high ground into this. The Firestorm's there as well as the root. There'll be the buyback straight away from Baboka. They're in a position where Aster can bring in the backup with the TPs coming into the outpost. The glimpses there, brings Mickey back up to the high ground. Big boundless strike down onto the 3 of them. The Crimson Guards popped by XXS. Defensive Decrepify and the Fate's Edict here from Insania. Keeping Mickey alive. Actually, aggressive but Decrepify Baboka, trying to limit the potential from Mickey.
Gonna be another glimpse soon.
Mickey standing back, but still XXS and Pichu, they hold the high ground. Another glimpse onto Zai. 2-man root, the Firestorm down once again. The Fate's Edict here thrown down onto Zai to protect him from the magical damage. It's Liquid, they'll back off and they'll leave it as that. So it ends up being a 2 for 2, but Aster, they will expend a buyback on top of that as Baboka gets back in the action.
Yeah, I still think what's happening is they're waiting for Knight, or like if they are able to delay this a bit longer, they have Mirana in this again. This fight becomes a lot harder for Liquid to take. Roche is gonna move position soon as well, so there's a mind game you could be doing, like once it hits 24 minutes something, you know that they cannot take Roche in time and that it's gonna move top. I would start setting up top if I was Aster.
They want to go again.
Yeah.
Liquid's getting straight down here with the smoke. The Moonlight Shadow's there from Aster as Monet sets up onto Mickey. Mickey posts the BKB. Jump forward for Nisha. He's got the grab.
Clark's in trouble.
Remnant's there into the boundless strike, but the heals are coming out from Baboka. As he makes sure that Monet's going to be able to continue to fight fair. XXS in trouble. The glimpse will separate Mickey from XXS, but Boxy's in with the bombs. Blows up XXS. Liquid, they strike back immediately, get the kill, and they'll look for more, see if they can get the cancel on the TP. They can. They'll catch him, drag him back. 2 kills for Liquid as they quickly return to the same spot of the fight, and now they can move immediately into Roshan.
Oof, tense moments, very tense moments. They're gonna kill it in time before the walk away. Yeah, they got time.
Both sort of scenarios that time round as well. I mean, Aster, they felt they were the ones ready to sort of surprise Liquid with the Moonlight Shadow. They weren't anticipating Liquid to come back this quickly with a smoke again themselves. I think maybe they thought that Mickey was pushing the lane out on his own. Wasn't the case. The whole of Liquid set up for the fight, and then to move into Roche, get the Aegis picked up on Mickey.
The Nullifier is going to get picked up now as well. This is a game-changing item. I think it can reliably win you fights, depending on the scenario. Like getting the right Nullifier together with follow-up, it just means dead hero. If it's not Slark or potentially Underlord.
I mean, this thing as well, right? If Nisha and Mickey go on the same target, now that Nisha's got this Desolator, they are going to be able to tear through them with this physical damage.
Yeah, and I really think Aster, they want to get to the backline more with some of their heroes, like and catch them with like this Underlord plus Slark. Slark can spend the fight hitting the Monkey King, and you can still end up on top, but I really think you want to punish this Oracle when you start saving your guys and healing your guys. Like, he's had so much value already. You don't want him to be allowed to cast spells for the whole fight.
I mean, it's kind of insane, right? You look at some of these KDAs.
Insane.
It's not died at all. I say it's in the name. Yeah, insane. 2-0-3. They've not been able to catch him once in these fights. No.
Yeah, it's also the job well done from Mika. I think he's manning up on his Monkey King, making the game a little bit easier. But yeah, for Aster to... Yeah, they need to figure it out. If Slark is hitting the Monkey, who's going on the rest? And how are they going to pull it off?
Yeah, someone's got to get to these supports, get to Insania. He's getting far too much done. Now starting to bump up the lead thanks to that Roshan pick up 2k advantage for Liquid, but still an insane close game here so far to start the first game of the day here. In front of the live crowd at Berlin, 14-12, 26 minutes. Liquid, they're ready to continue the push now. They've got 3 minutes of Aegis to play with. BKB now done for Monet.
Boxy with the Solar Crest, also very strong.
Ready to really enable their cause, make sure that Mickey can just slap back much harder than Monet hits him.
Now you also get to the point, I mean, they picked up a Pipe of Insight on Zai instead of finishing the Ags. It's going to help a lot for people to not get bursted.
Smash fine with the setup. A lot of shields and protection being thrown down onto Nisha, so not a very appealing target to go on. They'll get the glimpse back onto Zai. Mone's going to try and commit on towards him. Insania with the save. Zai is going to be able to survive. Monet puts the BKB and the Shadow Dance at the same time here. A very aggressive move, and it's going to leave him with limited options to continue the fight going. We'll see if Aster still want to try and find something more here. Again, the setup's attempted onto Nisha. The Fate's Edict's out. And Nisha, he's perfectly fine. He's going to be able to have the jumps up in a second. They can't start a fight like this, Aster.
No. Yeah. Getting the Oracle value. Also, Pupil's Gift. Picked up on Insania. It makes him really tanky. Oh, yeah, 60 strength, 48 agility. Bursting is not going to be easy.
I mean, Liquid, yeah, really taking over the map now, taking these towers, and of course there's going to be this sort of moment where Aster, they have to be very careful fighting into it due to the Aegis on Mickey. Liquid definitely being able to force it, start to build this lead. It's going to be a question of how hard Aster can hit back when that Aegis on Mickey expires, just under 2 minutes.
I think they have to start looking for, I mean, the Nullifier on Slark, I like it. I think it's a good pickup. I do think somebody needs to pick up a Skadi as well, or it will help for these stages of the game, now that we're talking about like massive heals for sure coming out from the Oracle. Nullifier can negate all, most of it, but you're still going to have Monkey King, the Jingu. I think you're going to... I foresee these long fights where if you get Skadi, it could be the difference maker.
Sure.
So I don't know if Sumail's going to go through with his Linken's pickup. Obviously, Linken's really good for the Roar. But yeah, I think somebody has to buy this Skadi.
Liquid, they're going to be able to take another tier 2. It just seems in these team fights, it's much more difficult for the supports of Aster to have as much impact as Liquid's, right? You know, you got Pichu and Baboka trying to do the work as a Disruptor and a Pugna, but most of it's just being completely nullified by the Nullifier or just by the saves that Insania is offering up.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that it's because the front line's working out better for Liquid right now. If the front line starts working out for Aster, you're also going to start feeling the pain as this Oracle tech is looking at the fight slowly being lost without having, you know, whatever it takes to contribute. But yeah, the techie spells definitely nicer to use right now than sitting behind as the Disruptor and the Pugna, because no matter what spells they click, it doesn't seem to be winning them the fight.
These arms coming out so fast as well here.
Yeah, so fast. Almost Axe finished on the beast. He's so farmed. DD bottle on Nisha. Oof.
I think Mickey as well, because he's going to be able to disassemble that Echo Saber again. He's very close to having his own Axe on the Monkey King.
Yeah. This Axe is also one of the items that really allows you to push tier 3s and Raxus, especially having an Oracle behind. Like, it makes Radiant have to react. I don't know if Slag switching to Butterfly is a better or worse choice, but it's definitely a good item to have this game. You're going to go in and you're going to man up to the Monkey, and you do kind of miss more attack speed because you're going to be jumping in and out, and what you're hoping to do is rack up those essence shifts. So that's the bad thing about the Nullifier, is you're not really building your passive up, which definitely is game breaking in this game. Like long fights, getting the essence shift on the Monkey or the Void Spirit. Yeah. Essence shift must be really good versus the universal heroes, right? More so than others.
Yeah, I imagine sure, because it's sort of taking away like just the single element. You're taking away a fair bit of their right click damage, right?
Yeah.
Taking essentially 0.6 damage 3 times.
Yeah. Interesting. Wonder if that's something worth considering when picking Slark. It's like the universal heroes on the enemy team. So Slark, he chose to buy his depth shot, right? Like, there's no way he got it from the Tormentor. So he values it in this game, which I think is super good, because Liquid, they only have 2 things, maybe 3, that really can set up the kills, and you can probably tank 2 of them, and I think the depth shot then will save you and allow you to reset. Super strong item this game. Always going to be strong versus those long stuns with long cooldown, or longer cooldown like Roar. Yeah, interesting. Interesting that they picked that up. Smoke, they want to fight this. Aegis is out.
Stepping up, they're going to get the start onto Boxy. Limps back into the arrow. Monet commits with the Shadow Dance, but he's going to get pulled back by the Remnant. Nisha's ready to jump the backlines. Post the BKB, looks straight towards PQ. PQ able to get down to the low ground side, turns with the Roar onto Baboka. They'll take out the Pugna. And now, looking for more. Mickey jumps in, turns towards XXS, goes with the Nullifier, but the Lotus Orb was there, reflects the Nullifier. Doesn't seem like Mickey cares, though. Continues to stay on top of XXS. XXS tries to push himself away over the Ogre Seal. Monet finds the chance to turn and take down Boxy. XXS attempts the TP, but the damage is done by Mickey, as Liquid more than happy to take the fight that Aster present them.
Wow, yeah. These backliners, they're not enjoying this playing against this Void Spirit, and I think it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, we're seeing each time Nisha now just BKBs, gets in, huge amounts of damage done thanks to the Desolator. Monet's still able to survive throughout each and every one of these actions, 6-0-2, and is still making good steps towards the Butterfly. But at this point in time in these team fights, just not quite able to do the damage quickly enough to really give at least any of Liquid's cores any sort of threat. Mickey, Zai, and Nisha still standing strong in most of these later engagements that we've had. And they're ready to look for more. Liquid sweeping across the map.
This new Fate's Edict from Oracle is so strong with the Monkey King. Like giving him this BKB when he goes in, or magic immunity, and not disarming him. Wow, what an ability! I really think it's what's also enabling Mika to go for these aggressive plays, aggressive jump-ins, and yeah, not worry about ever getting low. It's that simple.
Especially sort of against the lineup of Aster. Quite
Torment
a lot
are
of
being
it
stolen.
Relying on the magical damage. And nothing Aster can do about this one. We've just got to let Liquid take it. Shard secured here for Insania. Something else to really be concerned of in the fight, just these additional heals coming in. It's, Insania, as I say, still yet to be found in any of these fights.
I don't think you can save buyback on this Slark. I think you have to buy an attack speed item. If that's what you're going for. I don't think the Nullifier cuts it either. So I would much rather see him finish his Butterfly, but I don't think he can wait for the buyback. I wonder if he's going to... Most people take the Shoutdance attack speed. I think both are really good, especially if you have attack speed already. I'm curious what he's going to go for now that you're buying the Butterfly. Because you also want agility gain, stolen Essence Shift per stack. Does that mean that they are getting -2 attribute loss per hit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, an extra one stolen.
Yeah. So
I think that one's always the appealing one because that already like to see the big numbers as a Slark.
it's appealing, but the other one is definitely
probably the more sensible.
Better for fights,
Especially if you're
better
behind,
for a lot of the item
and
builds.
you're not getting the kills in these fights. You've got to make sure the next fight you turn up to, something's happening in your favor.
Yeah. But I think you should buy the butter and go for the right Talon and steal some more stats.
All right,
Just
let's see.
keep the fight as long as you can and start hitting this monkey or beast or voice spirit, whatever you can get on top. Harpoon finished on Nisha. Oh my god, I don't want to be this disruptor or Pakna. It's tough.
Not really a lot to do that they can sort of save themselves.
Shasha S is buying the Nullifier. Okay, I see what they're doing.
Close as well. Just a few
Yeah, very
gold.
close.
They're going to have these sort of 2 items done, the Nullifier and the Underlord, the Butterfly on Slark.
Smart, it's smart. Albert, though, being finished on Zai, it can definitely change the outcome of the fight. If you get it clicked on the right time, I mean, there's only one hero you really want to click it on is Slark, but it definitely will have value on Sumail, and it allows you to break the link-ins for the roar on him. Yeah, so that's really big too. Zai is now top of the net worth. He's been the most farmed hero on Liquid for the most part, I want to say.
He's having a fantastic game.
Yeah.
Closing in on the level 20 as well. See Liquid, their next move is almost certainly going to be looking towards the Roshan. We're going to see it back up in just under 20 seconds. And has just, fortunately for them, will be spawning up on their side of the map here at night time.
You see Sumail, this is nighttime, this is also go time, but I don't know if they saw anything with that ward sentry. They're smoked as well.
Let's see how prepared
Monkey
Liquid
King.
are. Monet, he's going to look for the backlines, he's going to look for Insania. Straight away it goes for him, but Insania's able to protect himself, and Nisha turns with the Remnant. The Roar's there as well, they hold back Monet through the BKB for now. See if XSS can look for more. He's going to try and charge down Boxy. Boxy able to split to the side of the fight, but will still end up going down. They're taking out the two of them, but the immediate buybacks come out from Liquid. As Liquid, they want to keep this fight going, but Monet finishes off Insania. XXS, he's into the Fiend's Gate, and he will go down. The damage is done before he can safely get away. Monet, he's building up the stacks. He's got an awful lot of them. Turns towards Nisha, but the Boundless Strike's there. Holds back Monet. Monet up to the high ground on the retreat. He'll get away.
Oof, this is going to be interesting. There's still a Wukong.
And both teams using the buybacks there. The big one coming out from Liquid though. Mickey buying back to try and secure that fight for Liquid and push Aster back.
It's worth it if you can get the Roche. There's 40 seconds on the Underlord. I really wonder...
They're continuing to go for more. Mickey, he's going to go in full aggressive. As he's not able to actually catch Pichu. Pichu's able to bounce away.
There's no Oracle. He's going to die.
Monet goes to Mickey. Mickey pulls the beacon. He tries to get out there, but he's out. Out for 100 seconds. They're trying to kill Monet. Monet's still alive. He pounces out. Monet will live. Another pounce available. The Slark survives.
Holy shit.
I mean, look at the man go. I mean, look at the Essence Shift stacks as well. That's why you take the right one.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good.
He's going for more. Monet building up the big old numbers. Looks towards Zai. Zai will be able to turn, take down Baboka. But I don't think he can stand his ground against Monet with this amount of seconds. Look at this time with the halberd. And in fact, Monet, he's a little bit scared. He's going to jump out for now, see if he can reset a bit, heal up. Zai, he turns with the Hawk, sends them straight down onto Pichu. He's got the backup of Insania now. Monet, maybe going to consider to go for more, but the ward is down, so Monet not able to benefit from the Shadow Dance right now. He's not healing up yet. He wants to try and find Insania. First bounce, he's in again, see if Zai can do anything to help out. Going with the disarm again. Monet, he's still pushing forward. He's got so many stacks to play with, but he's going to get caught in the rain.
Oh, this is so sketchy.
He's got to be careful. He's starting to run low on the mana.
Yeah, now he's wasting his time too. I feel like Aster somehow managed to waste waste a lot of time there. Liquid managed to waste Aster's time.
Check this out again. Now, Mickey,
there's a
he
gem on the
really
ground.
wanted to chase for more here. Goes in for that attempt to bring down Monet, but ends up in a dieback situation. Same, of course, for Boxy. He brought back to try and make that play happen for Liquid, but it ends up being Aster taking a huge sort of pickup from that fight. Monet getting a huge boost, now up to level 22, and he's got his next item done. Picks up the Basher.
Yeah, the Basher is really a big deal, but at the same time, I want to say it's almost no harm, no foul. Like, they're still going to get this Roche fight that
That's true.
they won. I think
They lost the gem as well, Boxy.
They did lose the gem, which is really a big deal. Now they're going to be able to get back here, potentially before Liquid gets the arsenal set up. You see Boxy now, he realized he was running bottom. I was like, I don't have time for this. I have to go back to the Roche area. This is a fight for area. Find the ward. But you know, this Slark running around with the gem, he got a bit weaker. He lost his treads. He lost all the stacks that he got in the fight. This is still not easy. This is still not easy if you're Aster, like having to walk into this. But I think they have to. They should.
I mean, you're going to know that Liquid will be super set up around this spot. They'll use the Moonlight. It was caught by the vision of the Hawk, so Liquid, again, super prepared for this fight that Aster's going to attempt to bring them. Somali's got his next big item done. Huge DPS potential coming out from now. He's got the Daedalus complete.
Oh, random arrow. Almost connected.
See how much Aster want to push in on this.
Yeah, Aster do want something to happen in the next minute if they can.
This is such a hard fight to go for. You're gonna know the Liquid's up here on this high ground and they're setting up with the mines. It's a really difficult fight to enter as Aster. Who's going in first?
You can put a Lotus on the Slark and kind of jump in with him, but I don't think that's enough. Like, it still is not going to open up a fight for you. Oh!
The Glide near. All right, a follow-up as well, but Insania is more than prepared with backup if required. Still not enough to allow Aster to enter into the fight.
So lovely to be an Oracle when your team is doing this for you. You have Techi's Mind, you have all these summon, people are killing the wards. Like, Slark is looking for the Oracle, surely, definitely. Look, they know. This is what I talked about before. They don't have time to finish the Roche.
Right.
Roche is going to make the move bottom.
Yep.
So why hang around here? Like, let's just get ahead of the game.
Yeah, Boxy's got to start setting up over here now.
Yeah. Just the right play. This is a new Dota for you. And they realize, but there's no way you take this in 20 seconds with Radiant lineup. No.
There's no way. You can't do it in 20.
If you get it low, you're just helping Dire, or really. I mean,
can they?
Honestly, I'm surprised with
no way.
damage, but if they would have started 10 seconds earlier, I think they had time.
I mean, maybe, but indeed, as you say, they're only at the moment.
If they started 10 seconds earlier, they had time. Now it's going to run away. What the hell is going to happen now? Why are you hitting it? You're just hitting it for the Dire team. Does kinetic work? Does this work? Kinetic works!
What? It does! They've got it!
No way!
Oh, Liquid's going to be so surprised. They'll be like, where's the Roche? She's not coming through the tween gate because Aster, they've got the control.
All right, somebody tip this disruptor. Somebody tip him, man.
Like, that was sort of between that and the stuns. It was enough. They're able to kill Roche before he's able to make his nice trip back to the Radiant side.
I was all on board what Liquid were doing.
I think Liquid was as well. They were like, there's no way. There's like, we can go down bottom. There's no way they can do it, but they could. They get it.
Oh, that is such a huge problem. And they put I love what they did with the Aegis, putting on Sumail, not the Slark. Sure. I don't think the Slark should rely on the Aegis in the fight. He doesn't want to die with the stacks.
No.
Having the cheese, I think, is good enough. I don't think he should be carrying the gem for the fight, but walking around with it right now is fine.
You see this again. Arrow was coming in as well. I'm not quite sure if it was maybe the field did it or not, but either way they had like the arrow.
The field definitely stopped it, but yeah, together with the arrow, that seemed to be enough.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was close, too close for comfort. But still.
These new moves that you got to be prepared for in this patch. I guess now, even though the time is going to be there at the top and you're expecting Roche to make that move, you've really got to anticipate how much stun the enemy team has, because maybe they can just buy that extra few seconds required to take him out before he heads over.
And this is also, I don't think he had, I think maybe he had the Daedalus for the Roche, but this is this is one of the unique things about, carry Mirana compared to others. It really feels like a glass cannon type carry, brings so much damage to fights, like burst amount of damage. So yeah, between him and Disruptor, I guess they had the Roche. It didn't even look too close, because there was still plenty of time on the kinetic field.
Yep.
Oof, Sumail getting low from these mines. Another one. Fun stuff.
Oh, they want to go.
After he gets the Satanic on Mirana, I think he's going to be a beast. He's going
to be huge, right?
Yeah, he might even be able to go in first after a few spells have been cast.
What is the talent that you like seeing be taken anyway on 25? I mean, you're taking the stars when you go for the extra arrows.
I think usually you're going to go for the Sacred Arrows, just for the backline effect and the vision. If you ever hit one of those, it kind of wins you the fight. And the Starfall, it's not really like it's winning you the fight. Plus, like even the cast animation at this point is less damage than one crit. more like the one potential hit can be a lot more damage than.
Yeah, look at these crits come in.
Yeah. So
1,000 damage a hit, pretty much.
I don't think you ever take the Starstorm damage. You just wait for level 30 for that.
I see next time pickups coming out as well from Liquid. We've got the Silver Edge complete now.
Oh, there's
Nisha.
smoke. Look at this. Slark knows something. What is this?
They got Fiber Boka. Ooh.
Sumail,
They can get more.
Aegis
They're going to look towards him. He's out with the leaps. Actually, turned it was Monet with the boundless strike. The Moonlight Shadow Aster keeping their distance and keeping under the cover of the Invis. So Liquid, they'll just take the one.
MKB finish on the monkey, so the Slark can die. Very quick fashion, and it also helps cut through the Underlord, who he has a pipe. He has the Martyr's Plate, 20% magic resistance, redirect 20% of all damage dealt to your allied heroes within 900 rate towards you for 8 seconds. Wow, that's a pretty interesting item.
Liquid, they will be in position again to go for the Tormentor.
Yeah, where are we at with all the shards? I mean,
Probably reaching the maximum. Yeah, it's going to be going the way of Mickey.
Sumail would really like a free shard.
I mean, Liquid, they're not afraid to fight, despite the fact that Aster have the Aegis in the cheese. They're going to try and make the jump over. Forced back to safety, and now they can look to turn. Mickey, it's going to be focused by Monet. Remnant grabs Monet, drags him back from Mickey for now, allows Mickey to put the BKB. Liquid, they've got to be careful. It's Aster. See if they can find something. They get the glimpse back onto Boxy.
He's looking for the Oracle. He's finding him.
He's looking pretty dead here, Boxy, as that'll be the first casualty of the fight. Monet wraps around, looks to Nisha. Nisha out with the Dissimulate, and he's away. As he backs off, just the two supports here, one for each side. Mickey's going to try to jump back in. He gets the grab on a Baboka. Baboka's out. Rora's well on XXX, the Harpoon, dragging him back into the Wukong's command.
No
Liquid,
buybacks.
they'll take two more. 3 dead on Aster.
I don't know if they know about the buyback situation on all of them, but I feel this monkey could almost man up and hit the base. Yeah, Liquid are they're still winning the game, even though I think this Aegis should have made a difference. It's going to run out in the next 45 seconds, so no Aegis fight for you, but you're going to have a Satanic Mirana. Now we get to level 25 territory. You kill these types of heroes and you just see the levels jump up, like level 24 on Beast, level 23 on Void Spirit, level 24 on Monkey.
Monet, he's got his next side done. Full Bloodthorn complete. So if they get any sort of lockdown, or if he gets sort of the backlines on top of Insania, high chance that he'll be able to shred through these heroes.
Yeah, this is Zai. Zai's hero is so strong in this game with the Hex and soon 30-second less cooldown on Roar.
A lot of things that Monet's got to watch out for if he's trying to sneak around for the backlines. If they're prepared with sort of vision advantage, which for the most part they have been with the way that Zai sort of laid down the Hawks around the area that they've been looking to battle. It's getting harder and harder for Monet to play the fights in the way that he wants to.
Yeah. Well, they finally gave up on having the gem on Slark. I don't think he should have been carrying it for that last fight either. It might have made him confident enough to kind of go in, having the cheese on him. But I do think they have to make something happen with this Lotus and this Lincolns that they bought and the Slark. I don't know if you put it on him or you just need the Lotus, but you kind of have to go in on some type of target and make sure that the Slark's getting enough right clicks on him. Because if not, you're just kind of waiting for Liquid to get their opening. They have the double Harpoon now.
Yeah, we sort of saw how well that came into action last time around, just keeping people in the Wukong's command, dragging them back in their final moments as they attempt to step out.
Yeah, bottom push. And
they've got eyes on
anyone that gets found here
They see him with a Hawk. Zai, he sits up with a vision, but it's deep in the base. They won't go for any follow-up.
That's enough to force all the TPs.
I mean, this is exactly what they have to be very wary of now, Aster. Zai, constantly able to play off the vision advantage and look for those sort of setups that catch Monet by surprise.
Bloodthorn on Slark, getting stronger and stronger. This will help. I mean, this will help on the burst, but it will definitely help if you manage to isolate the Oracle. You can make sure that he dies fast, even through all the help that he might get, like if you get the Nullifier plus the Bloodthorn on him.
Liquid more than happy to fight. Of course, now the Aegis has come to an end on Sumail.
Oh, mid lane, he's dead.
He's trying to walk back to base, but caught by the Nullifier, dragged back by the Harpoon. Pichu's out for the fight. They even get the grab on Baboka. The drag back, he's helped with the Invis, and he'll make it away. Monet, he's going to push aggressively straight into the heart of Liquid. Has to pounce out. They can't take the fight outside of the base now, Aster, especially once they're 4v5. It's surely too risky.
Kill those creeps. They really need to kill those creeps.
So if they can get Anisha jumps in, and he's out.
Gonna be triple arrows flying out from Sumail. Yeah, you see, they start connecting. There's no way to dodge all of this all the time. So, big level 25 timings coming out. So I got his.
And how strong would you sort of consider Aster's high ground potential here with their lineup? How easy is it for Liquid to break the base?
It's super hard. Like, they have some of the best spells. between the Underlord and the
He's
triple
going to get
arrow.
pound. Then with the pounce, immediately Mickey pops the BKB, turns towards Monet. Monet standing his ground. The false promise is there onto Mickey. Nisha jumps the backlines, takes out the Boka. No buyback available for him. Sumail turns with the Gleipnir, holds Mickey back for now. Monet's considering getting back in on this one, but Zai, he's in with a halberd, puts a stop to the right, clicks on Monet. Monet backs off. With a Moonlight Shadow, see if Aster can get back in for more. There's a Pichu back in the play, gets the glimpse up, but immediately dies. Monet tries to go in aggressively on towards Boxy, but Boxy's going to be saved. Pounds forward onto Nisha, but the BKB's out. Nisha able to jump out with the Dissimulate. He gets out of this, and Zai, he's ready to go over the Raw to Sumail. And taken Sumail. That's a triple kill for Nisha. Harpoon onto Monet. He has the BKB to run. As Aster, they've only got 2 left alive. Zai with a full 5-man around him. He can lead the push into the base. Liquid, they can start to look to do some heavy damage.
Wow, this Oracle is doing so much in these fights with his spells. So much. Reign of Destiny.
I mean, they just sort of sit back and watch these racks be taken. The mid-racks are gone. Liquid, they sweep around to the bottom as well. 70 seconds without Sumail.
No, I'm not seeing it. This Lark, he's not getting the job done. Liquid seem to be overwhelmingly threatening while being overwhelmingly tanky.
I mean, they're trying to fight Monet. He's going to jump in, but again, the disarm catches him. The nullify as well. They jump straight back in. Monet's getting healed up by Vivoka. Caught by the stun. Monet now on towards Mickey.
Okay.
Mickey gets another Wukong's command off. Monet dragged back into the Remnant here from the Harpoon into the Remnant. The pound sounding time, but Liquid just sort of pushing back Aster, making the space required to go for the third and final set of barracks.
They have to go here and somehow find use of the cheese. Wukong's out.
I see they get the catch again.
Tark, yeah.
Coming out.
Tark
XXS. See if there's any saving in. Monet tries to step forward, build up some stacks as he turns towards Mickey, but the BKB is off from Mickey. Monet pounces away. The damage has been done. Liquid, they get the mega creeps out. You can do anything with this glimpse. Monet. The backup is there again. Insania's got the false promise back up, and Mickey's perfectly fine. He can turn it towards XXS, gets the balance track off towards Monet. Monet, again, he just can't find the time to stay on a target. He has to keep backing off. A buyback will come out from XXS. See if Aster can find something here as they push back Liquid, as they've already lost so much in terms of the base. They'll get Boxy. Zai, or they got the vision for the glimpse. As Aster, they will manage to pick up a couple of kills on the defense. But Liquid, they'll almost certainly be happy to find time to back off. And Zai, he's going to take quite a beating on the way down, but he will still fall. Monet able to pick up the 2 kills. It's something. But the question is if it's just come a little bit too late here, Johan.
I think it gets really hard to play this type of high ground defense once you don't have the vision from the buildings and the anti-invis from the buildings to protect you. Like, you're limited to more like smaller and smaller part of the map, and increasingly these techies and beasts are going to keep throwing stuff inside your base. They don't care. There's no borders for them.
Let's see if Aster can find another fight, of course. Level 25 on the slot, they've got that extra essence shift duration. Monet's still strong. If they can find any sort of pick-off straight off the back of this.
You have to go to the Roche area because you're not ending the game. So I think your best chance is to go to the Roche pit, pick up the Aghanims, free Ags, and cheese. You can probably do both, like get this tower and go bottom. And then I don't know what it is you need, but you need some item that allows Stark to jump in and stay there longer. They have a Lotus Orb, they have a Linken's, he's buying its own Refresher. I think Refresher is going to be great.
That's going to be huge.
I don't like this. What are you doing? This is not realistic at all.
You don't think they get anything from this?
No, you're not going to get anything done here. Like, there's Ags monkeys standing on the high ground. You didn't level up from your previous fight. And the only thing you got is like a Satanic on Mirana. No. They have to go Roshan now. They just waste a lot of time, so it gets even harder. Like, the one good thing that they got going for them is that they can play with this Underlord ulti. They can play this defend base and connect to a team fight. But yeah, I don't know. This Roche is not theirs anymore. Liquid's going to contest it. And I have no idea how they're going to fight.
He's about to lose pretty much all the stacks that he got from that base defense.
Yeah.
So very sort of
Oh, I don't like what I'm seeing here.
Well, if you have to, you just got to get back to the base. No chance for a fight.
You lose if they get this. They lose for sure if they're playing against this Aghanims and Aegis. They have some Ags on the Void Spirit. Hella strong, so strong. You can always sell it on Monkey and get one for free. Get the money back.
They're going to take the risk of just letting Liquid have this and just play for the high ground defense.
But I think the risk of this is like guaranteed. You're guaranteed to lose. But let's see. The Aghanims, the Refresher on the Slark, I think is huge. I think what you can imagine happening is too many charges stolen, too many charges on the Slark. Keep jumping from target to target.
True.
And let's say some miracle, he gets over 100 charges. I think you can go throne with this.
Tell you what as well, look, he's going to have a DD rune for this defense.
Ooh,
DD rune and
that does
refresher.
something. Yeah. And refresher, does he have the money yet?
I think he wants to buy, but you'd rather take the refresher over the buyback, right? Because you want to have that one
for sure,
life to live with the stacks.
This buyback,
Yeah.
I don't like this Slark jumping in. He also has 0 deaths, you know. I think he played really well in the game. But if he ends the game with 0 deaths, I think it means that his mentality wasn't correct. It's your job, this game, to stay in the fight. And it's, of course, your team's job to help you stay in the fight, but at the moment, I feel like they haven't committed yet enough.
Dead. Able to just quickly kill off Pichu. He does have buyback available on the Disruptor. And there it is. Rapier on Sumail, so some big items coming out here for the 2 cores. Monet with the refresher, Sumail with the Rapier.
Rapier on Mirana.
So there's going to be enough Monet. Starting the fight with some good damage onto Mickey, able to bring him down to half HP, but of course Mickey does have range. If they turn towards him, he has to put the BKB pounce out. Monet gets away. As the Wukong's command forced out here from Mickey.
Aster.
But the first tier 4 has fallen.
Arrows, not connecting.
And we're seeing the crits here, but pretty much 1900 damage crits coming out from Sumail with this Rapier. Sumail can survive, and if sort of Aster's frontline can play itself, I mean, sort of now between Monet jumping in and Sumail able to have the distance, the positioning to get the damage done, there is a chance now for Aster to find these kills to start the fight, but Sumail, he's going to get jumped. They'll throw down the link as the Lotus Orb is able to jump to the side. Sun catches onto Monet, but the backup's there now with the Hex. Going to get reflected back over the way towards Zai. They're pushing them back, Aster holding the tier 4.
Yeah, there's a really interesting play of the double Death Shroud on the Mirana, sitting in the fight, hitting.
True.
You will only have a few spells in the game. I mean, there's Monkey Spell, Techie Spell, and Voice Spear Spell that can stun through. And Sumail doesn't have BKB. But let's say Sumail picks up a BKB next. You are able to...
They're going to try and go in. See if they can burst through Mickey. They've done it. As the age is gone, they take him down the once. The Lotus Orb Sumail, though, he's getting healed. Baboka with the saves. Death Shroud's down as well. Sumail, he's going to jump in fully aggressive. Gets caught by the Hex into the Boundless Strike, though. Sumail bounces out. He's still alive. The life drain. Baboka keeping Sumail alive in this fight as they turn. Sumail stands his ground. Manish is in on top of him. Controls him with the Remnant. Sumail's out for 100. He's out of the game. Save for XXS. The final attempt from Aster not going to be good enough to hold back Liquid as Liquid take the tier 4. They'll look to close it up. This game 1 going to Team Liquid.
Wow. Oh my god, what a good game. I think that was one of the best games I've seen on this patch.
Yeah, both teams really giving it their all there. I mean, even Liquid sort of in that final 20 minutes, they had that 30k lead. Aster trying their best to find these ways to hold on. But in all, what for sort of your feelings on this, and you felt that they just sort of, they didn't go as hard as they needed to in that mid-game, Aster?
Potentially, they could have gone a little bit harder on the night times. But at the same time, I get the feeling that Liquid's draft is stronger from what I see. Once they get this Beast, Oracle, Monkey King going, I think you can replace the other 2 heroes, but those 3 together, it looks like a very hard knot to crack. I think this new Oracle, with the way the Fate Edict works with certain carry heroes, just looks super strong. I think Liquid's the first one to kind of showcase it. Yeah, I think the item choices were really smart on both teams this game. I really don't like that Monet ended up losing the game with 0 deaths. I think that's it is also kind of what I saw in the game. You needed to stay in these fights, even if it means you dying.
Oh, for sure. I mean, what an insane start here to the games in front of the live crowd. What a fantastic game 1 from both teams. Indeed, Liquid will come out the victors of this first game at the best of 3.
Wow, what an opening match here in Berlin. Aster and Liquid. Is Liquid to take the first game of this best of 3? We're here to break it all down. I'm joined by BSJ, Synderen, and Faith Beyond. This was, I mean, if this is the start of all the games, I mean, I'm so down to have games like this all weekend through. I think we're going to need some more tricks if that is the case. Where to start? I think we're starting with what Noto said at the end. Monet losing a game with 0 deaths, and that doesn't happen very often.
No, it's... I mean, at the end of the day, it's like there's maybe a couple of moments in this game where he can really double down and take the risk, and maybe there's a big payoff, but I think the nature of Liquid's lineup makes it extremely difficult for Slark to actually stay in and deliver. A lot of the times, Slark will build up a lot of stats and he can just keep hitting and trading off, but he's fighting into some serious burst, Drums of Slom, Monkey King ult. He kind of has to reset out a lot of the time, and I mean, I don't know, there's maybe some moments where he could get 2 kills and then die, maybe that trade's worth it. I think overall, Monet played a pretty good game.
Yeah, I mean, I was concerned for Liquid after the draft because I was wondering how they kill this Slark, and it turns out that they can completely strategize around not ever killing the Slark, which I just want to say that burst damage from the Void Spirit plus Monkey King, it's weird synergy to see the Boundless Strike, which is a straight line spell, and then also the Astral Step. They were just wiping the supports, and so much of Aster's draft was predicated on prolonging the fights with the utility from those supports.
Yeah, talking about this match, Faith Beyond, we have said that mid lane, and that's where our eyes are going to go to. That mid lane, very much in favor of Sumail.
Yeah, this is a great game, and I have so much things I want to say about this game. First, I want to say Liquid win because they have so good team fight. They have Beast, they have Monkey King. That's unbeatable. And the second thing is, I think Aster did really good job. They played really well, like Zero Death on Slark and like Sumail on mid, solo kill Nisha. I think if Sumail didn't make so good at mid lane, Aster will lose very fast. So they're doing really good. I think they lost just because of draft. I think they have a little bit mistake about it because Beastmaster is the first pick hero, right? And you can't just let it at top of net worth. Yeah.
You feel like with the first pick, overall first pick, Beastmaster that Liquid got, Aster was not able to find an answer to it.
Yeah, and they pick Underlord and Pagna combo first, and I think they saw Monkey King is coming, and they think Pagna can protect the lane from Monkey King, and they did it. But the problem is what next? You cannot win the team fight. You can go through the lane stage, but you can win the team fight. So that's a kind of mistake, I think. But it's first game, and they just try Mirana. That definitely Sumail wants to play. I think it's fine. It's just first game. You can try whatever you want. Yeah.
It's just first game, but the energy in this arena is electric, and I believe Slacks is going to give us a taste of that.
Hello, sorry, we're talking with the fans here. Hell of a game one, am I right? Guys, all right, let me take a moment here. You know, people at home, they're like, oh, is it a Ricky crowd? LMAO. Can we just show how many people are in this arena right now? Look at that, all the way, baby, from front to back. Whoa! That's a lot of people for a Friday morning. Anyway, hello, sir. Now, you know, sometimes in between games, we walk around, we talk a little bit. Sir, you had something for me to sign. Is that right? We're taking pictures? Yeah.
Yeah, I have my underwear here.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, this man has Dota underwear. Let me ask you, how many people in your life do you believe will be able to see this?
None.
Dota underwear.
None.
Is this like the Matu shorts? Do you plan to wear this with all the signatures when you play for the free MMR, or what is the purpose of the Dota underwear?
I was hoping to hit immortal with them.
Okay, well, fantastic. All right, well, hopefully somebody can boost you, because that is one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen. Congratulations, thank you very much. All right, gentlemen, what do we have here? We got Pick Hoodwinked, Keens, and a little, wow, that is what, look at that. What's his name?
Hoodwink.
Oh, right. Now, can you please do the sound, please?
Yena.
All right, that's pretty good. Thank you very much. What'd you guys think of Slash? You're cute. Come here. No. Get it. What'd you think of that series?
Bitte?
The series.
My watch is thinking that I'm on the brink of death.
Oh, the heart monitor, huh?
170.
170? My goodness.
Should not be alive.
Yeah, that's what the underwear guy is hoping happens with him. 170, that's crazy.
I mean...
All right, guys. Anyway, thank you guys for being out here. Can we go one more time for our teams? Get ready for game 2 for the crowd. Woo!
From start to finish, there's so much cheering happening in this arena, and I know that, you know, that was a great fight. A minute 0, that was fun. For me, highlight of the game, the Roshan moment.
Yeah.
Right, Faith? That was hype. We did not think that Aster was going to be able to get that.
I'll eat my words. I was like, there is no way they can finish this. What the hell are they doing? And then they just Underlord, Pit of Malice it into Kinetic Field, and then they killed it with spells when it was already outside of the pit. So moments like that are what make Dota so awesome.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid didn't think that Aster would be able to kill it. That's why they were waiting on the other side. That was just game 1 of potential 9 games today, by the way. But we'll have to see if Aster can force out a 3rd game of the series. They have to win the 2nd draft of game number 2 of this best of 3 happening after this.
As the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you want to look like you could close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. Set the scene, no plot. Pose, whoa, please don't blame me. Cause when I let the beat sound, you think I'm crazy. But none of you critics gon' faze me. So when I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a my, gotta get already. Not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling, I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
That was only game number 1 of this best of 3 elimination series. And if history is anything to go by, Aster does know how to strike back. It all begins with the draft, and we should be in that momentarily. Of course, Team Liquid, it wasn't just draft. They were able to find their way across the map several times towards Team Aster, and Aster had some troubles defending their towers, especially in that first game. We're going to see if they have a better shot at game number 2, should be coming our way momentarily. We did say, Faithbian, you wanted to see a change in the draft. What do you want to see next? What changes do you want to see?
Now Aster is first pick, so I don't know, maybe I wish they can get Alchemist or Koto, yeah.
Well, they're going to get one of the two because it looks like Team Liquid, because they are second pick, they have to ban out the Medusa, and with Aster banning out Beastmaster and Doom, that means both Kotal and the Alchemist still in the pool, and they ban out Storm, so they get one of the two.
Leaving the trade.
Yeah.
Oh, Koto for sure, yeah. Then Liquid will pick Alchemist, I think.
Yeah, I don't think they can give them this combo because Aster, when they beat Team Spirit in their previous series, they went Kotal first pick into Alch both games. Terrorblade's been the common counter for Alchemist. It counters him in all 3 core roles. He's really high armor. Alchemist is almost all physical damage. And you also have a bias Scotty, and you're a lot of single targets, so you not only kill Alch, but it's also difficult for him to kill you.
It almost looks like Liquid were expecting this when they protected with Frost Shield in the first phase. They're expecting a physical core to come out here from Aster. I don't know if they were doing this to try to scare them away from picking Terrorblade, because it's like, there were other options as well if you wanted to protect from that, but worth keeping in mind with Kotal Terrorblade as a combo is this isn't like one of those obvious, oh, you have Chakra into Swashbuckle on Pangolier or Slide Chains on Ember. But these 2 heroes together just means you have more uptime on meta, you have more map pressure with Conjure Image, you just keep chakraing the Terrorblade, and it's kind of an interesting dynamic because we pretty rarely see Kotal play together with the carry. Like usually they don't have that much synergy, but this just means Kotal has more friends on the map when this is his carry choice.
Talon also picked Kotal plus TB, I think. Also because enemy pick Alchemist, because TB is good counter to Alchemist. Yeah, and I think both teams are they prepared for this. They saw what they picking. Yeah.
Yeah, we have Team Liquid. They're running out a lot of Sumail heroes. I do enjoy seeing that with the Storm, the Ember, the Wind Ranger. They did just get, I mean, they won the game, but they did get beat in mid on the Mirana from Sumail.
Yeah, the hero just seemed a bit underwhelming. Like, I think if he had a similar start with his Wind Ranger from the previous series he's been playing, there was potential that he could have solo carried that game single-handedly from the mid-game momentum. The Mirana fell off pretty hard, and even though he built a bunch of damage items, even with just stats, hit pretty hard, it just wasn't the same as the Wind Ranger. And what I'm seeing from Liquid this game is that they are looking to get those favorable matchups in the mid lane and the off lane, and that's like the benefit of having first pick, and something that we haven't really been seeing Aster have to deal with.
We're seeing a lack of offlaners available. Darkseer banned, Doom Beastmaster banned, Underlord is still in the pool.
I think Aster needs something to deal with Frost Shield. Maybe Brewmaster or Oracle or something.
Enchantress? Oh no, they banned it.
Yeah, that was a good ban. They banned it in the same slot last game as well.
Well, they're thinking long and hard about this one. They'll end up going for the axe. Does that one deal with the Frost Shield properly?
Pure damage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a carry that Liquid could pick, rotate Alk to mid, that dominates the axe? They already banned the Monkey King. Ursa's not the best versus TB. They could still consider it. Axe, generally a hero you want to punish in lane because he does farm very fast if he's allowed to just rush that Vanguard and cut creeps with his spin.
I think maybe Muerta could be a pick here. She's good against the Terrorblade. She has magic damage, which fights well into Axe Berserker's Call. It's a carry that we've seen Liquid play a decent amount. That will commit their Alchemist to mid, but I think there's a lot of value in this game in saving Zai's pick for last, even though you do see the Terrorblade matchup, because I think the offlaner in this game has the potential to solve the entire draft in the end. Something like Necrophos could be an amazing last pick for them, or they could even get it now, maybe. I don't know. Feels like an interesting option. I don't know. Maybe it's not as good as I think. All right.
Oh, Underlord's still in. I didn't even notice that hero. He's always been picked against these high base damage heroes because his aura only reduces base damage, and Terrorblade's meta is one of the few bonus damage spells in the game that is base damage. So illusion heroes and stat heroes do not end up dealing any damage into the Atrophy plus Crimson.
Atrophy aura is 1200 range?
Yes.
Or, okay, so there's nothing you can do about it.
So we're all on board with last pick will be mid, apart from potential flex for Team Liquid on the Alchemist?
No, I think Alchemist it's cool for carry. They can find a chance to kill Axe.
Yeah, I think if they maybe start Boxy bottom, like Fabian's saying, like they could tri-lane him briefly and use the Alch concoction to get an early kill. That's something that should be enough to maybe Alchemist or Axe ends up farming against the Alchemist, but you can end up rotating the supports away, trade farm with the Alch, and usually Alch's pretty content with that if he gets off to a good start.
Yeah, I think Liquid just need to pick a magical damage mid.
And I hate to say it, because I do love Baboka as a gas station keeper of the light, filling up the mana all the time. But is there potential for the Keeper of the Light being played by Sumail still?
That is an interesting idea. I actually kind of like that idea in this game because you don't have, aside from chakraing the Terrorblade, you don't have a good pairing, and Aster might benefit from playing really fast with Sumail in this game. Just last pick some hero that has good tempo and run at them, and I also think Liquid won't expect this, and Caudle has, when you're the first pick team, Caudle has no terrible matchups mid, right? He can work against anything.
And maybe like Skywrath Mage? Has a high burst damage, plays with the Axe.
Could be a thing.
Caudle can connect to these kills. They're banning out like gap closing mids that traditionally free farm against Caudle, but don't generally farm that well against other mid matchups. So I think they might be setting up exactly what you guys are saying. And I'd love to see that. Caudle as a core completely changes the dynamic of the hero. You're no longer following people around. You're connecting to fights with the early boots of travel. Because you have the innate mana sustain from your third spell, you can just simply rush those, have them around 7-8 minutes.
And it's a great game for a fast Spirit Vessel if he's playing mid. There's a timing here where you can kill Alchemist 2 or 3 times before he gets a Dispel, and then his timing is just completely lost. So
yeah,
could be interesting.
Then we also have to consider that the Pugna is still in the pool if they wanted to go for that again. But we'll see what Aster is going for this one, as they have to choose first. They've got a lot of time left in their bonus time, though, a full minute, so they can take their time in solving the puzzle. Is there anything that they lack in their draft, in their lineup? Oh, never mind that. That's a bounty hunter.
Talked about it last game. Yeah, this feels like a Coddle mid.
Yeah.
Is that a Coddle mid or bounty mid?
It could be bounty mid, but it's a blind matchup, right? He can
Yeah.
get counterpicked really hard if he's mid, so... Can you...
Yeah, looks like a Coddle mid. Because you can play against every hero. Yeah.
Is there a hero that can like match the global presence of the Coddle, like in the mid lane? Like what should happen is both mid laners are going to trade farm, assuming it's a Coddle mid. And because you talked about this early Spirit Vessel Sin, there's going to be a lot of pressure scouting out from the bounty. There's really nowhere for Liquid to hide. They have to counterplay. Underlord doesn't really want to move from his lane. The supports plus Alk, if given a lot of assistance from the mid, can easily fight back against this early aggression from Aster.
I think maybe they can pick a left rack and just farm.
That is a route.
The traditional counter to Keeper of the Light has always been the Nyx Assassin, but I guess with the Bounty Hunter in the pool, that hero is no longer in contention?
Yeah, we haven't... Oh, okay. Queen of Pain. That's a fine lane for Coddle, I think. And a big part of why you pick Queen of Pain is to win your lane. But I don't know if Nisha can, like... Can you pressure Sumail in this lane at all?
I don't think so. I think any hero that doesn't have a lot of wave clear, what happens is Coddle just blasts the lane into you and then you're like farming underneath your tower.
Yeah, I think it's a fair pick for both teams. Team Liquid just they need magical damage and cooperate it.
How do you start with Boboka in this game? Do you start tri-lane, safe lane, and pressure Underlord, or do you just start 2-2-1? Because Axe Bounty Hunter is a weird lane, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So.
This bounty must to find some chance to kill top. Yeah.
I think we might see both teams do something like that and really target the momentum of the offlaners. And what that tells me is like what carry is going to do better with that advantage. And I think the TB is kind of unaccounted for if the Underlord doesn't have a good game. So I'm definitely liking Aster's draft a lot this game, and I'm looking forward to how they utilize Boboka's vision plus the global presence from Sumail to consistently just be running at Liquid.
I think it would be a fan service from Aster to win this game. If we get a third,
That would be nice
I'm
too.
slightly biased on my end, but let's find out what happens in the second game of this best of 3 elimination series. We're heading over to a commentary duo of ODPixel and Notel.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, absolutely looking forward to this game too after such a fantastic start to this series with that game 1. Johan, what do you make of the draft this time around? We're seeing this time, Sumail gets that sort of call first pick in the draft. Liquid, of course, they ended up getting Nisha, the Queen of Pain. What are we going to get in terms of this mid matchup and in terms of sort of the overall game flow?
I think it was a really good last pick. I was thinking really hard, like, what do you pick? Because you have to pick against the Coddle, you have to pick against the Bounty Hunter, because they can flex it to either one mid. I don't know if I've seen Sumail play Bounty Hunter, but so I think Queen was like a good find. It was a good middle ground. I would favor Liquid on how the game might flow and how the Alchemist might just hit his timings. And with the Lich armor, it's going to be unstoppable. There's not going to be the damage in the tank. But yeah, it depends on other things too, like the Vessel and how Axe's game goes. Because Axe has a lot of potential with Blink Blade Mail versus this hero as well. You see, again, I think level 1, it dictates so much of the game. Aster had an unfavorable level 1 last game, so let's see if they can figure this one out.
Let's see there. They've got the high ground position, but Box C's already setting up. Make sure they've got the vision advantage despite coming in from the low ground Liquid. So hard for Aster to really strike from surprise, and Liquid, they'll sort of just opt out of this area completely, not wanting to fight Aster in this sort of setup.
So Bounty Hunter CM as a support duo is really, really strong. The potential for shutting down heroes early on is high. I'm quite interested to see if they meet up in an early scenario tri-lane before Underlord gets Vanguard. They could also get a few kills on bottom lane. I wonder how they'll look to play the bottom lane with the Axe and the Bounty, if they're going to go for the Battle Hunger and a lot of harass. I mean, his skills is level 1, I think you normally would. Or if he's going to start carrying the waves to get to Vanguard quicker, because Lich Alk is really strong in this patch. Okay, it looks like 3 bounty runes for Aster this time around.
Well, yeah, last time as you said, we had Liquid getting 4, so at least Aster starting with that in their favour.
No first blood for Liquid on top of 4 bounty runes either.
Not the sort of start you want to be going into the best of 3 in. And indeed, whilst it was a crazy game, may have been the beginnings to at least some of Aster's issues in that game 1.
Yeah, and also what happens with the mid lane when you go for the rune fights, I think is going to be very, very important. Bounty Hunter can cause a lot of damage on these rune fights. He can out-trade most supports. He can also show up and kind of take the rune from the Queen, and there's nothing Queen can do about it. So I think Boca plays a huge part in how this early game is going to go. And yeah, overall though, if the game... Oh, top lane, they're setting up for a triple.
They are. They set up with dry lane to look for the first blood. They know how valuable it is to get it, and they will. Boxy claims first blood as the three of them take down Pichu.
Yesenia is spending TP to get back on him. I think this was really smart. Very well done. Boca taking the opportunity to cut the wave, and they're not going to be able to meet it. What's happening here though? He's trying to pull this big cannon. One creep goes back. Oh. Well, another first blood for Liquid. But yeah, back to what I was saying about like overall mid-game, late game. I think they get an advantage at some point through the TB. There's a lot of small things that can happen with Lich armor. You can still win the man fight as Alk. There's of course the vessel timing that I think is really important to use, but Coddle will fall off later. I don't know if this TB late game will have an edge unless he's decently ahead. But definitely Liquid, their strongest timings will happen with the Radiance, I want to say. That's the one that they really want to use before TB is ready to fight as well.
Sure, so if things go to plan for Liquid, they want to be getting aggressive earlier. Like,
yeah, I think so. I think they're going to hit these nice timings between Alk, Underlord, Lich, and the Glimpse, and they can really take over the map, threaten Roshans, and force Aster to teamfight. And the only way Aster really fight, is through some Vessel, Coddle, and Blink Dagger Axe.
And how does sort of this bottom lane work out? I mean, for now, Access has sort of been left on his own. And I'm going to try and go on him. See if they can take it. They might actually be able to finish him off there. Under the tower they go.
Oh, this is bad if he dies. Oh, this is so bad.
They've got him.
Oh,
they punished the fact that he's been left on his own.
Yeah. The pain. That's very painful. Bounty Hunter was going for action top, which is why it wasn't kind of bottom. Top lane though.
They've got the Frostbite into the Metamorphosis damage. Boxy will be able to glimpse back Monet, but Monet still able to reach in and take him down. So a kill to be found for Aster up top.
Okay. In this, right, are we done?
They might be able to step forward for Zai.
10 sticks this time around. There's going to be another CM spell soon. If he gets the mana for it, he doesn't have the mana.
No, he had the courier, not for the courier instead. A misclick or intentional there, do you think?
I think it was misclick.
I actually think he could have gotten it. I
Probably would have right with the right click, unless maybe sort of Zai rolled lucky with the damage block.
Exactly. Yeah, if he gets the damage block, I think he lives. I think he was like 40 HP, so if he doesn't.
So Zai sitting
Another
pretty
glimpse
high.
coming on the CM if he makes it. No. Oh. I did not expect that. Zai should be getting his Ring of Health. That's going to be his choice of item. I think he will be in this lane. Axe already has his. So bottom lane, they have this opening before Vanguard gets his, before Axe gets his Vanguard. But if he gets Vanguard, I think the only way they reliably kill him is going to be through rotation from the cores. So it's kind of a race, like getting it really quickly. Where are we at with the mid lane CS? Very even. Free farm for the Queen. Well, is also getting most of the last hits. More universal hero stuff. Race through Coddle. Is universal this one too, right?
The Keeper of the Light, he is not. No, he's still in.
Not. So he chooses to go for the Bracer anyway. He's seeing a lot of universal hero stuff. Oh, mid lane, he doesn't have Blink. There's a block grenade.
At the same time, Liquid's trying to block off the escape from Monet. Won't be able to trap him away from his tower. Monet still makes it away and back over in the mid. Not quite able to find the opportunity to kill him. But Boca will settle for the courier. Monet.
Monet.
I mean, it's saying he's actually going to find him.
Sticks.
Off to the side of the lane. Indeed, with the stick charges, he'll stay fine, but pressure starting to get put on this top. Might require extra backup to come in, especially when Liquid shows up with both supports here. But Boca, he's going to make it over, try and match it here, keep it a 3 for 3.
Axe though, he's having a bit of a hard time getting like all the last hits that he wishes he could get. Top lane, Bounty Hunter.
He's going to try and chase down Boxy, will get glimpsed back. Now Pichu himself has to be cautious how far forward he pushes.
So if this Axe, he gets his next 400 gold for free, I think he considers this game really, really good, but it's easier said than done. I think they're going to do everything they can while he just has to Ring of Health to keep the pressure up on him, make sure nothing comes for free. Starts backing off into the woods. Yeah, he's given up. So we have to really keep an eye on top. Like if top works out for Liquid right now, then Aster's really sad. Side doing everything he can to keep the wave back. Let's see here. It's the same story for both offlaners if you pay attention. Like Ring of Health, The Vitality booster quick buy, 400 gold away. Mid lane. Also, got the Disruptor looking with level 2 Glimpse.
Let's see if they can find something. I mean, Nisha more than happy to fight.
Lich is moving in too, so it's going to be the Rune fight. But Bopoka is going to see Boxy, I think. Or Boxy sees him. No, that's a scan. That's a really smart scan.
Yeah, he knows that.
He knows.
Baboka's there now.
But he's going to die if he goes, okay.
Nisha will be able to get the power in. It's going to be the illusion. Takes it down bottom without any sort of interruption.
Just an illusion. This is like the least important rune, I would say, out of all of them. So you can argue now that you know that the next one that is spawning is not illusion, that you want to put even more emphasis on it if you can. You know the change, right? That they shuffle through all the runes before they can respawn.
Well, they do, right? You can't get the two back to back. Yeah. So the next one might be more,
more
potent, and indeed Nisha.
He blinked in though.
And he did blink in aggressive. Baboka's going to be able to blast him down to the low ground, but Nisha's able to dodge the blast. He'll live. And in fact, ends up being able to stand his ground and help Liquid get a second kill out of that play. Top lane Zai's getting chased out by Monet. One more hit with the Metamorphosis. Ooh, he's actually going to... Okay, there we go, Pichu. He ain't letting Zai get away. Gets in and will manage to finish off the kill.
Well, guess what? Axe got his Vanguard, and Underlord didn't. Underlord's still looking at 150 gold, so he's going to TP back and be like, yo, guys, can I have 2 creeps? And I don't think Aster will agree to that.
I mean, now with that Vanguard done on XXS, how safe is he down here? Is he
very safe? The only way
safe?
He's going to die is through Underlord or Queen rotations, and even with those, they're pretty unlikely to succeed. You're going to need both supports to hold on to their stun. I mean, you have an Alk stun, so it's not like he can do whatever he wants, but when you're full HP, you know that you're only dying to another core rotation. The 2 supports not going to be enough. Also with a double ringer protection versus the Aster spray, he kind of secures himself a lot more. Oh, Mika though, clearing a big stack. That's a lot of monitos.
Get the Mod Golems as well. Beautiful here with that Grievel's Greed. And very close to being able to pick up that relic. There's going to be some fast timings this game for Mika.
Very fast. He's having a very good game so far. It's going to be an 8-minute relic if he gets the next wave.
Let's have that 8-minute power in. Liquid with the setup. Boxy, get the glimpse back. It's pretty far.
Oh yeah, right. Relic is cheaper. He already has it. Oh my god.
It's not quite able to get him the kinetic field, Baboka. So Baboka's out of there.
Vanguard finished an Underlord top as well. Now you're going to have carries that are wondering whether or not they want to go back top, because top is always, or like to their safe lane. It's always a risk that they're going to collapse. They have all these angles they can take. Yeah, and both Alk and TB quite susceptible to die at this point in the game, so we'll see. We'll see. Oh yeah, invisibility rune. So now we only got good stuff coming. We got the shield rune, we got the arcane rune, we got the DD rune, I want to say.
I mean, Pichu's maybe going to see if he can do something with this as he heads down to the bottom. Oh, no, he's quickly heading back up to the top. Doesn't want to be involved here. But
let's see, bottom lane, action.
They're going to start leading things in onto Insania somehow. He's ready to come in and offer that extra bit of damage. The blast connects it onto Mickey, but Zai here with the Fiend's Gate ready to keep Liquid standing.
Oh no!
Brings Samael down low, but XX is able to finish off Insania. Mickey's not able to continue to dive this tower. Samael stays alive. Mickey cooking up a concoction, throws it down to XXS. They'll get the kill in return, and Zai, he'll bail out back towards that top half of the map, keep the farm going, and get the 1-for-1.
Oof, yeah, but a much better kill for Liquid.
Well, maybe more actually. Boxy. He's low. Baboka's in. Okay, another concoction ready to help out, but Boxy's gone. Throws it to Samael. Samael will be the big kill, and indeed they get him.
Monet though.
He's turned up for the fight. In with the Metamorphosis over towards Mickey. They've got the armor protecting Mickey, but the Frostbite's there. Locks him in position. Nisha jumps across again to another backliner to burst down Baboka. Both teams bringing in the numbers down there.
Yeah, I mean, a very good kill on Mika. I think it was very important to kill him here and slow him down a little bit before the Radiance. If you're able to kill him one more time, 1,000 innovations, only 300 gold. I mean, you're not going to stop the Radiance. Smail dies, but he finishes items before. No loss. Nisha getting some good kills. He's very happy about that. I do think the 10-minute rune is super important. It's going to be DD, Arcane, or Shield rune.
I like this as well. Nisha, I don't think we really see this from Quaps that often, but he's going to be going for the Aghanim's Rush.
Yeah, Ag's Rush. Interesting. AoE Shadow Strike. Ooh, Shield rune for Queen top.
Did get buffed, of course, in the last big patch. Now, when it sort of pops on the hero, rather than just affecting those around the dagger target, it also affects them as well. So a good increase to the potential damage that this can kick out in a team fight if you're able to get these sort of daggers laid down, keep them together, which there's a high chance you'll be able to do so, right? You've got the pit, you've got the kinetic field, you've got the slows from Lich. A lot of things to keep people held close together.
Yeah, and it's a nice tanking item. Like it gives you tankability, so it has this full interaction with Lich Shield. Now you're also talking about the Shield rune. So that's quite good. You get Pavis, and all of a sudden, you feel like you don't have the damage between most of your heroes to kill a queen. Like you need 5. And Sumail not getting the vessel yet, like going for the travels first. It also means that this Alc, with the Radiance, he can join these fights and not feel like anything can kill him, as long as he has ulti and lit shield behind him. Axe, where are we at with the blink? Over halfway, but still some way to go.
And a bit of a slower start this game. XXS, he's the lowest at the moment out of the cores, but I see actually sort of a fight between him and Zai. Both offlaners having a slower start this game.
Yeah, slower start. But for the game plan, I think Liquid's getting everything that they want.
Yeah, Mickey is, he's going to be blasting some quick timings this game. And yeah, this is, I don't think we've really seen sort of the Yags being rushed by anyone else. So this is going to be one of the quicker times we get on Nisha's quad. We'll see how impactful it will be.
If you're Aster, you must be asking Sumail, Shima Shinkwa.
Indeed. Getting a few Chinese lessons from Faith Bian out back. Shout out to him. Because it's getting slow, right? And this sort of pace you feel this only favors Liquid's lineup.
I mean, I'm tensing up right now because I feel that the train is about to hit Aster. I think Liquid's gearing up for a play, and if they involve the Alc, it's a super strong play. For the moment, he is, in the safest part of the map, just farming away for the BKB, and they're making a 2-man smoke into the ancient area.
I mean, they feel strong with the static storm.
Xenia is hanging out nearby. This is starting to look pretty awkward.
Glimpse back, they'll drop the ult.
Can they turn on Nisha here?
Peach is going to get healed up.
He used Blink. He's 6 seconds cooldown on Blink.
XXS, he's in on top of Boxy, gets the call off. Boxy's in a lot of trouble. The Chain Frost will come out. Nisha, Sonic Wave to finish off Boca and push back Sumail. But XXS, he's able to get the dunk in return, takes out Boxy. So 1-for-1.
1-for-1. I want to say they should have tried moving towards the Queen with the axe, but I think it was very low percentage kill. It just doesn't feel good, You get dragged 4 people mid, Alc is still free farming, you're only trading some supports. Liquid's still very happy. They're very happy with what's going on.
Yeah, they get a reaction out of Aster, right? Monet turns up, uses the Metamorphosis, and he's just coming out with sort of the flat-out trade. That's just space created. Mickey's farm continues to skyrocket in this early game.
Yeah, it's quite a bit of money for the axe. He finished his dagger. You might be able to pull something off, but stun locking the Alchemist to death is very unlikely. You see Mike opting for instant BKB afterwards. I think he knows. If he just joins his team with this BKB, there's no real good way for them to take the fight on Aster, other than trying to poke things from far away. But that opens the entire fight for the Queen, Disruptor, and Underlord to do their thing.
He's going to be so strong, as you said, sort of around the BKB, the Chemical Rage, the
his
Frost
rushing
Shield,
pipe,
and the pipe.
Underlord, yeah.
He's super close, right? It's just the recipe away.
Yep.
He'll be there soon.
But where's his hood, though? Isn't he supposed to be carrying his hood?
Hood's gone.
Oh, excuse me. There's only straight pipe. Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah, so he's got all the other bits, right? Yeah, because he can, of course, go for the disassemble on the Vanguard to get the quick pipe.
Oh my god. So many different things now.
Only about 600 gold away with that in mind. Just needs the recipe to be finished. So it's going to come at a hot timing.
Yeah, and you're not managing to get the vessel before the BKB.
True.
That feels really bad. That feels really bad. You're going to be picking up the vessel on your mid-coddle, which is like one of the main purposes of the hero, is to get an early vessel to contribute to fights.
Sure. I mean, they feel the pressure, right? They've got to do something now just with the Urn alone, and off the back of XXS coming in with the Splink Dagger. They have to find something, Aster.
Yeah. I feel like you're kind of playing for a moment in a fight where you have to go for something more unlikely, like one-shotting the Queen with your stuns, with your Blink Axe, or even somehow managing to blow up the Alchemist. Everybody's in perfect position and TP gets to hit him and you chain stun him down to low HP. Maybe he will still die, but...
That's so hard.
Wow, look at another big stack for him.
He's getting so much money. 11k net worth already on Mickey's out. Complete free farm in this early game and more.
If you pull this off in your pubs, you are almost guaranteed to win. I tell you that. Is having such a smooth game on Alc.
So yeah, Zai's going to have the components out, so everything falling together here for Liquid. Aster unable to find something there with that smoke attempt, not finding any sort of opening to jump any of Liquid's heroes. So at last game how good Liquid was with their positioning to avoid these sort of moves from Aster, and again it's coming through on game 2.
Oh, I'm cringing inside. It's going to be hard for Aster. So you're rushing Skadi on TV. I believe he's planning to do this without finishing Manta. I think it's a good choice. I think is a good play. I think what you're trying to do now is let this Alk front line, let him get in a bad position somehow, turn the fight on him with Scotty, and hopefully get Vessel charge and drag the fight on so his BKB is out, and then you manage to kill him. It's either this or you manage to blow up the queen. If one of these two things happen, I see the fight going very well for Aster. But it's not easy. It is very hard. Bottom lane.
They're looking at Zai, but it's a difficult hero to go in on. They have pretty much the full 5-man of Aster heading down here, but Liquid, they can set up.
Well, this is awkward.
Checking with the dust just to see if Baboka's got eyes on them as Baboka starts to lay down the tracks. They're going to go in. But, Boxy, he's rather tanky. Baboka and Pichu, they can't quite kill him off that easily at all. And now the glimpse is there. They'll catch Pichu back into the pit in the Firestorm. Aster, they cannot look for a fight like this.
Blink finish on the Alk as well. Overall, not so bad. Not the greatest, because you didn't have the heroes out on the map either. But,
look at that as well. Mickey smashing records here. 16-minute in, highest net worth we've had yet on any hero this event.
Yeah. Like I said, if you pull this off in your pubs,
you're probably getting the W.
Yeah, it feels good. I'm kind of jealous. These are the sounds you want to be hearing on a casino. Ching, ching, ching.
Yeah, he's getting all the money.
Lots of Grievous greed going on.
All the gold in the world here for Mickey. 14k net worth.
Oh my god, he's so far. And every time I look at his gold, he got a dagger and he's up to 1k. He's going to get a plate mail.
Oh, they're going to
make
fight.
It even harder. Yeah, they're going to fight.
Can they deal with this Alchemist barreling at them?
Let's see here. There we go. He's going to challenge the stun, smoke pops. He's going to have a blink follow-up. He's going to go for it.
He's going. Let's see if they can do anything.
Oh, they're following up on this.
They're going to try. They've got the Frostbite.
All right, this is awkward. It's a bit awkward for Aster. Let's see. They're choosing to fight this. Okay.
And they're popping the meta. But very little damage being done to Mickey.
Oh no, Baboka.
He's jumped in, but Nisha is ready to respond, goes straight towards him. XXS does get the call onto the two backliners. He's able to get him with the blink, catches both supports, and that will set up for Aster to take down Insania. Zai and Mickey, they're stepping over, they're ready to keep the fight going. Nisha with the Axe just laying down AoE dagger after dagger, catches XXS, glimpses there onto Pichu, double kill, triple kill for Nisha, and Baboka, he bought back for this. I don't know if they can find this. I mean, Mickey, his chemical rage has come to an end, but Nisha, he's still strong.
I was very shocked when he clicked meta and actually went for it. Oh, Moxie.
Let's try to pick up a DD. I'm out of the land for an easy kill on Boxy.
You will take those if you're an Aster fan. These are the small things that you really, really need to have happen. If you can keep killing some supports, this will also greatly help your chances for the next fight if you can get the track money. But I still see the main two fight conditions being that, I mean, this was good because Alk jumped in blind, didn't get the follow-up, and you managed to kite a bit, and Axe got the double jump. But if you manage to jump Queen +1 and actually blow up the Queen, it's going to look a lot better for you. Or together with Scotty, I think maybe you get an opening to kill this Alchemist first thing in the fight. Yeah. But somebody's going to be forcing Roche soon. They might have to wait for AC on Liquid, but it's not too far away. But yeah, if he finishes Scotty and starts getting close to Manto, or he gets like one certain real rune, Dire might just go for it. Okay, let's see.
His auras continue to be coming out for Zai. He's going to be working straight towards the Greaves next. Even if this sort of damage is there from Monet. Last time around, getting the benefit of that DD runes towards the end to help get the quick kills. Highly likely that Liquid will be able to stall through the fights long enough. Nisha's going to get a few rounds of these daggers off, the Shadow Strike. They're going to be popping and just bursting through the members of Aster because you've got to remember this is a lineup, right? When you have something like the Axe on your off lane, you're just not going to have this aura builder. No potential for any sort of pipe or any sort of buffs to kind of keep you safe against this huge AoE damage that's going to be kicked out from Liquid's heroes.
Yep. I mean, there's a few things we haven't really mentioned. It's like if he actually gets shard as well on Lich, starts becoming a factor too in these fights. Like uses even more. I mean, the movement speed slow I think is really big for the TB and the Bounty Hunter and the Coddle. I wonder what this Coddle, how he's going to find a place in this in these fights, because he doesn't really offer too much to the Queen kills, and you only have the Vessel for the Alk after his BKB. So we see what he's doing now is he's actually building his own BKB, I think, to trade, to kind of survive. If the Queen blinks on him, and you manage to trade BKBs, and then you long range do stuff afterwards, I think is good. He's also going for the other lens, I see. And he has Eye of the Vizier.
The Vizier.
Wow. He has super long cast range. So good vision, tracks, and managing to maybe long range poke between CM Bounty and some TB meta. into an axe jump, yeah, I can see Aster having certain type of good fight conditions.
Okay. I mean, it feels like a lot rests on, right, XXS getting a good jump. And last fight he did manage to get the catch onto the two supports because he's their front line, and so their front line alone, right? If he collapses, the rest of Aster is going to suffer in the team fight heavily.
I got one more. If you have Axe Queen, putting Shadow Strike on, let's say, 3 heroes, and you manage to jump on him as it's about to expire and you click Blade Mail on Axe, now we're talking. Like, that's a way to really burst him.
It's true. It's going to be an insane amount of damage that Nisha's kicking out. So indeed, if you're able to reflect that, that could straight up be like a 1500 damage straight back if he's in the midst of a lot of things being going off on the Axe. There is potential, absolutely, if XXS can find that.
What did we get here? We got the Shard, actually, on the Bounty Hunter. I think it's one of the best shards for a lot of lineups. Invis is really strong this patch. Sentries got nerfed. You have less of them. You really need them for wards. You can't really just throw them on the ground, so having this... Look at this.
Smoke XXS. He's able to get in with a two-man call. He's the way to start the fight. If they got the damage, they have to take that boxy, but not to take down Mickey. Mickey pops the BKB. Chain Frost is out. XXS has gone Sonic Wave to push back the two supports. Pichu's going to get chased out by Mickey and Nisha. And Baboka, he's dead as well. Godlike for Nisha. As Aster, they tried for some sort of a jump. It's not a bad one, but it's just not enough. A catch onto 2 will not do it at this stage, as Aster, they'll lose Samael as well. Liquid just storming through the team fights now.
You can't start on Alk +1 unless you're actually killing the Alk. I think if they somehow have something so that they can blow him up, it's a fantastic jump.
I mean,
but if not, you really have to use this axe jump on the Queen, I feel like. It can't be spent on supports. You're maybe going to kill the support, but you're going to lose the fight.
Yeah, I mean, sort of outside of the call, the only other thing really to control Nisha is a Frostbite, and most of the time, Pichu's just dying before he can get off a single spell, so just this lack of control for this Quap, it's allowing Nisha to go crazy in these team fights, as the moment was he 9-0-4, they've not been able to touch him, as Liquid, they'll step back towards the pit, they'll claim this Roche, pick up the Aegis, and Mickey can start making steps towards his next time, towards that Satanic. It was still just 22 minutes in, he's got 20k net worth on this out.
It's going to be tough. They really want to split push now, but I don't think it's easy. Liquid's not going to let them. You have this Alchemist with AC. I think he easily forces the base if he wants. And Queen with an Aegis is able to run after you, hunt you down, force the fight. So yeah, if you're Aster, I think you're still looking for what I mentioned before, like this crazy pickoff. Baboka.
They found him. A couple of hits from Mickey and he's gone.
Yeah.
Really feels like they're running out of options here, Aster. We're just 23 minutes in, but this game looking so difficult to try and stabilize.
23 minutes is a lot of minutes of farming for an Alchemist. Oi, oi, oi. There's a glimpse. They caught him.
They find him. They're going to get him down to the low ground. TPs are coming in, but they don't care. They can push forward and take out XXS. Or maybe they've not got detection on the front line.
Oh,
he's going to be off the mark.
Oh, they're missing it.
He's into the trees. He's going to go for the TP. He's actually going to make it a back to base.
No
XXS
way.
will live. Pichu on the other hand might not be as lucky. Nisha jumps in with another Screamer. The Glimmer Cape's there again. Pichu also able to escape them. Tower not quite so much, as the tier 3 starting to get beat down a bit by Liquid. But they're somehow keeping XXS alive. Did nearly, of course, still die in the fountain there to the scream that came out of the dagger after it came to an end. TP out just in time.
They're not winning the war, but they're winning some small battles here and there.
They are.
Yeah.
It's something. Holding on here just a little bit against Liquid, but these items just continue to fly out. We were very close to Zai being able to get that Crimson Guard out as well for the team. We see the pickup from Insania, getting this medallion into the solar. Just everything to just enable Mickey to the fullest and make sure that Aster have very little chances to take this incredibly farmed Alchemist down at this point of the game.
I don't know if I agree with the BKB on Sumel anymore. I think you're in a very desperate situation. To be honest, I don't really know what you buy. But I think anything that adds to your... Oh, no!
But what stopped the blink, or just a...
I think it was just a turn rate. He was getting blocked by his allies, and then, so sometimes you turn around your allies so you don't end up facing your blink direction. And yeah, through muscle memory, you know the blink should have happened by now, so... Oh boy. It's desperate times. When you see Philosopher's Stone on your offlaner, you generally know that game is hard. It is very hard. Back to what I was saying though, I don't think you can buy BKB on Coddle in the state of the game. I think you have to buy Hex, or you have to buy, I don't know, something that helps with your offense, maybe Octarine.
See what they can get going here. Aster are outside of the base, moving around this tier 2 area. So Mickey, Satanic's completed. He can get on his way towards upgrading that blink for the Swift blink. I mean, at this rate, he's going to be kind of completely slotted out well before the 30-minute mark in this match.
It's going to be Crimson as well finished on Underlord, so that's even less damage from the TB. Yeah, if you find the Queen in the fight, Aegis needs to expire though. You have to make this happen. Oh,
Glimpse on Monet. She's going to start to tease around with him, but Monet's got the speed to step out in time before the kinetic field sets up. They're going to get the jump pack, success! Stuck to the one of them, they'll put the Metamorphosis, they'll burst through Insanity, but Insanity's able to get the Chain Frost off, finally falls. See if Liquid can continue to take this fight after losing one member. I mean, Aster, they'll want to try and push for more. A 5 into 4 situation is kind of the best that Aster can get it right now. They'll immediately smoke and look for the chase.
Oh, Mika sees.
He's going to go back in. He's going to get the jump on Samel. Samel just immediately deleted. But Boker as well. I mean, Aster just moments of desperation here, really, as they try and just run at Liquid, look for anything, but they're not getting it. Monet, he's also been found. They get the glimpse back. Mickey's cooking up a concoction, but Monet's actually far enough away to keep safe.
Yeah, I think it's the meta being used for the Lich kill makes you feel like you have to do more with it. And through that kind of stress factor, like, oh my god, we have to go, then you find yourself under their ward, and yeah. Mika getting bigger and bigger, finishes Satanic, but I don't think he'll really need it this game. We'll have to see. I'm really curious what Nisha. So Nisha is finishing. I mean, he got his Kai and Sanj. He's gonna finish his Ocarine.
Yeah. Those cooldowns down. I mean, when you have that, of course, with the fact that that burst from the daggers, setting off the scream happens every time you recast it on someone. You get that cooldown down. You're sort of popping them out every 3 seconds. It's just insane amounts of damage in these fights, and something that just feels too much right now for Aster's heroes to survive through outside of their BKBs.
Yeah. Coddle has not seen an item in a long time. He hasn't been able to go shopping. No money. The map is small. Axe finishing his Crimson. It's gonna help, but there's also, I think, enough magic damage to threaten every hero except maybe TB. Like, they can die to just spells. So I'm still not seeing the damage items come out that we kind of need. Summel doing the go chat wheel. I think he's right. It is not going to get any easier.
I mean, Liquid, they're going to be the ones going first. Into the base, up to the tier 3s. Aster, they've got to respond to this.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Nullfire and TB, I think, is a good start. If you... Okay, bring him back.
Cool. It's onto the Chemical Rage. Damn Frost Shielded Alchemist, though. Mickey doesn't care one bit.
Rooted again.
I just can't touch this man. There's too many buffs. Liquid, they've got all the tools, really, to just allow Mickey to step up and just not give a single care in the world to what Aster throw at him.
But I think as soon as the meta is out, they're going to feel good to push again.
They're going to try here, Aster. I mean, there's a little bit of a window where there's no Chemical Rage for 20 seconds, but even that BKB is available, Satanic as well. They're just trying to do something here, Aster. They're going to go for Mickey, but he's already out with a blink. They'll put the meta, they'll take out Boxy. 1 kill to be found. Not a big one, though.
They're playing it nice and slow. They know that this is in the bag if they don't mess it up in some crazy fight right now. Roche can spawn in a minute 20, or we'll know. Ogre Seal Totem. I mean, we got the new neutral items. We got Nullfire finished as well. You can see on TB's item builds quite often the state of the game if they don't buy Manta, but they have this Yasha Dragonlance, and it looks like this, with this Guardian and Nullfire. It means he has a lot of issues to solve, and he can't stop it to buy just a Manta. 30-minute rune. I think it's quite a big deal, these runes right now. Like, if you get the shield rune at this stage of the game, when you're already struggling to kill anything, I lose your rune Alchemist, why not?
Yeah, always nice. Farm up an extra bit of the map here with those Radiant Illusions, push some waves in, and just sort of close up areas of the map that Aster are actually able to push out and try and fight in. Because right now, Aster, they have stepped over onto Liquid's half of things. Got eyes on Mickey. And as we've seen, has never really been a target that Aster can go for right now. They've got to try and get around to the back lines, get to those supports, something that they've struggled with, not only just this game, but last game as well.
Well, if only they knew they're not really in position. They could maybe kill him if they jumped him with everything at once. But no.
Just not going to happen right now. So Liquid continues to maintain the lead. Aster, they'll still hover around here.
Oh, the illusion's cutting the waves.
Yeah, they've got no creeps to play with. And the illusion ring paying off big time. It's going to last long enough as well by the looks of it to catch another creep wave from both the mid and the bottom. So really tough for Aster to fight out like this, but yeah, taking any risk right now. As Aster know, that's the only real way back into this game. They've got to try and catch Liquid by surprise.
They killed Tormentor, right? Aster? I don't remember. They actually did.
No, it's still up. Or maybe they got the earlier one.
Yeah, I'm thinking if they got the earlier one. I think they maybe.
Yeah, I think they did, but they got there for the bounty onto the shard. That's how he got his. Liquid. Bring down a Fiend's Gate. Mickey, he's just going to go straight to Monet. As Monet's caught in the pit, Nisha jumps forward. They've got to try and bail this Terrorblade out of here, Aster. As Monet's in trouble.
Okay.
He'll turn with the Sunder. He gets pulled back by the Fear Insania. Jump forward for XXS. He'll control Mickey for now, but it's only going to last so long as Mickey, he can continue to push forward. Pops the BKB straight over towards Monet. The concoction thrown down to Pichu. He gets the stun under the both of them. Sonic Waves there. They finish Monet off.
Oh my god.
The Terrorblade's out for 70. No buyback on Monet. As XXS, he's also going to get caught. The glimpse. It's there. A third hero down on Aster. As it really is looking to just be borderline impossible for Aster to come back in on this one, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real way to deal damage on your supports in these fights. They have their BKBs, they're not high damage supports. And again, Sumail cannot find a foot in this game.
He's just finished the BKB, but as we see, he spent so long trying to get that right. It's been a huge slowdown to him. One of the games where we've seen Sumail be sort of at his poorest in this match in terms of net worth. He just hasn't been able to find the farm against how much the map Liquid's been taken over. As bottom lane, the racks are cleaned up. They can look to take what they want here. Liquid straight up to top. A second set finished off. Still a tier 2 in the mid, so a bit of a saving grace for Aster. You know, if Liquid want to hold back and play it for the Megas, Aster, they'll get to see another day, see another fight. But the next one may very likely be their last.
I honestly don't know what you have to do, but I think the answer is going to be damage. I think you need Dagon 5 and Rapier. Sell your items, do something, make a miracle play happen where you manage to kill the Queen and the Alk. You'll get more money than any other way this way. So yeah, full desperation. If there's a button that is like panic, this is the time to press it. Full panic.
Out they go, Aster. No Tormentor to be found, of course, with Liquid already taking that. In terms of Roche, we'll have it back up in 20 seconds. We'll be down here on Liquid's half of the map. Aster, they can look to take the fight here. A fight on the high ground is probably not going to do them any good with how far behind they are. They have to try and go for this sort of risk, take the fight around the Roche, see if they can catch Liquid whilst they're not fully set up. At the moment, Liquid, they've got the 4 of them down here. Of course, no Underlord, but Fiend's Gate is at the ready if Zai wants to join.
Yeah, if you manage to win this fight here and kill the Roche.
Yes, Epoxy, but already the Fiend's Gate's here. Liquid, they're more than happy to fight. They get the jump on Sumail. Sumail in trouble. He's getting beat down by Mickey. The Sonic Wave for Nisha finishes him off. As Sumail's out, XXS goes down. It's going to be a full cleanup here for Liquid. As there's 4 dead. Monet, the last one that's surviving. He can't even bring down Zai with him. A team wipe by Liquid.
All dead. Help.
They have some buybacks. I mean, Aster, of course, they probably will play this out, as this is their last hope of trying to hold in here in the lower bracket. But as you can see, smiles on Liquid's faces. They know they're one push away from moving on in this lower bracket and knocking Aster out of the competition.
Shima Shinkwa Sumail.
Straight down the mid. Aster, they've had some incredible moments in this event, but unfortunately for them, this game that they look to be going out on definitely seemed to be one of the roughest they've had. Liquid, they've just completely got them sorted here in this game too.
Wow, Mika is so strong on this hero. It is crazy. They still got more money to spare.
Oh, they picked it early in the draft and Aster just weren't able to set up some sort of answer. As on to the tier 4s they go. Aster only with the 3 in the left to light. They might not even get the time for Monet and Sumail to see the light of day again this game. They're still out for 10 seconds. The tier 4s have gone. Liquid, they're on to the Ancient. As Pichu steps up, it's just going to be more kills for Liquid to pad up the score here. to win this one. Monet and Samantha back in action. XXS goes for the call, but Mickey, he wants out of the game. He's focusing the engineer with a chemical rage as he looks to close it up. Zai as well. Maybe they can look to add some more kills. Nisha with a sonic wave into the fountain will pick up another, but the creeps are moving in. Nisha jumps forward. It's over. GG is called. Aster knocked out of the competition as Liquid will move on 2-0 against Aster here today. And this game too, they just didn't have a chance in this one, no tell. This one was just complete control from Liquid. Their approach with the draft and their play as well. Aster, they couldn't do anything to stop them here.
Risky approach, it didn't work out. Very nice last pick and play from Nisha on the Queen. This is a record I don't know if will be broken in a while. Like that was like the perfect Alchemist farm pattern and perfect Alchemist early game. Yeah, how to beat that, I don't know, but this wasn't enough.
No, absolutely insane stuff here all around from Liquid, and indeed, as you pointed out, the cause, Mickey ending up 972 on the GPM, 440 CS here in this 35-minute game. And Yanisha, 14-0-11. Loving to see the approach from him this game, going for that Aghanims rush, absolutely worked out. And maybe an approach we'll see from some more mid laners when they pick up the quad nota.
Yeah, it could be. I think it was perfect Queen game in the sense that you're playing against the Coddle. It's not the strongest. You have cool supports with you that can catch and hold. You have a lot of river control. It was very nice. Ags, if there's any game to try it, like I think this was it. Yeah. No, these guys, they know their stuff.
Oh, they really, really do. I mean, a great sort of back and forth game one, and then this game two, just a complete showcase from Liquid on how good they can be when they play at sort of full power. And they certainly did this game. Completely unstoppable. Aster not able to trip them up at all in this game too, as unfortunately for Aster, it's the end of the road for them. Team Liquid will move on to play again in the later series today.
Great showing from Team Liquid, a 2-0 for them over Aster, who will have to say goodbye to after this series. The performance was not enough. This Alchemist got out of control so rapidly, and in combination with the Nisha Queen of Pain popping up, not dying a single time in this game, it was nothing that Aster could do to stop this from happening. I'm joined by BSJ, Cinderin, and Faith Beyond. Faith Beyond, this game, it kind of felt like Aster was on the back foot the whole time.
Yeah, I think Liquid just prepared too well, and I think they can set a trap to Aster to let you pick Koto, and I got Alchemist. Yeah, this Alchemist just unstoppable. Yeah.
Yeah, Dota's just so much about the small things. I want to highlight the Babogo rotation to top because he didn't start there, level 1, and then when he went there, Crystal Maiden and Terrorblade were barely not level 2 yet, so that crucial kill to get Terrorblade off the ground running, similar to how Mickey got off the ground running on his Alchemist, it really did feel like that was what started the entire process of them being one step ahead all the way.
And there's multiple things going on here as well, right? It's an early pick Alchemist that you have the Terrorblade against it, but that's kind of the only hero you have. You have the Coddle that wants to go Vessel, but Sumail's laning stage didn't go as well as he would have hoped. He didn't pick up the pace that much. And what do Liquid do? They get Frost Shield on their Alchemist, they get Pavis, they get Solar Crest. There's this one big guy in front and they're itemizing everything. They realize, okay, only Terrorblade's going to kill our Alch. We'll buy every item we can to protect him, send him in front, and then Nisha gets to just play backline artillery and kill them all over time. So nice strategy, very good.
Yeah, there was nothing that Aster could do. Of course, we did see Monet farming up a Storm to try and have that chance, but unfortunately he never got it. What he does have the chance for is to talk to Sir Archie right now.
Thank you so much. I am here with Jack, of course, and Monet. Monet, incredible performance that you've had in the tournament so far. Game 1 especially, not a single death, yet still your time ends now. So could you just tell me what happened in that game and in that series?
Monet 就是你当然个人比赛表现很亮眼，包括第一局没有掉人头，不过你们最终还是输了，而是被淘汰了。那可以分析一下，你觉得第一场和整个 BO3 出现了什么样的问题？
我感觉第一场输最大原因是因为对面拿了4伏和1血吧，就本来对线就不是很好打，然后他们在本来这个对线不好打的基础上，又有出门的经验领先、经济领先，就很难运营回来吧。那个兽王甚至比大圣还要飞全场。然后第二把我觉得可能是 用斧王打炼金很不好吧，就对线也不好打，然后终极吼刀也不好用。
I think the first game we sort of fell behind, giving up first blood, all the XP and gold lead. The lanes were already hard, so it made a much harder game to play. The second game, I would say it's already hard playing Alchemist against Axe, so it became an even harder game. And we just didn't do well enough in the first game with the lanes already behind to be able to come back.
Absolutely, thank you. So next question for you though, as now China exits the tournament, a lot of people are around the world, the Dota community are rooting for the comeback, and a lot of people are very proud about how far you've come so far. Any, oh yes, are we proud about how they've done here? There we go, the support. So any words out there to say to the fans and things to tell them about the future?
当然，大家都鼓舞你们和祝福中国队能在这比赛表现好。你们有好多粉丝，那有什么你想对粉丝表达的？
首先就是成绩肯定是不如意的嘛，就希望之后越打越好吧。也一直谢谢粉丝的支持。
Thank the fans for their support, and it's not easy doing well at these tournaments. We'll just try to move forward and get better and better and stronger.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Monet, for coming out, and it was fantastic work. Thank you for everything they did, and we'll see more from you guys in the future. Moving on from there, we have another interview. Thank you so much, Jack. Incredible, as always. Yes, absolutely. We have Zai here, coming out for Team Liquid. Ladies and gentlemen, Zai. Woo! That was a series right there, my friend. Things got a little hairy in that game one. How are you feeling coming out of that one?
I thought it was going to be easier, honestly, the first game. It was, because I had a super solid game on Beast, but my teammates were feeding a little bit, so it was slightly harder.
I mean, come on, that Beastmaster, you got the drums. When are you ever going to die? I mean, you're being so cruel to them. You're playing broken heroes. You're cheating.
Yeah, I played a pub yesterday against Seb. He was playing Beast against Sark, and I was playing Beast against Sark, and I just straight up stole his build, and it's super good. So thanks, I guess.
All right, let's talk about game two. What's it like to have an Underlord, right? You guys are just bouncing in and out, taking every objectives. Do you feel like this is the best patch you've ever felt as an offlaner? Because you really do control everything on the game, you know?
No, it's the opposite. I feel like
what?
It's the worst. You're just buying one aura, you go fight, and you buy the next aura, you go fight again, then you buy the third aura, and you maybe fight, and maybe you win, maybe you lose, but you're just clicking auras, and like, it's super boring.
Well, I thought that's what offlaners loved. I thought it was just, being tanky aura boys.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way, but I don't know. I feel like there's more to explore, but now you're kind of pigeonholed into just buying auras, which is effective, but kind of boring.
All right, so moving away from that series, coming up now, we got Tundra. Now, that's an opponent that you have a lot of experience against. I hope that you guys are very prepared for this upcoming series. How are you feeling going into it?
Well, they're going to buy auras. We're hopefully going to buy auras. No, we historically do well against Tundra, but now it's new patch, and I think they've looked really good. I think, I don't know if we're busting out the Tinker, which was the demise of their team last time, but I think they look super strong, and should be a hype match. But we're getting better too, so who knows?
All right, sounds good. Crowd, is Team Liquid the crowd favorite here? Is that accurate? Well, it seems like you have a lot of people cheering for you, so we hope that you have a fantastic showing. Thank you so much, and we'll see these guys very soon, Ms. Sheever. Very soon.
Very soon indeed. By the way, you know how there's bubby situations of two players like XXS and Maboka playing together for a very long time? I don't think it has ever happened, or maybe it's at least incredibly rare. Mickey, Insania, and Boxy have just played their 1000th game together with the three of them. Isn't that crazy high?
That might be the highest for a trio.
Yeah.
There's been more with duos, but they're getting up there for sure at this point. Yeah, it's incredible. These guys are, they're tight.
I mean, Liquid talks about being a family, like as an organization, and this team, like they played together for 5 years before they even changed one player on the roster.
Yeah.
And these three players they go so far back, and it's just so cool to see their friendship inside and outside of the game be able to manifest itself in so many ways.
Now, I do have to talk a little bit about what Zai said on stage just now, because Faith Biani was talking about the offlane, and he got you on panel. I have to ask the offlaner questions, because this patch changed a lot in the offlane. What do you think about it? Like, do you agree with Zai? Is it boring because you only have to buy auras?
Yeah, I'm super agree with that. It's just so boring. You just buy aura and click aura. It's worse.
Okay, is there a way that you feel like this patch might, develop into something different? Maybe, at some point you give the auras buying to the supports or something, or do you just think this patch you have to?
You have to because you have money. You can buy it fast. Yeah. I hope they can bring this aura out. That we buy some normal item like Blink Dagger, BKB, something like that. Yeah.
We had a couple of players try for the Blink Daggers.
I was going to say, next series is Talon. Jabs is like the one guy that absolutely refuses to buy into this aura meta. I've seen Midas, Blink Dagger, BKB, Enigma on him, and Midas Doom with no auras. So, I like the teams like Nine Pandas and Talons that are kind of going against the grain, and that's going to be a very different series than the one Zai just talked about with Tundra.
Yeah, now let's close the book on the series, because we do have to say goodbye to Aster. Of course, we heard from Monet on stage. Aster came top 8 at the Berlin Major. They also came top 8 at the Lima Major before. I mean, with the stand in a such short notice, and I know they clicked really, really well, but with the stand in such short notice, surely this is still very good.
Yeah, and I think it's, if nothing else, Aster can find solace in the fact that they got 200 DPC points. It's really important in these competitive regions to get every point that you can. Within the region, Aster has a reputation of being like the dominant team in China, but if you don't necessarily, that's not enough if you get no international points. So these 200 points here are going to go a long way to get them to TI.
They are indeed. We have also got Team Liquid moving forward. They get another extra couple of 100 points, but guess what? They did not need those. They're sitting at 1,350 points. This is updated, by the way. So this is what they have now. And they are in 100,000 Monte Carlo simulations. Every single one of them has Team Liquid making it through. So now with the extra 100 points on top of that, what they are doing is they are lowering the barrier, lowering the threshold for other teams. Am I right, Brian?
Yeah, the more points they have, the less points on average the 12th place team would need. I think it's crazy that the top 5 teams in DPC points are still left in the tournament. That just shows how consistent and dominant these teams are.
Yeah, everybody that's indeed colored red is no longer in the tournament, so they don't have an opportunity to earn more points. Aster is not on this list because they are sitting on 408 points, if anybody is curious. So they really do need those points because only the top 12 makes it through on those. I do have to also point out that Tundra, I mean, a TI winner, they're not sitting very high on this point leaderboard, and they are coming from a very competitive region where it's very hard to get points out of the region, Faith Beyond. Do you think they're going to be able to make it to TI on points? Because it's tough competition.
Yeah, I hope they can win Liquid today. Yeah.
That would earn them another extra 100 point. Team Liquid is guaranteed top 6 at this event, but you heard it earlier. They are going to have to play again today. Now, rock, paper, scissors has it that Team Liquid standard beats Tundra, and isn't that, like, do you think that still counts?
I don't know. I mean, it's a new patch. There's new changes. I feel like Tundra were ahead of the curve at TI, and they had an amazing tournament. I think in this tournament, what we've seen from them, with the exception of the 9 Panda series where they kind of just got tinkered in the last game, and from my perspective was just a strategic flaw. They should have banned that game. Tundra have been really inspiring to see. They're like one of the very creative teams that buy like phylacteries on their supports. They ran offlane Medusa. They clearly have ideas, and they've embraced this aura meta that Zai is talking about completely. So I think that matchup is going to be really even, and I think creativity is what's going to win it. So Liquid will need to come up with something cool against Tundra, probably bringing some X factor here or there.
Bethleon, I'm going to put you on the spot. You are Tundra's coach now.
What?
Yes.
You've been promoted.
You've been promoted. You're Tundra's coach. You just watched Liquid perform, and you know that Liquid is going to be your opponent next. What did you learn from the series that you can implement in the series ahead?
We need to pick something they don't expect it. Let's pick Meeble.
I mean,
I think 9 actually can play it.
Yeah. And 33 can as well.
And 33. Oh, offlane Meepo. Oh,
that's a summons hero.
That's not an
Kind
aura
of.
buyer.
Yeah. I don't know if you can get away with Pipe Crimson on Meepo. I think what Faith Beyond and Cinder both said is that these teams are very straight up teams. Like, you know what you're going to get. They have very clean styles, and I think if one of them throws a wrench in the equation, that might be the way they take it.
Make it sound so simple. Can we do some little predictions? Are they going to do it? Team Liquid versus Tundra? That's not our next series. But
I doubted them in that series because they were looking a bit shaky this tournament, but Liquid's been coming back strong. I feel like every single series they've been drastically improving, and Nyan Panda has exposed Tundra, so I'm down to get on the Liquid hype train. But I'm also rooting for multiple teams to have TI berths.
That's fair. Faith Beyond.
I really want Tundra win. I don't want to see any more Liquid versus GG game. it's enough. Yeah.
Fair enough, Sid.
I don't know. I think it's going to be... If I have to choose, I choose Tundra, but I think it's 2-1 no matter what for me. I would be surprised if one team just dominates the other, but yeah, I guess Tundra winning is maybe the better story because Liquid's been so good lately, and they can afford to lose. They have the points. At the same time, they brought so many people here, you know?
They did. It is definitely a crowd favorite, Team Liquid is. And we're first before Team Liquid and before Tundra. There's first going to be Evil Geniuses taking on Talon. That's going to be a banger as well. Elimination on the line for that. But before that, we're going to do a check-in with, I don't think I can say Slacks. I don't think that's his name anymore. So we're going to check in with DHL Man.
Get ready for the DHL drop. Grab yourself a DHL drop sign and customize it with your message. Make sure we spot you in the crowd, because if you're lucky, one of our special deliveries is coming your way. And for all of you watching at home, type DHL drop in the Twitch chat for a chance to win a €150 gift voucher.
That's right, my friends, and it is I, Mr. DHL Man, and I am here to find the true gamers. Now, if you've never been to an event before, after games, typically everybody runs for their lives to go eat or do other things, use restrooms, talk to their friends. No. The true gamers are still in the crowd right now, and we're going to go find some to go give some beautiful gifts to, and one of them will win the coveted box within the DHL. The drop, if you will. The drop within Effie. So now we will go throughout the crowd and see who has some funny signs for us today. Come, Effie bot. Come, my sweet, sweet Effie. Okay, we're gonna look at some signs. Here we go. Hello, Zai till I die. That ain't a bad one at all, sir. I'm gonna throw 7 masks at you. Well done. Very good. Ga, the real Ga from Peru. Okay, that makes sense. Here's a pair of socks. There you go, my friend. Enjoy your socks. Slacks, I want a child from you. That's great. I have one for sale. That's fantastic. All right, sir. Here's a sock. I'll think about it. Contact me after the event. All right, BSJ and Jenkins Lorgasm. You get nothing. That is terrifying. He's got the face on. All right. For you, I give the wonderful stickers, my friend. Please. Very good, very good. Dota embarrasses you. That's true. You have to sign the opposite way. Nisha number 1. Insania. Oh my God. Slacks, let me pet your head. You can come do that. That's your reward. Come on down. And auras are for nerds. Liquid and jabs. 2 blank signs right there. Is that a Ricky sign? Thank you very much.
Because of the luck, you know.
Oh, thank you. God, that feels good. Do you know bald people have dandruff? Okay, here, good. And let's say Dota 2 Vacation, Dota cosplayers, 120 HP. What's this a reference to?
What?
Okay, great. And pretty solid for Team Liquid. That's a depressing sign. What's going on?
Hello, hi.
I work for Slack. That's good. What does this mean?
Mama, could you major? I am in major.
Oh my God, you're at the major. That's a good reference. You know, I'm gonna give you a bunch of stuff. I like the reference. There you go. All right, it's about time that we pick a winner here. Hold on. Insania number. I'm sorry.
Insania number 1.
You signed it though. Yes, you got what you wanted. You already got it.
Yes.
Okay, you have everything you could ever dream of. You don't need the big box. Tofu, big fan. Risk it for the biscuit. Risk it for the biscuit. That is a clap. Come over here, Mr. Biscuit. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's a classic line. I'm so sorry, everyone. Who is risking it for the? Oh my God! Cover that up. There you go.
It's for everyone. What are you doing? Show it to everyone.
No. We're anime. Sorry, guys. We picked up. Who is risking it for the biscuit, sir?
Oh, I saw it on some reels on Instagram, and I memorized it, and I think it's perfect for Dota.
I agree with you.
Every action in Dota is risky for the biscuit.
Oh, all right, fantastic. So you got the drop. Here we go. Please take a look at the big old DHL drop there.
Hey, thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you for coming here. Thanks a lot.
Please open the box, sir. Let's see what's inside. Here we go. First off, we have a big old mouse pad.
Oh my God.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can hold that right there. Then we have a custom, nice poster there, sir. Well done. A full mouse. Well, the stickers and a shirt. Look at that. That is a limited time Intel Berlin Major shirt. You wear this, maybe people will talk to you now instead of having.
Okay, wait. Okay,
Yep.
I will try it, but you have to cover my shirt.
No, yeah. Let's cover that. All right, and if this isn't your size, don't worry, because we have a booth over there. You guys can buy all of your shirts. You can get this exclusive one right there. There you go. Okay, you don't actually have to take. All right, he's gonna do it. No problem. That's a triple. I told you it might not be your size. It fits!
It fits, I think.
Like Cinderella, the glove fits. Wonderful. All right, well, we have many more things to give away. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like, do not take this man's box. But everybody, her spoils are for you. There's stickers and socks. Go! Go, my sock people! Take them! Feast upon her! And that will do it. Thank you, everyone, very much for the DHL drop. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, you beautiful weeb. Congratulations. Thank you.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sound. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of hearts never breaks. Falling asleep, here might just take a while. Trying not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you. Trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger
said I'm way too cold. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pocket too swollen, they already know I'ma flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle that can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they love you, late and funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a code, sick as the illest. I know that I'm crazy, they about to
You know what time it is. It's base racing time. I got evil geniuses Bakaz and Matthew here to do one simple thing. Take down the enemy Ancient as quickly as possible. Matthew, what hero are you banning?
Templar. TA.
No Templar Assassin Bakaz. What hero are you banning?
Probably Tiny.
No Tiny. Oh, did he catch you, Matthew?
Yeah.
You were too obvious. All right, Matthew, you get first pick.
I'm confused now.
Should always have a backup plan.
I will choose Legion.
Legion Commander. Okay, I haven't seen that one yet. Curious how she does. Because what hero?
Muerta.
Muerta. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Hit the towers, my friend. Use the glyphs. You both used glyph. I'm very impressed. Or did it auto glyph? I'm not sure. Whatever the case, good job. Now continue moving. Oh!
Mandé mi grip por el otro lado.
Kaz is gunslinging very quickly here. He just A-moved down the lane. He's not even pressing anything.
Sleeping?
I'm sleeping. Half awake. No, don't type that in.
Oi!
Oi! Is this a tortoise and a hare situation here? My man got lazy? Is it gonna come back to bite him? Because Matthew making a comeback? Don't forget your glyphs, gentlemen, don't forget your glyphs! He's styling on you right now.
He has beat me just sleeping.
It's okay though, it's a best of 3. I may have not mentioned that. Because you banning his Tiny again?
Yeah. I will ban Muerta.
You're banning Muerta?
Yeah.
Matthew, do you want first pick or you want him to pick first?
No. Yo? Alchemist.
Alchemist. Okay. Did he take yours again? This is why you guys are teammates. You think alike.
I'm confused again. I just don't call it the GG.
Ooh, now that's a selection, maybe.
I will choose Lycan.
Okay.
Lycan. Okay, easy.
The Lycan didn't scare him at all. He sees it turn to nighttime, he goes to sleep. 3, 2, 1. Hit your towers! Glyph activated on time. Well done, both of you. Don't forget, they refresh. This dog is mad. What did you TP to? What did you TP to? Matthew, 2 times in a row now. Come on.
What the fuck?
Oh, the global fear from the howl. I did not think that mechanic would matter, but it actually may have bought you some time, Matthew. 7.33 buffs. This man read his changelogs. Oh no, Pakaz, did you forget to buy a refresher orb? Did you forget to refresh your chemical? Oh no. Oh no.
Uy. ¿No puedo comprar?
You know, I'm even letting you cheat because I know you're not going to be able to win in time. Assuming Matthew presses glyph. Assuming Matthew presses the glyph. Okay, I mean, I'm just saying. That was a little bit too close for comfort. I'm not buying it. Matthew won this one. I'm not buying it.
Perdí por el Firo, weón. Me dio la beca, just fuck up again with the TP.
I know,
yeah.
But it's okay. It's game number 3. Will you finally do it properly this time, Matthew?
Hope so.
I hope so too. It's game 3, my friends. All or nothing. Because you got kind of lazy on game number 1, it worked. Game number 2, you kind of actually put some brain power and then you lost. I think you turn off your brain again. What's the most brain dead hero you can think of And then be sure to ban one hero for Matthew. So tell me, what's your ban?
Tiny, sigo con el Tiny.
You're never gonna get to play Tiny.
Ahí me pongo muerta aquí.
Muerta's gone again. Okay, this time again. You want first pick or second pick?
Yeah, first pick.
What hero do you want?
Lycan again.
He's going Lycan again.
Alchemist.
Alchemist again, the rematch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start your racing. That tower multi-shot. I'm so disappointed in you, Matthew. You're still gonna win, but where's the swag play? Shapeshift is out. How much does this affect things? Okay, okay. He's trying to micro. His courier died to the tower multi-shot. Okay, well, I don't really know if I agree with that, but it doesn't matter because in the process you have forgotten. Oh, wait. Oh. This is close. This is close. This is close. No!
Gané, pelado, te gané.
The true carry player, the true tower damager on Evil Geniuses, the champion of the base race.
Hey guys, we are just about ready to get into our next series, but first I'd like you all to please give a warm welcome to Tsunami, the other stage host. How you doing, Tsunami?
I'm wonderful. Just saw this base race that Evil Geniuses went through. It's a little bit combative between teammates. I hope they put it together before they face off against Talon, but that's in a little while. We got some time to burn right now.
That's right, my friend. It always impresses me how quick you can go from back there to here in a quarter of a second.
Changed my clothes too, just like DHL man does.
That's absolutely incredible. I actually did have to do that. But I thought we could pass the time with a little game that I like to call By the Cover. You see, many people in Dota, they have this preconceived notion of, this guy's probably high MMR. Look at his grizzled jawline, his Chad-like black and white exterior, his pose with his rippling muscles. I thought we would go around in the crowd, try to find some people and see if the book matches the cover. I want to find somebody with some high MMR. You pick one. We ask them some questions, and we see which one is the smartest, is the best, is the immortal. What do you think?
Do I have to find someone good? Can I find someone bad just to bait you, though?
I mean, they're all going to be bad. They're at an event. I mean, if they were good, they'd be at home playing Dota, my friend.
I'll take your challenge, my friend.
All right, here we go. So, right now, in the crowd, if you have recalibrated, please raise your hand. If you have a ranking and you're sitting here...
I want that confidence number high.
Who has recalibrated and currently has a rank and also does not mind being on camera? Here we go. Here. This guy, they're pointing at him. Oh my God, he's coming in hot. He's going in there. He's very excited. Have you? Oh, okay, he's down. You know, the friends that point at him, that's always my favorite victim, interviewee. Now, you're not allowed to say what MMR you are until the end, okay? All right, you come with me. Tsunami, go get your boy.
I'm hunting.
Wow.
I'm looking.
Strong.
I'm searching. I see a red shirt. That's usually a bad sign in Star Trek, but it may be a good sign for this. Berlin 2019. Oh, he's Axe. What am I worried about? This man's ready for damage. All right, then. You feel confident? Have you been recalibrated yet?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and your confidence 100%?
100%.
I've got a good feeling about this guy. Come on down. I don't think we should be judging books by their cover slacks.
I do.
Where'd you run off to?
Every time. I can't read, so the cover's the best chance I have. All right, my friend, now, before we begin, I want to ask you a few questions. That don't reveal your number yet until my questions are done. So, first off, name?
Callum.
All right, where are you from?
England, Leeds.
Okay, bad answer so far, but that's okay. Favorite team here?
9 Pandas.
9 Pandas. Pretty smart, pretty smart. How about we intro contestant number 2?
Where are you from, my friend?
From the UK.
Oof.
This is more British Dota than the entire pro scene has on the stage right now.
Unfortunate.
And then, how many lands have you been to before?
This is my 3rd.
Ooh.
Okay, this man's quite the Dota fan, it seems.
All right, let's start the competition. Now, the final rule of this competition is, after the interview, we are able to swap between us if we agree, if we think that our contestant is the lower MMR. Question number 1, fill in the blank. After I lose a game, typically I'll blank before the next one.
Pour a drink.
Oh no.
I like my guy already. He seems like a good time. He seems like a good unranked person, but
All
I'm
right.
looking for ranks here. Let's keep it real simple for right now. What role do you play?
As of right now, I am mid and carry.
Oh crap.
Versatility here.
All right. Favorite hero to rank up. What do you pick?
Pugna.
Okay. Oh, what position?
Mid.
Okay. I like me it. Last question for you, sir.
All-time favorite professional player from all the time that you've watched esports.
That doesn't matter.
Ooh, that's kind of a tie because I used to be a sport player, so.
Oh, shoot.
I have a little NA pride here, obviously. I got to say between PPD and Arteezy.
Oh, no.
I like my odds, Slacks. This man has been forged in the salt all the way from the United Kingdom. They don't use any seasoning there, but they got that NA spice now.
Damn. All right. The question has come. The time has come. Swap skis. Would you like to swap, Tsunami? Do you believe my guy has more MMR?
Crowd, do you think my friend here has more MMR than this chap? I don't think I'm swapping, Slacks. I think my boy Axe here's got it.
Dumbo. This guy's got super high MMR. Am I right, crowd? How do you feel about our boy? Oh, yeah. Now, here's how I know. All right, this guy likes Arteezy. This guy likes to watch Pro Dota. He's probably copied Arteezy. I've placed higher at TI than Arteezy has, for God's sakes. But this man, do you even watch Pro Dota?
No.
You see? That's the sign of a true degenerate Pugna mid right there. That's disgusting. That's what I like to hear. All right, time for the grand reveal. You chose not to swap, Tsunami. Would you like to go first?
My friend, please tell me if you're okay exposing yourself in front of the world in terms of your medal. What's your rank?
I have 1453 MMR, so I'm a Guardian.
I'm a sad boy now. I can't believe you baited me like this. Unbelievable.
Arteezy fans, LMAO. Sir, relish us in your fantastic MMR.
I am an Archon 5.
That's good enough, I think! Is that good enough?
Is that
more?
Is that
I don't
more?
know anything under Immortal. You're all go.
9K.
2.9K! Hell yeah, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our pro. There we go. Sir, I'm going to let you get close to this. Don't touch it, for God's sakes, but you're going to get closer than any 2.9K ever has to a trophy. There you go. Soak it in, ladies and gentlemen. Soak it in. There you go. And please, if you could, clap for him one more time as if he just won the event. Go, 2.9K. Oh!
Oh, it's so pretty.
Wonderful. Thank you guys so much. Off the stick. Get away from it. You don't deserve to be close. All right, fantastic. And thank you so much. Don't fall down, okay? Down the stairs. There you go. Goodness gracious.
This is what I get for judging a book by its cover. What do you say we go best of 3?
They're going to cheat. They're just going to say the lowest MMR possible.
Nah, everyone here is very honest.
All right. This is Immortal Edition, okay? If you have re-gone on Immortal and you know your number, we're going to get the best of the best.
Okay.
Is that all right? Or Herald. Immortal or Herald, okay?
Ooh, we're covering the whole spectrum
That's
here.
right. Is that fine?
I'm okay with that.
All right, you take that side, I take that side. Is there any Immortal or Herald? You guys look way too excited. That's definitely a Herald. Definitely.
Show me some rank here, friends. I need something high. I got baited last time.
I know you're a Herald.
Hands
but
are
I'm going to take you
shaking.
anyway. Bring it on. Let's go. These guys were freaking out from this man. They desperately wanted him. Don't tell me your rank yet. Let's bring you up to the stage.
I'm prowling. There's someone very eager here. Slacks, how confident are you right now?
I am the opposite of confident.
Come on down.
People that are immortal do not have 5 friends pointing at them. I can tell you that. This man is far too social to be immortal.
Homie's wearing a missing texture shirt. I don't trust this.
Oh, Lord. That's not. No. That's just a pattern. Who do you got over there, Tsunami?
I hope an immortal.
Damn.
Oh, no, he just said what?
Oh, God. Oh, no. All right,
This
let's
is a
introduce
bad
you first, my
sign.
friend. What is your name?
Moise.
All right, fantastic. How long have you been playing Dota?
Maybe like 10 years now.
10 years is a long time.
That's a long time.
He's a veteran, for
Yes.
better or for worse.
Absolutely. And are you local?
I live in London.
I live in London.
Yeah.
Okay, how far away is that from here?
Like 2 hours on a plane.
Oh, wow, that's fantastic. I'm from America. I have no idea. I thought it was the same place. All right, great. That's fantastic. All right, who do you got, Tsunami?
All right, introduce yourself, my friend. What's your name?
My name is Henrik, and I'm from Stockholm, Sweden.
Oh,
Okay.
Sweet.
The home of esports, some would say.
Oh, crap.
How many hours you got in Dota?
I have over 25K hours.
And you're actually playing. You're not just sitting around in lobbies watching replay stuff.
I'm playing.
He's playing a lot, Slacks.
All right, now remember, the rules are that they could both be immortals, but we have to look at the actual number rank, okay?
Okay.
I mean, a Swede with 2, that's a lot. Can I ask him a question before we start? I'll save it for the end.
Will you allow him to ask you a question? Okay, he's on board.
So, Bulldog fan? What? Bulldog fan?
No.
Oh, shit. This guy's gonna be a high MMR. Oh, no. All right, anyway. All right, question number 1, my friend. Okay? Thoughts on Medusa?
Broken hero.
Okay. Would you pick her?
No.
Oh, no. Off to you, Tsunami.
What team are you rooting for here at the Berlin Major, Henrik?
I'm rooting for my boy Duraccio.
Duraccio, okay. What is it about his style? Because many people find him a little high risk, high reward carry. Is that what you like?
I like it.
You like it? Is that the style that you play? Or are you living vicariously through him?
I play the same style, I would say.
Okay, that's a bit of a coin flip, but I like my odds so far.
Oh, Lord. Most hours in Hero. What's your most picked hero?
Beastmaster.
Ooh, you micro?
Yeah.
Okay. Lowest win rate hero.
Meepo.
That's cheating.
He just said he micros.
You just said you micro.
But I have like 200 games on it as well.
On Meepo?
Yeah.
Why did you play a hero 200 times if you suck at it?
It's a fun hero. What can I say?
Oh my God, my man's griefing out here.
Oh, it's fine. The last question, have you bought this Ags? Have you done Mega Meepo?
No.
That's a good sign. It's not good.
All right, let's say on average, what's your TI Battle Pass level typically?
Oh my God.
I always have over level 2000 to get this fucking Roshan.
Oh!
Let's go! My man's got the cash and he's got the skill.
All right, Tsunami, what's the deal?
All right, crowd. Yet again, we're left with a quandary. Is this man a higher immortal rank than this guy? Give me a cheer if you think so. You heard him, Slacks. What's your call?
This guy spends all of his money on the Battle Pass. He's out there spending it on Dota Plus to get more avoid slots for other immortals. Sir, are you immortal? Convince them.
I am immortal.
Okay, believe him, everybody. Is this guy higher immortal than that guy? Okay, all right. The time for the great reveal has come. But first, would you like to swap?
Ooh. I'm hearing yeses. I was very confident last time, but this time, let's flip the coin. My friend, come over here.
Idiot!
Henrik, I hate to let you down, but it's been a pleasure. You're in Slacks' hands now.
I know you're the higher
I have
immortal.
faith.
I know it. Swedes. It's impossible. All right, anyway. I will reveal first, my friend. What rank are you?
I'm rank 4,400, I think.
4,400? In EU? 4,400? Is that immortal?
Yeah, it's like 6.5K.
That's 4 digits.
Oh, you have a ranking? Yes. I thought that was your MMR. I've never gotten that high in Immortal. I actually have a ranking. My God, that's pretty high.
I thought that was the whole thing, Slacks.
I forgot.
You said immortal, it had to be leaderboard.
I didn't know.
Well, where did you get this guy from?
I thought he looked cool. All right, anyway, your turn.
You know who I am.
My friend, please tell me what number higher than 4 digits, I hope, Immortal, you are.
Yeah, you talking about rank or the MMR?
Oh my god.
You can do it.
I'm talking about rank.
100.
Wait, who are you? Who are you? Are you a DPC guy? Are you a pro player that I'm speaking to?
I'm just a casual player, you know.
Casual players aren't rank 100, my friend. Those are professional players.
I can do it. I can do it pretty easily, so.
Damn! Give us your gamer tag if you're actually number 100.
Symmetrical. Symmetrical.
Holy shit, it's symmetrical! Oh no, I haven't met you in the flesh, my man!
Hey!
Symmetrical here at the Berlin Major! I knew I made the right call! Suck it!
Damn it! Hey, you know what? If you're gonna get outed by a pro player, what can you do? Rank 100. All right, congratulations. Hey, that's nothing to be scoffed at. I will never make it that high in tomorrow. If you ever want to boost somebody, though, you should let me know.
Sure,
now,
sure.
I got this account that I got off this kid.
Man. This is what you get. Hey, instead of buying Battle Pass levels, more promo code BSJ. Symmetrical, would you like to get tantalizingly close to the trophy, my friend? I don't know if you can hold it. Sucks.
Don't touch it!
You can't touch it. We
Don't
can stare
touch it!
at it. We can blissfully look at it. Right here is good. No. It's a very sacred object, my friend. Only the best of the best. But one day, I have high hopes that you will be raising it.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so too. Symmetrical, ladies and gentlemen. Rank 100. Don't judge a book by its cover.
Oh my goodness, is it time? Very well. Oh my God. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. Thank you for sticking with us for this break period. You're all amazing, but we have something coming your way right now. Yes, that's right. Were you guys here for the fill content, or were you here for some Dota? Let's hear it! Fantastic. Well, we have a heck of a series coming up for you. Choose one of the teams. Say it. Hype.
Well, we're not bringing them out yet, but I want the crowd to get ready for it. You saw them do the base race.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready for Evil Geniuses?
Fantastic, and their opponents, of course, will be coming out very shortly. We are gonna have Talon coming out soon, so don't go anywhere. Get ready for the game of a lifetime here, my friends. We're about to jump right into it.
escape. Don't scream now. You can't 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 escape.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the
Double XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang. So tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, no facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back.
Day one of the Berlin Major continues. Live from the Velodrome. Did the Margraviate of Brandenburg ever imagine that one day their city would host an event of this magnitude? The lower the bracket, the higher the stakes. EG versus Talon. One of them leaves today. The other faces off against OG in the next round. How hype was that?
That was nice.
That was awesome, bro. Nice one, man.
Oh my goodness. Last week I was Budget Slacks. This week I'm going to be Budget Shiva. And I have a wonderful panel. No expense spared on this panel.
So I say, is this a budget panel?
I'm saying this is where all the money went, was on the panel. Clearly.
Let's go.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Jenkins. I was absolutely on
great to be here.
the main arena.
All right.
That's awesome.
Let's talk about Stormer. Okay, you're here in your home, your native land.
Native land is good.
Yeah.
Hometown is almost no. It was nice try though.
I was going to say homeland, but yes, native land. So obviously you play mid for Entity. We're very sorry that you guys couldn't make it here, but
no worries.
You've got inside knowledge on one of these teams, haven't you? Because you played against them in Lima Major. What was that like as a crowd?
You mean EG, right? I mean, actually, both of them. We played against both of them.
Oh, okay.
EG and Talon. Yeah, first of all, looking forward to watching this match, of course. In the last match we played against both EG and Talon. EG V2-0'd, Talon 2-0'd us. So
okay.
I think Talon is stronger.
You learned a lot like that. But the crowd there was like pretty hostile, wasn't it? Like very loud. I don't want to say hostile.
Whoa, relax.
Stuff
chill,
like that.
dude.
All right, I'm not saying hostile. I'm just saying they were clearly biased.
I mean, it wasn't in a bad way or anything.
No,
it's not like they were like, boo, when I get a kill or something. No. But it was pretty funny. Whenever you got a kill on the enemy, they were like completely silent. And then they killed my Fishman +5 and they're like all screaming all across the map. So, yeah.
That's the Fishman effect right there.
Yeah, like killing that guy, feels good.
So as a mid player, obviously you keep a closer eye on the mids probably than maybe the other positions that you're watching. How do you feel the mids in this matchup are going to do? Which are you expecting to see most? And before we get into detail about the teams, just tell me about the mids.
I mean, so it's going to be, of course, Mikoto against C-Smile, a pretty interesting match. I think that Mikoto is one of the most outstanding players out of SEA. He has been rank 1 for a very long time, and honestly, like, he's just very strong and clean player. Whereas C-Smile, he's a little bit more explosive. He can be doing like very, how to say, extraordinary plays, go very deep and get a lot of kills, or he can just randomly run into your team and die. So he's like a more, how to say, yeah, jumpy person, I guess. So it's a little bit more stable against a more crazy version. It's going to be interesting.
Let's have a look at the bracket, actually, and see where these teams stand in relation to the others. Because, of course, EG and Talon, one of them will be going home. That is the result that they both hope to avoid, and then they face OG in the next round. But I think EG and Talon both looked pretty good in this series before this one. Shopify Rebellion, EG sort of swatted them aside, and Talon looked very good against PSG LGD. So really, this should be a pretty close match sheet.
I would hope so, yeah. I mean, everyone that's made it this far is doing really well this tournament. I'm a big fan of both these teams. I think they play maybe some of the most fun Dota that we'll watch in this tournament. Like both, like Talon especially bring a lot of weird hero picks and weird styles. Like whilst everyone else is going hardcore aura every time on the off lane, you have Jabs who's just doing whatever he feels like. Whether he wants to buy Midas first or some carry items, he's like, okay, fine, I guess I'll buy one pipe, but no Greaves.
No Greaves.
He's a fun guy to watch. I love that. And
He
EG is just
refuses.
crazy.
Oh, it's a hell to draft against this guy, I can tell you that much. My coach is always like, I don't know what to ban against drafts. His last pick, there's like 100 heroes. He can pick anything. You know, I'm just going to ban people. You know?
So let's talk about EG first of all. They sort of squeaked through their group. They had to go through tiebreakers and stuff like that. Was that to be expected, or did you think that they were going to be one of the stronger teams coming into this, Jenkins?
I mean, EG traditionally is a team that kind of powers up when they come on LAN and in front of a crowd. This team, this group of players, has been known as the kind of lower bracket Reapers, where they would get knocked down. They would look kind of okay, you know, decent, like a wild card team. But then when they're in the lower bracket, they all of a sudden aren't a wild card team, and they're just insanely strong. For some reason, they play really well under pressure. And I remember when Beast Coast and Thunder Awaken, you know, had the kind of mixing and matching of players, and then some of the players went to EG. I was like, okay, will they maintain this like lower bracket Reapership? And yeah, they have. And I think C-Smile, Chris Luck, Christopher Luck, whatever you want to call him, whatever form he's in, he's a big part of that.
Right.
Like sometimes he absolutely powers up and he just 1v5s and he looks like one of the best mids in the world. Other times he's just walking up high grounds into 5 heroes. You can't figure out what he's doing or why.
So Soma, you were saying it's hard to draft against EG. Is that something, or were you talking about Talon?
That was about Talon. That was about their offlaner. Like as Chico mentioned before,
Right,
like
right.
Jabs, their offlaner, he just literally plays basically every hero in the Dota game. That's not
But
even
so
supposed to
one
be
of the things
offlaner.
about EG is in some of the games we've seen Tide, Shadow Fiend, Legion, Centaur, heroes that perhaps other teams aren't picking. Is that something they've got in their pocket, ready to pull out some picks that people weren't expecting?
I mean, they definitely have like some comfort that other teams necessarily don't have. For example, what I also know about EG is that the mid laner, I think C-Smile is like a Grandmaster Shadow Fiend or something. And sometimes it's just pulls out the Shadow Fiend, you don't really know where it's going. And they have like some good flex picks, and also, for example, flex the Kunkka between position 1 and position 2, mid and carry. So yeah, they definitely have a little bit of their own comfort. I wouldn't say they're like a team that deviates the most from the meta, but yeah. So
But they can at times, right? Sometimes they'll pull out a surprise.
Exactly.
Sheep, how would you, if you could sum up for me EG's style, what would you summarize it as? Talon is on the screen, so maybe we should talk about Talon. Let's
Okay, do you want to talk about Talon?
Sure.
Okay.
They had a losing record in the groups.
Right.
They only got 2-0s versus eliminated teams.
Okay.
They lost 2-0 to XG, who were knocked out. But I still feel like these guys are pretty good. When they played against PSG LGD, they looked really good.
Yeah, they can clutch it up really hard because they are like really skilled players. And when their strats come to fruition, they look fantastic. Especially like C Dota in general, the later the game goes, the better they play. Like when I covered DPC for a year, it was like every game went so long. It was like agonizing. But like 23 Savage, by no means, he's a fantastic carry player. And Mikoto, like especially in Lima, he was like popping off as one of like the best mids in the world, and he's still in great form. So when he is able to have a good game, yeah, they own.
And speaking of Lima, I mean, this team is in a position that they're fully comfortable with. When they got third place at Lima, it was through the lower bracket. Like this is another, I mean, it's a fairly new team when you're talking about, comparing with how long these EG players have been together. But Talon is looking like the SEA lower bracket Reapers. So that's the one unfortunate thing
today. Is there a team in the lower bracket that you don't think is a Reaper?
I'm telling you, it is unlucky that they're going against each other because these are the two teams that normally take out other teams that they're not supposed to in the lower bracket.
In the end, they just both win, and OG has a death loss, right? Or a death win.
What was that?
That's what you're trying to say. They're both Reapers of the lower bracket, so both are going to lose, which means that OG in the next round is going to get a free win.
I guess that is technically true. That should happen.
What happens if two Reapers meet?
It's going to be a 2-2. We're going to play a fourth game.
We're just going to play forever.
And they're going to tie, and they both lose.
Talon are actually third in DPC points on 1,020 points. So they're really, that's some consistency over the season. I mean, these guys probably unlucky to find themselves in the lower bracket. And like you guys said, coming up against EG, this maybe isn't the match they wanted, Chief.
No, it's always hard to play against South America, I'd say, because they kind of just catch you by surprise often. But I think Talon have become much more stable in the last year because they brought in, you have Jabs, who's a captain, and it's bringing actual real control to the games for 23 and Mikoto.
And Sunbi.
And Sunbi, yeah, and you have Ollie as well coming in from moving from China to C. I think that's great because whenever you ask these players about the difference in the regions, they're like, okay, China has way more discipline and a lot of that. So if he's able to help bring elements of that to a C team that usually struggles, and gets a little overexcited, then that's also really great. So I think that these personalities have merged in a very positive way.
Stormer, sorry, I was going to ask you a quick question. Jabs is obviously captaining from the 3 position. That is unusual. Normally it's a support. Have you, when you've played with Entity, do you guys prefer to have a captain that leads from the back? Because it feels like Jabs says, we're fighting, and goes in, and that's how the game is run.
I mean, honestly, the captain role or the captain idea is a bit different in every team, I guess. I can't even assume there are some teams which don't have a defined captain, so to say, except it's there on Wikipedia.
Right.
In the end, you just have players which are a bit more talk active and players which are a little bit less talk active. For example, if you think about OG, a player like Seb might have been very talk active.
Yeah,
our team, it might probably just be me and Fishman. So I think it really doesn't matter that much, but it's obviously a nice benefit to have a core player being the captain sometimes because he can go in, especially when you're on your off lane, you might have an initiation hero or something. That's where this can be a really big benefit to you. But what I wanted to say about the series as well, which is interesting, is that both these teams start in the lower bracket, right? They didn't have the best run in the group stage, but they came back in the lower bracket, and then they 2-0 both their respective opponent.
And looked really good in both of those games.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So this is what's going to be quite interesting because, of course, Dota 2 majors are very big about your mental, about the mental game. How can you pack yourself up after having a tough loss, having tough times, in the group stage now, and both these teams obviously managed to do a really good job to owing both their respective opponents. So they're probably both gonna go into this series with a very strong mindset, with high motivation, and I've seen a lot of smiles on these players, both backstage and now on stage. So, yeah.
Well, they'll be just finishing their preparations ahead of this series, but we're gonna take a short break. We will be back very soon with Game 1 of this series. Don't go away.
Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox at the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox at the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less you Jackson, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's unusual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first.
Could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle.
Weißes Papier, Seite und Titel, Mitte 20 und hier, Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwohin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken aufleisen sollen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel. Kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwohin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug. die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet am Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt.
En realidad es como que me emociona bastante porque siento que cuando está el público es como que te pueden entrar dos cosas, ¿no? Emoción o nervios. Fue como que siempre me ha causado emoción y creo que la gente en cierto lado como que me inspira bastante a poder superarme. Entonces, en realidad me siento bien.
You see the gate animation. You should know what's happening. Oh, this is awkward. BKB's going to offer C-Smile. RTZ is in melee range with C-Smile, but he can't actually win this fight. It's not even close. GG instantly.
After Dream League, we talked about the result and the performance, and we found out that we just didn't play well. And this tournament, we just say, just play better. My expectation, I don't know, I just want to play in the main stage. That's all I want. I want to play in front of the crowd.
En realidad es como que me siento muy feliz porque es como que hace mucho tiempo quiero enfrentar a Talon.
The difference of a lower bracket and upper bracket is only you play more games, and I like to play more games of Dota. It's more fun. It's fun to knock out teams as well.
Es como que tenemos casi el mismo estilo, pero ellos, sus héroes es como que manejan otros héroes. Entonces como que siempre como que tenía esa duda de saber qué Dota era mejor, ¿no?
I think they're a good team, but I still feel that we are really confident to play and to win.
son muy pocas veces las que hemos jugado contra Talon y siempre quedamos 1-1, cosas así. Nunca creo que hasta ahora hemos tenido la oportunidad con este roster de poder jugar un BO3. Se me hace muy interesante y nada, quiero poder jugar con ellos y disfrutar del juego, ¿no?
You're only good because you're SA, but we're SEA, we have more letters. I think we'll beat you.
Para mí en realidad es un duelo para ver cuál es el mejor Dota. No, ya me imagino ese Dota, ya fácil tenemos como 30 kills, minuto 10.
Now to have a duel, we've got to have two combatants. So ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for South America's last team standing. It's Evil Geniuses! And their opponents, the beasts from the southeast, please welcome Talon! Now, as these two take the stage, I'd like to take this opportunity to get some words from these two teams before they duke it out on the field of Dota. Cafs, if you could please join me. Now, last time you were in front of a crowd, it was a home crowd for you. Maybe these guys here, they don't know what you're all about. Let's say your team starts winning. What would you like this team to start saying if they want to root for Evil Geniuses?
Wow. We're gonna cheer? And
I want to cheer a battle cry of sorts.
Well, they have to cheer for EG, right?
They got to do that. You got a Vamos. I know that one's your tag. You also got the traditional Ga that's always been ever so popular.
Bakash?
Bakash?
Yeah.
You know this man's gonna carry you.
Yeah, he's.
All right, well then I'll take that in mind because I'm gonna now take a time to speak to 23 Savage. My man, we did an interview earlier. You said SEA has one more letter than SA. Inherently, that gives you an advantage. How about on the field of Dota? You feeling good today?
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
Now I know that Slacks was trying to get a call for Talon getting started. Talon starts doing well. We want to turn this crowd biased to you guys. What do you want them to do?
Just cheer for us.
This man wants to keep it fair. He wants to keep it elegant. All right, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. If you could shake each other's hands, I want a good, clean game of Dota, a good best of 3, and a hug. Compatriots, thank you very much. We'll send it back to the panel and good luck.
Thank you, Neil. Those guys were not ready to trash talk each other.
No, they weren't. They're too polite.
They were just like, oh, just hoping for a good game and best of luck. And then they had a hug. What is this?
For how absolutely violent these teams are in the game, I'm surprised they don't have more trash talk.
Gentlemen off the field. That's what I like.
But in game they're brutal, especially in the lower bracket. You heard 23. He's like, dude, we want to play more games. We want to be in the lower bracket. We like knocking people out. Dota players are spite motivated more than anything.
Yeah, I love when you say that. It's always true. Now, Stormer, you're not spite motivated. You're too nice a dude, surely.
I mean, first of all, I have to say I love those interviews that were played before the game. Like, honestly, they both said basically what I also feel as a Dota player. Like, they were both just looking forward to playing in front of a crowd, playing the lower bracket games, making some funny jokes about SEA having one more letter, you know.
One more letter. What a difference that could make, though, shoot.
One more
Surely,
letter.
one more letter.
Yes, one more letter.
Break it
Well,
down, Sheep.
Okay, well, one
Explain it
has-
to me.
They both have an S.
Yeah,
They both have an A.
it's correct so far. Hold on, let me just check that. Yep, that's accurate.
Well, what is an E? What is I don't know.
Execute.
Thanks for such a wonderful question, Ted.
Nice try, guys.
Well, I was just realizing that the first letters of our names spell out a word. Ted, Alex, Daniel, and Andrew. That's ta-da. Like, ta-da! We've got a
Yeah, I
battle.
got it. No, I got that. I got that.
Or data. I think it
Oh,
could be data.
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
Data, yeah.
I got nothing else.
Okay, I have a good one.
Go on.
All right, so we're looking at EG, and I'm looking at Matthew. This guy, last patch, Lima, he was playing as Ricky, and he was being an absolute asshole, to be honest. And now this patch, he's come out and he's playing Monkey King. He's playing as Bounty Hunter. He's doing the exact same annoying things on the map. How did that make you feel, Stormstormer?
I mean, first of all, yeah, as you said, like he loves moving around the map like a monkey, really. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like in preparations, we already realized some stuff, and we always said like, this guy's gonna take your water runes. You're playing without water runes, you know? Like this guy, yeah, he can be pretty annoying. He's playing his own game. He's feeling pretty comfortable. He's not like just too lane dependent, I guess. Loves moving around the map and looking for plays. So, and usually I think a very mid-heavy playing support. Not sure if that changed in the new patch now, of course. But yeah, definitely a player to be respected. And once again, I really liked what he said in the interview. Just very, very humble and looking forward to playing against Talon. Also said that the play styles apparently are very similar. I guess he means that they're both playing very aggressive, but playing different hero pools. So yeah, interested to see how it's going to play out in this lower bracket.
And now there's more objectives and things to run around and be annoying and steal. You got the Lotuses, you got the Wisdom Runes, you got the Carpenters, whatever Gaben's name those are called in the corners of the map. There's so many things Matthew can run around and steal. That's probably why.
Did you mean Tormentor?
Yeah, whatever.
No, it's an
Oh, you mean the
architect.
decorator.
It's the decorator. The occupier.
Okay.
Yeah. So they actually, I think some teams, you guys have spoken about teams who are really good early game teams and close out games early, but then maybe in the late game they sort of stumble. I think Talon seem like a team that can do either.
Yeah.
Because I've seen games where they just roll over people, but then when you get into those games where it's like really tight 70-minute games, they're still really on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, they proved against LGD, which always used to be a very methodical team, a very like, you know, they got their principles right, the fundamentals right.
Yeah.
They proved that they won a 73-minute long game against them in the lower bracket earlier. So, not taking away from EG though that they can do the same maybe. Like, honestly, it's for me, it's really hard to tell which team's gonna come out the top of this one. I think it's insanely close, and yeah, we're gonna see after draft.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about jabs every time I look at Talon, because in that game versus LGD, for example, they were crushing early, right? And then he's buying like a Glimmer King first
Okay,
item.
here we go.
Bro, like,
I'm willing to fight this battle. Go
you
ahead.
actually? Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. But like, why? If you just group up with like actual aura items, can't you just end that game
Hold on,
earlier?
Sheep. Something more
my-
exciting
This
than
is very
Dota is
important.
happening. A nerd is drinking beer.
can
Let's
do
go.
this.
Go on, son.
You can
Yes!
do it. Yeah!
Yes!
Germany made proud.
Yes!
Yeah.
Gut gemacht.
When in Germany they say, you drink a lot.
It's only cool if he does it out of a shoe.
Out of a shoe. Those glasses are enormous.
That's Australia.
Yeah. And?
Why is that Australia?
That's what they do. They do the shoeies.
I've never heard
Isn't
of
that
this.
Australia?
Have you actually not?
I've never heard of a shoe.
What?
Ted, that's insane. You drink so much. How do you know?
You drink so much. All right, now hold on.
You're British. They're part of the empire. You should know.
They're not part.
Come on.
Oh my goodness, you're gonna get me fired for being a colonialist. That's what everyone's trying to get me fired for. Let's talk about as well.
Wait, me and Jenkins had a fight.
Oh, sorry, carry on.
Well, yeah, speaking of
Defend the
colonialism,
Glimmer.
the map in Dota's gotten a lot larger, and I think Talon's really good at taking over that map, especially because they have Jabs, who plays such an interesting kind of carry style, play style from the offlane. And he's even figuring out how to make it work on this patch, in an Aura patch, building Harpoon on Magnus.
Harpoon's done
ladies and
well,
gentlemen.
dude.
It's done great, Sheep.
Yes, but it could be doing better. And when you look at your Gamins, for example, who are stomping their way through upper bracket, they take very much advantage of how this Aura offlane plays. I think that it's hard because I mean, I don't want to know your opinion, Stormer. Like, do you think it's good to just lean into the playstyle you're super comfortable with? Or like, do you think it's better to try and adapt to the meta and what looks very powerful?
Honestly, it's like about balance of both things. Like, it's hard to just simply copy what other people are doing, what they have success with, because every player is individually different. So I think in the end, if things are not going well for a team, you of course try to adapt more than when things are not going well. And if things are going well, then you just keep doing what you're doing. So now a new patch came out, everything basically changed, the map got bigger, new objectives, all this stuff. So now is the time for people to shine, to implement new things, to maybe also just invent new things, new strategies. Like the map is basically completely open. I think even now, 6 months from now on, people still don't have this patch figured out just because there's so many new things.
It feels like it's almost too much to acclimatize yourself to in a little over a week.
Exactly. Like there's no way that at the end of this major, even the team that won this major will perfectly know what is like the best play per se. It is just simply too hard. So, but that's also why this major is especially interesting, right?
Yeah.
Because innovative teams basically can just show what they're good at.
So here's a question for you guys. I think the teams had the day off yesterday like we did. And some of them maybe even had more time off. What do you think they did with their time off? How much time did teams spend scrimming, hubbing, or just avoiding Dota altogether?
Okay, I can tell you for a fact there are some teams in this major that have not been scrimming at all.
Yeah.
And there are some other teams that have been scrimming.
A lot.
Maybe not much. A lot.
Here's the real question. How many of them that have been scrimming are left in? Because maybe the pubbing ones are out.
I know that Talon was scrimming, Gaiman was scrimming.
Leaking.
I'm not saying who was scrimming who and which.
Well, she's not giving away her sources, so it's not leaking.
Exactly, it's not leaking.
Yeah.
Sure.
What do you mean that's not leaking?
Shut up, Ted.
I think EG,
it's sort of leaking.
Nobody asked you.
EG are also scrimming. There's one team left in the tournament who isn't.
Yes to that. Remove Tinker and pick Earthshake. Oh, I'd love both of those things. Earthshake is a dead hero. He's dead, isn't he? Have we seen anyone pick him yet?
Oh, the draft began. Maybe they pick Earthshake.
Oh, did it? Oh,
Yeah,
thank
we'll
God.
see. Or maybe we... No, maybe we
No,
won't
the draft
see
is
it.
over, guys. So it's nice, serious. Good job. Let's go.
Oh, it was a quick 1-0. Who drafted a hero?
Someone banned Medusa, so the game just ended instantly.
Well, we said they're both the reapers of the lower bracket, right? So neither of them are going to win. And
That's right. They've broken the servers themselves.
Yep.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Old-fashioned draft screen. This is great. Medusa banned. That should surprise nobody. And Monkey and AA as well.
The Monkey's good. The Monkey's like Matthew is owning on it, and also the cores can play on EG too, so it's kind of like a massive flex. It just is very powerful and fits their playstyle.
I like the AA ban because, yeah, that makes you think, okay, it's going to be IO. It's IO or Alchemist that's coming. And with first pick, I think pretty much any team is pretty happy to pick either of those heroes just because Alchemist is so flexible. You can play him in multiple roles, and then IO, you can play with so many different combos that you don't need to pick it like 1-2. You know, you can pick it and then wait for a hero, wait for your enemy team to pick, and then you pick something else.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, the last first pick that is like basically left in the pool. So I didn't mean to interrupt you, Flex.
No, please. I just said Koffel.
I feel like I mean this is kind of the current meta. So there's like 3 very high contested heroes and then some less contested heroes. I think the Medusa, the Alchemist, and the Cod are insanely prominent right now. And most of the time, the first pick team basically gets the last option that is left in the pool. That's what it feels like right now, what is happening in this major. Can I say also how dumb it is that every major there's one hero that's always just being banned out? Last major is Mother, now it's Medusa.
Yeah.
So thank you, Ice Rock. Anyway.
I mean, it was kind of sad because like 9 Pandas, for example, like they tried and kind of found out how to beat Medusa a little bit, but then failed to it as well because Tundra are doing like, they're innovating the Medusa. They're like, okay, you're going to counter the hero or invest heroes into it, we'll put it off lane. And then it crushes your lane. This Underlord is cool. Obviously, like the Doom and the Underlord are left in. Those usually get, or like at least Doom gets banned quite often.
Also stealing the Mikoto Underlord, just for fun. He actually played on a mid lane, right? Against LGD, I think?
Yeah, he did.
So it's kind of interesting. No, Underlord Rubik also a very strong second pick combo that is picked right now. The reason why this combo is being picked so often together is that Rubik is a very good counter pick to the Underlord. Because he can steal Firestorm or the Pit, and both spells are insanely strong. So when you most of the time pick up Underlord, you pick up the Rubik with it.
So this is more of a block pick than anything else.
Like Rubik is still a very high contested +4 hero that is just solid, and you want to block pick it as well.
I think the double damage reduction too is a pretty underrated element of this combo. And they actually picked Terrorblade into the Rubik Underlord.
Wow. Second pick, Terrorblade.
Yeah, I mean, Talon just really likes this hero. It seems to be moving up in the draft order for them.
The hero is insanely strong.
Yeah.
Like, this hero got insanely buffed. I think the matchup against Underlord is a bit two-sided. I think the lane goes very well for the TB, but later the aura is especially effective against TB. The Atrophy aura, which reduces the damage. What comes out of this 8 pick, or the last pick TB, is that the second stage and third stage for the first pick team, which is Talon here, is usually harder, because the enemy team can react to it. So it's going to be interesting how they're going to try to fix the draft later, because these 2 heroes, they need a lot of enablement, the Caudle and the TB.
You're looking just for like way more stuns then? A lot?
Exactly. Many stuns. Like where they picked the TV here, they also could have opted to pick maybe like just a casual stun that is just solid. But now they did not do that. They'd rather want to pick the TV, which also makes sense. But it will have to be like, how to say, enabled later by picking.
Yeah. Do you think there have to be like bans for like coddle pairings, for example, like the Ember Spirit, the Pango, things like this?
Yeah, like it will probably go into that direction. The thing is that like when you pick these heroes, you have to also think about what can EG punish those heroes with. It's not like the easiest to say. Some of those heroes are insanely easy to just be counterpicked on the last pick of EG in the second stage. We see a Darkseer ban out from Talon as well. It's like probably the S tier counter on the offlane against TB. I think it's interesting though because they already have Underlord on EG. Do they flex that hero to multiple roles?
Yes, they do. They play Underlord mid on
okay.
EG's drafting style is actually very fun because in the past patch, they would always just like first phase Chryslux hero. They would try and get like this DP and stuff. And then now it's kind of changed in priority. They either, they actually have been prioritizing a lot of supports in the first phase, or they just go for this weird flex. I mean, this could well end up on Chryslux. But I think in Dream League even as well, they were kind of playing more with just taking like Chryslux and Whispers here.
Yeah, they were straight up first picking both of them.
Yeah.
And that was not working at the start of this tournament. So I think that's the adjustment that we saw that made it so that they started looking dominant again near the end of the group stage.
Is the Underlord pickup that so many teams are making at this tournament, and on this patch really, is it more to do with the gate than anything else?
Yeah.
He is obviously an aura buyer, he can farm, he's very tanky. The gate seems to be so valuable to these teams.
I think it's mainly that. I think the spells, of course, are good and the auras are insanely good, so you got buffed in that way. But simply the ultimate is just very effective in this huge map. You can do funny plays like after you win a team fight, like you teleport to the enemy tormentor with your team and take it and things like these. You can move around the road to the edges of the map and all these stuff. So that's why the hero is so highly contested. It's so interesting though that Talon is then picking this Terrorblade if they don't even know what it's laning against. So, but they obviously did the research. They just snap picked it and now they're doing the bans, so it was like, they did the preparation coming into the series. Interesting to see how this plays out. And yeah, EG banning out the Pangolier last.
Yeah, Bloodseeker ban just makes it seem kind of obvious.
That's a very common like drafting order.
Yeah.
Bloodseeker ban out the Pangolier ban.
Do you guys, when you're playing with Entity, do you guys sometimes think, look, I'm so comfortable on this hero, I don't care what I'm laning or how the game's going to go, get me that hero. Even second pick in Terrorblade, they're just like, just get it.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what you kind of need as a team sometimes, especially once again when you draft out a first pick as Talon here. Some of those heroes are insanely important because now EG will just pick probably just a +5 hero that is gonna just be solid in laning stage, and then it's gonna be like very interesting how Talon is gonna draft these next two heroes because they always have to keep in mind how they get counterpicked in the lane. Yeah, here we get a +5 Lich, so things are very open for EG, especially because the Underlord can be flexed to mid lane and off lane.
We
So
saw
I'm really
Lich
curious.
earlier on the Liquid game against TV, right? Or
Yeah.
it was picked in preparation of like, we're having Alt, so we want this Lich. Then they pick Terrorblade, and now you just have like a Lich against him, which looks really good. So I'm happy to see EG pick it up here. I know like there was still like CM and stuff in the pool, which has been like a pretty hotly contested support.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah, these are, sorry to interrupt you. These offensive supports and safety just look really strong right now. Like Lich and CM with their, of course, very strong nukes, level 1 and 3.
And then the shield versus TB makes this game so hard. I mean, I guess you could pick up the what's the new item, Disperser. You could take that. That gives a purge now for the shield, or like maybe an early nullifier on one of these other heroes. I think you actually, like when Lich is strong, you kind of have to go nullifier against the Frost Shield.
Yeah, like
if that ability is really broken.
It depends on the game, right? If like the frost, if you're mainly relying on your physical damage, you need to get a purge.
Yeah.
But the spell is really strong and buffed multiple times.
No stuns so far on Talon.
Yeah.
That's something to think about, isn't it?
Oh boy.
That's exactly what's happening right now. But this partner pick is very interesting. I guess they're also keeping it flex between multiple roles. The Kotl is most times being played on the 4 position right now. I assume that's going to be a Matthew Kotl. Actually, also Jabs can play it on the offlane, correct? So.
I feel like Jabs either first phases his hero, like the Underlord or something, if they get their hands on it, or he just last picks his hero. I refuse to believe any of these are a Jabs hero.
It could be Kotl, it could be Faulkner, you don't know. That's a funny thing about this team, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, they go with the Void Spirit. It's basically the next mid that comes to mind after Pangolier. It's not the easiest to counter mid, even though it can have some tougher matchups. I was thinking it's going to be the Void Spirit, maybe the Ember Spirit with the Kotl. Now they got the lockdown solved a bit. It's not particularly good against the Underlord roots, but it's pretty good against the supports. You can probably, most of the time, just solo kill those.
How's the Batrider matchup against Void Spirit?
You mean if EG will pick the Bat Rider now?
If they pick the Bat Rider.
There you go. Yeah, it actually happened.
Good call, Andrew.
It's pretty interesting. Like the Bat Rider got significant changes to the last patch, and
sorry, he doesn't like when I call him Andrew.
My mom calls me Andrew. That's it, dude. My dad calls me Jenkins, bro.
Thank you, Andrew. So.
Go ahead.
I think the Bat Rider matchup is not really fully figured out yet. I think it got a bit like. It's different. It deals less damage. It has now a 5-second slow in the mid lane though, so the enemy has to play a bit more careful. I think it's still playable for the Void Spirit, so it's hard to tell. What's funny about this is that the EG even keeps... It's probably a mid Bat Rider, but they could still flex it with the underroad to the offlane if they wanted to.
I mean, we've seen Bat Rider picked up a lot against Terrorblade in lane. Some games it's not gone so well because I think people are still figuring out this new bat.
Yeah, it's like all the new numbers change so much.
Yeah.
But I like EG's draft a lot so far. I think other than the lane, I think it's a very good Bat Rider pick.
I've got a couple of questions for you guys. Are EG lacking in both building damage and physical damage in general? Is that something they need to be concerned about?
Yeah, they are lacking. It's kind of weird because a lot of these drafts we have the conversation of like building damage, and it comes around to like kills give so much gold nowadays. It's more important to just be able to take good fights.
I agree with that. Yeah.
People. So I'm not overly concerned. I do want to see them pick up a carry here at the end that will just be like there. Okay, we're walking down mid now. I want them to be able to take Roshan because even if they can't take like towers or whatever, you need to be able to take Roshan. You want to be able to fight around the pit and then take it.
I agree with that. I think Roshan is significant. I feel like from what I'm seeing in all like the pro level pubs and these games that obviously we've been watching since Dream League, building damage like barely matters now. Because eventually like your carry gets enough items that they will take buildings no matter what carry they are, but you need to take Roche. Like Roche is still a very important objective.
Yeah, exactly. Roche and the Tormentor got up in the list and the Wisdom Runes. The tier 2 got way less significant.
Yeah.
Basically in the past, the tier 2 was like a big objective you want to take to get the outpost, to get the XP advantage and that stuff, and there was less objectives on the map, right? So I think building damage is still important, but yeah, less than last patch you could say, I guess. But yeah, definitely they need some sort of carry that deals physical damage on EG in the end. I love the bans from Talon. I think PL and Stark are insanely strong heroes right now. And of course, PL always used to be a counter pick to the TV. So those bans make a lot of sense, especially because EG has the ultimate last pick. And yeah, now Talon basically has to decide what they want to do with their last pick. They can pick a 3, they can pick a 4, and they can pick a 5. They got things quite open. And they don't know what they're laning against. So this is... You got so many options here. It can kind of be a blessing and sometimes can be quite a curse as well.
Hey, he'll just pick up Venomancer and call it a day. It's kind of, I look at Talon's lineup and I see Void Spirit as like the only guy that can really jump in or even get to a backline. I don't think it's easy to kind of cover that area with your offlaner to be able to jump with him. Maybe it's better to just strengthen what you currently have, which is a big ball of big meta Terrorblade plus Pugna heal plus Coddle heal, and just make him as powerful as he can so you can go and take any objective you want and can't be stopped.
I feel like Jabs is just gonna ask for Magnus. I don't know. It looks like he's enjoying playing it a lot. It's looked pretty good. I feel like it's good with TB. Void Spirit, people are building this like Echo Saber Desolator, so it's maybe all right with him, but we'll see. I mean,
he played it against PSG in that game, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Magnus.
It's just a read on like how much he is enjoying it as a player, and I know that does, play into drafting, especially when it's Jabs.
There it is.
Oh, there you go. I mean,
you're on a
damn Jenkins, you're in his brain, bro.
I don't know, dude. It's just Dota players, man. This is the way she goes.
I know what's going to be interesting is what EG actually pick into this, right? They got every option in the game, basically. The Illusion Heroes are already banned. Gotta think. He played CK.
There's like Sven, but it's kind of rough to play like a purely physical damage hero into like Pugna, because you could at least go for some physical damage that buys like a Maelstrom, and then you have mixed damage.
Yeah, honestly not... I don't see the most obvious pick yet.
What about something like a Drow? We've seen some people play it, I think, in the tournament so far, but not a popular pick. Would it be bad here?
The hero really lost popularity, and it doesn't really pair up with the Lich too well. You want a hero that can go in and abuse the offensive potential that Lich gives you in the laning stage, so I would assume that EG is more looking towards a melee hero. Just not easy to tell what it is. There's like something like a Troll Warlord, not particularly good against Pagana and Portal, though, because it gets kited.
There's Crit!
Crit?
Yeah, I saw Crit in the background.
Oh, hi Crit.
Zooming right in on that bit of paper. Enhance.
See the molecules.
Bloodseekers RPL.
I mean, like, okay.
Void.
Void, yeah, that's a meta hero.
Yeah,
Okay.
I thought that they played it in the past. I feel like the main times we've seen it this tournament in general have just been into like the Medusa from 9 Pandas. but this still works. They don't have like the biggest amount of damage for the chrono, but it's still like you're gonna throw a lich ult in there. It's
all right.
Little lich ult
okay.
going on. Yeah.
Honestly, I don't mind it too much. I think it's pretty decent. I think he will get Chrono out of in modern fights, and he has like 3 heroes who can deal decent damage into it. There's no save.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great time dilation game too. Like Coddle, when he uses his blast, for some reason you get 2 time dilations.
Do you
for that.
actually?
Yeah, because it counts as like 2 spells.
That's so dumb.
Yeah.
With that being said, the dispel value on Talon got insanely high. They can purge all bad rider spells, they can purge time dilation, and like all the underlord stuff.
I'm just thinking, do you think they have enough damage? Like, say there's a Terrorblade in a Chronosphere, and Pugna and Coddle are not in the Chronosphere. Do you think they can get through like the heal that's going to come out on that side?
I think so. I think besides all of this being said, I think it's still an insanely good bad rider game.
Right.
They are putting the bad rider off in the underlord mid. Okay, I did not expect that, to be honest. Okay, now that changes things quite a bit. I would have liked the bad rider out of mid. Yeah, not sure. Like this offlane on bad rider might be a bit spooky. I didn't see it too much yet. But
I mean, it is Whisper Bat Rider.
Whisper's very comfortable on the hero.
Yeah, they were first picking Whisper Bat Rider, getting completely hard countered, and then he was somehow getting kills on it for the last few tournaments. So seeing a late phase Bat Rider for EG makes me really confident for them.
Okay.
EG's late game is insanely good.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how it plays out. We're going to go now to our casters, Sunsfan and Cinderin. Have a good one, chaps.
Thank you, Pyrian Flax. Shout out to Pyrian Flax as always, Cinderin. We have EG versus Talon. We got South America versus SEA. Wow, that is an intense and very disturbing look from you, my friend. This is going to be hype. One team goes home, one team continues on. Very similar playstyles that the panel has eloquently talked about. Cinderman should be pretty hype.
Yeah, it's I would say the 2 lineups are pretty different in style, right? So on one side you have an offlane Magnus, which is a pretty slow and a hero that needs to build up over time, whereas the other one is way more explosive with the Whisper Bat Rider. We've seen this guy on Bat take over games completely, and he's no stranger to the Bat against Terrorblade matchup. However, in this tournament, some of the times when we see that matchup, it hasn't really gone that well for Bat. We had a game earlier on where Zai was playing Bat together with Boxy's Nyx, and they didn't really win their lane against Terrorblade +1. I think there's been another instance as well. It doesn't exactly come to mind which players it was, but the Bat against Terrorblade will be my lane to watch, because if Bat gets ahead in this game, in this lane, he can just completely snowball off it. I think most of his matchups are really good. Whereas when this hero falls behind, it has a tendency to become a liability. So let's see if Whisper for EG can have a good start. And on the other side, Talon, I think they just need time, right? Their support duo Pugna Coddle, not too much playmaking, but a little bit on the slower side, playing together with Magnus. So for them, I'm looking for Mikoto to really take some action from mid.
And winner of this series faces off against OG tomorrow. And I mean, looking at this game, I mean, did you have a favorite going into the series before the drafts came to be?
I think it's really close. I mean, EG looked really great against Shopify Rebellion. That was a very one-sided series, so I feel like they've leveled up a little bit over the last couple days. But so have Talon. I just think the level of play now is rising quite significantly, and it makes sense. Now the teams are getting more adjusted to the metagame, to the itemization and everything. So you would expect it to get a little bit more streamlined.
A battle for the Southern Rune is upon us. Big blinding light comes out. Q will be able to take that relatively easily. And most of the damage applied to EG on this side. But yeah, both teams coming into the playoffs, they were kind of lower end of their groups. Barely making it in some cases, but they are definitely starting to get more acclimated to the patch and to the meta. Of course, it does help being able to survive and then copy teams that are doing better than you, right? I mean, even Team Liquid has been struggling a bit, so no shame at all.
Yep. Stealing strats in Dota is a viable strat in itself.
That's right.
It's it's allowed. It's not frowned upon. You can't own a hero. You wouldn't download a hero.
If you're Kunkka, you can, because it was literally named after him. That's another story.
That is true.
So Underlord versus the Void Spirit, not a matchup we get to see all too often. And I assume that this is just going to be mostly a farm fest for the first few minutes.
Yeah.
How much kill potential do you see actually happening in this lane?
Nothing without support rotation.
Nothing.
It's like, how is either of these heroes going to kill the other, right? Like, Underlord can throw down a Firestorm and attack a couple of times. I will say, though, I think, theoretically speaking, this is a very Underlord-favored lane, though, but he's not going to win by killing his opponent. He's just going to win on last-hit damage. See, the Underlord is always, in most melee versus melee matchups, he's just going to rack up the Atrophy Aura damage, and then he's going to deny. On top of that, he obviously has the negative aura for the opponent, so Mikoto will be relying a lot on CSing with Resonant Pulse should be okay
Blood
here on
grenade,
Q.
Okay,
Maybe
Paz
not.
wants to go in deep, but the blinding light from Q should be enough to
Yes, Tango. Okay.
get that gap there. They'll live through the time dilation.
And as they mentioned, I believe they mentioned this on panel, Illuminate is a very special spell because it has a hidden secondary component called Release, I believe. So when you get time dilated, it actually gives you 2 stacks when Illuminate's on cooldown. Regardless of whether you're in spirit form or not. So, like, not really going to be the biggest of deals up here because I don't think realistically you're going to see Q skill Illuminate until level 4. Most coddles we've seen have gone 0-1, or in some cases 0-1-2 if they're playing with a laner that really benefits from Chakra. But the thing in this lane is, if you're playing a spam strategy with Magnus, every level 2 shockwave he throws on the Void, he's just going to time walk and negate a ton of the damage. So it's a lot of merit to this pick from Pakaz. First of all, the laning stage should be easy against Mag, and second, P. If you don't get burst 100 to 0, you get to reset position and health, and you can fight straight back. But so far, the early stage is going well for Talon, especially.
What do you think about Void in this patch in the late game? Because we've seen it in like a lot of the past patches as well. Has anything changed, or is he still the absolute beast from the past?
He's definitely a beastly late gamer. The challenge is to get there because a lot of the games we've had in this tournament have been pretty short. They've been largely determined around the 20 to 30 minute mark, and a lot of the games that we see Void become God mode and go beyond that. It's like 45 plus when he really starts just solo killing cores. Quite a bit to go for that. But with that said, Talon, I want to say, is one of the slowest teams of the tournament, right? Like, their games have a tendency to go pretty late. So just on a team versus team matchup, this hero makes a lot of sense against this squad. The other day for Survival, we saw Talon beat PSG LGD in a 70-minute game, one of the longest we've had.
Yeah, and even though this is a very small thing, but we've been seeing teams become a little bit more acclimated to the patch like we talked about. Both of the Lotuses went to the side of Talon, so on top of that for now, how much of an impact that could have. I'm very sad to say that we have not seen a block of cheese the entire event, at least not that I've seen personally, because it's very hard to create such a divine snack, if you will.
Divine snack.
Yes, delicious.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I mean, we did the math on it, right? It takes 27 minutes of collecting flowers, and you don't get to smell them. You just have to store them away.
Yeah. It's a good idea, but maybe it needs a little bit of a buff. We'll see.
Do you think you can make a recipe out of flowers and cheese in real life?
Sounds delicious to me.
Yeah, anything with cheese is good.
C Smile 20-5 in the mid lane, and Makoto 17-2, so slight advantage going the way of EG as the water runes looks like they'll be traded. So nothing major in the mid lane, but I mean, talk to me about Underlord as just a general hero in the mid lane as Matthew. One more right click. No, pops that fairy fire at the last moment. Can't find the range, and he's going to take a little bit of damage.
There's a blood grenade to offer for Whisper here.
Yeah, he has 3 stacks of sticky napalm, but Whisper actually just stands his ground and dies. Ollie in 23 just barely survived, though.
Yeah, blood grenade would have not pushed that over the limit. Matthew could have helped out with that, so he had a little bit of extra in the tank, but this is what I was saying, like Batrider matchups against Terrorblade, very important how it goes in the first few waves. Terrorblade will always have CS advantage, he just has way more base damage. So if Batrider loses out on kills too, this is a very bad start in this lane for EG. Whisper is now about 1,000 behind the Terrorblade, and with Terrorblade just getting a little bit more in the way of defensive items, suddenly the kills don't exist anymore, and you just free farm, and eventually you can just transition into the jungle when you feel like it's time. You see 23 already preparing here. He's going to buy the infused raindrops to block off Fade Bolt, and that together with a wand and potentially a running tango. And even on top of that, which might be one of the biggest changes for this lane dynamic, if you get Lotus on Terrorblade, it's really good against bad.
Yeah, that's true. Ollie putting down the Nether Ward as Panda has come through the gate to try to gank here. 23 Savage, obviously a bit of difficult kill, but they have the burst damage with the Fade Bolt and the Firefly from Whisper. That should be enough. Maybe able to clean up Ollie as well, so a double kill for Whisper, which was much needed. Because like you said, he was off to a bit of a rough start.
Very, very good rotation from Panda. If they don't bring Whisper into this game, it's going to look rough. And would you look at that, he was top of the net worth for like a second. Now he is again. After being 1,000 behind Terrorblade, he now equalizes from those 2 kills. So obviously, ton of gold going his way. And with that experience, closing in on level 5, which is a pretty meaningful breaking point for Bat. Every time Sticky Napalm levels up, your damage just increases meaningfully. He also gets Mana Boots now. Nice for Matthew too, in the lane. to get more spam potential here. Keep laying on that pressure.
From the mid lane, I'm interested when C-Smile's going to make these transitions over because he is... Oh, we're going to see the flame break from Whisper. He's level 4 right now. Matthew, he's taking the brunt of the damage, though, from Ollie. But if they can get this kill on 23 Savage, it'll be all worth it. Whisper continuing on. 5 stacks of sticky napalm, and that is another kill for Whisper and another death for 23 Savage. Whisper, all right, they're going to clean it up with Makoto's transition. That's the first time he's left that mid lane.
Very greedy to go for that secondary kill. I think he should be happy to get the Terrorblade and just back off. His Firefly was running out. He was approaching the enemy tower. And that's just an easy TP and grab there for Makoto. We're seeing
some bashes right now. A lot of bashes, in fact. They want to make it. Oh, they actually cancel out the skewer. Nicely done from Panda.
Yeah, he's got
Do they have the
Vanguard,
damage?
though.
Illuminate coming in from Q. That'll...
Yeah, he's got Vanguard, though.
Yeah, he's invulnerable.
Yeah.
Let's say.
Do you know why?
He's Vanguard.
Yeah, there you go. All right. So something interesting that I've been noticing as well is that these players that pick universal damage heroes are going Bracer. This is no different. Makoto's getting a Bracer on the Void Spirit. We saw it in the previous series as well with Sumail on Mirana, as well as Nisha on Void Spirit in that game. They both went one Bracer, and then Sumail went into an Atos build, whereas the Void Spirit will often go Echo Saber into Deso, or some sort of assassination build with Dagon or Kaya Sanj, and a utility item. There's different ways of approaching this from Makoto here, because you're playing with a really significant single target physical damage carry. So that hero benefits if you go Desolator. The minus armor synergizes nicely, but too much of one thing can also be bad, in which case the enemy can really itemize effectively by buying Solar Crest, etc. So maybe you do go the magic route to mix things up.
Panda is dead. Makoto getting a very nice arcane
Nice
rune.
and easy.
That is one thing that Talon have been, I don't know if they've really been controlling it per se, but Makoto has guessed right twice in a row. So C-Smile has yet to get a rune. As you can see, the first lasso of the game now in the top lane. Q getting burned down. Makoto's coming, though. Good with that arcane rune activated. Now trying to turn this around onto Whisper. There's the first RP of the game, and that's going to lead to the death of the bat. So it's a 1-for-1, although C-Smile finally making his transition over. Yeah. Ollie with the heals from the high ground.
The dangerous ganking Underlord. He throws down a Firestorm, and then you run. Yeah, I mean,
that is the weird part about Underlord mid, but we'll be getting a lot of levels. There's the Astral Step onto Panda. Aether Remnant connects. Should lead to another kill for Makoto.
And unfortunately for Matthew in that situation, he had Spell Steal on cooldown after stealing Blinding Light, so he couldn't steal the RP. Jabs was protected from losing that spell there. I don't think they could have turned it around, but it could have turned into a potential future move. Obviously, the Rubik against Magnus matchup, a complete classic. But so far, Talon, top 3 net worth. Things are going very, very well for them. They're playing, as we said, a kind of greedy lineup where only the Void Spirit can be very active, but he's been covering his bases here, 2-0-2. Looking for more action up here with the Mag. Obviously, Vanguard treads, as well as a Lotus, is very tanky.
Yeah, Makoto's going to initiate, and Q's on the back line, though, but Whisper's taking the brunt of the damage. He will be bursted down. There was a TP. I think it was just canceled out from EG. So Matthew might be in a bit of trouble if the Aether Remnant does connect here. Coming out, able to side. Nope. Actually finds the connection. Resonant Pulse to follow. Matthew just trying to stand his ground. He actually steals the life drain, but...
Oh, hello.
Okay, he will live! Oh, my God. All right. Nicely played.
All right, Makoto didn't want to dissimulate next to the tower there because he didn't have the Remnant, or rather the Astral Step, and he was worried about a potential counterplay.
Yeah.
So he played it safe, and sneaky little smoke there. It's not the biggest of deals, but it always makes for a good smile. At the end of the day, it's a support avoiding death, not the biggest of deals. And I guess at the same time for EG, they haven't really shown much. Or it's so early in the game that you're not going to run out of smokes, right? So burning this one to stay alive is not going to bite you, probably, in the next 10 minutes.
Yep, that is fair.
Bot tower will fall here.
Top net worth in the game, by the way, is Jabs on this Magnus, who talked about his items already. He's going to be going for the Echo Saber, so be pretty damn scary.
Yeah, as the panel said, this guy just doesn't like auras, which I think is appealing to a lot of the people in the audience. I've heard some people out of spite didn't buy BKB for years. Just didn't want to do what was good in the meta.
Is there a reason you're looking at me when you're saying that?
No, you're looking at you because I'm forced to be here with you right now.
Oh, gotcha.
Who else would I look at?
That's yourself in the mirror anytime you want.
If you bring me a mirror, I will gladly cast with that.
Sounds good. Midas online for Pakaz. So 11.5-minute minus, not too shabby considering he went for the treads first. We haven't really seen anything from C-Smile yet, and this is my question. I've been trying to get this out, but there's been so much action. The mid Underlord, when do you want to get? I mean, obviously he's missed out on a couple runes, which I assume would have led to a potential gank, but now he's just resigned to farming. He's going for this Atos first main item.
Yeah, this is kind of the only cost-efficient item Underlord can buy to be a playmaker. Because, yeah, you have Pit of Malice to set up your Firestorm, but it just doesn't last long enough. But with an Atos, you can, you have some decent synergies. You can set up a catch where Bat Rider can then connect with a Lasso, or you can pile spells on from a distance with Lich and Rubik. Also, C-Smile is currently rocking a haste rune in the bottle, so if he wants to get something done, he can. The question is, where do you want to strike, and where does your damage come from? Because you have a Carrier Void who went Midas. He hits like a wet noodle. So probably you want to pair up with Bat and have him bring the damage to the plays. Or if Rubik has a good spell steal, which currently is Empower level 4, which
that is nice to have.
They are enjoying this on both the Underlord and the Void right now, that Matthew's running around with that. And I mean, if it does turn into a slow farm fest, this is one of those things that can equalize it quite a bit. You're offsetting that inherent advantage that Magnus lineups have, and your Void is now farming at a much, much faster pace. He's able to take these ancient stacks all of a sudden that he couldn't take before. So definitely enjoying some farm time with that. Curious what Pakaz is going to go. He's going Midas Maelstrom as standard, but after that we've seen different paths. We've seen paths that have to do with status resistance in the past. We have seen paths that are just BKB. We've seen stat-heavy builds like Scotty. This hero actually has a pretty interesting itemization tree. The upside to going Scotty is you enable yourself to go Refresher in your build because you have the mana pool. And that is probably going to be an item EG, I almost want to say need if they want to win the game. I think Refresher Void is something you have to have in the back of your mind as the carry already here, because it will be a long and slow game. So maybe the Scotty will be the item of choice after Maelstrom. Is that crazy?
Why not? We've seen crazier things at this tournament.
Jab's going to break the smoke here.
Yep, the Underlord Pit comes out. I don't think they have the damage to burst him through. He's already at half HP though. Is Matthew getting gone on from the sideline? That's going to be bursted down. He gets the shield up temporarily as Q. He's going to be the first to drop.
That's a good chain for... Oh, that was really unlucky.
Yeah, the Chronosphere still available for Pakaz as the Lasso finds Ollie. That'll be an easy cleanup for them. So that ends up being a 2-for-0 as Pakaz finally uses the Chronosphere, but it's on literally nobody but his teammate. It actually sets up Jabs' RP. Panda is donezo. Pakaz might have to rethink his priorities here as C-Smile will be skewered back into the tower and brought down to his knees. Sunder from 23 Savage. Pakaz has to be careful as Jabs, he's burning to the ground. One more right click will do it. He will fall eventually. 23 Savage jumped in on Pakaz. Is this enough to take him out? It is. Double kill for Whisper. Lots of kills all the way around. And somehow Pakaz lives throughout this fight.
Great fight. Everybody died. I love to see it. Pugna and Void survive,
from the Coddle,
but a big win there overall for EG, of course. The carry stays alive. They get some very big kills. And yeah, as you pointed out, that was not a good chrono. That could have gone way better.
Oh, boy.
I don't know if he was trying to ensure the kill on Void Spirit, but they kind of already had it. Yeah, just a little bit off the mark there. We're going to see the replay here. I mean, this was a pretty long move, though, but... So
we'll see it.
Yeah, so maybe that was necessary.
He did get a kill with it.
Maybe it was necessary, but he clipped his Underlord with it, unfortunately, and really put C-Smile in an awkward spot, and this skewer just seals the deal here. Spell Steal and Power again, though, but he died, so doesn't have it.
Keep in mind, like you said, neither teams have the auras. C-Smile will eventually get it as the mid Underlord, which that was going to be my next question. Is he actually going to itemize for the pipe and whatnot? He will be. And from Talon's side, it doesn't look like they're going to be going for anything like that. So you would think once that pipe is online for EG that despite having the Midas on the Void, they still might just want to fight.
Yeah, the pipe is relatively far away though, right? Like, he is going Crimson first on the Underlord, which...
Oh, he changed his mind.
I mean, it's debatable. He has committed now by buying the Vid booster. I guess if he wanted to keep his options open, he could have taken a different route, but... yeah. Is Crimson better? Is Pipe better? Kind of hard to say.
Just get both. No,
sure. I mean, I'm kind of with you, though. I personally think Pipe is better value here because of the way fights have been structured so far. Void Spirit does significant magical damage, and he's like hybrid. He also does physical, of course, but with his current items, it's definitely heavily magical, and you block out so much of Pugna and Coddle by getting the Pipe. But it does look like Crimson is the way for him to go here. Smoke up from EG, 3-man.
Not going to find anything initially.
Bad Rider with the Octarine core, which now no longer gives cast range, of course, so not as cool on Bad as it used to be, but the build-up feels really nice. And this hero is all about the cooldowns, so we've seen players prioritize this higher and higher. But that is part of why this hero is a weird offlaner for many teams to run, right? Is that whole aura aspect where if you buy auras on Bat, you feel kind of weak because of your cooldowns. So EG opted for, if they do want to run this Whisper Bat offlane, they have to have a mid hero that fills that role in the team. So it's a very interesting take. I feel like no other teams have really run a mid hero with auras that I can think of.
Yeah, it's definitely unusual. Even if it has happened, it's in the minority of games for sure.
Pakas will go BKB, not Scotty. So it was one or the other, probably. Upside to BKB is that you can't be offensively decrepified, and if Pugna does defensively decrepify, there's a lot of magic damage that goes through. No longer amplified, of course, as per this patch, but there's still plenty of magic damage where that came from Bat, Rubik, and Underlord, and even Lich sometimes, depending on the setup.
And Makoto on the Void Spirit. Obviously, we talked about the Echo Saber will be a BKB next. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Echo Saber Desos. Not sure if that's what he's going to opt for.
Yeah, I don't know if BKB Void Spirit is the best here. Yeah.
They have the jump there. The start out with the Aether Remnant into the RP, and he is deleted.
Nicely executed.
Great
there.
setup from Talon.
Clean. They do have to use the RP for that, but that's just the nature of killing Void in this game. You have 2 stuns, you have Aether Remnant, and you have RP, and 1 isn't enough. So you have to burn them, but they don't settle. They're immediately going to look for more here. Smoke move mid.
Yep. And Matthew looks to be the recipient of this. Easy kill again for Talon, who will get this tier 1 tower as well. And we'll see in the next minute and a half if team wants to take control of an area that a Tormentor resides in. As C-Smile is just like walking like really close to the enemy just constantly, and nobody wants to go for him. It's a tanky boy. Almost done with the Crimson, just a couple hundred away. Yeah, we're in the Tormentor territory here very shortly. And it's been interesting to see throughout the tournament which teams prioritize that really highly. Some teams literally don't do it until 40 minutes, for example. Sometimes it's because the shards on their supports are maybe not that impactful. You know, just adding net worth just to add net worth, which is not always good. Ollie,
trouble.
Lasso. Whisper should be able to clean him up, and he does.
Wouldn't think it could cook a skeleton, but apparently.
You can cook anything.
Well, he said Pugna got roasted, toasted, and burnt to a crisp, but I feel like he's already crisp.
Thanks, Cinderin. Always very literal and helpful in these casts, as always. Yeah.
Like some bad lore there. We need a different voice line for when he kills Pugna.
Very important to add that to the list.
Yep. For no reason. Mid tower looks to be on the menu here for EG. Difficult to push into, though. You're playing against Caudle. You're playing against the potential threat of Escura into RP. If you have it perfectly timed, you know he doesn't have it yet, but only 10 seconds away from a reverse polarity, but they're fast enough. Underlord with the heavy-hitting Atrophy Aura will get that down, no problem.
That's interesting. You mentioned the Octarine doesn't combine into Aetherlands anymore, but Whisper, he just buys an Aetherland
Yeah, you
as
have
well.
to buy both.
So why not?
Yeah. I mean, have to is the wrong word, but Bat Rider wants both, so...
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
And BKB is now online for jabs on the Magnus, and he's just going to finish up. I guess he can repurchase the Echo Saber and then turn that into a Harpoon. We've been seeing a lot of the Harpoon. Do you think that's enough? Like, you still need to go Blink at some point, or is that enough gap close to be able to pull off your combo?
I feel like
it has been a crazy
you have to buy Dagger on this hero at some point. I mean, I'm kind of okay with him not doing it yet because of the flow of the game, and Void Spirit is able to perform the primary catching role, but eventually you need to have the Dagger for the surprise jump, for the late game-winning fight moments.
Like the Blink,
it's too hard to do.
The Blink RPs on several heroes you're not going to get with Harpoon, right? Harpoon's very single target focused, but it does set up your Skewer nicely, so
yeah,
it makes sense that he is prioritizing that to some degree. But one of the coolest items for sure in this patch. All right, it's Tormentor time. Who will get the shard? And they actually align it nicely with the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah. Fortunately for Ramses, he's not in the arena right now, so unaffected.
Yep. Very true.
He's probably in his practice room in the hotel, enjoying that top 3.
So you get the Ice Shire, as we like to call it. Pretty underrated shard, I would say.
Makes me laugh every time.
It happens.
Thanks for that.
I mean, I don't know if you'd rather have the Rubik one or the Lich one, actually.
Yeah, it's...
Both are quite good.
The Rubik one is really cool against... I mean, if you clutch it out, can you even save against Magnus? Probably not, right? I think Skewer overrides it.
That's a good question, actually.
So I guess the Lich one is probably...
It might be whatever's first. If you do it mid-Skewer, it should...
Spire is amazing with Chrono, though. Because if you hit any Chrono on 1 or 2 heroes,
yeah, that's fair.
the Lich can just guarantee the bounces in there.
See Talon smoked up next to the gate, looking to set up a potential fight, and then into a Roche as EG are also going to smoke up.
Ourselves a schmuck, yep. Whisper's
BKB
going
on
to
the
TP down.
TV now. Makoto, his is going to pop. He's going to focus on Matthew, but the telekinesis instantly will be able to dissimulate away as Lasso comes out just in time on the Void Spirits. The Chronosphere onto 3 heroes. Do they have the follow-up damage? Firestorm's doing quite a bit, but 23 Savage pops his BKB. Very low HP, looking for a Sunder target. Finally gets one, but I think that was on a teammate. As Pakaz pops his BKB, the RP's going to be faked out. See Smile on the run now, as this was a 1-for-1 with buyback. That finally the RP comes out, and it is on the tanky Underlord, which they eventually take out. As 3 dead for EG. And the buyback's coming in from the Lich now. As Makoto, at half health, has that shield rune activated as well. He's getting burned to his crisp as well, but there's the healing coming out from Ollie. Is it enough to keep him alive? Another Assimilate onto the backside. Will stay alive as a result. Lotuses are available for 23 Savage, but he will actually channel them during this fight. And his meta's running out, so have to be a bit careful. The rest of EG still occupying this lane. They're not afraid.
That was a really great Chrono, but unfortunately for EG, Lich wasn't in range to get the combo off, and the Chrono expires, and then they pop the BKBs, so in reality, the Chain Frost was only hitting the Caudal. I mean, you still do some damage now, but it's not the full effect that you're looking for in that instance. The pairing there could have been crazy. I mean, there's some very clear, amazing synergy in EG's lineup. If they Chrono non-BKB'd heroes, they just have overwhelming damage with Firestorm and Chain Frost, but when those BKBs are popped, they do sustain through it, Talon do, and get a good fight out of that in the end. Pretty even trade for the most part. No, neither carry died.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a stalemate.
Yep.
Still sticking around as well.
They do have the cooldowns on their side. They know RP is down, and obviously Batrider with the Octarine has Lasso ready earlier. So EG would probably like to get another fight, but Talon isn't going to give it to them. You see the replay here. This Chrono really well placed, but look at Lich top right. Has to waddle all the way down to place the Spire, and there's the ice, the Chain Frost as BKBs are coming out. And at 23 did Sunder the Void. This is obviously an interesting change that happened in this patch with the change to debuff immunity. Is that you can Sunder an enemy, and you get their health, but they don't get yours. So he just healed on the Void effectively.
Which inherently was a huge buff to Terrible.
Yeah, for sure. Having that
was the counter, like stun locking him, and then when he's about to be able to Sunder, you just pop your BKB and he can't do anything, which is no longer the case.
Just make sure you take damage while you kill him.
That's true, of course. Very important.
Huskar with BKB. There's the solution.
Oh, yeah.
Very good hero against Terrorblade, I've heard.
Well, Harpoon is now online for jabs. RP is available as well, as they are going to take the gate because Roche is about to waddle himself over to the other side.
Yeah, they're going to use this opportunity to smoke as well.
Here, boy, let's go.
I don't know if they're trying to fake a Roche here against the side of EG and hoping that they bite, or if they're actually going to commit to just force the fight to happen. Oh, here he comes. Nah, they don't look too interested in pursuing it right now. They'll find Panda,
another ward down. Panda, he gets blown up.
Surprise. There's a ward. And I believe that was a dieback, right? Yes. So long death timer here, 53 seconds, 5v4. Talon know this, so might just go ahead and force it.
Yeah, perhaps. Into the Roche pit, Talon has gone. It'll be the first attempted Roche of the game. Question is, will EG be able to defend, or contest rather? But looks like they are resigned to just giving it up. So 23 Savage in all likelihood will be able to pick up this Aegis unless they deny it in epic fashion, of course. Always a classic for these big tournaments. And he will pick it up successfully.
The SEA Classic. Shout out to Orange Esports.
Way of Talon.
Oh man, one of the moments of all time.
That was a moment indeed.
Who knows what could have been at TI3.
All right, C-Smile actually still not going pipe. Finished the Crimson. and is now going for Halberd. So he's able to get that off on the TB before the BKB comes out. Obviously extremely effective. And just the evasion alone. I mean, Terrorblade's not a hero that would necessarily want to buy MKB or anything like that, so a lot of extra EHP. Well,
by extension, this means they're not getting a pipe, though. So
yeah, that is
the Void has his BKB to protect himself a good amount. Lich is getting Glimmer. And there's a Force Staff on the way for Bat and in the bag of Rubik. So they have repositioning tools to try to get out of the spell burst from Pugna, Caudal, and Void Spirit. So we're seeing the shards here. Void bought his own.
Yeah, that's a good one. Has he the
walk
reverse
back and
time
forth.
walk, which we've seen work out.
Pakaz very high level as well. Worth noting. The Midas, he's almost level 20.
That is
the enemy carry being level 15. Terrorblade will generally be under-leveled relative to his net worth because a lot of the farm comes from illusions around the map, but yeah, Void is always there for all of his experience, and with the Midas, he will now approach level 20 talent. Probably going to take the attack speed during Chronosphere, one would imagine.
Yeah,
standard talent chosen.
That is the
most
common
of the time.
pickup. 95 attack speed. That's a very random number.
He used to be 120.
Nice.
Got hit by the frog gun.
That extra 5, though, you don't want those even numbers. That's for sure. That would be too strong.
They ran the simulation, and this was the perfect number.
Well,
AI is here to save us.
Considering nobody takes the other talent, I don't know if that's actually true, you know? So we have the lasso initiation. Ollie gets off the Glimmer Cape, but they're going to be able to dust him as C-Smile. He's taking a lot of damage from this Terrorblade. You can see the reverse time out from Pakaz. Harpoon attempt from Jabs is not successful.
Really good psychic
C-Smile still getting pursued by Makoto, but his BKB is now going away. There's a heal coming out from Matthew on a C-Smile, so they're able to reset successfully as the Chronosphere finds one. It is the Caudal, which is an important kill. Actually, there's 2 with the Fat Magnus inside. BKB from Pakaz. RP still available, able to expend it onto this Void. Do they have enough damage to actually finish him off? And they do. He does have his buyback, as C-Smile did get off that Crimson Guard, which is why it's taking them so long to finish him off. But eventually they will. A big turnaround here from Talon, as the Chronosphere was actually pretty damn good. Almost caught 3 as 23 just on the outskirts.
It's such a big difference. If he clips the Terrorblade with that one as well, he doesn't end up dying there, because the Terrorblade was hitting him during the Chrono on the other 2, and that means that the RP from Magnus has him low enough to just barely get that kill. Just want to highlight how fast that Psychic Headband was from Whisper as well. This is something to look out for. The moment Magnus blinked in, or rather, yeah, he did blink in, I think. He just immediately got headbanded away and couldn't RP in the first place. All right, Lasso here.
23 Savage, he has Sunder, he has Aegis still.
This leads to absolutely nothing.
Yeah, so in the
end,
it
leads to a kill for the enemy
team. For no reason. And Matthew, he
stole
Sunder. Makoto.
Okay.
He's gonna have to dissimulate away, has that shard for that extra ring.
Never mind. Nobody
died. Tier 2 tower does fall in the end. I mean, the Lasso doesn't feel that bad low cooldown, especially with the Octarine in tow. Not the biggest of deals, as we're seeing a replay of the original fight here. And just being able to go in and out of the fight is very important for Pakaz with that shard. And there we see
Terrorblade. If Terrorblade doesn't have the... Okay, he gets Chrono toward the end there, right? If Terrorblade doesn't have the Dragonlance, he can't deal damage there.
Yeah.
So really, sometimes the 100 range is...
And that's where the reverse timeout can get you killed, and it literally did there, right? Like, you just feel a little bit too confident going in and out. The muscle memory failing you in the end. But
looking good for Talon now after that fight. Their Aegis is expiring in 30 seconds though, but I still think they can be in the driver's seat here and just really put on the pressure. RP will be coming off cooldown in 3 seconds. Yeah. Might go for a Blink Skewer.
Have it available. Scotty now online as well, as the Aegis is going to expire relatively shortly. So that is one thing to keep in mind.
Okay, they smoke into denying a Watcher.
Yep, that is a very important objective, of course, as we're approaching the 31-minute mark. So the Tormentor might be spawning relatively soon. Still waiting for that to be added to the UI, of course. And we should mention, I don't think Talon got their Tormentor at all, unless we missed it, which we have in the past.
Wait, did they not kill it a single time?
It doesn't show, like, it should say Tormentor version 2. It should say something. It was.
They have the Caudal shard. Did he buy his own? I'm pretty sure they killed it.
Okay, maybe they did.
I think they killed it.
Sure. All right, well, the Tormentor spawns for EG.
Panda,
Gonna
don't
be able to
die.
snag this
Don't
one
die
up.
now. Don't die
Ramses.
now. Don't die now, Matthew. Oh my god.
My goodness.
They both almost died there.
All right,
Matthew
Bat
can
Rider.
sunder his Underlord and get reported right now if he wants to.
Yeah. That's an
That's what
instant
half
ban,
the
of
audience
course.
would do. Of course, don't blame you guys. It's hard being a support. You finally get to pretend to be carry by stealing Sunder and support and sundering your cores.
Yeah, on the big stage as well, so we don't really need Overwatch for that. I think we can all just collectively agree that that would be a ban. They smoke up, but not going to find anything initially. As a double damage spawns top, and Talon is going to be the first to spot it. And a Terrorblade with double damage is filthy, considering his high base damage. As you can see, the Void Spirit now with a Daedalus, so his Astral Steps will hurt. Actually, he's the one that pops the double or has the double damage.
Oh,
on the
yeah.
bottom, so that
Double
would be
damage,
more
Daedalus, and
disgusting.
a power.
Initiation from Whisper.
Oh, the Sunder
And the
play.
Sunder, yeah, he already has half HP. He's going to get the Skewer off in the meantime, and Whisper's going to get destroyed for his transgressions, and Matthew and company will have to back away. See if they can wait out this meta, as they can see the double damage is there from Makoto. Smile. Oh, the RP only finding one, but they still might be able to win this fight outright. 3 dead just like that in favor of Talon. Pakaz gets off the Chronosphere, but the Sunder from 23 Savage saving his Magnus. Beautifully done as the Lich Chainfrost not doing as much as they would want. Pakaz, Nullifier applied to him, wants to continue to try to kill 23 Savage. Has to be careful though because C-Smile in the area, gets off the Lotus, or the Atos I should say, and 23 Savage is getting healed from inside the pit. Is this going to be enough to actually save him? Pakaz off to BKB, getting some bashes. 23 Savage is running for his life. Another bash is there. Jab finally getting in there. They do clean up the Terrorblade, but how much will it cost? Pakaz able to find another one for himself. Dissimulate from Makoto will keep him alive, and EG able to find something after basically getting team wiped. Unbelievable turnout from EG. If they didn't get that Terrorblade kill, my goodness, that would have been awful.
What a great fight from Ollie as well, though, on the Pugna. The fact that that Terrorblade chase took like 20 seconds was ridiculous. Just, yep, it feels like, yeah, I was just gonna say, like, there's no way Pakaz isn't by Nullifier, right? He's had enough of that, so wants to find that solution. Yep, that cost them, was that an Underlord buyback and a Rubik buyback? I think so. So 2 buybacks on the side of EG, but they got some really valuable kills for it. This one in particular, obviously, will take a little while before he gets there. The TP attempt there. Did he cancel his TP? I think the play call there was to turn it right. He did cancel it, right? Nothing stopped him, I think. So maybe 23 could have got out.
Oh my goodness.
And then Jabs was like, you guys deserve it. You've worked so hard for this kill. Here you go.
Yeah, it's tough to say. He might have been able to finish it off regardless, but
yeah,
either
I
way,
think so.
Unfortunate for Talon. Looked like they were winning that fight pretty handily.
And now it's very close again, and we're approaching that late game portion when Void can start getting really scary, especially because his primary problem so far has been Decrepify, but he's going to be able to solve that himself in 1,000 gold with a Nullifier. Kind of pick your target. I'm trying to think of like where does he sit damage-wise right now? Who can he kill in a Chrono? He can definitely kill either support. He can probably kill the Void Spirit too during the Chrono with a little bit of help. I think the other 2 boys are a little bit too beefy, but obviously can rely on some nice backup from either a Firestorm or even just a little bit of damage from Rubik or Lich could push him just across the kill threshold of a Magnus or a Terrorblade, which would obviously be the biggest kill if they could find it.
Talon with the smoke, looking for an opening. Basically every spell at everyone's disposal now. Okay, they're gonna skewer, can't get the illusion, fortunate. That's gonna lead to a smoke from EG, now that they know this is a thing. Nullifier online for the Void. Lots of nullifiers this game, 2. Quite a bit. 7K lead for Talon, but definitely not feeling too good after that last fight.
And it's all going to come down to who gets the initiation, right? If Bad Rider finds a good pick and Talon try to help and they set themselves up for a 2 or 3 man Chrono, the fight's just over on the spot, more or less. Got to be really, really careful about your positioning. At the same time, EG need to not clump up for an RP, so both teams need to play angles, need to play range. There we see the skewer. This will start things off.
Yeah, they're going to start it out on the tankiest target. Nullifier applied to him. They're already at half health, though. Illuminate coming in as well. He actually gets deleted. 100 seconds down for Underlord. No follow-up from EG. Oh, now Whisper gets off the lasso onto the Void Spirit. There's a Sinister Gaze as well, and somehow they find Makoto after the fact. So a 1-for-1, very surprising turn of events after the initial Jabs initiation. Looking forward again, but not going to find it. Gem on the ground. Jabs will pick it up. Going to take a flame break for his troubles. Pakaz in and out.
This is starting to get awkward now for Talon because they're starting to get stickied up. Bad Rider with the gem flying around here as well. Keeps canceling Jab's Blink Dagger non-stop. But needs to be careful running into the enemy vision and will back off.
His meta's not going to last forever.
Yep.
There's a window on the time that they can fight. They do have the buyback on the Void Spirit while the Underlord does not have it for EG, so that is something also to keep in mind. Occupying now the gate area as Roche is available for the taking. And knowing that meta is down, maybe this provides them opportunity to take the Roche for themselves.
And it's relatively risk-free for Pakaz, right? He has Satanic, and he has 20% backtrack talent. Now he reaches 25, so he can solo this slow and steady. He'll take slight bits of damage. That'll be quite a bit more when the Terrorblade Illusions start bothering him here.
Yep.
A walk in and out.
Gonna be pretty healthy.
They have Panda in range as well with the Glimmer Cape as well as Frost Shield.
The initiation onto the Terrorblade. Very, very good target to get if they can actually kill him, but Whisper dies instead. Pakaz a little bit late with the Chronosphere, and you can see the heals from the other side from Ollie, keeping the TB alive. Chain Frost comes out, doing a good amount of damage. As Ollie, he's gonna turn his sights to death because Pakaz takes him out. And meanwhile, close to the gates, we're having a major fight as Whisper somehow able to live. Skewer not gonna connect from Jabs. Has to kind of reset now. Gets Flame Break back into the Firestorm. Jabs will skewer away. Pakaz still wants to fight. Remember, Roche was not taken out yet. The Crimson Guard is popped in. They're able to take out another member of Talon. And Makoto, he gets dropped to the deck. 80 seconds, but does have buyback. If they want to try and contest, knowing that this Bat Rider will not be back anytime soon. Blinding Light, forcing C-Smile away. 23 Savage uses his Sunder. Now has the meta. Nullifier applied to C-Smile. There's the skewer back. Not able to find the initial target, but they'll take C-Smile instead and be happy with it. And now maybe Talon can be the ones to take out Roche.
Yeah, they could ensure it definitely if they bought back Void Spirit now, but they might not even have to. Maybe they can still just cover it. These three heroes from EG don't have the best poke and the best way of getting information, so again, nice fight there from Talon. Trying to remember the whole fight. It feels like every fight this game lasts like 2 minutes. It's just too many things to go over, but at the end of the day, they do edge it out. And again, for me, it seems like the problem EG has is Pugna. Like, they just need to find and kill this guy. Ollie is doing incredible amounts of work from a distance, both him and the Coddle together. Buying time, blinding, healing, 4 staffs, Glimmer. Got to take it out of play if you're Pakaz. Going on this, I think the way EG entered that fight is just a little bit naive. I don't think you're going to kill Terrorblade like this as your primary target.
Another fight is Panda deleted right off the bat. Ollie able to survive despite having the Nullifier applied to him. Matthew attempting to TP out will be successful. Well, only 1 dead in this little mini engagement as Pakaz now running away.
2 dead.
Well, the Underlord was already dead.
Pakaz killed the Courier.
Oh, okay.
Actually 3. Ollie killed the Sentry Ward.
Thank you, Cinderin, for joining us.
Always helping out. So here you see the problem, right? There's these heals. There's the Coddle heal, there's the Pugna heal, and Pakaz is doing his damnedest here, but it's not even close. And now he's like, screw this, I'm going to go on the Pugna. I just think this is a little bit too late, and not the way you want to enter this fight. If you're EG, I think Terrorblade is literally your worst possible target because of the protection he has. You can go on the Magnus, you can go on any of the supports and start off the fight. I don't think you have to lasso cores in this game. You just want to start off the fight, get something rolling, the enemy team has to help, you set up your Chrono, you set up your Pit of Malice combo.
Yeah.
Whisper just needs to find any target that there's a true kill threat on, and things are going to be fine. But Talon get the, I want to say almost maximum value out of that fight. Now, with this Aegis in hand for another minute and a half, 3 minutes and a half rather.
Sheepstick is there, not able to get the skewer back though. A little bit late after the harpoon.
Maybe it's time to buy an axe for Jabs. Get that horn toss.
I mean, that has not been super popular. The couple times we've seen it has been a bit underwhelming.
Yep. Maybe if this is your first time watching Dota since TI 10 rather.
TI 10, yeah.
It is not what it used to be.
Yeah. Horribly nerfed, and then
Maybe the best shard ever.
that's tough to say.
It was stupidly good.
It was. Okay, that's a hard one now. You're gonna make me really think about the most broken shards of all time.
A little bit of a pause here. Ready?
Ooh, Aghanim Scepter is there now for 23 Savage. So we get the Terror Wave. That is a very good spell. It gives you that temporary metamorphosis, but more importantly, the fear in an AoE.
A lot of the time we see this picked up after Swift Blink, but he's going to do it in this order. Usually the Swift Blink comes, or a lot of the time anyway, it comes first, and then you have the immediate value of that item, and then when you get the Terror Wave, you can blink behind enemy supports and just blast them.
Pakaz has found the RP, Skewer back. Do they have the control? The fear as well? Aether Remnant, Pakaz gets the BKB off, and the Chronosphere on basically everybody. Do they have the damage to actually finish anybody off, though? They get the Kono, Makoto getting healed from the sideline, 23 Savage. He's getting finally the Sunder onto C-Smile, but he is still controlled horribly on the back line. It's Ollie getting cleaned up by Pakaz thanks to that Nullifier. That is the Aegis down. EG. What a turnaround. Somehow Pakaz lives. They're going to get this easy cleanup kill now onto 23 Savage. And that is disastrous for Talon.
Shannon, I figured out Dota. Don't go on the carry. That's the recipe.
Goodness.
Both teams back-to-back with bad fights from opening on the carry. That's just too tanky. Pakaz,
and keep in mind,
3,500 health, and the backtrack talent. They just couldn't kill him.
Backtrack talent and Trickster Cloak.
Yep.
Those two made the difference, honestly.
He is stupidly tanky against this Terrorblade who has no True Strike. So,
and EG, we have 3 members of Talon that are dead without buyback, so this is going to be minimum 1 set of racks.
Yeah, fortunately for Talon, both their side lane tier 2s are still up.
Yeah, but they can just try to go for Throne. They're going to try and force it. They only get the tier 3, now going for the tier 4s without having a racks at all. Magnus, that is somebody you do have to be careful with. The Skewer into Fountain is definitely real. And they're going to back off before that first tier 4 falls, so maybe they are going to be happy with just getting the set of racks in the mid lane.
This is a pretty clever tier 4 force because they accomplish 2 things. First of all, they get a read on enemy buyback status. And secondly, they have enough time that if one hero buys back, they can still get the same objective they would otherwise.
Right.
But now you, on top of it, got almost a tier 4 and a Magnus buyback. So really elegant play there from EG, losing absolutely nothing in the process and forcing a key hero buyback. Because if you kill Magnus at any point now, your Void is more or less invincible, right? Like, they have to have the RP and Hex to even touch this guy. And you see it wasn't enough this time around.
Yeah.
See the Pakaz camera shot, he looked extremely calm about the situation.
I'm not sure if it would have mattered, but he hexed into RP, didn't really layer it properly, technically speaking. I don't know if you have enough time, though. If you
Maybe if you do it
But that's one of those, you have to do it perfectly layered to be able to get that kill.
Yeah. The issue is that you're spending more or less the entire Hex duration on setting him up for your team, but you can't really start with Blink Hex and have all your teammates in range.
That's true.
Because they don't all have Blinks. So, yeah, just tough.
Very difficult pick off, and I mean, that just shows how tanky the freaking Faceless Void is. As another Tormentor, number 3, goes down.
All right, more damage for the Underlord, more waves in the Firestorm. Faster Firestorm as well. Actually, pretty nice with Chrono to get the shard.
And we can see
you want to have that burst damage.
Now.
Yeah, there's the refresher, obviously enabled by the Scotty build. So Pakaz with more than enough mana will get rid of his boots. And the luxury that Void has is he obviously has a movement spell. And with the shard, your movement is longer on the time walk. So this hero easily plays without boots late game. Something other melee carries fall victim to is they kind of need Swift Blink to cover for the movement speed loss.
Yeah, that's fair.
But Faceless Void doesn't care. Like, you can literally just sell your boots and not even feel bad about it.
Oh, double damage bottom, by the way.
Look at that damage dealt. Faceless Void, top of the board. That's pretty rare. This hero isn't usually the big damage dealer. He's usually the setup. And obviously will do meaningful damage, but I don't know. Healing done. He's healed more than Pugna. Time Walk is a wonderful spell. Counts as healing on that graph. Don't worry, he's not playing Slasher's Way with 280 salves for his teammates.
I think that's Slack's way now, too. Cheese is still there for Talon. They're going to have it in the backpack of 23 Savage, which he has a Crystallis taking up a slot right now, so we'll be going for the eventual Silver Edge.
So him prioritizing Silver Edge over the Swift Blink really tells the story of how much trouble they're having with the backtrack, right? I think there's very few talents in the game that you can break, if even any other than this one. There's very few anyway. But backtrack can be broken. It's a leftover from an old spell. If you're a new player, this is not obvious whatsoever. You just need to find out by chance.
I genuinely forgot that you could break that.
You just Google and you're like, Void was level 30, what could I possibly have done? And you hope there's a forum thread from 4 years ago that says, by the way, Silver Edge works.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, there's been some patches, hope it still works. And you read the Silver Edge text and says absolutely nothing. And then that's why Dota's so beautiful. Burden of knowledge. You just got to know things. And fortunately, 23 Savage is a very experienced player, so he knows things. And he will buy this. Let's see if it's going to work out.
Wow, that was a long-winded way to say that it breaks his talent. Thank you, Cinder, and as always.
I get paid per word, actually,
apparently,
when I cast.
Jesus. 3K lead for Talon, but this could go any which way. I mean, I would think that EG might have a bit of a leg up considering they have the refresher. I mean, Chronosphere late game is just so hard to deal with.
That's a fast Tormentor
Talon,
right there.
Take out another Tormentor,
Right.
and that's
That
the
is
extra
the
Magnus.
Double Shockwave,
That's
not
the-
particularly good this game.
Yeah, that's the old Ags, but nerfed down a bit. Kind of haven't really seen too much of it, but not the biggest player for sure. And we'll see what EG are able to do as we won't know about the next Roche for another 2.5 minutes. Pakaz just making sure there's nothing in the pit. Left over there is like, whose Quelling Blade is that? I guess my items are probably a little bit better at this point.
Don't like littering. Someone should pick it up.
Delete it. Are they? I mean, Roche is not
nice.
even...
Pakaz with the... Oh, that's good. Wait, did he drop it again?
This is like almost max late Roche spawn. So they're actually obviously thinking that Roche could spawn right now, but we know that it is far, far away. But this might still lead to a fight because Talon are in the same predicament.
Yep. Smoked up, but very, very hesitant here. Trying to get some sort of information about the Roche status. Can't really get there, though, so more or less at the mercy of EG not going for it here.
And one big deal that, because of this late Roche, might actually help out Talon is they're the only... I mean, 2 of their cores don't have buyback, and they're the only heroes in the entire game without buyback.
And, dare I say, they have a cheese. So they could get the block of cheese. They're pretty close. They have 1 healing Lotus.
Right,
so 26 to go.
Yeah, good.
That's not true. That was wrong math. You know.
Yeah, I
know how
was
many
not
you
going to
need?
say anything. You need 18. They have 1.
That is correct.
Okay, that's easy math, I think.
17 to go. How many are bottom right? There's 3 bottom right.
Yeah.
And 1 top left, now taken by Panda.
I mean, this has the potential to go very late, especially since we're going to have 10 buybacks at some point before this next Roche, I assume.
Panda has 6 Lotuses, Shanna, so a third of the way.
Yeah, keep us updated.
He gave it away. Who'd he give it to? Rubik. Nice little 900 burst heal and mana.
Now, the question is,
use?
can EG drop a Lotus and Talon pick it up? It works for them, right? That could be used as part of the cheese. So maybe they could coordinate something to get the block of cheese, which everybody in the crowd wants to see.
Just what we need. More ways to grief.
Yeah.
That is... I don't know if it works, actually. I don't know if you get ownership.
It should work.
That's a good question. 25 here for Jabs, showcasing the Empower talent. It's either that or more stun on the RP.
Yeah, the RPs have been kind of hard to find.
I kind of feel like the RP talent might be better in this game. Like, even if it's just 0.8.
I mean, 0.8 in that last fight against the Void,
It
maybe
would have
that's
been
enough?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, sometimes a second is everything. And 10% Empower damage and cleave is obviously also, you know, make the kill easier, but I don't know if it compensates for a full 0.8 seconds there.
BKB already activated. Jabs uses the RP on just the Rubik, but there's a Chronosphere coming in from Pakaz on the 2 heroes. Fear's not going to do anything from 23 Savage. He walks into the Chronosphere. Finally gets off his meta. Nullifier applied to Ollie, and I don't know if Pakaz can actually finish off. The second Chronosphere comes onto 2 heroes, blocking off the path for Q to get back to his home. Plugging the bot back and died immediately. Now the focus is on this Terrorblade. He's going to get stun locked and brought down. He does have buyback, but okay, they get the Void inside the fountain, but able to time walk away.
He is so
23 Savage bot back.
tanky on Void.
He does not have meta, though. We'll see how much he can actually do here. C-Smile's completely out of mana. Okay, the nice Sinister Gaze to stop the combo, and the lasso to follow it up. Jabs in the middle of nowhere, gets off the skewer, will connect on the C-Smile. Pakaz jumps in to try to finish off Jabs in the meantime. 23 Savage, he's getting a bit low, has to be careful, might need to sidestep, gets off the Sunder. Pakaz just time walks it away, on top of Q now, but there's the, okay, he's gonna use, Jabs can't get the opening at all. He cannot get these clean combos with the Harpoon. For the rest of EG, focusing now on the second set of barracks, knowing that this Pugna cannot buy back. Obviously still have to be a bit careful because these skewers can definitely be an issue if properly executed. So 2 sets of racks for EG, and they're gonna back away. And we can see that Roche has now spawned, and they should know that Roche is up now.
Yeah, it spawned quite a while ago, right? This is a 100% guaranteed spawn. Okay.
Initiation, okay.
Find the Rubik.
Yeah, they find something finally. 90 seconds of no Rubik is, we'll see how big of a deal that ends up being.
I mean, ideally, if you're Talon, you want to try to force a fight when RP is up and Chrono number 2 isn't, because obviously Void used the Refresher Orb in that fight. I think every fight you take now as Talon is stupidly hard against the 2 RPs. They're going to try for the assassination here.
But Whisper with the counter initiation onto Jabs, and now Pakaz focusing on him. The fear from the outline, 23 Savage able to control just a bit. But now the focus is on the C-Smile as 23 Savage runs away. Whisper, it's a 1v1 battle between him and Makoto, but Pakaz, he wants to try to counteract that.
No
we have the vision for Makoto, no. So no kills in that little mini engagement. Very tense here.
RP is now online.
Yep, Pakaz, he's showing himself. Jabs, he wants the opening, but he's going to be stuck inside that pit. Okay, gets off the skewer, nullifier, a lot of damage being applied by the Terror Blade, but Pakaz has the Chronosphere onto 3. Again, the heals come out, but it's not going to be enough. Pakaz just destroys everybody. Will-O-Wisp a little bit too slow there, and the rest of Talon have to back away. And with this, EG, they can just get this next Roche.
I mean, he was serving himself up on a platter there. He was literally just saying, come at me. He wanted them to do that. He wanted to set up that RP. It was clearly a bait. And Talon, out of pure desperation, really tried to kill him, but they just don't have enough damage. You see this combo here. They get this RP with Terrorblade, able to hit more or less the entire time. It's just not enough. Pakaz gets the Chrono off, and this fight's over the moment he presses that button.
So very good fight for EG. Aegis now on Pakaz, and he has the Ags as well that drop from Roche, and that one's not too shabby. Every time you time lock, it will stun everybody in the area. Pretty good, especially when it doesn't take up a slot.
Damn, he has some good net worth. What do you think?
Yeah.
When is it becomes bugged post-game? I think that's been fixed.
For what? Oh, when it's...
Your net worth,
I think
what's
it
it
was
called?
like above
Overflows.
60 or something. It was something around there.
Integer overflow.
Yeah,
like 50-something K. He might not reach that time if this push ends the game. 30 seconds on Terrorblade. This should be megas unless Talon can do some serious staggering tactics here. Stalling them out.
Scary. Level 29, Faceless Void. Now just focusing on the barracks. And I think you're right, Talon might just have to give this up and try to defend against megas, but with the Aegis and Cheese on the side of EG, this is going to be very, very tough. The tier 4 falls because it was very low from the beginning, basically, as Jabs looking for the opening, but not able to find the skewer. That is what they need, something big into the fountain. But now the last tier 4 goes down. EG can try to focus down the racks. Will-O-Wisp is going to delay it just a little bit. As now the Ancient getting hit a bit. Jabs with a nice skewer onto 2. The RP to follow, but they're not in the fountain quite yet. They get bounced back just a little bit, and that's going to be the death of C-Smile. He buys back into the game. Makoto now trying to focus on the supports on the backline. Eon, this does proc. Makoto has to kind of re-engage here. There's the double lasso, but that's on an illusion. Doesn't matter. As long as the Terrorblade is one of them, that's all you need. The Chronosphere to follow now. No Terrorblade at all. Should be the end of this game. A second Chronosphere to come. Do they have the damage? Absolutely. EG absolutely crushing mid-game and thereon as they will take game number 1.
What a great game from EG. I mean, and also a solid game from Talon. They just run into a wall at some point. They run out of damage for this Faceless Void. He becomes too big. You give this Void Glimmer, you give him the Frost Shield, you send him in there, you bait them out, you force the big spells. and ultimately just got too big. Had the Empower for a little bit this game, for a little bit extra ramp up. His Midas pays off.
I
And
wish
the
we
mid
could look
Underlord,
at a
even
stat
though,
for how much gold they got because, like how fast he farmed because of the empowers.
yeah, I think they had it for a good, I want to say 4 or 5 minutes when it was a slowed down state of the game. So that definitely helped them out. Yeah, and they just reached their item timings. And despite Whisper having a bit of a rough start, they brought him back with a couple of kills. He ends the game 10, 9, and 14, found a lot of good lassos to set things up. And the entire cast around this dire lineup, it's kind of fascinating about a player like C Smile. He's known for like playing this high risk, high reward, popping off or having a little bit of facepalm moments here or there. But this game, he's just playing a very slow and stable hero in Underlord. Chrislock has an
Those
insane
items are not
hit hero
active, by
pool.
the way. Just 23 Savage did have items at the end of this game.
Oh, they all tilted.
So, yeah, that's game number 1 going the way of EG. Let's see what the panel has to say about this one.
Thank you, Shannon. What a terrific game, guys. That was something. I thought it was really even until a little bit in, and then all of a sudden...
Until this moment, right here on the screen.
EG just absolutely turned this game around. What a Chronosphere, what a performance from Pakaj on this Void.
That moment was so sad because they used the Hex, but also used the RP on top of the Hex. They kind of ran out of lockdown for the Faceless Void without having enough damage to kill him in the stun duration that they did have. So it was like so sad. I think maybe they got a little bit too ahead of themselves, like kind of reaching a little bit too far to get the catch on him when everyone wasn't quite in position, and then everyone's just clumped up and makes for that big Chronosphere.
There were a couple of Chronospheres, Jenkins, early on in that game where the Chrono went down, nobody died, and you kind of think, ooh, Void can't kill anyone in Chrono. And then all of a sudden there comes a moment where a game switches and suddenly Void can kill people in Chrono.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, I thought this going into the series that Ollie is a very underrated player on Talon. You know, he's playing a lot of Warlock, a lot of Tree, kind of boring stuff on the previous patch. So we didn't see much in terms of like the way that his skill can impact the game. But in that game, when he's playing Pugna, he was a huge problem for EG. Like his positioning, he was just right barely out of the Chrono, saving people. We saw that big chase for 23 Savage eventually did end up going down, but he saved like multiple times in that fight. And basically Pakaz realized like, okay, sure, this is a pathetic 5 position, but he's got to die, man. Like he's saving in every single fight. He even double chronoed him with Refresher because that's how important he was.
After buyback.
After buyback, so he killed him twice.
Yeah, he understood like getting the supports is like the first priority and then going for the course. I mean, all in all, this game was pretty wild, to be honest. Like in the beginning, when Talon went like ahead and won like 3 lanes, he did really good. I thought like, okay, this game is going really smooth. Maybe I was also thinking like maybe the bad rider should have gone mid. In the end, they managed to turn it around on EG. But honestly, I think Talon had really good chance to take in this game for a majority of the game until this side on the bottom side where they did not manage to burst Pakaz and he gets a chrono out and they win this Aegis fight. Honestly, the game looked pretty fine for Talon to play. Just after a fight like that, it's really hard to recover against such a strong carry like Faceless Void.
I really liked how they played a lot of the fights on Talon. Like, I think one of the big reasons why there was no damage in these Chronos was because of like Jabs and how he itemized. I've criticized him a lot, but honestly, I just remember a fight where like there's a Terrorblading Chrono, but there's a Magnus just standing on the other side of the Chrono, walling out the rest of like EG with this BKB Harpoon, just going around clicking people, being an annoying. Like, credit to them, they were very good at splitting heroes off to not allow them to all collapse on the Chrono.
Let's talk about Jabs on this Magnus, because we saw some really good things and perhaps some things that didn't work out for them. Jenkins, I know you had an opinion.
We did. I mean, I didn't have an opinion. I was sitting there, you know, enjoying the game, and Faith Beyond was like, oh, you know, basically, like, Jabs is feeling it mentally, because he noticed that 2 fights in a row, Jabs had missed the Shockwave into Skewer back, and so he felt like in that bottom fight where they were going up because that he needed to use the RP in order to get the positioning where he can pull the guy back, right? Which means that you're chaining your RP and the Hex. And so it was overlapping stuns there where maybe if they had that extra like 2 to 3 seconds of stun, he would actually go down there. And maybe it's this play right here.
That was a really interesting
Maybe that's
why
why he was in his own head there. And I feel like this does happen on these like Magnus Pudge type heroes, the ones where there's a lot of these skill shots involved. Like
you miss the hook when they're standing still and all of a sudden
a lot of it's instinct, right? You're just feeling the game, feeling the flow. And yeah, he's gotta, you know, maybe Sunbee's gotta do some important coaching between the games.
Yeah.
I think it's somewhat important to bring up though, in that moment, like 23 Savage probably should not have sundered jabs his Magnus, like he put himself down to like 10% health while in meta form.
Oh, the mid fight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With like no real save around him to get him out. Like it just became a game of I have to run away instead of I'm going to do what I want to do as a Terrorblade, which is just stand and hit people.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a hard call. I feel like if 23 Savage did get away, we would be talking about how insane a play that was, because it is so abnormal to do that on TV, right? Like the Sunder, because you're the most important hero in the game, is almost always used to save yourself. So when you're using it to save like a low value hero, in air quotes of course, it's for a particular reason, which is like, I am so confident that I'm going to survive this anyway. Obviously, he was wrong in this case, but it's cool when people do that and then they're right.
Look at that. You talked about it and we had a replay of it. That's amazing. That's amazing. What else is amazing is my good friend Tsunami. Let's go check in on him and see what he's up to on the floor.
You're too kind, Ted, but I didn't stay on the floor. Instead, I'm up here. Yeah, that's right. I figured that this is an equally unbiased crowd. You know, it's European audience, Southeast Asia against South America. I need someone to root for. I need someone to be biased for. So, anyone up here? Who here is the biggest Evil Geniuses fan? I have a couple of questions for you. I'm looking around. I'm hearing whistles. What's up with the whistles? More? No? Come on. I'm hearing cackling. Is that a yes? Are you a fan up there? Okay, I guess that's convincing enough. I don't know how to get up there, though. I should have planned this better. Can you come down here? That's the alternative. Whoever was cheering, man, I really did not formulate this properly. Fine, I'll find someone else. Evil Genius fans in this section. Doesn't have to be Spanish. But you do need to know all 5 players. I will quiz you just to verify. Aster, condolences, my friend. I'm just gonna pick someone else. It's gonna be a pop quiz otherwise. Okay, wait. I think I found an EG fan off in the distance. Were you just waving for no reason? It's a bad thing if you were. Here, we found one. Excuse me, excuse me. Huh? All right then. Oh, you're wearing the jersey. I'm definitely convinced. My friend, what do we got here?
It's from my friends from Peru. From my group of friends. We play Dota.
Did you go to the Lima Major?
I couldn't because there was a problem. The plane were canceled.
It's okay. You're here now to cheer on Evil Geniuses. Now tell me, why should all of these people be cheering on for Evil Geniuses?
Because Pacasa is the best carry player in the world.
You guys agree? I hear some roars of approval, but I hear a little bit of disagreement. Do we have a Talon fan out here? I hear woos. I see arms. I see one pair of arms in the distance, my friend. I appreciate the sales pitch for EG, but it needs to be a fair fight. Let's see what Talon has up their sleeve. You were raising hands. I don't know if the camera can chase me this far. It's okay, I'm going off in the distance. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional. Excuse me. Oh wow, we actually got this. Okay, stand over here. My friend, name the 5 Talon players first, just to make sure you're a fan.
Mikoto, 23 Savage, Jabs, Oli, and shit, I forgot the last one.
Can anyone help this man out? It's a letter of the alphabet.
Q.
There we go. All right, close enough. Now, why should all these people be cheering for Talon?
Best Dota, Southeast Asia Dota.
Best Dodo, Southeast Asian Dodo. Seems like a pretty 50-50 split. Panel, I think it might be up to you to break the tie.
Well, luckily we don't have to do that. The players will do that for us. We're going to take a short break, and then we will be back with the second game of this series. We'll see you soon.
mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. You know I be on a what? Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
After an entertaining game one, EG are now 1-0 up in this series. If they get 2, that's it. Talon are going home today. And the winner of this series will proceed further in the tournament. I've forgotten who they're playing next. Can anyone remember? Is it OG?
OG.
OG. They will be playing OG. I am a professional.
The lower bracket Reapers. I'm just kidding.
They cannot all be lower bracket Reapers. I refuse to believe that. But yes, I knew this morning that it was OG, but then I lost my notes. I'm sorry.
You have like 800 notes.
Well, yeah, that's very confusing. I have a terrible memory sheet because I'm old and useless. So unlike these boys, EG looking young and fresh in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, this is a mental game now because you question how both teams are feeling about that game. Obviously, Talon, they had the lead and they kind of lost it. Maybe in their eyes, they threw it away. Potentially EG looks at this replay and they're thinking like, okay guys, like we got to do better because we outplayed them in the late game. That's never really what you want to do. You never want to play for that in Dota. You'd rather have like a better early game. So it's just a question of what the coaches said to their players between the games and also like how they were feeling about it. There's also the potential of EG saying, oh, we knew we had it all along. We just had to play for the late game.
That would be a very coffee after a chaotic game like this, though. maybe though. But yeah, I think it's just the key that they keep their heads down, calm heads, especially Talon now. It has been an insanely close game, and they could have fired if they'd been one more team fight or so. So just forget about the last game. Take your small lessons, small adjustments, and jump to the next one. I was expecting the picking order to be changed in this one, but if I see it correctly, Talon has first pick again, and DG has second pick. So that is really interesting. As second pick got pretty abused in this last series by EG with the last pick Void before the Bad Rider.
Yeah.
If we're looking at EG and like the trends of things that they like, they really enjoy a first phase Monkey King. So is there something that Talon should be picking here and like kind of prep of having that come out?
You mean Talon? Or
like EG will usually take like Monkey King +1. Is there something Talon can take here that's really good against it, or do you just still go your standard like Coddle?
It's hard to tell. I mean, what is really the best counter against a Monkey? I mean, they really think like this Underlord here was a huge problem. So yeah, they gave up the trade. That's what I thought. I think they just keep with the Coddle again. They're just saying, pick your poison. They don't want to play against the Underlord again, so they choose to play against the Monkey. Whether it's the right choice or not, we'll see. Because I think EG is an incredible Monkey King team with Pakasa and Mav to be really comfortable. And even Chris Luck.
Yeah, he's been playing
he's playing a Master Tier Monkey King. So I would be surprised if EG doesn't pick it up here, especially because it got respected last.
I guess Coddle's really good against it anyway, with the like Blinding Light being a normal spell.
Yeah, I mean, it can be annoying. You're getting pushed down from the tree and all that stuff, but...
And No-Tail was saying as well, like his theory is like, oh, Coddle, you go fight for one of these Wisdom runes, you literally reposition somebody away from the rune as it's spawning, so you get free runes, which is also important for going mid.
Yeah. Well, EG's taking their time. They're definitely... Maybe they didn't expect these bans, to be honest. They may be hoping for the Rubik Underlord once again.
Why are we seeing this AA banned out? Because I think he was banned out first phase of the last game as well. Now, we were suggesting, that's because you want to pick Alk. But do you ban the A and then that forces them to ban Alk? Is that what that does? Or is it just too good? I mean...
It might just be the current trade-off that people are doing so that if you get the Alchemist, it cannot get A8 because it is the hardest counter and it gets more popular in the position 5 role right now. So I really think it's just that for the Alchemist, and it forces an Alchemist ban.
Well, they got the Storm Pugner, the old battery with Storm seems to have been very popular. This whole battery concept. These aren't new mechanics. Why has this suddenly become super popular?
I personally think that just both these heroes got slight buffs. Like the partner buffs are pretty incredible, to be honest, if you think about it. Like the W not having any negative effects on your teammates anymore, that they take more damage. And Storm partner is just a really solid like second pick opening. You give the other two counter picks to your off lane and to your safe lane, and Storm is really hard hero to counter in laning stage. Talon answer with probably Mikoto Dragon Knight. Like he's very comfortable on the hero and he sees his matchup, so no reason not to pick it. It's a pretty open draft so far. See Bad Rider ban. This time they're really respecting the 18 Bad Rider, or the second pick Bad Rider on EG. Once again, I think the fact that they flex it between the mid lane and the off lane role just showed so much potential.
I'm happy to see it. I really like Dragon Knight. I think this hero is still good. Who is it? Like Gaiman still would like to run it a lot, especially on mid.
Tundra also.
And Tundra, too,
Tundra,
yeah.
of course. Like they love it on line and Skeeter to flex it. I think the hero did get like pretty decent nerfs with, of course, like the main aspect of the hero is that it's stunts. And stunts in general got like reduced by, what is it, 20% or so. So you can still feel the nerfs, of course. But it is really strong with the Coddle. It has a favorable matchup against the Storm Spirit, or is an old school like really decent pick against it. So I can definitely see the reason for it here.
He just scales well, and I really like, you're playing this bigger map, right? When you are able to get that later like Ags, and you have this free pathing, it makes it so easy for you to scout and look for like heroes to find them. This last game, for example, like EG were playing really hard around this Bat Rider and the Napalm, looking and searching for things. Talon were playing around the Remnants on the Void Spirit to look and just search.
Yeah.
And I think Dragon Knight does a great job with that, especially when he gets his Manta down the line.
For
you
sure.
want to be able to find this Pugna and kill him to start these fights.
For sure.
Do his illusions still get unbeatably tanky if you get the Manta of DK? Is that the
It
thing?
does, but the Pugna instantly kills it.
Right.
So they do have a somewhat solution to this entire Manta Aghanim sort of idea of the Dragon. Now, what Talon has to think again is how do they want to approach the second stage, because once again they have the first pick, so they have to do the blind picks, but now they do not have to pick any stunts or something like that. They can just pick a comfortable off-lane combo or safe-lane combo that they're looking for. TB ban seems pretty casual, just an S tier carry right now. They played the last game, I guess 23 Savage wants to take a break.
It's also very high win rate against the DK. It's actually the highest win rate hero in the game. I know it was on the last patch. I'm not so sure how the matchup is on this one, but I would assume it probably hasn't changed much.
Yeah, for sure.
It really sucks playing into the reflection when all of your corrosive like damage stuff gets turned back on you.
Yeah,
and
everything
like,
goes through.
Yeah, like Darkseer as well is another like really good hero for that
Yeah.
when you make the wall illusion.
It's really hard. Those matchups are just so annoying. You get a dragon spitting on yourself and you basically like cannot move.
Bring back UK majors. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Come on.
ESL Birmingham! Woo!
Shout out to the United Kingdom, everyone.
Thanks, Jenkins.
Very disingenuous of you, but I appreciate it. Oh, there's a Naga Siren still in the pool.
Yeah, so
She seems to have been pretty popular.
that's really interesting. The Naga and the PL, both of them. I mean, DK is good against those illusion heroes, like sort of in general, because you have the splash damage and the slow, so that's why they're maybe keeping them in.
Oh, Matthew. Matthew Bounty Hunter.
That's an annoying hero.
Yeah,
What did they change about this hero, Jenkins, that means that now... I mean, we saw Saxa with it the other day. It was disgusting. He got like 12 kills in no time. Hugely wealthy. What did they change to make this happen?
Yeah, so I mean, his Invis stuns at level 1 for 1 second. So you can abuse the cooldown, wait until it's about to come off cooldown, stun somebody, go Invis again, come out of Invis, stun somebody. At level 1, 2 second stun. So this is just one of the best heroes for like laning because of that, running around the map, securing those wisdom runes, securing the mid runes, because you don't know where this guy is, and all of a sudden he comes out of Invis and he stunned you and he steals your rune.
I think that's more than Magic Missile at max level as well.
Yeah, that
2
might be the
seconds.
case. That might be the case.
I mean, obviously that's range, so it is slightly different, but yeah, that's
He's also,
something.
He's also just obnoxious.
He
It's
is.
so easy for him to get across the map because of the poles. Like he just can go from side lane to side lane and help get. Like he adds so much kill threat to these lanes. And on top of that, these Tundra have been, and other players, I think Game 2 have been showing off the Phylactery Bounty Hunter and how that is super obnoxious.
It's so
you're just getting long range tracked and taking all this damage and slow.
Without even seeing who's tracking.
You don't see him, yeah.
It's kind of crazy. This Beastmaster pick really though, I love it as well. Like I think this hero is incredibly strong right now. I'm actually surprised that they got through second stage. They really protected Stormspeed with 3 position 5 bans. They banned Silencer, Sky Mage, and Disruptor. They did not ban any blind picks for Talon. So I'm really surprised this hero got through. I'm not sure if it was... Actually, I don't remember if it was respected last draft. Yes, it was actually. Last game it was banned. This game they decided not to, so Talon just pick it up. This Beastmaster Coddle lane is not easy to counter.
I mean, similarly, Doom is still available for EG if they want to go down that route.
Yeah, where's the Doom at? Like, it's
a
an
great
interesting
Doom
one.
It's a good Doom game. I mean, you eat the boar, you eat the beast summon, even the ancient creep at level 15.
It's not bad, but I do think that they're going to pick the carry here in this situation. They might still opt for the Doom and give the last pick to carry, but you already see the matchup. You know you're playing against Coddle and Beast, so there's no particular reason to not pick carry and give like another counter pick to your offlaner.
So this is going to be a mid DK we're expecting here with the Beastmaster in the offlane. Is that what you're thinking?
I don't know if 23 Savage plays DK. I'm not sure if they could flex it to the carry, I assume.
He probably does. He plays everything.
I was about to say, he even plays Pangolier carry against Enigma, so I think he's ready to do it. But I think we can assume that DK will go mid against Storm, because they picked him when they saw the Storm Spirit. And I'm just really curious to see now how EG is going to respond to this Beastmaster Coddle lane. Like, even though you see it, your TV is out, which would have been one of the favorite heroes.
Slark.
Slark, okay. Pretty casual hero, still very strong hero on this patch. Hard to catch. And not sure about the lane though. I mean, I'm no expert on this, but I can imagine the lane is still like pretty decent for the Beastmaster Coddle sides here.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, the Beastmaster is spamming axes, trying to build those stacks, and you can't do that versus Slark because he can, you know, purge them. But you're still playing into double nuke in the off lane. That never feels good for Slark. But I think for the game, this does, like, it kills the supports instantly. It munches through these two strength heroes, especially the DK. You can get up those stacks. So, and it's also Pakaz's top hero in this tournament.
I was about to say, I think they also just took the last really strong carry that is left in the pool. Like the TV's out, the Alk is out, and they just opted for the third option.
Yeah.
Pango is still knocking about. Did we ever see offlane Pango? Is that a thing?
We do see it on a very few select teams that really love Pango. I think it was like Zeal playing it on LGD, and then there was maybe one other team, I can't remember. It's obviously weaker. They keep like reducing the damage on his like shield crash, for example, which makes it harder for him to secure creep safely. It's kind of like a game of, oh, if we can just drag waves and get him to his 6, then he's still going to be a really effective offlaner. That being said, I do think he's weaker than a lot of current options. Like Doom is still in the pool.
Doom is literally still in the pool. Yeah, it's an interesting one.
Yeah, it's probably still in the mind of Talon right now. I think EG will just simply wait to see what carry they're playing against a Talon, then decide from that on. Because their draft is really open. They got a lot of edges covered. They got their safety in peak, they got the lockdown with the Storm doing action. Like, I think that Whisper can basically play whatever he wants, depending on the enemy carry pick. So also now Talon is trying to set up for the carry pick. I'm also trying to think what they even like. The Bloodseeker gets banned, which would have been a very decent option against the Slark.
I think the Slark's like whole lane that we theorized is saved a lot though by the rest of the heroes on EG, because I think it's very easy for Bounty to come to his lane and help. I think it's very easy for Storm to come and gank. They're probably just going to make a lot of rotations happen to ensure that Slark has a good time.
Oh, what if Talon takes a Doom actually?
Oh,
that's what I'm thinking. Right?
Yeah.
Don't people like playing Slark into Doom?
Yeah, Pugna's pretty good against it too. You can heal through it.
Hey, Am.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Pugna and Storm both suffer mana void problems, don't they? So.
Yeah. I mean, will they do like a hard response here of like, oh, we got to pick Slardar?
Get the Slardar,
yeah, like,
baby.
get that Slardar. Legion's gone. What do you think?
This hero is very interesting now. Let's see what they pick. They got the Bounty 4. I'm not sure you can run a dual offlane like a Slaughter. I didn't see too much animation since the Vanguard and Battle Fury idea got changed. So I'm really curious to see how this is going to play out. Of course, it has reasons against the Storm and the Pugna for sure. Slark can be annoying for Anti-Mage though, because you get this Aghanim, you have like a pretty long duration of getting rooted or leashed down. Just to see what EG is going to pick against it. What is a classic Whisper hero? There's like this Timbersaw hero, but I think he's not too keen on it anymore.
There's still Darkseer. I think it's like a really good Darkseer game.
I mean, but Darkseer in lane against AM is like really rough.
Yeah, but like I could imagine the idea being that you just shell like yourself and Bounty Hunter, and then you just click him.
Yeah, maybe the BH changes.
Yeah, the BH Darkseer lane is pretty interesting, and also it's very good against the Dragon Knight still. It charges your
Snapfire.
Oh, that's a South American classic. These teams love this hero in Coral.
Oh wow, okay. I'm not sure what to think about that pick though. That's like really special.
I didn't see either of these last two picks coming, in all honesty. Did you guys?
No.
Snapfire's not exactly good against Anti-Mage. It's like pure magic damage hero. But I think the idea is that they just want to be able to let Storm just go in and like own this game with the Pugna, and then you can follow up on all of these initiations with kisses. So I think they just want to kind of overwhelm them early.
Exactly. Like, I think that's the idea behind it too. It doesn't really address the Anti-Mage too well though at a certain point. Like, EG's draft is very magic damage dependent. I have reason to believe that this AM, if he gets to certain item timings, will run away with the game just because there's no damage on EG.
I will say this, none of her spells can be reflected by AM counters. That's the best thing I can think of.
Starts for a W.
No, the snap fires.
Oh, the Snapfire.
Yeah.
Oh, that is true, yeah, the name. I'm really curious about this bottom lane. I'm not sure how this match is going to play out between Bounty Snap and...
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
I can see it being strong. I think Snapfires are decently strong. Like, you get like 2 levels in your Scatter Blast, and you kind of like nuking him. It's not like he wants to max mana the spell shield in lane. You know?
Right.
I'm worried for EG in this game. I do feel like if AM gets to whatever the new item is that replace the Ring of Health, that
Cornucopia?
Cornucopia, yeah.
Cornucopia.
If he gets to that at a decent timing, or let's say he does go for a Vanguard, he gets to the Ring of Health at a good timing.
Okay.
I do feel like CM AM can destroy this bot lane.
We will see. And to guide us through this game, Suns fan and Syndron, take it away, gentlemen.
Always a pleasure to hear Jenkins try to pronounce new things. He's learning a lot in his life. Still quite the youngster, even though he looks not so much the case. Game number 2, Talon versus EG. Game 1 was a barn burner. Well, not really. I just wanted to say barn burner at a major. It's just an American thing. Maybe you can't relate. But we will be seeing anti-mage final pick, and well, close to final pick. Final pick for them. What team actually picked it? Is that EG? That's right. It was Talon, Cinderella.
There you go. It was a 50-50.
So
You'll get it right next time.
From the
Could have
games
been
that
any team.
The games that we cast of AM.
You mentioned a team that's in the game, so
I got, yeah,
that was
50-50. I always get those wrong.
That's
but
solid.
Anti-Mage, I don't know what the actual win rate is. It has to be kind of low. We've cast a decent amount, and a lot of it was, of course, against Medusa, so maybe that's why it's actually low. But he hasn't really looked that good on this patch. Do you think this is the right game for him?
I mean, this is about as good as it's going to get, right? You're against Storm, you're against Pugna as a secondary potential Mana Void target. The enemy team doesn't have a lot of physical damage, and despite not being ultimate last pick, the enemy didn't have any of the perfect options to run into you in lane either, so they ended up picking Snapfire. So I'm kind of with the panel here. I think if 23 is off to a good start and gets to a good mid game, he can definitely take over the game. That said, though, the EG lineup is the Dire lineup is very momentum based. So if they run into some sort of early game hot streak with Track and with Storm just running around killing people left, right, and center, they could just outscale the AM. Honestly, they can handle him by brute force of just having more gold. I believe we were just informed Antimage has a 25% win rate, so you were right in your assumption that it's not looking too hot.
How many of those were against Medusa?
Yeah.
That is the...
But
it's a bit misleading, probably.
Not many heroes have a good win rate against Medusa, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta put a little bit of pressure here onto Jabs, be annoying in the start, pulling him out from running to the top lane, and actually he might have to TP here, but he can't TP until he's in the tower range because Bounty Hunter can stun him.
Yeah.
So this is a very annoying start for Jabs, to be sure. And the Bounty Hunter's actually not going to be hot on his heals. He has to go bottom to protect Whisper, who is in a similar predicament down here against Crystal Maiden and AM.
Yeah,
Level 1 Frostbite.
In this patch, with the changes made to Bounty Hunter, he feels so much more impactful. In the old patch, it's not like he wasn't good, but it just kind of depended on how the game was going, where now, even if you're losing, he's still going to have big impact with these stuns. Obviously, getting that track level 6 is going to be very important, but yeah, the stun out of Shadow Walk is insanely good. As Makoto in the mid lane, Dragon Knight versus Sea Smiles, Storm Spirit. Once he gets a couple levels of this Dragon's Blood, I assume that he'll be okay, but how does this matchup go in your eyes?
I think from what we've seen in this tournament, the lane itself has gone Storm favored, but the reason you counterpick this hero with Dragon Knight is that it's one of the only instant stuns you can pick out of mid. Nice damage here onto 23.
Lots
Blood
of
Grenade as well. Orb of Venom.
Not enough, question mark? Oh, just out of range. 23 Savage will live.
They do get the earlier level 2 here, though, and that is important in this lane. Snapfire level 2 against AM is really good. He can just go for a cheeky skill point here to Fire Snap Cookie and maybe get a combo off with Matthew.
Yeah, we can see
before the blink
Savage.
point comes up.
He is aware of the possibility
He will get it now.
of playing it safe. Matthew is out of mana now. They're looking for one more value stun, but obviously they can see him and avoid all the damage. And I mean, is there any other build that, other than Battle Fury on AM? We saw a little bit of, I think the games that we saw, they still went Battle Fury Other than one where I think Diffusal was picked up because of the Medusa.
I think we had one game with Vanguard Diffusal, and we've seen in the last patch we saw Vanguard Radiance toward the end of that, but obviously the meta has drastically changed with this patch. I want to say most games they just go Battle Fury and sometimes a value Vanguard. I don't think that you do that this game though. I think you're just slowing yourself down for no reason. I think in this game you just want to get really, really farmed as fast as possible, given the hero matchups that you have. So this is not the one to be experimental in.
Yeah, and early on, Makoto in that mid lane, 11-0. C-Smile sitting at 18-2, so he is off to a very good start on the Storm Spirit, which we've seen this hero so many times over the last 8 years, I want to say, that has just gotten off this quick start, and they just never stop.
Time for a Lotus Flower.
Yeah.
Matthew too late on the timing, a little bit of a mistake there, and now he's actually going to pay for it.
Yeah, Blood Grenade used as well, so Matthew trying to get away. Nice cookie, gonna keep them at bay from Whisper's side. He's gonna get drained of all his mana though. So in the end, Talon, I think, are kind of okay with this exchange. They have a sentry there, so they know that Matthew's in the vicinity.
Oh, they should be very happy with that. Getting the Lotus Flower, getting all of Bounty Hunter. Oh, nice Nova there as well from the sentry. So is his... Oh, his sentry's even out of range, actually. Yeah. Matthew placed it incorrectly. Thought the Radiant sentry was higher up. So theirs gets to stay here.
Yep, now they know though. So like will be sentryed again in the near future. As Panda getting harassed a bit, but not a whole lot of action in this top lane, which we haven't really talked about too much. Pakaz is playing the Slark this time around, and we'll be facing up against Jabs' Beastmaster. How does this lane typically go?
It has the potential to get very annoying for Slark until level 6. Just Caudle just spamming mana onto the beast, and you just keep throwing axes at him to harass. They are starting to run out of region top. Interestingly, Q has gone for Luminate over Blinding Light, actually, which is not as common, but their mindset is probably just shove the waves in, push, deal damage, pull side camp whenever possible. That camp has, however, been blocked the whole time by the Dire with the Sentry Ward in the
C-Smile getting completely harassed out of that mid lane. He's slightly behind in terms of the experience. He's been stuck at this level 4 for quite a while as Matthew does what he does best, killing couriers and whatnot. Jabs is going to take a tumble in the top lane, though.
That's first blood.
Indeed.
That will be shared among Panda and Pakaz.
When you're on a team, you want one person to get the first blood, right? It doesn't feel good to share. Am I right?
I mean, it sucks because it didn't play the sound.
That's true.
That morale boost.
Yeah, that audio morale boost.
Yeah. I think it depends. I think sometimes sharing it is actually better because let's say the support is 200 gold away from an item that's going to swing the lane. Then it's really nice to split it. In this lane, I would say probably better to just get it fully on the Slark. But it's all right. They got the kill in the end. That's the most important thing. And now Pakaz gets to enjoy a little bit of solo experience, which is very important. His level 6 has to come early in this lane to stabilize. Matthew will connect onto Q with Panda. Not much more is going to come from this. But again, Pakaz will just be more or less free farming as a result. Now,
Definitely.
Whisper is kind of struggling bottom whenever Bounty leaves, though.
Yeah, that is
be
fair.
Careful.
That's kind of what Bounty has to do. As Makoto pops his Dragon form in the mid lane, gets the Dragon Tail off the time being onto C-Smile. Q is here as well as Ollie. Do they have the control? Illuminate clips him, but should be able to step away. Obviously not quite level 6 yet. I think literally one creep away. Maybe they can turn something around onto Talon once that comes to be. Actually gets denied again, so C-Smile will have to wait slightly longer. As a Frostbite is there on the Matthew. As 3-on-3 mid lane now. Jump in by the Storm. C-Smile focusing now on Makoto, but has to zip back away. But his team members are there to clean up the job, so Makoto does get dropped. And it looks like it might be a Crystal Maiden kill as well. She's looking for Matthew, but will likely spell the end of her. So double kill for Panda of all heroes on this Pugna.
Yeah, I can tell you, when you play Pugna support, getting fast arcane boots feels incredible. So I don't think EG minds too much that these kills go on Panda. He's playing a 5 Pugna who's closing in on 7-minute mana boots, and you're just gonna be able to run around, constantly have your spells, play with your teammates, empower them.
For the Wisdom Rune. Who will get it first?
For it. Jabs is there though, on the money. And now Panda is actually in trouble. He doesn't have a TP. Oh, he does have a TP, but didn't have mana. Now he does. Frostbite.
Yes, they find him. Good cancellation. And I mean, that's actually worth a decent amount of gold because he did get a double kill earlier. So his net worth is a little bit higher than they normally would see for a Pugna.
If he had insta-TP'd after decrepping, he would have lived. But he ran out of mana for the TP, so he had to recognize that first, then use stick. And that half a second was exactly what all he needed to connect there, so well done from Talon to get a kill out of that situation. Side lanes overall for Talon now going pretty well. You know, Slark is top net worth, he's thriving up there. Snapfire is same net worth as Beastmaster, so considering that Bounty Hunter has been moving around, I think that's also par for the course or better. A very even game right now, and it's a matter of how much pressure can Talon put now that Dragon Knight is 6, Beastmaster is getting his 6. And what is Beastmaster going to build? We haven't seen the quick buy just yet. He has the Arcane Boots.
Okay. Mortimer's Kiss. He's trying to set up with the stun. Beautifully done, Matthew. I think that was a double Shadow Walk stun.
Did he blink for a CS first and then get caught? Or
perhaps. Matthew, he's going to get caught out, so it'll cost him his life, but well worth it. Although maybe not. Whispers in the area, gets off the cookie.
Now I'm sure.
Yeah, now you're definitely sure because he is in fact 100% dead, but still AM kill is huge for EG. That was surprising. I mean, that's the power of the Bounty Hunter. I mean, he's only level 4, but you can just see the impact.
Yeah, so he had just blinked to the wave here. And that just makes for a free opening for Matthew together with Whisper. Big kill. Slowing down AM is the best thing they can possibly do whenever they get the option to. They should definitely snipe him out. This game is about killing AM, and it's about defending mid-tier 1.
Oh, they want to get Whisper. Frostbite is the initiation for Talon. It's off the cookie. Mana Void does a decent amount of damage, but it is only level 1.
Stupendous.
Of course, Snapfire
is tanky.
Yeah.
Snapfire now universal hero.
True.
But haven't really seen anyone take much advantage of it. But if you do get to that super late game where Snapfire gets the damage talents,
yeah,
could be interesting.
Yeah, I mean that's.
But
I would think as a position 3, he's going to want to go for that at some point if the stars align.
Yeah.
But yeah,
currently eyeing up Mech and Ags as his options. The Ags very interesting together with Slark.
Difference of 8-2 bounty.
Yeah,
that is a huge. I mean, that's literally the lead in the game, pretty much from EG side. That just goes to show how well Talon are coping with it, if you will. I mean, that's again, some of these teams have not been on the ball when it comes to picking up the bounty runes. It might have something to do with the new patch, not being super familiar with all the timings, because you need a calculator at some point to be able to figure out where the hell you're going at what time.
Yeah.
You need to prioritize, you know, those wisdom runes over all else. Tormentors, those watchers, of course, very important. C-Spine will pick up a double damage.
Cost very aggressive here from Slark to run into the enemy triangle right now. Just wants to empower C-Smile and give him some sort of opportunity. Crystal Maiden.
CM is donezo, and Makoto actually pops the Dragon Form, but gets the stun onto C-Smile. Good damage from Whisper, but Makoto
this
takes
is
the
not
tumble.
good for Talon, because first of all, 2 heroes died, and that is not good. Yeah. But their lineup...
Not done yet. Stepping back in, still with the double damage applied. Jabs, one more right click does it. And already a 3k lead for EG. They delete 3 heroes from Talon.
That was also not good for Talon. So here's the problem. You're playing an anti-mage lineup. This hero is going Battle Fury. He needs time. Your other 4 heroes need to be able to either stall or skirmish and win fights, but so far, every single move is just going the way of EG with this Bounty Hunter giving information and just setting up kisses, setting up the storm.
Yep, the
get another
again.
kill here.
Stun going to come out, not even needing it, but a track kill there for Matthew. And this is where it gets scary. I mean, they already have this 4k lead, but now the tracks are starting to come online. If they continue to get those kills, it's going to be astronomical lead for EG.
Who do you play around as Talon, right? If you want to fight, are you playing with the Dragon Knight? And if so, how do you kill? You have DK, Maid, and Caudle. Neither support is level 6, 11 minutes in. And Beastmaster is kind of stuck on the other side of the map doing other things, and if he connects and your move fails, you're just losing out on so much efficiency. It's actually really, really difficult for Talon to play the map right now because there's no inherently obvious way of organizing your formation of heroes when the first 10 minutes have gone this poorly. I suppose now that Jabs has mech, maybe you have to connect with the Beastmaster and just look for some sort of, I don't know, 4v4 where you get the Coddle running, and you get that heal plus the Beastmaster mech, but Coddle Illuminate is only level 1, so isn't exactly gonna do too much yet. That's quite misleading. This is what this effectively says is Beastmaster doesn't buy mech as his first item. So a bit of a deviation here from Jabs. We've seen most Beastmasters either go Crimson Guard or Helm of the Dominator. In some cases an early pipe, sometimes Drums of Slom. But early mech is not a common pickup. Now this is a decently fast Battle Fury, but keep in mind, it's a little asterisk on that, which is AM does not have treads. So this timing will look better than it truly is. Most AMs will go treads for more prowess in the laning stage. Sometimes they've gone a value Ring of Health for the first 5 to 10 minutes of laning. Sometimes we've seen Orb of Corrosion in very one-sided matchups where the AM can truly dominate. But in this case, this had to be the build.
I think what they're waiting for is this Blink Dagger on Makoto, who's only 100 away.
Yeah.
I think you have to kind of fight, but the problem is, like, how ready is AM to fight with just a Battle Fury? We've seen AMs participate more in this patch, but that's because they go Vanguard first in some cases, which is not this time around. So they kind of just have to wait for 23 Savage to farm, but can they create the space? Dakota getting scouted out by Matthew. There's the track.
That's a long zip.
Yeah,
he has Arcane.
Jad is going to take the brunt of it. Mortimer's Kisses is deleting him from the map, and Matthew continuing with the tracks. Ollie looks to be next. Pounce connects from Pakaz, and another easy kill for EG. And just like that, that went from 5K to 7K. And now another zip in from C-Smile. Trying to go on top of Q. Makoto has to pop his Dragon Form to try to save his Coddle, but it's not going to happen.
If that cookie connects, they kill DK as well.
And he's used his DK form, so...
Yep. I mean, we were talking about this pre-game, the potential for Talon's lineup to get AM to a good game state where he can carry, but the early game is this one-sided. You might just never come online. Pakaz bullying him here. Once Pakaz gets Ags, you're even at the mercy of that hero suddenly as AM. Has to play hyper defensive here, has to get the hell out of there with Bounty Hunter as well chasing him out.
Yeah, and that's kind of the issue is you're playing from behind, but you're playing against a Bounty that's giving you all this vision.
And it's the Storm plus Gas Station, right? We've seen this many times during the group stage. Just have this Storm that keeps getting mana funneled into him by the Pugna, so he can keep diving and diving and diving, and in this case even had the Arcane Rune, so very, very easy for C-Smile. And whenever Matthew gives him a support in his view, he can just jump and kill them. There's so little counterplay. It's only the Dragon Tail. If you dodge that one with Ball Lightning, you're good to go.
And this is, I mean, this is getting really ugly.
This is getting
Talon.
dirty. Yep, it is.
Getting out of hand. And in a patch like this where, I mean, we saw them able to steal out the Wisdom Rune as well. It's just going to get worse. Because they might lose Matthew here. He gets off the Pounce successfully onto the Coddle. Matthew will eventually drop, so a kill going the way of Talon. Pakaz in the Dark Pact has another Pounce, of course, because of the Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, that is not a good jump in.
He blinks in, but now they're going to take advantage of this with the stun lock and with the damage. Down goes Savage. Ollie gets off a pretty good freezing field, but eventually he will fall as well. Double kill for C-Smile. Make it a triple as EG are starting to run away with this thing. He's out of mana now. No more gas station attendant available to him, but he's still happy with the outcome. Look at these runes, Synderen.
I have to say, I don't really like this from 23. I don't think he can join fights on AM. As painful as it is, the only contribution you can make to a team fight right now is a mana void on the Storm Spirit. If you ever blink in offensively, they're going to turn on you and kill you with the Slark Axe. So you kind of have to try to keep farming and get Manta. Now this is a timing that's interesting. The early Axe as well. Pakaz, second Pounce,
and the stun coming out from Matthew. Just after 23 Savage spawns, he dies again. C-Smile, okay, a nice Dragon Tail. They're not able to set up the Whisper ult as much as they would have liked, but they still will find the kills because they just have such a huge net worth advantage. And healing up C-Smile, giving him mana now as 3 kills again go the way of EG.
What a statement game so far. Like just absolutely running them over. The diving towers, they're playing with so much confidence. Taking advantage of these super mobile heroes they have. The Slark Axe, obviously an incredibly fast timing. He disassembled the Echo Saber to get this even earlier. And then you have that Storm plus Pugna combination with Trax. And all you want to do as EG is just run around and kill people. You get so much gold out of it. It's not even important that you get a lot of CS, but if you do want to look at that, they're also out farming them. So, you know, Just the best of both worlds, really, for the EG team. Pakaz.
They are
for
so
two.
mobile. They are so mobile.
Yeah.
Second pounce comes out from Pakaz, and they get the track. So more gold the way of EG, who are getting everything that they want. C-Smile with a regen rune. 23 Savage is getting no space to farm right now. They don't connect on the pounce, so 23 Savage is able to blink away, but I mean, if you're preventing him from farming, that's just as good, honestly.
Yep. That was very close, though. That pounce was...
That's a big zip. Regen rune still at its ready. Does not find Ollie here, but Panda runs into one. There's the zip in. C-Smile is going to get dragon-tailed. I don't think they're going to have the damage, though, as Panda is here, but there's the Mana Void. C-Smile has to be careful. Getting healed up from Panda is enough for him to get away. And there's the pounce from Pakaz, trying to punish this movement from Talon. So not only do they not get the Storm Spirit kill, they lose another member as the cookie connects. Another zip in from C-Smile. 421. We missed it by one.
Oh, we did have it.
I mean, we had it, but we didn't mention it.
We had
it.
it.
Doesn't count.
We missed the meme number.
EG with a 16K lead. I don't know how Talon can come back from this. The Mana Void is... That's the one thing you have.
That was their best
right?
chance, but the problem is he gets a fat Mana Void, but they don't have any more follow-up damage. The Beastmaster wasn't there, and now Mikoto getting soloed by Pakaz.
Ollie going to get stunned out thanks to the Shadow Walk. Right. Double kill for Pakaz. And another zip in, because why not? Into the enemy base they go. EG destroying in game number 2.
This might just be the smallest any team. I mean, it's definitely the smallest any team's map has been today, 18 minutes in, but just thinking across the tournament, Talon have no space to work with because there's offensive wards from EG, there's Bounty Hunter, and you have Storm and Slark just terrorizing at nighttime. You can barely get out of your base at this point as the Radiant team, and yeah, as being highlighted here now, Matthew with that pipe, if you do find a team fight, what's your damage? You're gonna pipe off the Coddle, you're gonna pipe off the Maiden, Dragons breathe fire. Yep, and Beastmaster doesn't have damage, right? Because remember what build he went. Jabs went mech, and he's now going pipe, so he's not going to pack any sort of punch.
Yeah, and you can see Talon kind of just stuck on the sides of the map, if you will, as Matthew's going to scout it out, and 23 Savage dead again. And you can't blame him. He kind of just has to do this, because they are all over the place. So much mobility. Obviously, the Bounty Hunter adding to that with the Invis, as Pakaz looking for more stacks of Essence Shift. And he's likely to find a Dark Pack, cakes off the Dragon Tail.
All right, when Slark solos your mid-minute 19, you have problems.
Yeah, Pounce connects. Ollie, Dunzo, that is 14 permanent Agi stacks for Pakaz.
Too easy for Pakazi.
That's right, well said, Cinderin.
Close. It could have worked. It sounded better before I said it.
Everything does.
Oh, that's actually true. Oh well.
And this lead is just continuing to grow. I mean, the one thing they have going for them, does Talon, is EG doesn't really take a Roche that fast. I mean, Snapfire helps, but need a decent amount of net worth. But considering how much map control they have, I would think it would be relatively safe now. As they are going to go for the enemy Tormentor.
Ooh, a steal.
EG just adding insult to injury. And this shard will go the way of Pugna, which...
largely irrelevant this game. There's no enemy illusion carry that you can just kill all of the illusions off with a Netherward Drain.
Oh, maybe Manta will come at some point for 23 Savage, but...
more likely that the Life Drain will still be used on his Storm, though, at that point.
Yeah.
So you kind of don't want to expend it on your Netherward, but...
Tier 3 tower down. I think Talon, they have to just give this up without losing any members. They just need 23 Savage to farm a bit more. I think a big thing is getting that level 2 Mana Void, which he does now have. Obviously the Manta would help a lot, but being able to drain the mana of C-Smile into a huge Mana Void, you need like the perfect scenario, it feels like, to get back into this game.
Here comes 23, he TP'd back.
All right.
And his home was wrong.
He's farming.
There's nothing there.
Okay. Well,
they took the barracks and got out.
C-Smile, another stolen Wisdom Rune. They're gonna get a stack here of Ancients. I mean, from Talon's side, at what point, obviously this is going to be an uphill battle no matter what you say, Cinderin, but is there an item from 23 Savage, like is Manta, like, okay, we need to try with this item?
I mean, it feels like the absolute bare minimum because he can't navigate a fight at all. Every time he jumps in, he just gets controlled by the Slark Storm or even the Snapfire. So Manta is bare minimum, but it's so far away. Like, you still need, what's that, the full ultimate orb? So another 2k gold? Where do you find that on the map? He's trying his best, but I think EG don't care, and they're just going to go straight mid now and force him to join the fight again.
Yep.
Roshan is not a requirement when you're this far ahead. It's actually just slowing you down probably to just go there. So don't bother. Keep constricting the map. And don't let Talon get any sort of foothold. Mid tower.
Yep, that's next on the menu as we're going to see the Gobble Up use. Makoto taking the Mortimer's Kisses now, gets Electric Vortex back in. Jabs literally turning his back to his ally because he knows there's nothing he can do.
Well, he did what he could. He used the pipe.
He turned his back, popped the pipe. Solar Crest now online for the bounty. And EG looking for their second set of racks and looking for a Game 2 victory, which will mean that they will face off against OG tomorrow if they're able to finish this game.
And we'll put them at a guaranteed top 6 finish.
Yeah, very impressive, especially considering how they looked early on in the tournament. They were slow adopters, or adapters, I guess is the right word, to this patch, but they have definitely caught on since then. Zip back in. That is a dead ollie right next to your tier 4 towers, in fact.
C Smile has been styling this game 13-0-5. Adding C Style to his list of nicknames.
He has too many nicknames to keep track of at this point.
And what's that? 1,100 net worth per minute lead for EG now? 27k.
Yeah.
24 minutes in.
Yeah.
Pretty much insurmountable, and Talon has been exceptionally quiet the entire game. Just haven't found any sort of handle on the map.
This is just a symptom of the issue, but the bounty runes they keep showing, they've been stuck on 2 since the beginning of the game.
Wait, do they still only have 2?
They only have 2.
Yeah.
That just shows you how much EG is constricting the map right now.
Look at the top half. There's some. They could get some more.
Yeah, they could.
There's more bounty runes in the Dire Jungle, but guess what? They haven't been playing up there for 12 minutes.
Yeah. There's quite a few, and this might be the last-ditch effort from Talon. They're smoking up. The zip in from C Smile. Nice initiation thanks to the Gobble Up. They delete CM, buys back into the game. Now the focus is on the Beastmaster. You can see EG taking very little damage. So that will lead to the tier 2 tower in the bot lane. And next up, Mega Creeps. Maybe Roche, we'll see. Knowing that Talon are going to almost certainly fight to defend these Mega Creeps, maybe the Aegis is worth it, or maybe not. It is a 30k lead at 25 minutes, for God's sake.
Oh.
Yep, big zip in from C Smile, and just like that, down goes Coddle. CM is next. Makoto in his dragon form, not going to be able to do too much. Gets off the dragon tail, but you have 3 members dead for the foreseeable future.
Smile.
Just smile. You're about to lose. Zip back into the mid lane to kill those creeps. Gobble Up on top of 23 Savage. Into the stun from the Shadow Walk.
He's got Manta.
23 Savage. He does. It's a pretty big one. He's going to fall likely afterward. No, C Smile's the one that might drop. Zipping away. Looks like he will somehow live throughout this engagement, and there is your gas station.
All right,
and,
if that Mana Void doesn't do it, what will?
Exactly.
Yeah.
GGs are called. EG absolutely stomping game number 2.
Utter domination. I mean, where do you want to even start with this game? I think you start with the first 10 minutes, and then there's just nothing left to talk about. The whole map just fell apart so fast. The Bounty Hunter, the Storm, and the Slark in, I want to say tandem. I mean, it's the 3 of them, but also Whisper got very involved on that Snapfire last pick. We weren't sure how good it was going to be. Turns out it did exactly what they needed it to. Find a couple of picks with the Mortimer Kisses together with the Bounty Hunter, together with that Storm Spirit pull. And they made it look so easy. This is, at this level of play, when a team can pull off this kind of performance to get into the top 6, these guys are going to be scary for any team to play when they can play games like this.
Yeah.
So clean, basically no mistakes, great draft, great laning. And the biggest part about it, at least from us and the panel's perspective, this wasn't obvious that it was going to go this way. You couldn't just inherently say it when the draft was over, oh man, they're going to get slaughtered, you know? They just outplayed them at literally every turn in the game.
And it does feel like on some level, because of how fast this patch is feeling in these 2 teams, like AM is just quite slow. like not even able to get to a point where you can even contribute in fights at all just feels really bad for Talon. Obviously, they played very well at this tournament, this game 2. Not exactly the indication of how fast they picked up this patch. Very respectable finish in the end, but yeah, EG just, in that game 2 at least, on another level for sure. As yeah,
EG will be champions one day. It could be in 2 days.
Yeah, could
They
be.
need to win another 4 series?
They have to beat OG.
3 or 4?
Yeah. They've already vanquished the original EG, aka Shopify Rebellion. So they've definitely got a lot to be proud of so far, but they're not done yet. And we have yet to see South America in a finals, right? So that is the dream.
And it's worth keeping in mind that the game that you just saw against Talon is almost a carbon copy of what happened in one of the games against Shopify. They got absolutely annihilated.
Yeah.
So this isn't a rarity for EG. They've been doing this in multiple games, even in the playoffs. So they are definitely on a heater and a team to keep your eyes on. Don't count these out for a potential top 3 run this time around, which would be, I think, South America's best placement ever at a major. I don't think top 3 has happened.
Yeah, I think top 3 has...
4
they
may
got
have
top 4
happened?
maybe? That's my... I mean, you're asking the wrong guy, but I think that's correct. I'll just assume you're
I am asking the wrong guy, absolutely.
But yeah, the game number 2 goes to EG, so they take this series. They'll face off against OG tomorrow.
Thank you, Suns fan and Syndrome. What a calamitous game for Talon and what a dub for EG. Cruising through this one in ridiculously fast, aggressive fashion. This Storm Spirit absolutely popping off. Unbelievable. What was the final score? 4-34 or something like this? Jenkins, your call on this one. Gaben level shellacking or not?
Period. This was a top hat. This was a Gaben's top hat level shellacking. I would even say at the top of the top hat. And I do have the answer to some of Suns fans' questions, of course, as he was alluding to me on the panel as the stats man. If EG wins, which they did, this is 5 Valve events in a row that South America has placed top 6.
Wow.
Now, this was a dying, desperate region a few years ago, and they so quickly have risen to be one of the best regions in the entire world. If they can get past top 6, if they can do it, if they can win the next one, it's the first time in 5 years that SA will have gotten past top 6 at a Valve event. 5 years. It's been ESL One Birmingham. You were there, right?
Oh, I was there, baby.
Which team was it?
Thunder Awaken?
Was it Thunder Awaken?
I think
it was the original. Maybe it was Infamous. It was the original Thunder Awaken squad.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
So they're looking to set some records here.
Indeed. Yeah. Was anyone else in Birmingham a couple of years ago? Birmingham Major. Get to see some hands up. Get a cheer.
Shout outs to the United Kingdom, everyone.
Let's go.
There were a lot of us here, and a lot of the people here, I'm sure, were in
Nobody
Birmingham.
cares. Nobody cares.
It was great. I care.
Shout outs to Germany.
All right, we've got an interview. It was Pain Gaming, first of all. It was Pain Gaming. We have an interview with Whisper. Let's go chat.
At least I want to do the interview with Whisper, but he's still reveling in his win a little bit. Come on down, my friend. Don't be shy. Calfs is doing it. No. Okay, fine. Whisper, if you're scared of doing the interview, I got just the man to help you out. Avo, please, if you could.
No more losers, guys! I'm on winners now! Whisper. ¿Quieren venir todos? Todos entrevista grupal, amigo. Vente, Whisper. You got to see a little bit of all of EG, but we're here with Whisper! ¿Cómo se siente ganar delante de este público, Whisper?
Creo que se siente muy bien, estoy muy contento, como que es un poco de nervios no ver tanta gente, me hace recuerdo un poco a Lima Major. No sé, la verdad es muy emocionante, como que ver tanta gente apoyando a los equipos, ¿no? No sé, te causa una alegría que no se puede expresar bien.
He says he saw so many people here. He was feeling a little bit nervous, but now he can feel a happiness. It's so hard to express the emotions coursing through him right now. Hablemos de Dota, Whisper. La mayoría de offlaners en este parche han estado piqueando esos seres de auras, los tanques, y tú en la primera partida picas un playmaker con el Bar Rider. Quien builde auras es Chris Lack en el Underlord, por ejemplo. ¿Cómo es ese cambio de meta? ¿Quién decide esa toma de decisiones?
Creo que en ese momento yo estaba pensando en piquear Doom, como que mi cabeza estaba el meta, ¿no? Héroe de auras, etcétera, todo eso. Y no sé, creo que el pelado dijo Bat y yo como que, no sé. Y bueno, al final se optó por el Bat, ¿no? No fue como que creo que la mejor elección porque no dijimos este va a ir a auras o algo. Simplemente la mitad del juego Chris dijo, creo que voy Crimson y así sacó.
Right now, you've probably noticed, guys, offlaners, everyone picks is aura pickers, you know, these tanky guys. First game, they go Batrider. Whisper actually wanted to pick up the Doom, but he said, but at one point, Matthew goes and says, hey, what about Batrider? Whisper was not convinced, but they picked him for him anyway. Halfway through the game, Chris Luck is like, hey, I'll build auras. And it worked out, winning game number 1 against Talon. Now we move to game number 2, la Snapfire. ¿Quién tiene la decisión de ese pick final tan extraño y tan especial vuestro?
Como que a mí me sugirieron los héroes, no estaba muy seguro de qué piquear y dijimos como que necesitamos una línea de strong contra el héroe y como que sugerimos la snap y no me acuerdo qué héroe más y creo que snap es algo que no se ha picado mucho en el torneo, ¿no? Más de offlaner, pero es algo mucho de confort de nosotros, ¿no? Y creo que se viene el juego como nos sentimos muy cómodos con el héroe. Simplemente fue una sugerencia y dije, bueno, está bien.
Lo haces un poco para ellos, ¿no? Picks extraños para que el público disfrute, ¿verdad?
Sí, puede ser. Es algo raro.
Ahí está, ahí está. In that second game, they picked the Snapfire. They were looking for a strong lane against that anti-mage, and they're wondering what to pick. They were in a couple of heroes, you know, debating it. In the end, they chose the Snapfire. Matthew suggested it because it wins the lane against the anti-mage. And, you know, it's a hero that nobody's picking. So I asked him, are you doing this for the audience a little bit? And he's like, yeah, he's doing it for you guys. All the weird picks here for Berlin. ¿Quieres darle un saludo final a la gente que está viendo, a la gente que está viendo ahora mismo en el público o incluso desde casa?
Sí, quiero agradecer a todo el público por el apoyo, a los que están viendo la transmisión online y a todos los que se han dado la oportunidad también de estar acá. Muchas gracias a todos de verdad. Encima a las personas también de acá que son de otro staff de Viscos, igual que están acá. Muchas gracias por el apoyo igual a ellos. Y también justo cuando estábamos jugando, vi que allá estaba flameando la bandera de Bolivia, ¿no? Donde yo soy. Y quiero mandarles un saludo también a ellos y a todos los que están viendo desde Bolivia. Muchas gracias por el apoyo.
He wants to thank the whole audience for watching him today, for giving this feels. Anyone who's watching from home, thank you very much for enjoying their game. He wants to send a special thank you as well to the people from the Bisco staff who stayed behind just to watch their games, to support the South American crowd. And a special thank you to those guys over there with a Bolivian flag. Give us a small shout, there you go. From his home country, they flew all the way here just to support Whisper, and he just loves you guys for that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Berlin. Let's let Whisper rest. One last round of applause for him. Adios, Whisper.
Thank you very much to Whisper and Avo. There's nothing but love here in the crowd right now, but we still got one more series to attend to. So Pyrian, Flax, and the gang, it's all you guys.
Thank you, Neil. Wow, Avo is unbelievable. The energy you get off that guy for those interviews is something else. Really, really exciting stuff. So let's talk about that series a little bit while it's still fresh in our minds. What went wrong in Game 2 so badly from your perspective, She?
I just think they didn't have strong enough lanes. I think you're playing into, like they said, they wanted to pick the Snapfire to win the lane. I'm like, pre-game, I'm like, okay, I can see it because I've seen the Snapfires because they get a little more levels in their support. They get this level 2 in like Scatter Blast, and it's really oppressive. It's very hard to deal with that type of harassment. And then you're having the Storm Spirit being able to rotate around. Like they're able to just move so fluidly on everyone. And I think maybe the heroes on Talon were just a bit too immobile. Like it's hard for DK to go and do things as well as like a Storm Spirit.
Yeah, I agree.
Honestly, I think just Fnatic ran a little bit out of gas in this last game. I'm not sure if they had like something a little bit over talking or not enough talking or whatever it is, but I mean, this game it just came down to a lot of small moments that added up. For example, this one anti-mage death where he blinked for a CS and then got punished for it. Really big credits to, of course, like Matthews for punishing him with the double stun and then one more kisses. But all the things, all the small moments for Talon unluckily didn't come together. For example, the Storm Spirit, the lane mid went like pretty decent for them, but he just basically took control of the game with every single rune, and they got way too many kills on him. And a game against Bounty Hunter with 1 or 2 pickups in a row, like it just falls apart very slowly. So I think, for example, this fight right here, like they don't really get any kills on Talon, and EG just cleaned them up with all those strike kills. It's just too much net worth gained, and after these moments, like I think it's just really, really hard for Talon to come back.
The
It's hard
fact
too,
that
right?
sorry,
Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
My bad. I was gonna say it's hard too, right? In that fight, you see that both carries have to get involved in the game, but one team is up like 15k net worth. It's so hard for Anti-Mage, who feels pressured, and he's a carry going the Battle Fury, right? It's just his iron build is nowhere near as good as what Pakaz is doing. He's getting the Diffusal Blade, he's getting this Echo Saber, he wants to go fight with his team. And they're enabling them so hard, like, you know, Whisper gets just the mech and then goes into these other aggressive items, whereas you have Bounty Hunter covering the slack with like the drums and the Solar Crest.
I mean, this battery that we saw Jenkins with the Storm, he's just everywhere. I know that, you know, everybody thinks of AM against Storm. Oh, AM against Storm, AM's going to blow him up and all the rest of it. But unless you get there, this Storm is going to make your life and your team's life a misery.
Yeah, that was I literally was going to say that exact point. Just watching that and watching this game, it's definitely a bait. You see Pugna plus Storm, and you're like, oh, free Anti-Mage game. Because Anti-Mage when you're playing against Storm, Anti-Mage when you're playing against Pugna alone, usually it's like a free mana void in the game, right? So it's like, okay, now this hero can actually show up early, just like the Slark. But when it's Storm plus the Pugna, and you want to mana void the Storm, yeah, sure, you'll get him to like 10% HP, whatever. Pugna's going to heal him up again, and then all of a sudden you've just blinked in, and you're going to feed, right?
Let's take a look at the bracket, because let's see what this result does for that. We've got it. We can bring it up on your screen right now. There it is. So there we go. Tundra will face Liquid. That is the next series. But OG and EG in the other game. That'll be tomorrow, I guess. What do you guys think about EG's chances against OG?
I think EG really has like fire rolling right now. This last game, like you could see how like game one was still a bit shaky. It had its ups and downs, but they were the ones who like played better in the end and got the win. So now they're really feeling themselves. I mean, this second game, it wasn't really a game. It was just a crush after 8 or 10 minutes. So I think EG is coming in pretty hot in this. Of course, OG also, they lost this last series against probably the favorites game, and OG still is not to be counted out. They have 2 standards, but they're doing incredibly well in this major.
Yeah.
So, yeah, who's going to be the better G?
Yeah, indeed. Would you describe EG as a potential lower bracket Reaper, Jenkins?
Yes, I would, Kieran. I would say OG as well.
OG.
Nah, I mean, you know what? If you're talking like TI8, TI9, OG, then yeah, for sure.
Right.
This is a different iteration of OG.
Stand-in OG.
Stand-in OG. But then again, stand-in OG has also done very well, and I think that also was through the lower bracket, if I'm not mistaken, at Arlington.
Were they not just upper bracket? Yeah, with Seb.
With Seb.
I don't remember.
I don't remember exactly.
Were they lower bracket in Stockholm? I can't remember that because they did.
Yeah, that was lower bracket in Stockholm. Yeah. That
Anyway,
was a lower bracket.
this is a different OG. I'm not willing to call them the lower bracket Reapers. I know obviously they still have, they still have the same, people that are in the vicinity that are going to be influencing them, but they're a bunch of young guys. They're new players. They've got their own style. But with that being said, I think they're also having a really fun time playing this tournament. We've seen, mind control, giving BZM the little massage and stuff. Like they're just playing Dota. They're having a good time. I still think that this could go either way. But EG, they seem to have an insane amount of momentum, and I'm not sure if Fun can beat the momentum that we just saw, because that was an insane game too.
That was. Another thing that's changed, in addition to the bracket, of course, is the DPC points that these teams have got, because EG have now pushed on a little bit further. There you go. So there's all the changes. I've actually got the original. So Liquid is still top.
Yeah.
GG is still second. Talon is still second, but is this updated? I don't believe this is updated.
Can you explain the color coding? I'm confused.
Talon does have 1,020.
So-
Liquid is 1,350,
but
but they're still first.
What does the red mean?
Oh, I see. So 9 pounds. So red means they've been knocked out.
Yeah.
Okay,
Gotcha.
all right, there we go. So EG have indeed moved up. That's 100 extra points for them.
Yeah, and Talon, they're not feeling too bad about this. Like, they did come to this tournament. They got some points. They've done well in their region. They did well at Lima. So, of course, you don't want to lose. You want to go all the way, but they're pretty set for TI.
Liquid is not knocked out. Indeed.
Yeah, I was about to say. Liquid's not in the tournament, right?
That's why I was so confused.
We are covering them
Small,
next.
tiny-
Wait, is Liquid gonna play now?
Oh, they know there's a script now. Oh, no.
Aster are knocked out, so they should be red and Liquid should be white. That's all that is. It's no biggie. So the magic number, 1361, that we hear all the time. You don't actually need 1,361 points, but that's the amount that you'd like. Liquid
to be
looking good
guaranteed.
to be guaranteed.
Yeah.
But EG are now looking pretty good for that already, no?
yeah, I mean, there's one more season to come up, and the last season, of course, has the highest amount of points. There's probably no doubt they're going to do really well in their respective DPC season in SA. So I guess you could say they got their spot secured. They don't want to really have that safe feeling, but I think they're feeling pretty good after the series now.
Well, I think we're going to have to fill for a little bit because it's going to be a while till our next game. If you guys want, I can ask you a couple of questions.
Okay.
You up for that?
Oh, here we go with the 2 cards.
Yikes.
I don't know, what was the first event you ever went to, the first Dota event you ever went to?
ESL One Frankfurt, like ages ago?
Oh, that was pop.
Yes.
I was at that event. That was when OG won it, right? With Miracle mid?
I have no idea.
You mean 2016? That was mine as well, actually. That's kind of funny.
It might have been that one, or was there another one the next year, or I don't know.
That might have been Hamburg.
Hamburg?
I don't remember.
It's been a lot of years. I just remember
Getting
going
old.
and like, because I didn't really care about the event itself. I cared more about seeing my friends in Dota. So it was very exciting for me.
So your first was Frankfurt as well?
Mine was Frankfurt for sure, yeah, 2016. Where OG played against Navi in the finals, and it was like this OG with crits, Miracle, Fly.
Yeah.
+2.
All right, Jenkins, your first Dota event.
What was the worst TI?
4.
What?
4.
That's the one I went to.
Okay.
All right, we're going to take a little break here and then we'll be back with some more stuff to fill the time. Don't go away.
So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Voices in my head, they say I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. Voices in my head, they say I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They ask me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. Couple warrants and a gun to my name, low-key. Wood grain gripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OG. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white tee. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can't figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. But I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can't figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. Steam out. I see you turn around. You shine the brightest now. There's no doubt this current's changing. Still about this danger waiting.
Welcome back to the Velodrome Arena, friends, where it's not all just about the Dota period. We have a couple of fun games and festivities around here.
What would those games and festivities concern, Neil?
Excellent question, Pyrian. Now, if you recall a while ago, almost exactly a year ago, in Stockholm, we had this gentleman making some true masterpieces out of balloons.
These are unbelievable. I can also say I've never seen so many balloons in a bag in my life.
There's a straight up honeycomb over here. My friend, could you please introduce yourself?
I'm Balloon Man Fud, or Daniel, but FudX on Team Liquid and gaming. But yeah, a balloon guy that loves games and loves balloons.
Wait, so you know esports quite well then?
Brood War.
We get a shout out for Balloon Guy, please?
My man's an OG StarCraft fan! What race did you play?
Toss.
Okay. I would have thought that with this kind of APM you were a Zerg player, but...
Point and click. I didn't even know about hotkeys until my first WCG prelim. So that was an experience and a half.
Wait, so you're not just a fan, you're a player?
Yeah.
Damn, man of many talents.
20 years at Team Liquid on the forums and stuff, and gaming came before balloons, and balloons came after, and then to be able to mash them up is a dream come true. So,
For us as well.
I have to ask, when you started off in gaming, how does balloons become the follow-on step from gaming?
I got into Magic. Somebody challenged me to blow up a balloon. It's really hard. I learned, and then I saw a documentary on Netflix a few years later about balloons, and inspired me to get into it, find locals, and just took over my life from there. And I couldn't go to gaming events anymore because I was paying to go to balloon events.
Balloon events.
Wait. You're telling me there's competitive ballooning out there?
Oh, you better believe
it. I am an internationally award-winning balloon artist.
This man is the TI winner of Balloon Artists.
No pressure. We want you to make a fancy balloon for us.
Now, you've told us that it takes a great many hours to master this. Now, if I were to just hand some people in the audience some balloons, how do you think they'd fare?
I think they could rock it.
Yeah?
Nice. I like that optimism. What we would like to do is hand out some balloons to members of the crowd. I can see one already who's very enthusiastic. We will then bring up their offerings, and you may judge them, Balloon Guy.
Oh, wonderful.
Is that okay?
Yeah. So the hardest part is blowing them up.
The hardest part is blowing them up.
Yeah, wait. So give me the tips right now.
So, do you want to try to blow one up?
Yes. I'll try one.
Let's try.
I'll try one. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to put down the mic for this.
So, the best, easiest way is 2 fingers up at the top towards the nozzle. That's going to keep it at your mouth. And then you're going to pull a little bit with your other hand, thinning out the sidewall bubbles and hopefully creating a bubble that then it makes it easier. So
it's impossible.
Ted, you're telling me that all this is... What the fuck?
Gave me a trick balloon. This one, you can't blow this one up.
Ted, I think all that vaping may be catching up with you a little bit. Okay, let's see here.
That one is a trick balloon. Did you see that? Hold on.
Hold the sidewalls.
Is this an easy one?
Pinch it.
So, pinch it. But you need to let enough air come through to actually get in the balloon. Closer to those fingers, you want to stretch it out at the same time you're blowing so that you create a little bubble. Once you got that bubble, it's easy to keep going.
Oh, I'm going to pass out. This is impossible.
Oh, yeah, it's just that easy to keep going. Okay,
I can't wait to see the members of the audience
I'm doing one
blow up
attempt.
these balloons.
So I'm thinking probably pre-inflate some balloons and maybe dogs.
That's very good of you. Yeah, pre-inflate some balloons for these people, these poor nerds who haven't got the lung capacity to inflate a balloon. I am one of them, so I know.
You always want to have a tail, because every time you make a twist, it's going to use up some of the tail. So
that makes sense. If only we could help you blow up some of these balloons. Neil,
check it out, my friend.
Dude,
That's what I'm saying.
That's better than I did when I started. So.
I'm a Herald level balloon artist. Let's go!
Hey!
All right, so we have a variety of colors here.
All right, I'll take some of those down.
No eels allowed. No snakes.
Eels, no snakes, no penises, nothing like that. Real animals only, please. Is 3 balloons enough?
Over a balloon dog.
She's gonna
real
go with
quick
3.
And give them an idea of a quick. So, balloon dog.
Okay, here
Folding
are
it
your 3
over,
balloons.
twisting. We
Make
got
a heart.
Nose, ears.
That would be fine. Yeah.
What, a heart? You're going to make a heart?
No,
Another one of those.
Me?
That's our
No,
legs.
you were waving like you wanted to go. You have to make a balloon.
I'm
animal.
running out of space.
No, give me these balloons.
But
You're not going to try.
that would
You can't
be
have the balloons. Who wants
a
to do
little
it?
dog.
That was supposed to be easy?
Yes.
That
Hold
was
on.
like
We're
Kiyotaka
going back
Tinker
over.
right there. What do you mean easy?
Oh, we can't go down this way. We'll go this way. All right, hold on.
Now, in the meanwhile...
Someone, she just wanted balloons.
While you're helping out our audience, I was also told that you may be also making a replica of our trophy in the meanwhile.
Sorry, can I just squeeze through? Thank you.
Is this news to you?
We have a
Are you
contender,
capable of
Neil.
such a thing? Oh,
Hold
he's
on.
done it before. Pyrian, what did you ask me?
Neil, I may have a contender here. Look at this lad go.
I'm pointing...
I'm representing UK Dota right now. And
Stop
I'm really
fighting
looking
British
forward to
people.
ESL bringing it back to Birmingham.
Yay! Look at him go. He knows what he's doing.
I hear a lot of
Excellent
squeaking.
form. There's a lot of squeaking. I'll try and get a mic of the squeaking.
Oh, a
Listen.
sword?
Not yet, not yet.
Hold on. He is actually making something.
Let him cook.
He's got a helper. 2 swords, all right. Yeah, I'll take these. And an IO. That's very poor. No. What? Huh?
Could I have a go?
I will acquire you some balloons.
I've got your ammunition, my friend.
No, you can keep that one.
Pyrian.
Yes, sir.
Look at me on the trophy.
I can't catch a balloon.
I'll trade you a sword for a snake.
There's 2 swords. Hold on. Don't. We're not going to touch the trophy with the balloon. All right, here we go. I got 3 balloons for you. I'm going to have to pass them over. There you go. I'll be back in a bit to see what you've been working on. Unless you want to, we could actually get a look. Can we get a shot of this competitor attempting to balloon? Somebody spilt a lot of beer here. Good on him. Was it you?
No.
You were laughing. Okay, fair enough. You know much about balloon animals?
I've done it before.
You've done it before? Are you confident?
I'm going to beat him.
Well,
hey, Pyrian, check out this thing that I just made real quick.
Oh, wow, Neil, you're getting so good.
Yeah, you see this? I went ahead and cooked myself up a little Phantom Assassin, just no big deal.
God, a minute ago you couldn't even blow up a balloon, and now you're a master.
What can I say? I watched some educational videos. Promo code BSJ.
BSJ coached you in balloon making?
Correct.
Well, he definitely wasn't coaching you in Dota. No pressure. There's no pressure. I can see some hand trembling. I can hear some snapping. You can do it. Just narrate what you're up to.
Sorry.
I said, tell us what you're up to.
I'm attempting to make a flower.
A flower? It's looking better than the sword. Sword guy should be worried. Oh my God, the nerve-wracking, pounding tension, pulse-pounding tension here. Here, I'll come back to you. Because the tension is too much.
I made something else, Pyrian. Look how good I am.
What is that?
It's a pregnant poodle.
Oh my God. I couldn't even blow up the balloon. Do we have some more balloons that I could give out to people?
Absolutely.
I will find our next competitor from this vantage point. I see a waving arm. That's good confidence. All right, we'll be that way. 3 balloons.
Oh, you got like a metallic one.
Yeah, you've got a special metallic one. That's limited edition.
Oh, really? Wait, newer colors. You're saying that the balloon game is constant. You tell me there are change logs on balloons?
Changing, yes, yeah. Currently, there's actually more companies starting to produce balloons, as well as different colors, and the metallic balloons being some of the newer, fancier, yeah.
Literally, the twin gates of balloons just dropped. Oh no. My baby.
Neil, I'm going for a wander.
Please.
Who's the balloon maker here? Can you do it? A dog, all right. Well, all right, I'll take the other two. That's good of you. I'll be back. I'll ask him. Who's finished making a balloon for me to take up? Hold on, we've got one here. You don't need to stand up, that's fine. What have you made? Another sword. All right, well, yeah, that's something. How's the flower coming along? Okay, that's looking good. Yeah. What? An upgraded sword? I'm Cthulhu.
They're looking
No,
at me.
no, you're crazy. Oh, it's a phone holder. It's a
Yeah,
phone holder, okay.
they're looking at me.
It's Saberlight, all right, very good. Let's have it back. That sword's part of the competition. He's stolen your sword. Oh, you're out of the competition now. My foot is literally sticking to the ground. No wonder there's no one sitting here. Was that you that dropped it? Yellow t-shirt. Did you spill this beer? Yeah. That might be because you had to refill. What's this? Oh, okay.
You can start making some.
This is looking like the winner to me so far. Anyone else want to go at making a fool of yourself with balloons? You want to go? Oh. Good catch. No pressure. That is great as it is, honestly. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. All right. We have an actual finished balloon that is not just another bloomin' sword that people are making. Let's have a look at this. That's right, I kicked your sword away. Balloon guy, if I may.
So from the regular balloon dog to the pregnant balloon dog, let's make a little...
You must judge it quickly before it pops again.
Who made that? They win.
They win!
They win!
It was meant to have an extra bit on top, but it popped and fell off.
They definitely won.
They won. What do they get?
They get what he's about to make. So we've had 2 iterations of dog now. Where are we building up to?
This is going to be super fancy dog.
Ooh, designer dog. And if you yourself are interested in getting one of these many creations, which most of them will be Dota oriented, I'm told that your next creation is going to be what hero?
It's going to be Razor.
My man's working on a Razor for the next lucky person to find him.
We got a competitor down here made, if I may just show this little balloon. What do you think of this?
That's a winner too.
That's a winner too? 2 winners? Well, you're going to have to make 2 trophies out of balloons, so you got to pick.
I don't know what to say. They're both great.
Well, you got to say flower or dog. Or sword.
So in the cutthroat world of Balloon TI, what was your magnum opus?
There's a few of them, but probably a Yoda. I ended up winning for deliverable sculpture on that one. But I also was part of the U.S. team that did a large 30-foot by 30-foot by 18-foot tall mom and baby tiger ruined temple and forest scene.
Yeah, you said sculpture. That's an immense dimension that you're talking about, out of balloons.
Yeah. That's at the World Balloon Convention, so it's a biannual event, and competitors from all over the world.
Wow.
It's a fun event. So.
But you do take it seriously, though. You take the competition seriously.
There is a whole world of competitive ballooning out there that I had no idea about. That is amazing.
I've got to watch this Netflix documentary that you were talking about.
For real. We might get out of Dota.
A balloon, Twisted, a balloon documentary. Balloon's a documentary and a made-up, mashed-up word. Yeah.
I'm into it. But yeah, if any of you here in the audience in the Velodrome Arena, this man will be around in the concourse. Where are you located usually?
Where am I? Next to the Nest Cafe, up on the concourse, but based out of Tucson, Arizona, and willing to go anywhere and everywhere for balloons. Yeah.
Well, we're happy to have you, my friend.
All right.
Do we have
Sorry,
a new
I
contestant?
screamed. Sorry, I screamed.
What are you getting
We had a
distracted
baby
by?
Roshan. It unraveled in my hand.
Aww. We are
Nice.
putting the finishing touches
I'll
on
look
this
after
super
it.
fancy
You got it,
dog
you got
right
it.
now.
All right.
Please do not explode it, Pyrion. Be very careful. Easy. Easy.
That is a baby Roshan.
I think I'm going to be put out of work here if I keep giving balloons away.
We've got two dogs, one of them with a puffy tail. There's the baby Roshan. This is a dog with a puffy tail. This is the flower, which was the winner, apparently. And that was even without the additional part of the flower, which I probably knocked off because I'm a klutz.
Almost feeling like, should we take points away for popping or add points for popping?
It's your call, balloon guy. It's
What
your
are
call.
what are the rules? All right, so are you allowed a limited number of balloons in the actual competition, or you can use as many as you want?
It depends. There are limited balloons. There's some fun competitions where you can only use one particular size or shape and color of balloon, and as many of those as you want. But typically, most of the real competitions, any amount of balloons, it's usually timed. And then the sizing. So like large was 30 foot by 30 foot base with an 18 foot ceiling on it.
Jeez. And then I'm assuming this is one of the smaller ones. Ladies and gentlemen, the super fancy dog.
We're going to have to take a break right now, but we'll check in with all of this later. Don't go away.
They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star. Brand new keys to the car. I'm the boss and the king of the czar. Got me so high, so addicted. Telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Guess I let you co-star. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no raise a toast to the goal. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no raise a toast to the goal. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma be the best. You can bet I got the recipe. Mastermind, creator of this high vibe energy. Only thing I'm loyal to is building a legacy. So quit testing me. Lot of commas in the bank, I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in their lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy paid, price going high. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no raise a toast to the goal. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. takes a lot to be the best.
It's time to play a good old-fashioned game of ward sweeper. I've got Ace, I've got Quinn. Gaming Gladiators, I'm gonna be testing how good your de-warding skills are. You're both gonna be playing Slark, you're both gonna be doing some warding in your jungle. You get 2 minutes to place 4 obs. After that, you wander off to the enemy jungle, find as many as you can. 4 sentries, another 2 minutes. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it. When clock hits 0 seconds, then you can start.
And then we have 2 minutes.
Then you have 2 minutes.
I might have put a little ward before that.
God damn it, Ace. Let's start warding.
Is like this okay?
That's okay. You're getting awful close to the lane there.
What about this?
You're getting awful close to the lane.
What about this?
It's in the AoE of the tower. I do not count that.
And this is not.
Quinn, for the love of God,
not in the AoE.
Just stay in the.
Not in the AoE.
Fine. Thank you. God damn it.
All right, I placed mine. I don't know how good this is. I feel like I might lose. What can you do?
All right, Ace, where's this last one going?
I feel like there's no more good spots.
Oh, you'd be surprised. There are some pretty garbage ward spots.
Oh shit.
Oh, that's your fault, Ace. I can't help you with that one. You hate to see it.
No way.
No.
I get one more, right? Can I have one more?
God, fine. Let's go. It's 2 minutes. Already with the... Okay, that's smart. But will it get you anything? Well, you feel very confident. Oh, clever stuff. One more down, Ace. How you doing?
Hello there.
Oh, I got 2 for 1. That's the most clutch sentry ever. He got 2 from 1. Yeah, I got 2 for 1. Oh, wait.
Ace has detected something.
There's something wrong here.
He's just trying to figure out where.
It's my football there. Wait, what?
Yeah, actually, I don't know why you're...
What?
I don't know why you're envisioned there, to be honest.
What?
There is not a ward
It's
there.
the Talon, man. It's the Talon. It's evil.
You got a good 45 seconds left, Ace. You have not found a single one yet.
Okay, I'm just gonna have to YOLO a bit then.
20 seconds left. Damn! Quinn's a beast.
Nice, I think I got one.
Yeah.
Okay, where we at?
Wait, what?
Where?
Was it the tower that fucked me again? Oh, I got one.
You got 1. 5 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
nice. I got one.
Is Quinn gonna get all of them?
Nah, I just YOLO'd this one.
So close. Quinn.
I got 2 with 1. Yeah, I got 2 with 1. I don't know. You are lucky.
Congratulations, Quinn.
Thank
you are
you.
the ward seeker.
I'm the true Slark player.
He's the true Slark player.
That's me.
Cool.
Cool.
From Pankow to Steglitz-Zehlendorf, let it be known that the lower bracket quarter-final between Tundra and Liquid is about to occur. For the victor, the lower bracket semi-final and delectable DPC points. For the loser, a trip to Görlitzer Park after nightfall. Apparently it's a bit dodgy. It's a change of panel for this series, Liquid versus Tundra Esports, and it should be an absolute cracker. Both teams facing elimination if they lose this game, so it is all to play for, and I'm joined by 2 of my favorite people, Effie and Jenkins. How are you guys doing?
Is there supposed to be a third one of us?
At some point there may be. Effie, I can't hear your microphone.
I saw T Governor in the
There you
crowd.
go.
Maybe T Governor can.
Yo, T-Gov, you want to come up here?
Shout out to T Governor, everybody. One's in the chat for T Governor.
T doesn't want to work. He's too drunk, I think. He is English after all.
Yeah, that's right. What was your question?
I didn't have one. I was just saying hello.
Oh, you're calling
Ed, you
somebody.
can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
I can hear you.
All right, so
I'm confused.
this is Tundra versus Liquid.
That's right.
What are we expecting from Liquid? They've already played this morning. I didn't catch the Aster game because I was on my way in. Mira, did you watch it?
Yes.
And what was the crack? What was going on?
I mean, Liquid just played better. They drafted better, and they look like they're on form today. And also, they historically have a record of beating Tundra every time they meet them, so I'm favoring them slightly going into this matchup.
I I would agree.
Yes, the other panelist agrees.
What do you think?
What do you think, Jenkins?
That's the host's job to ask that question. Ted, ask me a question.
Okay, all right. They're top of the DPC charts, Liquid, still.
Yes, they are.
But they have struggled a bit. Are they improving now after that little break? Do you think that helped them? Because obviously they find themselves in the lower bracket they maybe didn't expect to.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a new patch, though. I don't know what, expectations, they kind of go out the window on a new patch. Yeah, sure, Liquid, they played at Dream League. They did very well. They could have won. The game and series was kind of insane. It was kind of back and forth. But that was also on a new patch. Things have changed. The meta has changed. And it does look, though, like recently, they've figured out what's going on in this patch. Peter?
What's up? I'm here, everyone.
We're joined by PPD.
A little
on the
late, but
panel.
I made it.
Peter, that's all right. Better late than never. It's great to have you here. You've been watching Liquid. You've seen them improve. We were talking about this. What do you think they've started to figure out about this patch?
I think they've found very comfortable heroes, especially for Insania, who I think has had a more difficult time kind of finding his role in this new patch. And love seeing him on the Oracle and the Lich this morning. I think those heroes align not only with their playstyle, but also with his hero preference.
That's like one of his favorite heroes, Oracle, right? So
yeah, he said he would play it until the end of time.
That's what he said, which is an Oracle reference, I think. But obviously, I mean, I always ask this, but I think it's always interesting. You've been in this position. If you come in and you just play one series a day, do you think that's better, or do you think having a series first, warming up, does that ever make a difference, or not really?
I think sometimes on like the Sunday, like the grand finals, where the team from the lower bracket has that momentum leading into the grand finals, I think that can be an advantage. Liquid kind of just has like a really long day. Like they've got to get up early, then they kind of have to hang around the venue for a few hours. Luckily, the previous series was pretty quick. So
it was.
Hopefully they're not too decaffeinated or anything, and they should be okay.
They should be okay. Effie, which heroes do you think Liquid are going to want to make themselves really happy? Are we still looking at Oracle and Sanian and maybe a Beastmaster, stuff like that?
I think whenever they can get Oracle, they're absolutely going to go for it. Alchemist, that's a no-brainer if it doesn't get banned out. Doom and Beastmaster in particular.
I would agree. I think the Coddle has some high value. There was a while in the group stage that we're like, why is Liquid not picking the Coddle? And then we go through all their games like, oh, it's getting banned out in every single game. It seems like they just think it's really OP. They play it for mostly, but to me, like the big thing that Liquid has improved on is it looks like Insania is like feeling a lot better than he was right at the start of the group stage. I think part of that is like figuring out what heroes he can play that are good on this patch. Like I totally agree with Peter. The Oracle looks extremely good, and it always looks good in his hands. But also Oracle seems like just a good hero. Whatever the Reign of Chaos, Reign of whatever it is, the Ag Shard looks like a great ability. I remember Boxy was like standing in it on Coddle, and he was getting hit by literally like the mid and the carry, and then he just survived somehow. It's like, what the hell, dude? This does so much healing.
And so what about Tundra? Their opponents obviously dropped down to the lower bracket. Last year at Stockholm Major, lower bracket was the end of their run. Lima went out in the lower bracket to Aster.
Yep.
Obviously, everything has changed. That was without Sumail. Are they going to be felled by another one of the lower bracket Reapers, or do you think Tundra just kind of got unlucky getting down here?
I mean, it was the Tinker, dude. Come on. That was the most disgusting Tinker performance I think I've ever seen. I can't recall like any TI, any major where I've seen something more absolutely revolting than that. It was literally 1v5. Ramses was trying his best to throw on the Monkey King, dying to the Tormentor. But good God, Kiyotaka. He made Tundra suffer.
To be fair, though, they banned the Tinker in the first two games, and they let it through in the last game, so they were prepared for it, and their solution for it was Nine's Wind Ranger, and they just didn't pull it off. So I wouldn't necessarily blame the Tinker, but that drafting decision by them towards the end. So I feel like they've talked about a lot. They're not going to get tinkered by Liquid. I don't think they will, at least. So I think Tundra are in a position right now where they have a good grasp on the meta, and they're picking unusual heroes, like their bounty support, their Slark support, and that could maybe throw Liquid for a bit of a loop.
Peter, you know AUI 2000, AUI 2000 pretty well. What is he like to work with?
Yeah, I know the whole Tundra team pretty well. I think I've pretty much played with all of them except for 9, if I recall correctly. And he's a genius about the game. He thinks about the super nerdy details that are really important to consider whenever there's a new patch. You know, much like Purge, he's a great patch analysis kind of guy. I think that role suits him very well. So I think if it was up to him, I think he'd prefer a new patch before every major tournament.
Yeah, I mean, in the game as well, like PPD, Arkosh, we also kicked Aoi off after he did not get us through the TI qualifiers. He played very badly in that, so that was his fault. But in terms of ideas, I remember there was one game where there's a last pick Timbersaw against us, and all of us were just like, we lost. Like, this was the perfect Timber game. And he's like, no, Jenkins, here's what you're going to do. You're going to buy a Quelling Blade, you're going to get Windlace, you're going to cut a tree path, and you're going to 1v2 the offlane and cut the second wave. And I did it, and we dumpstered the game. It was like a 12-minute game against his last pick Timbersaw. It's like, how do you, in the middle of a game, or I guess at the end of a draft, figure this out? So to me, it's like, it's not even about him figuring out the little mechanics that, you know, will make a team win. It's also like, after the draft, okay, here's exactly how we're going to play the game to get through the laning stage.
Okay. I look forward to seeing that kind of big brain activity from Aoi and the rest of the Tundra lads. We're going to take a short break. Don't go away. We'll be back.
I found myself 2 new citizens of Stack City. I brought Tundra's Saksa and 33 here to test how good they are on this brand new map. Do they know the neutrals? Do they know the aggro timings? Do they know even where the camps are? Gentlemen, you will both be given 1 hero at level 6 and 5,000 gold. Name of the game is to try to stack as many camps as possible on minutes 2, 3, and 4. Person who gets the most camps stacked wins Stack City. Saksa, what hero are we going with?
I'm gonna go with Coddle.
Keeper of the Light, the long-range Illuminate. Now 33.
That's a hard question. I'm thinking maybe Fulion, but the trains are pretty slow. They're kind of slow.
But you're a micro expert.
Yeah, like, I'll do the Shadow Demon though.
This man's gonna go the Shadow Demon. It has been the toughest hero for people to be successful on.
I'll try it out.
Wait, do we stack now or like a minute later?
You're gonna do it on this minute. You know, Neto, for being a TI winner, you do not seem to handle stressful situations very well. Okay. This is curious. 53 seconds is hit, my friends. Saksa, did you block a camp also?
Did I?
I don't see any creeps there. And I don't see any new creeps there. And I don't see any new creeps there. Disruption activated. He's traveling. He's blinking. This is a clean gameplay, 33. I gotta say. Illuminate, blink, hit, cut, walk, block. Oh! You got 2.
I feel like I got them all. Maybe.
51, 52, 53. Let's get to stacking, my friends.
I feel like this one is gonna fail.
This is a very crowded spot you're taking these creeps, Saksa.
I mean, I got like, what?
God damn it.
Oh, I didn't get this one.
This man is upset because he only got 2. Meanwhile, you're happy that you did get 2.
I feel like I
thought I was gonna get 3 there.
I feel like I was gonna have a perfect score.
That was actually pretty sick, I have to admit.
The stress was getting to me.
Yeah.
Especially, I should have gone for like some easier camps, but
Your ambitions were high, and you still exceeded expectations.
I feel like I did pretty good.
You did pretty good. I've seen many a Shadow Demon. You may have been the best. 33. Congratulations on beating your support player at stacking camps.
Thank you, thank you.
I love the crowd. So I'm from Berlin, so this is my home major, and we have so many friends here, so much family, and everyone has been great. So it's amazing. I love it.
What's changed since day one to now has mostly been our understanding and our view of the patch. We've understood what heroes are strong and how the game should be played.
Did they go for it? Oh, careful! No, he got doomed up right in front of the Sven. The worst situation, and Shiro's committing, what will die. Everything to try and kill this Sven. Yeah, you got him, but at what cost?
Team Liquid, obviously personally have a lot of history against them, even starting from back when they were NA. Even though Liquid has left NA, came to Europe, I'm right here competing against them still. So obviously we have a lot of history going back.
I think if anyone's good at lower bracket, it's us. I mean, last year we kind of showed how good we are in the lower bracket. From what I've heard, Tundra was quite scared of us, and they were happy that we did not get to play against them in TI finals. So hopefully we get to get our revenge now and have a nice match against them.
There's the Ravage to follow, but Mickey popping his newly picked up BKB. Nisha with that double damage.
Oh my God!
Delete both supports from the face of the earth. Zai buys back into the game. A beautiful steering chains onto 2, and Extreme get punished hard.
I think this iteration of Liquid, they are a very formidable opponent with very strong players. I think Zai has really stepped up to the plate and become a pretty good drafter and captain for the team, and has really elevated their gameplay.
So we do prep for every team. Tundra also always, we know them quite well. We haven't really lost that much to them, so we'll see what happens. And I'll personally take Skeeter to the airport.
Now you guys already saw this team once earlier today. This organization, they're no stranger to lower bracket runs. They got that dog in them. Please make some noise for Team Liquid! And their opponents, it's your defending TI champs, and they've got some bone to pick with this team. Please welcome Tundra Esports! Now, if I could please get to the center of the stage, one representative from either of these teams, Snaking and a Blitz. Could you please join me? Oh, we're all smiles right now. Blitz, what happened? I gave you one of these. What'd you do with it?
I had to put it backstage because I didn't want to carry it around the entire time.
Here, have a new one. Now it's up to you. You're facing off against Snaking.
Hello?
How much history is there between you two teams? Because I know, Snay, I interviewed you earlier. You said it's been a hot minute since you beat Team Liquid.
It's been a little while, but it makes it more fun, you know? We're here to make history.
And they made history at TI. You guys never even got the chance to face off against them. Will doing it at Berlin scratch the itch?
Probably not, because they want a lot more money there, but it's okay. Like, it'd be cool to win.
It would be very cool, but we gotta see it on the battlefield, my friends. Could we get a shake of hands? Good luck, my friends. Let's get to the Dota with Perry and Flex.
Yes, the Dota indeed. Very chummy, very friendly. Kind of nice to see. I was expecting more of the UFC stuff or like WWE, but Mira, these guys go back away. NA Dota are chums, I'm sure. They all know each other. So this is just another game of Dota to them, right? No biggie.
Nah, they both want to win really bad. That's some friendly smile at you, but poison your teeth kind of thing going on there.
Violent killers.
Yes.
Both of them. You could see Snaking wanted to get into it. They had to hold him back. They had to drug him backstage. because he was just going to go in on Blitz there. But this team, they do have some history. Pre-2023, Liquid are 11-13 versus Tundra. So Tundra takes the cake there. But after 2023, Liquid are 8-1 against Tundra. So very, very in favor of Liquid.
So I was looking this up as well. Crack out your history books for the last time they actually lost to them. It was May the 4th of last year, but that was a show match. The last time they lost was 2021 for a competitive loss. So a heck of a long time, Jenkins. I calculate that to be about 2 years.
That's a long time.
That is.
Tyrion. That's a lot older than a lot of Fortnite players out there. So yeah, you know, they're up against the wall. The stakes are high, but that's what we want for a major playoffs, isn't it, Peter?
Thanks for that really amazing throw.
You're good.
It's very natural.
Yeah, it was really natural. This is going to be a close series. I don't think Tundra or Liquid have kind of proven themselves as front runners of this tournament quite yet, but this match could be, you know, if we see some good stuff from either side, maybe we have a potential underdog lower bracket story.
Thing is, I do feel like Tundra did look like front runners for the majority of this tournament, right? They topped their group. Everybody.
Group B. No one cares about that.
Oh my days. I mean, it's still Tundra, right? They did incredibly well. They busted out some new strategies. They flexed their Medusa to the offlane, which is something a lot of teams were not prepared for. But then they just ran into Kiyotaka in the upper bracket and got sent down. But
you know, if you look at their recent matches, I mean, they haven't played anyone good in a while. Like, the last good opponent was like OG, who had 2 stand-ins. They played against Extreme, East Coast, SMG. I would argue LGD doesn't even look that impressive. And then they went up against 9 Pandas, who actually looks good. And they picked Windrunner twice and lost.
I'm going to agree with Peter here, Effie. The winning teams definitely look good. As the winning teams are picking Medusa a lot of the time here as well, which will be banned out. Of course, I want to give that to Tundra. They invented the phylactery. And so, they made this item, dude.
I think it's unfair to call those teams bad teams.
I would say they're a step below the rest.
A step below the rest could be fair, but to call them bad is a little bit of a disservice to Tundra. Although I will say, despite them looking so good, the worst opponent that they can meet in the lower bracket is Liquid. And this is a team that they dodged at TI. They were so thankful that they didn't have to encounter them, and they encountered Secret instead in the grand finals.
That's certainly something that Insanio spoke about a few times. That one of the things that upset him the most about when they went out was that they felt that if they got to the final, they had Tundra's number. I wonder if they still do. Both of the way these teams play has obviously changed a lot because of this big patch. How much have Tundra had to adapt?
So Tundra in particular, they've been very creative in how they've been laning. They tend to start tri-lanes very often, and they're flexing unusual supports. The ones that come to mind are Slark and Batrider, which didn't look as good as the Slark, but these things come in early and people don't know how to deal with it. So I feel the best way to play around Tundra is to just counter their tri-lane or not play into it. Just throw a sacrificial hero into there and dodge them.
Poor Zai will have to just tank a lane again.
He's good at that, man.
Yeah.
He's
the best.
He had a really good Beastmaster game this morning. He was like top net worth on the entire game, which is really a perfect scenario for your offlaner here. And he's going to get the chance to play Doom, who's arguably, I think, the best hero in Dota right now.
Certainly one of the most contested, and always seems to be top of the net worth charts, even from the offlane there. Just such a money-making lad.
In this like 4 protect 1 meta, it's an unbelievably useful tool to just be able to doom the enemy team's carry. Like, carries are really providing almost 100% of the damage in a lot of these 4 protect 1s. Tundra may go the route of picking a little bit more damage on their mid laner. That's where we've seen Wind Ranger kind of achieve that dual core setup. But that being said, Nine has sort of struggled on that hero, or at least Tundra has struggled when he's playing it.
And I like to see the Slitch rise in popularity a little bit. Liquid already looked incredibly good with it in their game earlier, but they actually got this idea from Extreme. When Extreme ran this Slitch, everyone thought it was a bit of a ridiculous pick. What are they doing with this hero that nobody else is playing? But what this hero does is protect the first phase Dooms, the first phase Beastmasters, because when they get countered on 8th pick overall, it's usually something like a TB, something like an Ursa, but having that Frost Shield dispels that entirely.
Great adaptation with the draft here. I love that they picked Nine's Void Spirit up early. I think this is his best and most successful hero. And Nine is a bit of a hipster when it comes to his hero pool, so I'm glad they're just locking it in early and saying, hey, don't get too
messing about.
Don't get too creative. I don't want to see any clinks or.
Right.
Yeah, I think we saw in an interview when he was asked, like, what's your favorite hero to play? Everybody was expecting, Gyrocopter or something. He's like, nah, give me Void Spirit, bro. And it's like, what? Really? Dude, you're the guy playing Spirit Breaker mid? You want Void Spirit? Yeah, this is his favorite guy. And he's got a coddle to back him up.
Yeah, he's always tried to be a Void Spirit, though. Like, he has tried to run it in the past, but the hero has been kind of weak in the last year, up until this patch came, made him universal, and let him build things like Echo Saber. So his build becomes more versatile, where it's not just magic damage, you can go the physical route.
So what sort of counters would Liquid be looking here? Because they know that this is his favorite hero. How do you counter Void Spirit? I mean, obviously you could doom him, but in lane, what's a good matchup?
I think Ember it can be good. Any sort of anti-melee hero. Generally, mid laners oftentimes just go even because of the nature of the mid lane. So I think Liquid is just going to look for a hero for Nisha to get in there and make stuff happen. It could be Ember, it could be Pangolier, it could be, I don't know, what else?
Monkey King, which they ban out.
Storm Spirit, potentially, also.
Storm Spirit's still in the pool. That's surprising. But yes, definitely an option.
There's another more boring option, too, in the DK. It provides an instant stun, it's a durable lane, it's a way to catch the Coddle later on, and it also plays on the Lich's Frost Shield.
True. But nobody wants to see DK here, right?
Yeah, nobody wants to see DK. Well, maybe there are some DK fans. I'm not going to speak for everybody.
I mean, I don't think DK is as boring as he used to be, because now he builds Manta style and becomes a black dragon.
That's true.
Does
That is
cool
true.
things.
Yeah.
When he gets money, he becomes interesting.
He's got a bad history of being boring.
I was going to say Pango is another one. I mean, looking at Liquid, it's like Nisha. So I could see Tundra banning out the Storm Spirit next. These are pretty much Nisha's top picks in the tournament. Either he is the Void Spirit, he's Pango, or he's Storm. And then the next one up is Ember, which would also be good.
Congratulations to those two.
Future TI winner. Right there.
Right, so Liquid are covering their bases here. They're protecting their Doom with the Terrorblade ban. Even though they already have the Lich to counteract a little bit, it's not a bad way to go. They ban out the 5 Veno that Tundra have been running. They've kind of been using it through the Twin Portals, buying blood grenades on it, using it to kill, which isn't traditionally how you would think of a Veno, but it's been working out for Tundra.
I think Terrorblade's also one of the best carries to pair with Coddle. Just the chakra reducing all of your cooldowns is super helpful for that hero.
I want to warn that young couple. Their MMR is going to tank when they have a baby. You never have any time to play. Believe me, it's a nightmare.
That's when you switch to unranked.
That's true.
Turbo mode, Ted. Haven't you heard of Turbo?
It doesn't matter. You still don't have time.
Do people still play Turbo?
Oh yeah.
I know a lot of people that only play Turbo.
I know one person who only plays Ability Draft.
Who's that?
Urge.
Oh. Venomancer banned. Why are they so worried about this Venomancer?
Well, I just talked about it, but Tundra
Sorry,
have been
I was distracted by the banners in the background.
No, they've been running it a lot on their position 5. It's also a potential 3 flex, depending on the matchup, but it uses Twin Gates really well, and in a map that's gotten a lot bigger, having the Serpent Wards provide vision is very valuable.
I apologize for not listening.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, 9 Pandas, I know they're obviously not playing, but the one thing that they do with techies a lot is they place mines just in order to get vision, like constantly around the sides of the map, around the sides of the new objectives. And I think with those objectives, like any source of giving vision is really important. And like Snake King thrives when he can basically become a core. That's what he does. And that's what the 5 Veno does in the current patch.
And it gives you the ability to hold choke points, right? Like with this techies, what 9 Pandas were doing, we're just mining Tormentor cliffs, mining the weird little nooks, the bridges, anything that they could use to provide vision, and they've been fighting around that.
Yep, Veno does it pretty much the same thing, except they don't explode. I would say like probably Liquid's looking at Ember, maybe not on this pick.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they could make that choice. Like, do they just want to take the obvious Ember pick and hold their support, or do they just take the boxy hero and pick up the core when... I mean, I gotta think Tundra sees the Ember coming, but they could pivot.
I feel like you wanna, on second pick, just overall last either of your cores, so going with a support here wouldn't be bad. There's still a potential Rubik.
I definitely hope they take their carry with their last pick.
They could also go the Mirana route if they're gonna go for the DK and not the Ember.
True.
Sky also looks pretty decent for Liquid. They go for the Mirana.
Good call, Effie.
So it feels like the DK should be coming with
Or Ember.
Or Ember. They're both good. So, does Tundra block pick both the DK and the Ember, Peter? That's the real question.
I think they do that.
No way.
Ruin the draft.
CM and a very quick Naga pick on top.
This is a Tundra classic. They are so comfortable. Clap, clap. They're so comfortable picking Naga on 17 just because even if she gets countered on lane, which she really isn't, like Doom lanes well against her for a little bit, but then she just goes to the jungle, takes advantage of the map, splits heroes in a way that isn't comfortable to enemies. So this is a pretty safe pick on their end.
A lot of mana regen for Tundra. They're going to be able to farm and stay on the map this entire game.
The cool thing about the Naga with the Caudle is pretty much guaranteed to get the shard now because of the Tormentor. So you have the recall ability to bring your team around the map after Naga forces somebody to deal with the split pushing. Like Naga pushes every wave, farms every camp, people have to go back to deal with it, and then Tundra can make moves. So they do pick the Ember.
I think the Ember looks more valuable now that the Naga comes out too, because he can itemize against her in a way that's something like a DK couldn't, right? You can go for that Maelstrom, you can try to pressure her early on, you build things like BKB comfortably after 1 or 2 items, and it gives you a mix of damage.
We're doing great up here. I think we know these teams very well at this point.
Absolutely. You guys are crushing it.
Although I wonder if Tundra are concerned with any dispels for the Frost Shield, because what it looks like is they have these 2 cores that are going to frontline with the shield armor, probably going to have some barriers as well, and there are no natural dispels coming out of any of their heroes.
Who's that buff juicer more? Are you mad? This hero's already first ban material, my goodness.
I feel like Tundra's lineup is a little bit more kitey. Right? That Doom is going to come out at some point, and then is Tundra going to full force into that fight, or are they going to try and disengage and re-engage after that spell's been used?
We've seen a lot of Naga songs used to both start fights and just say, all right, scratch that, we're backing up. It's very powerful.
Void Spear can jump up pretty quickly. Naga's got the song, as you mentioned. Caudle's got the blinding light. CM herself has some decent tools to kind of get away or slow the enemy down as they try to run on top of them. Liquid's definitely going to be the ones chasing in these fights. Question is whether or not they're going to be able to secure these kills. They don't have a lot of lockdown quite yet.
So it's the 3/3 hero that comes out for Tundra. That's going to get overall countered. I'm looking at the Darkseer potentially, the Centaur. Darkseer gets banned out. So anything that can help you kite a Doom, like the Surge from the Darkseer, the Stampede potentially from Centaur could be really good here. But I feel like it makes their draft a little bit more one-dimensional, and we're just going to farm and play side lanes and not try to fight early on.
Yeah, I could see them going with the Darkseer. They definitely want some hero that's going to buy some aura items and be able to support them in these mid-game fights.
He got spanned out, though.
All right, so he's got to go to something else. What else is still in the pool, Jenkins?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing for 33. I mean, Night Stalker?
Night Stalker, why not?
It's not really an aura builder. I mean, they could also run the Caudle as an offlaner.
What about Enigma? He could build auras, maybe? Is that not fitting?
That's true, actually. I feel like it is a good Enigma game.
I don't necessarily like the Enigma here because I feel like they can just exploit it on lane.
Ooh.
There it is.
Oh, that is exceptional.
Oh, that's impressive.
That's a good balloon.
10 out of 10.
Wait, did you make that?
Yeah, did you make that?
Did you make that balloon, or is that a balloon you bought?
I don't think they can hear us.
Okay, that's a great balloon.
Of course they can hear us. What do you mean we're going over?
Well, they're not responding at all.
Okay, but the Brewmaster does give something that we talked about earlier, Peter, in the Dispel for the Frost Shield and the Dispel for any kind of barrier coming out of Liquid. So this is actually an excellent pick. And in terms of heroes that Liquid could pick overall, sure, Brew can get exploited on lane, but not as much as something like a Centaur would have done.
Ooh. So they, like you said, they are going to exploit it on lane. They pick the Ursa with the Lich. This is just an insane amount of harassment ability with the Frost Shield to chase down the Brew and, kill them pretty easily in the lane.
Tundra look like the good guys, and Liquid look like the bad guys if you look at their heroes, I would suggest.
Yeah, but Tundra's on Dire.
Yeah.
A Scourge.
Crazy, huh?
I think that the Ursa does make Brew's game a lot harder, but because Brew's playing with a Caudle, they can just keep the lane constantly pushed out, right? They can try to keep Illuminate blasting it, keeping Ursa under the tower, and making sure that he doesn't have an ability to go on the Brew. But we've seen how good Insania has been playing recently. I feel like they're not going to allow the Caudle to do this, so That bottom lane does look very scary for Tundra, but if they can make it out of the lane unscathed, I think this brew has a lot of good team fighting potential. But overall, I do favor Liquid's draft.
I think CM's a pretty big game changer too. This is like one of the best supports at running through the portals and going for kills and turning a lane that's supposed to be favored, like 2v2. It's like, well, is Dota really a 2v2 right now in the side lanes? I don't think so.
Indeed. Well, in order to guide us through, and with the help of this wonderful crowd giving us this fabulous atmosphere, your casters for this game are Cap and SVG. Have a good one, lads.
Thank you, Ted. We absolutely will. 4 Western European teams entered into this tournament, and all 4 are still in Avery, but one of them is finally going to be forced out of this event.
Has to come to this, back to the regional DPC if we must, and I mean, everybody likes the little lore, right, Cap? But I think there's a little major lore going on here. When was the last time Tundra beat Liquid?
It has been an extremely long time. I mean, it's got to be, they were talking about it 2 years ago. I mean, we had, there was a match, of course, with Gamers Without Borders, you know, premier tournaments when it comes down to it.
Yeah, I'm talking premier.
They haven't beat them in 2 years.
2 years? I feel like that's such a long period that Tundra managed to win a TI before they managed to beat Liquid.
And in fact, in this year, they've only managed to beat them in 2 individual games, and in this season, they've only managed to beat them in 1 individual game, let alone full-out series. And this is a series that Tundra very much needs to win, because Western Europe has already shown, with all the teams still in the pool here, that it is a meat grinder out there. It is absolutely tearing up teams, and you have no guarantees that going into that next season that you're going to be able to get any DPC points at all. So Tundra, in order to secure their spot at TI as one of the best teams in the world, need to be able to take on their #1 nemesis, the team that has always stood in their way, the one team that they have struggled so much to be able to take down. They have to do it here, some of the highest stakes there is.
In some ways, there are things more difficult than winning a TI. It would appear we are about to witness one. Can you get the monkey off your back?
I mean, how many times have you experienced that sort of matchup in your time as a player? Like, there had to have been teams that you just struggled to be able to match up. I mean,
oh, you get a brick wall for sure. I mean, I know what you're alluding to here. You know, yeah, maybe I got eliminated from 3 TIs by OG, but I wouldn't consider that a brick wall. I think a lot of people ran into that one. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
Nonetheless, when you start losing versus a team so much, you feel like there's just nothing you can do to beat them. So this is a big match. It's a big match for the points to get out of that European DPC, like we were talking about. It's a big match for Tundra's morale. I think Liquid are feeling good about this tournament and where they've come from, at least at the start, that was really rough for them, right? So they have a decent amount of momentum, but you have to play twice today. There's a fatigue factor here as well, where Tundra, they had the ability to study you. This should be a very close series.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, especially with Tundra having perhaps more on the line than Liquid does. Liquid having to play their second series of the day. And one big thing that has happened a lot with these Western European teams, and I think Gaming Gladiators did a great example of that, and Avery, maybe you could attest to Tundra or not, but feels like they have been getting a lot of these early pre-Bell First Bloods. And right now, it's looking like we're not actually going to be giving that up one way or the other.
If I can give one piece of advice to any team playing up against Tundra right now, it's don't give Soxa kills before the runes. Don't give it to them. You're going to be playing a very different game. And in general, some of these teams have really struggled with the early blood grenade aggressiveness before the lanes, even on the lanes. It enables a lot of these weird dual roam support duos. Tundra has thrived off that, but Coddle is not one of those Bat Riders. He's not one of those Slarks where you're afraid of the pre-run fight necessarily. So I think Liquid are happy to go to lanes here with 0-0, no damage done. Somewhere wiping some sweat off of a brow is Blitz, as the game is dead even for once. Nobody has died before the lane started.
Yeah, I feel like that's a very rare occurrence for
very rare.
This tournament so far, and the chaos that has been a new patch with new, as you said, like the blood grenade adds so much like potential kills when it comes to this early matchup. So we got the Coddle Brewmaster matched up against the Lich Ursa, which looks to me like a pretty potent lane. We saw the Lich early picked up once again by Liquid, and I'm not sure if that's really a hero that's going to win you this lane matchup.
I mean, the Lich is in that draft as a deterrent, right? They're trying to give this Frost Armor a huge threat versus a lot of the carries Tundra wanted to play. But Insania is going to have a rough one in this game because this Brewmaster, we saw Faith Beyond talking about it earlier. This is one of his favorite answers to Lich. You get the Dispel, your Pandas just soak up the ult in the fight. It's a very obnoxious hero to team fight into. If I'm looking for one hero on Tundra's side to set the tempo for the game, it's going to be 9 on Void Spirit. But if I'm looking for one hero that's going to win those team fights, it's got to be 33 on this brew, and I'm very interested to see what he builds on this hero because he has been a notorious aura buyer. This is a hero you can buy a lot of auras on. You can also go with that Lady of Radiance just to add some threat. And at the same time, you're playing with a Naga who's going to be poking. We've seen Tundra Naga destroy teams in every essence of the word. So there's a lot of gunk to deal with in this Tundra lineup. And at some point, I do worry a little bit for Liquid just going into those 5v5s if they don't have some momentum off the Ursa or the Ember. That said, you can gain a lot of momentum off Ember. This is a decent lane for him. It's a pretty decent matchup with early chains points. You can get the earlier disable out on the field, especially with a lot of these Void Spirits building offensively rather than defensively, right? Echo Saber, Deso.
Oh, Insania is going to be caught up, and that's going to be your first blood. Going over to Sox, so it may not have happened before the bounty rune spawned, but it does happen nonetheless.
It's a good kill. This is a nice hero to accelerate for Tundra if you can get this brew going. And shutting down that Lich, it's going to make his teamfight impact that much harder.
Nice hit there from 9. Being able to get the Remnant pull back on Nisha, just barely into the tower range, but it was enough for a single shot.
I mean, these guys are dead even mid.
Yeah, a single shot can offset the balance of what is an even matchup so far.
Brothers in spirits, brothers in CS.
Yep.
Brothers in life.
And now another Remnant coming out. 9, bringing Nisha very, very low. Of course, Nisha still had some regen to work off of here, but it will be 9 controlling this early bit now. Battling it out with the Flame Guard.
It does feel like someone's going to die here.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing it so close.
These 4-minute runes also really important.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not we're going to get any early rotations from these supports to try and secure the water runes in a matchup with, you know, that fill up of the bottle could definitely make the difference. And then our last matchup, I mean, you were kind of talking about it. We've got the Naga Siren plus the Crystal Maiden up against Doom Mirana, which is not like the normal setup for sure. You're not going to have some easy arrows, that's for sure.
It does give Boxy some freedom.
Yeah.
Doom is one of the fastest Vanguard heroes of the patch. You're not going to really threaten this hero once he gets there with that Naga Siren lane unless you're willing to rotate the Coddle top, which I don't think Tundra really want to do. They kind of want the static 2-on-2 setup to prolong the XP for their cores. That just means Boxy has some roam potential, and he's already looking towards mid. Really important that you keep this Coddle bottom so you get the advantage on the runes here. Try and deny 9 some regen, accelerate the Ember as much as you can. You have to play through Ember this game.
I like this, though.
This is the chance
immediately getting aggressive, knowing that the Mirana is going to be out of town. They try and punish Zai as much as they can.
That's a good TP to get back.
Yeah.
Like, really valuable here.
And it means that Nisha, he actually left the second water rune, didn't scramble to pick it up. So Nisha actually got double water rune. So he's not only full HP mana, but he's even got some extra in the tank now. So that's actually going to behoove 9 to go all the way back to base. A kind of rare move, but I guess situationally could work out. Mickey.
Grenade on
Blood
grenade.
Grenade on 33. The damage is going to be getting to stack up, but it's also stacking up on Mickey as well. Got to be careful of that damage over time.
Early boots paying off on this lane. Just rushing Arcane Boots by the looks of it, so no early Vanguard for the Brew. Ursa is one of the heroes that can deal with this. That's kind of been a huge meta decider as well, right? Can you get these carries that punch through the early Vanguard into these rush Octarine builds that have been a nuisance in terms of kicking carries out of lane? There's a reason this last pick Ursa's in this game. It's designed to accelerate. So if he has a good laning phase, which he's having, then it's all about how early can you get these Roshans and how early can you disrupt the Naga tempo.
Look at the massive difference between consumable gold spent, not only Snake King and the opposing 5 Insania, but also the carries. Skeeter pretty much buying absolutely nothing and just going full stats and relying on the Crystal Maiden to give him what he needs.
What a nice little wolf, you know?
Yeah.
Every Crystal Maiden player out there rejoicing they've been in this position. Negative GPM.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what every 5 position in Dota wants, right? Is giving up more of their net worth to the cores. Oh, that grab. Sneaking past the range creep.
He'll hit 6 first.
Yeah, because 9 did have to go back to base.
And this is 6-minute rune contest, so you have a big window to try and get this power rune for Nisha because 9 is very far away from his dash.
Oh, we're getting into a brawl here. Throws out the Remnant, tries to go for it. Oh, as he goes through the Remnant,
they set up on the other side.
In order to get the kill, he grabs the rune and gets the pick off onto Snake King. Boxy will be the one to take the last hit, but still, smooth moves by Nisha.
That's one of the smoothest moves I've seen in a long time. God damn.
When he overshot it past the rune, his Remnant, I was like, oh, that's curious. And then he just picks it up on his way in. Nice stuff.
Get the shield rune, dodge the Remnant, get the chains on the other end where the gank's waiting for you. Is the best mid in the world back? Is it too early to say?
And let's see if he can prove it here at this major anyway.
It's a big rune to get, especially when Ember's snowballing mid with the advantage. Like, now we're seeing the net worth pop up for Liquid. They're winning these long lane battles. And they're happy to continue playing these dual lanes, at least with the Mirana roaming. Lich is not a hero that necessarily wants to get sucked into some of these early random fights if he can pressure the core on lane. So the more XP Insania can get, if any of these kills line up for Mirana, then Liquid are going to be very happy with this laning phase. Zai with the Vanguard standing tall top. Now it's a question of how much can Nisa accelerate the map in terms of kicking Naga out, invading these enemy jungle areas, which I think is what their lineup wants to do.
Yeah.
Do not want to let Skeeter just play Naga Dota here and farm into 4, 5, 6 slots. I've seen that before. It is not fun.
Watch that move again. Goes up to top lane to play for that rune if it did spawn there. Timed it really nicely to get the bottom rune if it spawned. Of course it did, and then he gets the kill. Good stuff all around. I like the fact that you pointed out the difference between the offlaners and their builds because you talked about how the Vanguard, how Ursa is able to fight through that for a lot of these offlaners where you have that threat. And there is obviously not that threat coming from a Naga Siren, right? Like, this Doom is going to be pretty free in this top lane, I imagine now.
He's absolutely chilling. Just going to go second-hand Midas here. Liquid do not want to fall behind in scale either in this game, even though you have a little lead. Like, you have to realize the split push threat is going to be there.
The arrow from behind.
He did not dodge it at all.
Nine didn't see that one coming, and they'll get the kill before he can step away.
The 3-man roam to mid, paying dividends here on 6 and 8-minute runes. Man, this mid lane has just been destruction.
Now they are fighting Mickey again. They're trying to go for the punish in these side lanes whenever a support leaves, and they're going to pop the Brewmaster ultimate now. A very important kill to get if they can. The Enrage, they're going to wait it out with the Tornado, drop him back down as the Enrage fades away, and it looks like Mickey, hopping to the other side, trying to go for the neutral tonight, he gets it! Oh, a big clap from Mickey, as yes, he dies, but he managed to limit the effect, the positive effect for Tundra.
The morale loss. Satters, the Mind Stealer, stealing everything.
And meanwhile, they're going to lose mid-tower during that, but they can get a kill somewhere else. It would help a lot. Arrow behind him, Boxy trying to create that gap, but 33, he's going to hunt him down. The Thunderclap plus a few swipes of that totem, more than enough. So 9 minutes in, 2-2.
But it's kind of a scary lane to come back into when you don't have ult.
Yeah,
well, like you just get run off here.
Is he assuming that the Ember Spirit's going to bail him out if there's trouble?
I mean, you have to help Ursa here.
Oh, yeah, he cannot die another time here. The Ember is indeed going to rotate. Going to chase after Saksa, who Mickey actually had his own blood grenade. Throws it at the support. Trying to get the kill from a distance here with the slide. Should be able to get it no problem, and he quickly jumps back. But that means he can't TP back to bottom lane here. So this bottom lane is exposed, and they're just going to have to maybe retreat.
Yeah, you got to vacate the area. At least for a little bit here, till that Ursa ult comes. Oh, it is back up, actually. Very low cooldown. Nonetheless, this is a scary lane to stay into when Nisha cannot bail out those rotations, because Tundra want to push in this lane. They want to take the early tower, trying to abuse the Panda team fight as much as possible.
Mickey just praying that the creeps would be able to kill him.
Thank you, Satters, my old friend.
His longtime lane partner, going all the way back to Heroes of New Earth and Sania. Enjoying that outplay by Mickey, quite nice for them. But
big question, Cap, where is Dire mid-tower?
Where's Dire what?
Mid-tower. It's gone.
Just got chopped down. I mean, big bonus of being able to win your lane, win your lane because of support rotations. But then you get that Orb of Corrosion, you chase him off, and
I mean, that's a lot of building damage for a mid-Ember.
Yeah,
he seriously walked up and smacked this thing with Orb of Corrosion and eventually kills it here. That's a big gap for Tundra's map right now, especially when you play these Naga Coddle lineups that want to push out the waves, be able to play a lot more space than you have. You start taking that away, it pays off very fast, and the runes have also just completely gone Nisha's way. I mean, Liquid have to be happy about what happened mid and top here. Bottom, that's a rough lane. I mean, the Panda got the better of you, but overall, an early lane win, and now you have Midas Doom going to work. You have Ember Spirit, who's going to scale decently versus Naga for foreseeable future.
Sure.
A little bit to catch up here for Tundra. That said, if they get the 5v5s going, and it's still Coddle Void Spirit, still a lot of early damage.
This is very concerning. The way you're talking about not just the building damage, but seeing Zai, he has a hand of Midas at pretty decent timing after a Vanguard. They're about to take another tower.
I mean, he's mega farm.
Yeah.
Tundra might be happy trading Naga farm for Doom, but I don't know about this much Doom.
Do you feel like, in your opinion, how do you stop this if you're Tundra? Like, are you looking for a big team fight at this point? Trying to use that next Brewmaster ultimate, or what's the deal?
it's hard to bring the Brult to the Doom. I'm not even sure you kill him through Vanguard. Brult is pretty low damage level 1. I think that's one of the issues 33 faces, is do you want to try and force the fights with this level 1 ult Vanguard Brewmaster, or are you just content farming, happy making space for Naga, especially with 9's position? This is the guy Tundra want to come back in the fight. I feel like if 33 could give some XP to his mid, he probably would here. There's only so much you can share.
Look at him trying to run the illusions down lane to create some space, but immediately the blast comes out from the Lich. They pump the Scorched Earth and run down the illusions, making sure that there is no space. They keep on trying to suffocate Tundra as much as possible. Next step, of course, is getting that next round of items and seeing if they can actually start taking some tier 2s, but it's going to be a while until we get that far.
I feel like you want to use a Brult before then. At some point for this mid tower, if you can force that, it's a hard team fight. But if you bring everybody, you lift Nisha into dropping him into a Void Spirit Remnant, into a Max Frostbite, into 6 other spells.
That's a lot of.
That's the type of execution you need in this game, right? They don't have really good Brewmaster Tornado combos. You don't have that Marana arrow. You don't have some easy stun setup. You just got to drop them into the Remnant and then play off that. These little things matter a lot for this hero.
Could be a really nice play.
They
actually have the ward on it. So Zai, he's paying attention. He's going to be able to skirt on through, breaks the smoke, and gets away. And they can Moonlight Shadow. I don't know if they can set up for anything off of that. Looks like they just wanted to make sure Zai would stay alive.
Just wanted to gank some wolves through the gate. Nothing to see here. This is going to clump a lot of their cores up here. Moonlight Shadow, it's going to be another problem. This spell is very good versus Panda in a lot of engagements. You don't necessarily always have dust to land on these supports you're trying to focus. Sometimes people just run out of range. It allows you to start the fight on the Panda a lot of times. Like if you Doom 33, those team fights look a lot easier for you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
This is another spell Tundra have to play around. And it's just making their map awkward with that early mid tower going down.
So they do get the read that there was a ward up there on the portals. They deward that, but in some ways the damage is kind of already done.
In Battle Fury, done for Mika. He just rushed that off the brown boot straight into stack. So now he's going to start to catch up here. He's going to catch up faster than this Void Spirit, who's very far behind. You need to get a fight going soon for this Void Spirit to catch his XP. Unless you're just super confident Skeeter can Naga versus 9 this game, which is always possible.
Are you confident that he can do that? What's your read on that?
I mean, AUI knows my PayPal. It depends what he wants me to say here.
I mean, Skater has got to be one of the best Naga Sirens in the world, right? So if anybody's going to be able to pull this off, surely it's him.
That's because he was trained by one of the best Naga Sirens.
That is also true, yeah.
Sensei AUI.
That is legitimately no joke. He definitely helped him. Oh, look at him. He dug up a Kobold. He threw it on Mickey. Anything to help him out. Of course, he let the Kobold die. Come on,
Mickey, come on, man. After what those Satyrs did for you earlier? Just going to betray the neutrals now? Right. 2-man smoke from Liquid. This is the type of smoke I feel like Tundra wish they could make. But of course, chains into arrow. Pretty easy kill with Arcane Rune and Maelstrom finished for Nisha.
Yeah, you don't really have that same kind of kill power, I would say, on the Tundra side.
Nope,
right?
It's a slower lineup. You're just trying to build up these auras and go into that later Naga timing. I mean, you can smoke the Void Spirit CM, which is what's going to happen here, so
symmetry. They throw out the arrow, but wrong direction. Soxa has actually moved deeper onto the Tundra side of the map, and they're going to completely whiff on this smoke. I mean, the bigger map just makes it so these smokes are so hard to actually connect.
They are very costly when you miss them, depending on how many people you commit. I think that's a reason we're seeing a lot of these smokes just be 2 or 3 man. Yeah, don't want to get punished if he misses.
Well, finally, a hero is going to see another hero, and we're going to get a kill on Snake King for Nisha. But meanwhile, I mean, look at that net worth. Remember, it was 2,000, 5 minutes ago, and now it's kind of,
that's the Naga.
Stagnant.
The Naga will out-farm. I guess the Brewmaster will too somehow. I don't really know how Brewmaster is out-farming Ember and Ursa Battle Fury in this game, but 33 has done a damn good job finding the CS.
Yeah, particularly since Liquid had outstacked for the Ursa over Tundra, but even without a Hand of Midas. I do kind of wonder if this game is going to be like that, if 33 maybe regrets not going for a Midas on that hero. Because it's a hero that really values the experience for sure, right?
33 always regrets not going Midas. I think that's what's in his papers every game. He poses the question to his team. It's like, can I go Midas this game, guys? They always tell him no. Half the games he just buys it anyway. Why not? Everybody likes Midas, you know.
and he's getting some of the aura items. I mean, at this point in time, you got to be feeling a little bit more anxious to take a fight, right? If you're Tundra, if you're investing into those auras, you want to get a good engagement out of it. He's got the pipe, he's got Vanguard, he's feeling strong. They go for the kill on Zai, but doesn't connect with the Remnant.
Were they going for that kill?
Yeah, was that just a poke?
They're going for the, yo, what's up? I'm out. Insta dip. This is I mean, I do feel like Tundra want to fight, but how do you get that fight? That's sometimes the bigger question in Dota. The easiest way is you force objectives, which forces the enemy into you. I think that's Tundra's game plan probably in the next 5 minutes here. Either force the Roshan or just like start invading enemy triangle, a position where Liquid feel like they have to contest.
Yeah, because pushing straight up, just pushing a tower doesn't sound super fun against an Ember Spirit who is so far.
And you're not going to catch Liquid. You just don't really have the small amount of heroes to commit to a smoke to find that burst. I mean, we saw earlier, that play where Snaking died to Nisha on the rune, that was a Snaking smoke. That he smoked 9, and 9 said, no, I'm going to go hit creeps, and bailed. So like,
is that really what happened?
Yeah, so even Tundra don't really know how to find the gank right now, which again is not necessarily bad if you're content going late game. It's just how much do you believe in these matchups?
The Flame Guard is hitting Snaking. He knows that Nisha's around here somewhere, and now tries to open up on him, but Nisha already had the Remnant pre-laid out, knows the danger of the Frostbite into maybe an ensnare from the Naga Siren. That's going to be killed straight up. Soxa is trying to push the other side, and again, these heroes just slipping past each other.
Morano,
a bigger map, and harder to determine, especially with wards, not being able to see a lot of these heroes that are on the map. Harder process of elimination. This is all just resulting in, just not being able to lock down exactly where people are farming and pushing out.
I feel like Liquid are itemizing just to play the map, continue to farm. They have the Midas Doom. They went early bots on Nisha Ember. And so they're playing the map a lot better. Battlefield Ursa is going to continue to scale, whereas Soxa went this Vessel. He's not liking what he found on this camp for sure.
No, certainly not. Meanwhile, Snaking runs into the big bad bear in the Radiant jungle. So 2 supports down, and an arrow that's going to be a bit off the mark is 33. Heads down the river, but of course, Liquid, 3 versus 5. They want to be able to take any kind of fight they can find. Tundra, pretty quick to keep their distance. Spots him for a second, Astral Step. Needs a little bit more help, though, to simulate down to low ground. Doesn't have another step, though. Zai, he just needs to be able to keep sight of 9. He does manage to close that distance, gets the Doom on him. 33 is on his way as the Brewmaster. Let's see if he can help out in time. The arrow, he dances back, trying to get away from that arrow. Smart play, but at the same time, Hurricane back in. The pipe helping him out. He's going to be able to live through this ever so barely, given a Lotus Blossom to heal up. And now they can actually think about returning.
He's 1 XP off level 2 Brew ult here. Does not want to pop it, missing 20 XP for it. Yo, kill a Golem.
Especially for a hero that's so tanky.
Kill the Golem.
Yeah, might be able to get it off with some of the neutrals dying. Does get it now, but still not feeling good about chasing after a Doom with this many levels, with the Vanguard, with the BKB, with even the Pavis going through.
I mean, you can purge it all.
That's true.
These fights eluding Tundra on the map. You even have Orchid for Skeeter. A lot of early skirmish itemization here. That's the reason I think they want to find it, right? When you go Vessel, when you go Orchid, early pipe, it's telling me Tundra want to fight.
Sure.
And Liquid just splitting the map too well.
It's funny because I feel like if I was just to look at the heroes, I would think Liquid would be the ones searching for fights, wanting to play off of momentum, but itemization is a huge part of the game, especially right now, right? That'll kind of tell you the story of what teams want to do. Do you feel like this is Liquid and Tundra like shoring up their weaknesses of their lineup, or just understanding they have different strengths?
I genuinely believe both these teams feel like they're just going to win late game.
Okay.
Somebody's wrong here.
Yeah.
We'll find out who, but...
So Tundra are kind of preparing for early fights and Liquid's not giving it to them because Liquid's like, well, we've kind of itemized to play for longer games, so we're fine with chilling.
I mean, Liquid are definitely playing for the later timings here. It's just, I think Tundra always think they can win late game with Naga because of how they take the fights. Boxy, my man.
Give me a heart attack. Boxy, almost the second hero to die in this tournament to the Tormentor. Sania is definitely dead.
There's some of that Naga pickoff starting to go work.
Yeah.
The other thing you can do is you can just song this Ember. Just net him out of song.
Yeah, absolutely.
No counterplay here.
Yo, close call, Boxy. Close call.
There's no BKB on Nisha yet. There's no Dispels. from Liquid. There's a Pavise, but there's no Lotus Orbs or anything like that.
Yeah.
So probably the big items they're looking to later to dispel a lot of what Tundra have. This is a very good lineup to dispel. You have Maiden Spells, you have Brewmaster Haze, Orchid Net from the Naga, plus that Solar Bind from the Coddle ult, plus Vessel. Oh my god, what a value dispel game.
Yeah,
You
it
can
really
get
is.
there.
If
now.
they could just get the right heroes.
Continue.
Catch them somewhere on the map. Nullifier, man. That's a build-up.
That is a build-up.
I mean, that's certainly, like, we've seen a lot of these Void Spirits think about these physical damage builds. We've seen a lot of, like, Echo Saber, Deso sort of thing. I'm not sure if I've seen this one, but as you said, this spell is being so value in this game. Still fits into the physical damage montage of Void Spirit right now.
It's going to help his other cores in the fight. It's going to help Naga stick on people.
Yep.
Still, like, you picked this Brew for a reason, right? You picked this Brew to be the Dispeller, to have multiple of those AoEs in the fight. Do you need a Nullifier this early here? Especially when you're not finding the fights. There's no guarantee you're going to be able to put this item to use.
Yeah.
See if it pays off in the long run. I'm not necessarily convinced. Make it almost a blink.
I feel like with the Blink Dagger on those two, because we also got Zai picking up his Blink Dagger, it's got to be a little bit more go time for them.
Yes.
Octarine, never mind.
I still think there's a
Octarine
threat
and
that,
Blink Dagger, never mind.
like, Tundra could still walk in the Roche Pit at any time and force that fight if they feel confident about doing it.
Yeah.
So if you keep getting these pick-offs, you're going to feel better about delaying that. Maybe get it for your Ursa, who, I mean, Mickey has not shown any.
They know he's somewhere
doing
over
that
here.
yet.
They're going to be able to find. Oh, Mickey, just a beautiful blink. Sniffs out 9 in just the very bottom part of the map. And this might just be enough for Liquid to go straight up into Roshan.
I think it is. 30 seconds, more than enough time. I mean, what a beautiful call. An angle. Doesn't seem like Liquid have trouble finding the heroes they want when they want to find them.
So, Tundra, not going to be able to take this fight. They will at least be able to take a tower on the opposite side of the map. You could already see Nisha setting up for that fight and stalling out that push. You can believe Roshan to Mickey here. They're actually going to give him, like, solo experience on it. So, first big objective of the game. I appreciate all you guys out there. I heard that the weak clap. There we go. It's a 10-kill game in 24 minutes, Avery. This has got to be one of the slowest games of the tournament.
I mean, definitely ain't the fastest. I'll tell you that much. I don't know the hard stats on it, but it's a classic European showdown.
Yeah,
Who
Western
blinks
Europe
first?
versus Western Europe. I mean, in part, they just know each other so well, right?
Is that it? Maybe they don't know each other at all.
Yeah, maybe. Don't know where the hiding spots are. All right. Well, 9 has changed up his build again. Now he's thinking about Vanta.
Can't decide what he wants in this game. I don't blame
Heart done for Naga. That is one of the biggest power spikes in the game, right?
Surely.
Saksa
That means
needs
no
some
time.
help here. They're actually going to straight up throw the Doom onto him. They want this kill. The rotation is coming in from some of these Tundra heroes, but Mickey's here as well. Skeeter walking right into this one, already at half health. This is dangerous. The song, he needs to be able to get it off now, but he still has the BKB up on Mickey, and they finish him off. The carry of Tundra falls. Now the Primal Split in danger as well. 33 does manage to sneak away with this Storm Panda, but a huge loss for Tundra, and now the momentum is really building up for Liquid.
You can't find anything in this game, and every Liquid move that they've made, which, I mean, it hasn't been many this game, but every single one feels like it's hit. And they're just not afraid to kill one support. They can take that numbers fight with the Aegis. And look what's still up. It's Dire Tormentor.
Oh, wow.
The old 2-for-1.
So get a second one for the team. So an Ember Spirit
That's
shard.
a value shard right there.
That is very nice.
I don't think it's often we see Nisha in that third net worth slot. May not be too happy about it, but
You know, it's funny. I was just talking to, we wrote in with the Insania, and he was talking about how, you know, the 50-50
Well, don't tell him that. They're
of these
gonna think we're
tormentors.
biased now.
We can't help it. He's on our shuttle.
All right, you wrote in with Insania. I wrote in with the entire Tundra team and staff in a limo just to balance it out.
That's right. Okay. Well, I was talking to Insania. He was complaining about the 50-50. Well, he just lost 2 of those for the shards, because the first one went to Boxy, and the second one ends up going to Nisha. We'll see if there's a third one in this game, or if Liquid going to be able to use their strength to shut this game out a little bit. No bash, or not enough to be able to get the kill onto 9. But it feels like the map's getting darker and darker for Tundra.
I guess Insania is not the only one complaining about RNG right now. Mickey continues to search for that pickoff. There's a Lotus finish for Boxy, though. I feel like this item is huge in this game. How do you take these team fights? It removes so much damage and disable from the Tundra lineup.
Yeah.
And you're never going to be able to start on this bomb. It's awesome. A little missleap happens to the best
I
of us.
wonder if that is in part the shard. You know?
Messed him up.
Yeah, the different leap messed up where he wanted to go. Couldn't get the courier that he was hoping to get. Tundra, I mean, they're not feeling like they're necessarily out of this. As Sox, though, will be able to get some distance.
Nice jukes, and Tundra are all up here.
He's going to come back in. They're going to go for this one, but so is Mickey. Closing in, will be able to finish off the Cuddle, and they already got the Doom out onto the Brewmaster. That's big. The double BKB duo is going to be able to push through this song. Skeeter
arrow dodge.
trying to keep his distance from that bear. Wait out these BKBs. They still have this
get
Doom. It's only for a few more seconds. They need to be able to finish off now. It's a close call, but it looks like with the clear, 33 gets it off. The primal split goes off, and now Liquid are going to have to fight through that one, or are they going to get punished? That's going to be the Aegis down
Double
first. Now
buy
flipped
for
on
Tundra.
by. Not quite enough. 9 hit by the stomp. 9 trying to get away from Zai, but he doesn't have any more steps. And Dissimulate in 1 second time. He's got to be able to juke this one out. Nisha went inside the pit. They don't know. They're going to stop chasing because they need to help out. Mickey's been kited around. Mickey's dead.
Double buyback paying off for Tundra here as they get back to fight that Aegis times out at the wrong instance.
He's got the Lotus, but he's still going to die here without using it. Insania trying to go for the TP out. He barely makes it out in time. Tundra striking back. It was a heavy cost, though. They did have to use those buybacks.
That is a must win. Like, you are not getting any better fight in this game if you lose that one. You're getting Brewmaster ult off after a Doom expires on less than 100 HP.
Yeah.
I mean, count your lucky stars to a degree, but they played it damn well with that song. I'd like to even see the Naga shard this game. Just boost up the heal through the BKB duration of Liquid and wear them out, right? This is a nice way to take the fight.
Idea.
If your Panda lives, you're going to be very happy. I think 33 thought he was dead here.
Oh, yeah,
He gave a
seriously.
little
With the
shrug
fear
like,
going
well,
down,
that sucks.
if the Doom stops ticking.
Oh, wait, I'm alive. Cool.
Chain Frost almost going out in time. Close call. Back inside the game, though. Zai in trouble. BKB trying to get away. They have the Frost armor on him. Trying to stop it any way they can. The Frostbite latches after the BKB expires. So they do manage to get another pick off. Tundra.
These kills, they're worth a lot of gold.
Yeah.
A damn lot of gold. Each of them
that
are
was
like
1,300.
1,500. Yeah, that Ursa one, not going to like the numbers. You're looking at the nat screen if you're Liquid's camp right now, as some of the comeback is real. And I mean, the real wild card for me in this game is, can 9 get to that late game on Void Spear? He's been behind the whole game, but this hero's weird now, right? Universal hero. He can build this Manta, he can build some of these random stat items, and suddenly he's hitting for a lot. He could be the wildcard factor going into this late game for Tundra. Something to keep an eye on is he will commit for that Nullifier third. Another big Dispel. Just trying to lock down anything for this Naga Butterfly timing, which is up. You're behind in levels on the Naga, 16 to the Ursa's 19. But the power spike right now in terms of gold for Skeeter is definitely the best in the game. But now you got to use it. This is not a timing you would just want to sit on your laurels if you're Tundra. Smoke definitely called for here. You have Brewmaster ult, you have everything. You have that Butterfly. You just need the man fight.
Tundra hit him with a solid 1-2 punch with the buybacks. He had Liquid on the back foot a little bit. They want to keep that going, but are they going to run into the same problem they had in the first 20 minutes of the game, Avery, where, you know, whenever they tried to make this move, they could not actually find the heroes. And
they're going to miss them all again. Liquid very disciplined in this match.
Yeah.
Not making too many mistakes that Tundra have been able to pick up on. It's getting them to some big items. You got to think about next Roshan here, what that fight looks like. I mean, there's a Radiance on Nisha.
Yeah, seriously, he's
that
building
is a big
for
item in this game.
Slight chains into Arrow. Now he does get off all his auras, so he's not going to take any damage, especially with the heal behind him. Continues to go to work on that tier 2.
He has Titan Sliver range now, so he has extra status resistance on Brewmaster.
Oh, yeah. You add in the status resistance he gets from the Void as well.
Actually, that is true. He can go up a lot, especially if you get this Cinder Brew off before you go on him. You really have to doom this Panda. But it's a question of, if you doom the Panda and the song comes out, are you happy with that engagement? I don't think you are anymore.
Yeah, with the, I mean, with if
especially
he was
with
on
Shard on the Naga, Skeeter does go back for it here. It's a significant amount of heal that's going to come through when you only have like a short BKB duration because you used a lot of it earlier. Huge smoke to try and latch for Liquid here. They want to see Void Spirit. They got ready.
Heroes, the smoke goes off. They almost got their Doom off. Oh, such a huge Doom if they could have gotten it. But 9, quick fingers, managed to jump away. Goes back into the river once again. One step ahead of Zai.
Ronald's going to rekite it. Yeah, do you want to do him now? That's a big question mark here. Zai chooses wisely not to. I do not think that's the type of fight you want to play, especially with 4 staffs and glimmers. Waiting in the wings. Soxa with the massive cast range on this Coddle can always just 4 staff a core, and suddenly that fight looks very different. Oh, the fight for the rune.
He's going to try and go through it once again, but this time 9 gets ahead of Nisha. A haste rune for the next fight that could be massive. Zai will be able to TP out. Closing in on Shivas, which is just more AoE damage to be throwing around against carry Naga Siren.
They're going to be really tanky. They're going to have the horse. They're going to have the AoE magic damage. Might have some random Chain Frost bouncing through. Skeeter can get bursted. I think he's fine dealing with the Ursa, but all this AoE magic damage might just outpace the Naga's EHP.
Yeah.
This is all about next Roshan. You have to take it away from the Ursa here, and you really need this Aegis probably on whoever's going to frontline for Tundra, which could be Skeeter, could also be 9, so it helps you play into those Dooms. Gate on gate action, trying to defend the corners of the map. Liquid with a pretty fast smoke, and they're going to find a damn good target.
33, and they get the Doom on him with the arrow. Song comes in, though.
There were no
BKBs.
He created enough distance, though.
He's going to get some, certainly. The Remnant's going to chase after him. The Doom, it expires. He's good. He's going to turn back around. He's ready to fight. He's ready to brawl. He's going after him. Not even popping the ultimate just yet. Oh, what a hit there from 9. Gets a really big hit with the Void Spirit. A lot of damage on the back line. Hit by the stun, though. In a bit of trouble. BKB going out. Can they get the bash? They got the Abyssal, and that's going to be enough for the kill.
That chain stun, just too damn good.
33 has his split out. And Liquid still respecting that, even 4 versus 5. Now a 5 versus 5 with the buyback. BKB immediately activated by Zai. And looks like the call from Liquid is to get out.
Yeah, he has to TP to the top gate and come through the gate. This is a very slow getting back to the fight for 9. But Liquid are going to respect it. And Roche has spawned. Big question here if you're Tundra. I mean, you brought back your Void Spirit, the lowest farm core in the game. You need this Roshan. I think you have to man up for it while Doom is on cooldown. That is not a large window, 45 seconds. In theory, Liquid could contest this. I mean, they don't have BKBs.
I feel like they absolutely should, just purely off of Emperor sliding into the pit, right?
It's so hard, though. Like, they're sustained for Tundra with the Coddle blind. With the Coddle nukes, this Panda has a lot of ores now. You don't have BKBs, you don't have Doom. This is a really risky team fight.
Yeah, look at them just alling in. They're trying to finish off this Roshan right now. Using the freezing field, using every bit of magic damage they have. All of their heroes, Liquid, are not going to get pulled into the pit just yet. You start going for it now, but it's a bit too late. Aegis and G's already picked up, and now they've got to get out. They're going to play around their ward, though. Maybe they're still going to, they're willing to fight.
BKBs are back up. Doom up in 2.
Spot 33 doesn't have the split. With a Doom back up, they get that right target.
How tanky are you, 33?
He's putting it to the test right now. He is really trying to see if Liquid will go on him and maybe pull them away from their high ground ward that they have right now. Illusions getting some good information.
This is Tundra Naga. You have to remember that. You have to respect it. They're not going to take a fair fight.
Nope, they are so good at being able to control the area first. The Illusions push the heroes back. They kill the ward, but still Mickey finds his initiation.
Zai on the
Not quite
back.
enough to be able to get the kill on Asaxa. Meanwhile, Zai hitting the back line, managed to get the Doom out on the Naga Siren. She's away. And Tundra, without a Naga Siren, can't really fight. He's trying to get off the split. The status resistance is enough, and he's going to be able to get it off. Once again, Liquid get that poke.
Doom
they
wearing
activate
out.
their abilities. They get 1 kill or 2, but now they have to reset and retreat once again.
Rana ult still causing problems for the Tundra detection. None of these cores want to carry it.
Nope.
There's no gem. You need a gem on this Panda. You need something to help you commit with this in the fight. Every time Liquid go in, they get a great Doom jump, and Zai is going unpunished because you don't have some large Abyssal burst to just take the Doom out of the engagement when he jumps on your backline with BKB.
Yeah.
Whereas Mickey can very easily punish Tundra trying to assassinate their supports.
Yeah, and the rough part, I would say, I feel like those things are even. You know, you use Song and Split on one side, you use Doom on the other. Neither one really gets a big core kill or anything like that. But the problem for me now is that Doom is level 20. So now using this Doom, there isn't that big window as much because he's got the lower cooldown time.
I mean, he's pretty much happy to doom any core in this game if they're out of position.
Yeah.
Might even be happy to doom the Coddle in the fight, who's being really obnoxious with all the utility. Does have that shard for recall as well. That is another factor you're going to have to think about in these later game fights as these Tormentors come out. And, all right, he's going to farm his own here. Why not? Like, you can buy back recall into these fights if you're Tundra. That's another way you can bypass Doom. I mean, the net worths are still looking very rough for 9. Has this man gained any gold in the last 10 minutes? I don't think he has.
No, he really hasn't. He's still trying to work on that nullifier that he was thinking about, 15 minutes ago.
That buyback crushed his economy here.
Yeah, and Nisha, he's been going around pretty strong as he has not been caught here at all in this game. He has played a perfect game in that regard. 5-0-3, despite the fact that you said it. You can song and ensnare him. He ever gets caught by that, straight up potential for a kill.
He has BKB though. That's why it's tough now.
Yeah, definitely not. Not the play
Ags on
anymore.
Naga, that helps a little bit, but I feel like you need a Hex here at some point.
Sure.
These nullifiers are nice. But what's actually going to let you commit on a core in an engagement? It's got to be Hex.
I mean, Liquid, maybe they're winning the economy game, but it's still Tundra who are the ones aggressively pushing forward, and now
They want
trying
to
to
use
catch
Aegis.
Nisha.
This Aegis is really powerful in this game with the way Liquid's ultimates work. Trying to make use of it. I mean, this is a 12k net worth core going up against 24s. He is outgunned severely here as he tries to poke. It's just not a threat. Liquid do not have to react to this at all. Instead, they're just going to make their own play. That's nice, 9. Keep doing that.
Oh, Dagon, that's pretty interesting. That'll help deal with at least one Naga Siren illusion. Trying to go for Snake King, goes going for the outpost. Not quite getting the kill. Needs some detection.
Got the
Does
Doom on
manage to
Brew.
get the Doom off onto the Brewmaster. They need to target him now through the BKB, through the Song, but they've got limited amount of time. The 4 staffs in the Song allow them to reset. And the Doom, it's going to wear off. They're not going to be able to get this. He has an opportunity. Left the arrow. Uh-oh. Can they burst him down fast enough? They're throwing everything they have
So
at him.
tanky.
All the damage they have to be able to kill the Brewmaster. It's enough, and the bounce. Finish off the Void Spirit. Now the Naga Siren is low, down to half health, quickly clearing through the illusions and dies again.
9 will juke for his life on top of his teammates'
the
corpses.
Overseal Totem to slow him down a step in 2 seconds, but even if he could step away, I don't think you're getting away from Liquid.
Sick arrows by Boxy this entire game, man. He destroyed 33 in that engagement. You don't really have the easy setup. You have to throw that very early. And mid-gage just causing huge problems for Tundra's heroes right now with the Abyssal Burst. Just don't have an answer. These nullifiers go out, but the problem right now is Tundra can't team fight. Like, they can't man fight Liquid's cores. So this Dispel is not helping you at all. At some point, this Naga has to start right-clicking people.
Yeah.
It is just not becoming easier.
And I think a big problem in that regard is it would help if you had another core helping you out with the damage problem. But unfortunately, 9, due to that buyback and not a clear win immediately afterwards, has completely stagnated on the network. What an arrow, though. Beautiful setup.
Big damage problem now.
Another arrow. All right, it's just an arrow highlight reel for Boxy.
And a tag and highlight reel, I guess. Trying to clear out some of these illusions. Extra value off the burst.
Yep.
You can never kill a core before pan ult or sleep. Tundra in desperation mode at this point. I mean, Zai's just running into your whole damn team.
Big hit from Zai. If he can finish him off, they do manage to get that kill. Chasing down more. One Saksa instead of the Naga. The rest of the team is chasing after the Naga, though, so if they can reach it, Insignia very close, gets the grab on him, pulls him back in. The arrow slips on by, but they have the Chain Frost still, and no other heroes to be able to tank it up. The carry of Tundra is dead. So even if Saksa managed to get out unscathed, doesn't matter. This whole team has been dying.
Magic damage is becoming way too overwhelming for Naga to man up. Big problem for Tundra. I'm not even sure you necessarily address it at this point. I mean, that's a good old zoning arrow, you know? You got to throw a couple of those out every now and then.
Sure.
Just make sure there's no one lurking on the backside. I think the damage numbers, they really tell the tale of this game. 9 fell behind on that lane phase. He has not had nearly the same impact.
9's net worth, second lowest he's ever had at the 40-minute mark. I mean, this man has done so much for Tundra, but in this game, feels like he has just not been able to keep the momentum going on a hero that, really relies on those kills, right?
It's such a momentum-based hero, especially the first 5 to 10 minute laning phase. Getting to that first item, sometimes takes too long, and by the time you get to it, you can't burst anybody. That's pretty much what happened to him this game. I mean, he's 0-4 and Nisha's 6-0. And it is showing in the net worth. Just good early trialing mid from Liquid. Played off with those runes. Really set the pace here between the two spirits. Now one is chasing after the other.
Yeah, all the time. All the time, 9. No longer able to be the hunter that he was hoping to be in the first 20. Now that we eclipse the 40-minute mark, it is just a free grab bag of whatever Liquid can get their hands on will usually die. Tundra, I mean, what do you do at this point in time? You've been losing a lot of team fights. We just gotta try and split up, get those next round of items, see if Liquid are gonna give you a high ground fight or something.
I mean, you better hope Nisha goes Divine and drops it. I think that's what you need at this point. You never know. Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, maybe. Skeeter. Song's gonna wear out here. Oh, and Mickey actually came in through the back lines. Arrow comes in, blocked by the Primal Split, but it doesn't matter. The damage is too much. It's an immense amount of damage coming from this Ursa. And with the Dagon being the finishing blow for Boxy. Another kill on the carry. Another time that there's just no response. Liquid, they've got enough momentum now that they are just fearless. Any fight is a good fight. Any push is a good push.
And they have the chase potential. Before it was Liquid dodging you, now you're trying to dodge them, and it's not as easy. When you have Ag Shard on this Ember Spirit, plus Gleipnir finished, I mean, he's 6-slotted. Ridiculous amount of net worth for these Liquid cores. All found a lot in this game. Only 6 kills for Tundra. And they got shut out on the map. They got shut out hard, and that is not an easy feat versus Naga Coddle.
I mean, they've shown themselves
plays it so well
to be so good at playing the map in that regard, and I would think that my initial impression of Tundra and this new patch, I thought a bigger map, well, it was like, ooh, that kind of in some ways feels like a boost to Tundra when they're so good at being able to play the map already, giving them more space to work. It sounded dangerous, but Liquid, they seem to have come up with an answer here in this game anyway.
Apparently it was just stalemate. Wear him out.
Yeah, I feel like in the past, last patch, Liquid, we talked about how many series, the panel talked about it, they beat Tundra so many times. And I feel like a lot of times it was Liquid setting the tempo of that game. But here, it felt like it was kind of the shoe was on the other foot with Tundra hitting that 20-minute timing and trying to find kills. And Liquid, well, they're finding later game kills, that's for sure. Another 2 supports picked up. Boxy continuing to get these last hits with the Dagon. He's trying to work towards his Dagon 5. You know, give me all the kills, guys.
This man's just padding the fantasy stats. We all know what's happening here.
And Insania walking out of the Roshan pit right as it spawns.
Boxy's tired of his cores, chaosing all his hard work.
Apparently it's his time to shine. Moonlight Shadow is going to give them an opportunity for Zai to shine. Finds the opening. I mean, that damage was so fast, I even wonder if the Doom was needed. But look at this. Skeeter, okay. You're kind of in a desperation spot, Avery.
It's a cheeky play.
You try and set up for a steal on Roshan?
This is hard to land. If he can land it, it might win you the game here.
How do you get this timing right when you have no information?
He also has to drop items here. He only has 2 empty slots in backpack.
He's gonna drop the treads. He needs to pop it now. It's not gonna be in time. Oh, no, it does! The Aegis is still on the ground. Nobody's picked it up just yet.
I mean, he's not getting out in time.
He's gonna be able to grab it, but can he get out? He's gonna try, but it's not gonna be fast enough. He takes away the cheese, he takes away the Aegis, but it's gonna cost him both of his lives here.
33 will send in some commiseratory pandas.
Yeah.
Nice job, my friend. I'll see you back in base.
Spirit.
But that's Aegis cheese. Not too bad.
I mean, it's something. It's something in a game where you kind of have to go for the most extreme plays you can think of. Maybe it has very high risk, but even medium reward when you're down 49K.
Definitely a nice style play. You know, now you go into game 2, you're like, I got him, boys. Don't worry. We all know who really won that game. You know, they got their Aegis stolen.
I outplayed them. We're better than them.
Plus, he's not level 25. He's only level 19, so he'll respond pretty quickly here.
Yeah, I guess that's you're really stretching, looking on the bright side. You know what? You have been losing enough that you're a low level, and therefore your death timer is.
You only found 6 kills in this game, so every time you die, you get back up a lot faster than Liquid will.
Well, we'll see how many times Tundra is going to get back up after being knocked down by Liquid. Been knocked down 26 times, and I feel like that number is about to go up again as Liquid angling for that final high ground push.
Octarine, Ags, Shard, Ursa. Ults for days.
What do we need here for Tundra? How do you win this fight?
You have to tornado their entire team while Nisha suicides into you.
Okay.
It can happen. I mean, you got to wear out the BKBs. That's step number one.
Yeah. Jeez. Guy's level 25. So his Infernal Blade does big, big damage.
It's also been extra stunning a lot of these heroes with the multiplier.
Yeah.
The old level death. Multiple of 3.
Well, a lot of heroes are not quite 24.
I mean, you know what's a multiple of 3? 9, Cap.
Yeah. That is true. Maybe that's just...
You can always stun this man.
Maybe that's just a match made in heaven. Always buy Shard on Doom against 9. That's the play. All right.
A lot of this. Actually, a lot of them are multiples of 3 right now.
That's true. We got 33
18,
as well.
15, 21. This is code. Code for you need a hell of a team fight. Started with the Brule. You got to toss somebody and dispel the rest, but AoE Doom is out.
Nullifier. AoE Doom trying to deal with the spirits, I guess. Nisha was controlled there for a second, but he's delivering out damage. Arrow not quite landing on Snaking. Would have died otherwise.
You can drop a Remnant.
Remnant into Blast, into All In, but he gets off the BKB first, and immediately the AoE Doom still going out from Zai. It's absolute destruction. They just wipe out the heroes in that little AoE.
You got silence on Mickey.
He gets off
he has
the
Axe, so...
Wears that eventually. They have the Lotus Sword to be able to help him out here. The Freezing Field is really nice, but the damage is just not quite there. Zai TPing out in the middle of a fight? Okay.
Can you punish it?
Maybe. It's not looking like it. Mickey may just be a bit too strong. The illusions just get torn through. The Ember and Mickey's Ursa have no problem delivering the AoE damage in game 1, firmly in the hands of Liquid.
Where was I TPing to?
Style points, baby.
It's like, all right, you guys finish this game. I'm going to go to base. I'm going to think about what I want to do game 2. Nice game, boys. I'll see you there. I think Tundra wished he came back. Would have made the fight harder. What a brutal beatdown.
Yeah, seriously.
Tundra got nothing done in that game. Early Void Spear pick, shut down on the lane, got no momentum. Liquid felt very comfortable just farming that game and playing the map versus Naga. I don't know if you even go back to a game 2 with how slow that game felt. Maybe you just have to try and pick up the pace. Because if this team is comfortable going late game against you, then it kind of upsets the paradigm of how you're trying to beat them, right?
Yes.
So now you have to go back into a tempo lineup or a push lineup or something that can force Roshan's earlier. Like maybe now you try and end up a lineup where your carry can deal significant early target physical damage as opposed to something that's just going to play the map because you're not finding the pickoffs. The map's just too damn big. I don't know what to tell you. Like you're making these two-man smokes. You're hitting air.
Yep. And that's, we talked about mid-game how Tundra getting knocked down so many times and having to get back up. Let's see whether or not they can get back up in this series after a hard knockdown in game 1.
A hard knockdown indeed. Liquid taking a 1-0 lead here, looking pretty bloomin' good while doing it. To find out whether it was an outplay or an outdraft, I'll have to turn to my illustrious panel. Team, what are we thinking about this game? Peter?
Where to begin? There's a couple of things I would like to bring up. First question for my panelists, who would you rather have on your team, Caudle or Doom?
I would say Doom. That would be my suggestion, but what do I know?
I would agree with you. I think you've got a good take there. I think Doom is I think it's the strongest hero in the patch at the moment. He basically starts the lane with Ring of Health, and he then allows this Mirana to go camp this 4-minute water rune, which then pretty much ruins Nine's mid game as he doesn't get to fill up his bottle. He has to walk all the way back to base. So boom, you've got like one lane automatically lost. Secondly, if you don't mind me just continuing my rant here, Tundra needs to pick up their response to Doom if they do want to let it go on this 8 pick. So instead of Void Spirit, I think they need to grab that Ursa or that Monkey King to make sure that this Doom can't stand in this lane 1 versus 2. He needs to be punished.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the Doom take. I feel like in a lot of the games that we see, it reminds me of like Timbersaw maybe a couple of years ago, where he would get level 3 and just feel like he's unkillable in the lane, which obviously is very early on into the game, and the Vanguard seems to come out just about as early, except then you also have a hero that will be the top net worth, and the later and later the game goes, eventually you will win. Like, that is how Doom feels. Even if you have Lincoln Spheres, even if you have counters, the Aghanim Scepter and the Doom cooldown reduction talent, like, these things are so powerful that Doom eventually wins. It puts you on a timer with a hero that builds all the auras you want and is a first pick hero. Like, that's pretty insane. The only thing that I would say is maybe better is Medusa. I know you disagree with that, but I think Dusa and Doom are definitely both like S triple plus tier.
S triple plus, Mira.
I mean, interestingly enough, I've spoken to a couple of players about this, and they told me they prefer first pick so they can take Coddle. So I think it would be dependent entirely on how the team plays around its Coddle and the Coddle player, what he gives to the team. Because I think Soxa's biggest strength in how Tundra played during the group stages is his roaming ability, right? Playing through the Twin Gates, playing these Bounty Hunters, playing these Slarks, making the kills happen. And you can't really do that on a hero like Coddle. Whereas if a team like Liquid were to take the Coddle, it would look like the correct first pick in their hands. So it really does depend on the team.
Detection might be a name, a word that Tundra want to think about. There were multiple fights where it seemed like the Mirana ult was like my pub games, where nobody's had dust or sentries or anything like that. It was because the cores were fighting at the front. You go invisible, you got to say, call up from the back, somebody bring detection, because they weren't carrying any, were they?
Yeah, it's one of the cons of all these very popular backline supports. They like to stay behind their cores and let them make the action happen. Bottom, Boxy played a fantastic game on this hero, and I felt like 33 was sort of settling for this Panda pick at the end because there wasn't much left in the pool.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing with the Panda is that you can't hold the gem on Panda, right? It goes to the Earth Bruling, so I think maybe that was a bit of an oversight. I'm not sure if they picked it up like right at the end of the game or something, but yeah, sometimes playing against Mirana is just like that. She ults, everybody gets away because the cores don't really have slots to hold the detection, so I don't even blame them in that case, because then you're giving up like a wand or you're giving up one of these small items that is actually important in fights. Sometimes that little bit of HP is enough to, keep you alive. So I don't necessarily blame them, but maybe the gem could have come out sooner.
Well, let's turn our attention. Sorry, Mira, we've got a graphic. You can talk about the graphic if you want. It's Nisha versus 9 head to head. Let's have a look at that. It's KDA. There you
Damn.
go. 8-0-13.
That hurts.
Versus 0-6-1.
That hurts to look at for 9. But Nisha played an incredible game, but I want to highlight how well Boxy played around Nisha in this early game. I just feel like Liquid supports are so good at playing around Nisha, securing those runes. They just did it better than the Tundra supports. And I do think that's due to the nature of having something like a Coddle. But we saw that epic play right there where he stole the rune, shifts back, puts a chain on the Crystal Maiden who is waiting at the top rune, and they get a kill. But it felt like Boxy was ready to play with Nisha whenever he needed him to, and 9 never got back into the game. His team was just too slow. They had this Naga farming. They had this Brew ulti that they couldn't take advantage of because he was their catch on Void Spirit, and he was having a bad game.
Let's have a little check-in with Tsunami, who is down on the floor in the trenches. Let's have a look. Tsunami, what's on?
Here I am right now on the ground. Now, I don't know if people are aware of this, but there's this big track circling this velodrome arena because this is actually a cycling track. Now, unfortunately, we are playing Dota here, but we can replicate the motion of a bicycle. So, if I could please get the crowd to cooperate, because I want you guys to be on top form when we come to Grand Finals. Would you guys like to do a little wave with me, please? There we go. I know the Liquid supporters are definitely in the mood to do that. All right, we're gonna take it from that end. On the count of 3, I want you guys off in the distance on stage right. I don't know that part. That over there, stage left, whatever. That side, on the count of 3, we're gonna start the wave, all right? 3, 2, 1. Woo! Up there too. You guys up there participate. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Woo! There we go. All right, one more time just for good luck. 3, 2, 1. Woo! I'll see more movement at grand finals, I'm sure. But we're all having a grand time in the Velodrome Arena. Back to you, Pyrian.
Indeed. Getting that many nerds to raise their arms at this point in the day might be a mistake, Jenkins.
Yeah, well, because the keyboard and the mouse are at this position, so
Right.
we're not used to going like that.
Yeah, we'll pull something.
Yeah.
Ted,
Yes,
stop calling my people nerds.
I'm a nerd. Are you not a nerd? You don't claim you're a nerd. You play Dota all the time. You talk about it all the time.
In what context do
Weeb.
you use the word
Weeb
nerd?
is the better word.
Oh.
Which is a type of nerd.
Are you calling me a weeb?
Yes.
That's offensive.
Okay.
That's offensive.
Let's take it back a notch, guys.
Go ahead, Peter. Go ahead.
We're all here to enjoy some Dota, okay? We don't need to be attacking each other.
Jenkins, I'm
That's
with
it?
you.
Okay, all right, back to you, Ted.
So, for anyone wondering, Talon has a signing session going on right now. If you're in the arena, you can get their signature. So you might want to go do that. We're going to take a break, so now would be the perfect time. Don't go away. We've got more Tundra versus Liquid.
It's time for Ward Sweeper. I got OG here. BZM and Yuragi, you're going to be placing 4 wards for 2 minutes in your jungle, because your second 2 minutes is going to be spent placing a few sentries and finding out where the enemy is hiding their wards. Load it up.
Can we place now?
You can place.
Okay, so I have to place in the jungle.
I trust Yuragi. I don't know about you, BZM. I'm keeping a close eye on you. You do some weird stuff. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. That's kind of pushing it, but I'll allow it.
Yeah.
That one's fine. I'm okay with that one.
That's right.
Okay. That one gave a lot of vision.
Yep.
Pixel perfect.
Oh no, I'm running out of time.
Clock's ticking. I mean, you got 1 more minute. You got 1 more minute. You're already...
What? No! I thought it's only 1 minute.
No. You got 2 minutes. Whoa. No. You committed. You committed, my friend. I said 1 more minute. 1 more.
I'm done.
He's done. He's done.
Okay, I'm done now too.
All right, gentlemen. Start your sentrying.
I'm pretty confident you're not gonna get 2 wards.
Now your
turn. What?
Hello.
Okay, that's a good word.
Okay.
1 sentry down, BZM. 2 You're really committed to this location.
You sure?
I found 2 already.
You found 2 already?
I don't know how you were. I found 3.
What were you doing, my man?
Dude, I get to rush it. Card already destroyed. Did he place somewhere here?
I'm not gonna tell you. You're already beating him. You don't need any more help. Waiting for that pounce cooldown. Let's see it. Oh, perfect. Okay, great. You got 1.
I got 1.
You have 1 more minute.
Okay. I found something.
Hello? Look. That's
Okay, well,
right.
technically you already won. Let's
What? You got my worst one?
Yeah.
How did you find that worst
I actually don't know how you, but that was quite impressive.
Good start.
That was impressive, BZM. You can tie it up. Yeah, you're in the right spot. Can you find 1 more in 10 seconds? Think. Where was the dumbest place you could place it in this area? Okay. There we go.
Let's
There we
go.
go. At the buzzer, with 1 second remaining, he has found his second ward. Excellent work, BZM.
The word of prestige.
But Yuragi still wins. Congratulations.
I think raiding jungle is broken.
It's pretty OP.
Here we are, back for game 2 of this crucial series between Liquid and Tundra. Both of these teams, people might have suspected were going to be upper bracket teams, but nope, they both find themselves in the lower bracket. One of them is going to be going home after this series. Liquid taking the first game in convincing fashion. Can they pull it back to 1-1? Mira.
They can, but they're going to have to make some serious adjustments because Liquid just outclassed them entirely. I think they need one of their Soxa roaming heroes, or they have to first phase a 33 hero instead of a 9 hero.
Yeah, that's a good take. I agree. I think they definitely need to play to their strengths rather than kind of copying maybe what the meta has shown. Caudle doesn't appear to be their best hero, but maybe just a mix-up of taking that Void Spirit rather than something else. But Liquid passing on the Caudle, daring Tundra to take it again.
Interesting.
Will they?
I mean, do you suppose from Liquid's perspective, we just beat it, if you want it, you can have it, we'll take Beastmaster, who we know Zaya's going to enjoy playing.
Yeah, I don't think they're afraid of the Tundra Caudle at all right now, especially when they have it on 6-7 like this and they can't do an overall counter to the Beastmaster. Going for the Enchantress is a better pivot. She has a great lane against Beast, can enchant the boar, and she's a strong laner, so they won't be put in a situation where they get snowballed through the lanes.
Yep, and I also feel like Enchantress pretty much combos with every single one of Skeeter's heroes. He plays these kind of, people have said ape-like position ones, the ones that are kind of get in your face, like the Ursas, the Life Stealers. So I feel like, yeah, Snake King and Skeeter always look really good when they have an Enchantress combo.
Well, they've gone back for the Kotl.
I was
Again.
hoping that they would take the Underlord here, but I'm assuming they were too afraid to take the Underlord and get Monkey Kinged or get Ursa'd in the first phase by Liquid, so they do go back for the Kotl. I hope it looks better for them this time because the Enchantress at least does secure one lane and prevents the Lich from stopping any of their strategies.
Also prevents the Kotl plus Beastmaster that would very likely come out from Team Liquid if they had left it in. That's just such a powerful lane. Powerful duo as well in the game. You have the Beastmaster taking over an area of the map, and Kotl who can like relocate people globally across the map. It's pretty hard to play against.
What's Liquid thinking about here? Are they going to take the Void Spirit? They're going to take their mid, or they're going to go for one of these
Crystal
supports?
Maiden maybe to deal with the Enchantress creep.
Yeah, very possible.
I wouldn't mind the CM. It's pretty safe. If they want to go a crazier route, they could just pick one of the high mobility mid heroes that can jump either of these two backline supports. But to be honest, neither Kotl nor Enchantress feel good to jump on if you're something like a Storm Spirit or a Void Spirit. They're just so tanky compared to others. You've got the Blinding Light on Kotl, you've got the Nature's Attendance on Ench. Maybe just getting a support here would feel safer.
Oh,
Techies. He's been very, very good on it so far.
I mean, it's a lot of magical burst, right, for that Ench. It's a way to control areas. I don't know if I'm this hero's biggest fan right now. It does look good in the hands of someone like Antares, but I have seen teams try it and fail miserably with it. But I'm going to give Liquid the benefit of the doubt here. They have played before, they have done well with it, and now they just have superior vision coming out of their draft compared to Tundra's.
Do you feel like that's what Techies brings to the draft, is the vision, or magic damage burst, or what do you feel like are his like two big strengths?
What you just mentioned basically are his two big strengths. I feel like he has excellent choke point control, especially around the twin gates and around things like Tormentor objectives. And later on in the game, when he gets the Aghanim's and can minefield around Roche Pit, he seems like the strongest area control support in the late game. But it takes a while to get there.
It's good with Beast as well. Like Roar plus Techies Mines, I feel like it's like a scuffed Skywrath Mage, kind of. Except Sky doesn't provide the vision that Techies gets, right? So it's like, obviously there are advantages of both, but Beastmaster makes it easy to set up the Techies Mines.
Are you going to step on him, Jenkins?
I don't know. I would kill this man if I stepped on him. I'm a big lad. Oh, he's okay with that. Oh, he's a big boy. He can handle it. All right.
Step on me.
I'll see you later, bud.
Thank you for that.
See you later.
I'm in room 69.
Oh, boy. So what kind of pivot would you like to see from Tundra now that they've taken the Kotl again, Peter?
They're going to have to take a core out the phase. They could take their mid or their carry, potentially. Liquid already banning out two of the favorites that pair with Kotl. Is there another carry that comes to mind?
When it comes to Skeeter, I would say maybe they're looking at a Wraith King, potentially, because that is one of the picks that they look a lot more aggressive on, and they don't seem to get run over on. They can also just exploit something like an Enchantress and play an aggressive safe lane. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Yeah, I agree. Also, you have the just overwhelming amount of creeps, right? You just run at towers with like an Ench creep, spawn some skeletons with that. You got some skeletons from the Wraith King. You can survive through the Roar, all the Techies combo. He jumps in, you respawn, you kill them.
We've seen that as a response to Doom sometimes as well. People that get Doom, they pick Wraith King because it's like, yeah, you can Doom him once, but he's coming back.
Yeah, any like really committal thing where it's like you want a one and done. We press everything on somebody and then they, they respawn and all of a sudden you've used everything during the fight.
I feel like they'll probably pair this Enchantress with maybe Ursa or Slark. Either of those sound good against this Beast Techies?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that for sure. I still do like the Wraith King, depending on what comes out of Liquid here, because I feel like they just play better on this hero than do other aggro supports. What I don't want to see is another illusion hero like a Naga or a PL come out of Tundra here. I think it is the incorrect approach to take versus Liquid to try to play for the late game, because they don't let you get to that point.
I feel like they also have enough like lane shove between these two heroes as well. Like Kotl can sit in a lane, shove it out, Enchantress sends a creep down a lane. And there's the Ursa. Good call.
Great call, well done.
They should have a good lane up against the Beastmaster, I think. And that's the most important thing to focus on here is Liquid is showing their off lane. Punish that to the max.
Honestly, Ursa plus the Kotl is a really good combo as well. Obviously these heroes are not going to be laning with each other unless there's some portal action that happens, but especially when you pick up the shard, chakra magicking Ursa's jump. You get 2 enrages, and of course those stack with each other, right? With the ult as well, it's like 11 seconds of enrage or something ridiculous.
Oh, that's crazy.
The question is, are Liquid looking at the Storm for themselves now? The jump heroes that play from mid that Nisha is famous for have been taken out in the Pango, the Monkey King potentially, but you do have these backline supports that you need to focus in these fights.
Those are glorious beards, I gotta say.
Check out that suit. Swish.
Tsunami is in shambles.
He's got a bigger beard and a better suit. What's happening? Get him on stage, host.
So the Storm Spirit comes out that I just mentioned. There's just not really any reliable stuns on Tundra's draft right now. They're going to have to correct that. When you think about Tundra, you think about DK, right? They are one of the teams that play this boring hero that you mentioned, Peter.
He's growing on me. He's not that
Is
boring.
he growing on you?
Black Dragon. We like it. What do they pair this with? The Insania hero. Are they going to go Crystal Maiden or are they going to go back for Lich?
I think I like Crystal Maiden a little bit more just for the extra sustain for Storm Spirit. They could get wild and just go for the Pugna, but that doesn't look that great for them.
How have we seen Storm do without a battery like Pugna or Kotl or something like that?
This is, I'll answer
No,
that in a bit.
please.
This is a nice take because it covers the Storm as he jumps in. So you're going to have the Storm initiating, the techies going in, and the Global to follow up so that neither of these heroes get threatened by whatever stun that they're going to pick on 8 here.
I do really like the DK that you mentioned. I feel like if Tundra were to pick something like a Wind Ranger, which 9 has really been enjoying, and it does offer stun, Silencer globaling, and then Storm jumping in will kill a lot of heroes other than a hero that's just innately tanky, right? So,
Okay, so the DK comes out also, talked about. DK just has a great lane, no matter where you put it. It's most likely going mid here. It has good scaling. So Tundra have already put themselves in a better position than they were in that game 1.
Oh, Tundra's looking for a 33 offlaner, most likely.
Banning out the Darkseer here for Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid will be first picking out, they'll be showing their carry out the phase, so they're looking to ban the heroes that they think are going to give whatever they pick the most problems. And Tundra kind of needs to think about, like, as they see this Darkseer ban come in, what do they think that Liquid is going for? And do they want Liquid to have it, right? They might have a plan for the hero that they're setting up for. Maybe they don't. They need to ban the ones that they can't address.
For Tundra, I actually really like the idea of a Night Stalker. You eat the Beastmaster creep, it's really good against both these squishy supports on Team Liquid, and you can silence the Storm Spirit when he jumps in.
We've seen Mickey Sven a few times and banned out here. They sort of picked it and people were questioning it, and then he found all these ancient stacks to farm and all the rest of it. But I can't remember if that was when they were picking Chen more in these games and he was stacking for them and stuff like that.
I think the spend persisted after Chen fell off too.
Yeah.
People realizing that, hey, there are 2 ancient camps is pretty important.
Yeah.
They might be looking at Luna for Liquid. It's just a kind of solid pick to pick on 23 when you... It's a hero that has very few weak lanes, and it's covered now by the 2 bans that they have. It also pairs well with the Beastmaster aura. It gives them early objectives, gives them mixed damage for something like a DK. Maybe not the greatest matchup versus Ursa carry to carry, but if they outpace Tundra, it fits nicely.
Yeah, they just want a carry who's going to be able to stay ahead in lane and get some items.
They still have the Slark option, right?
Bloodseeker also.
Yep.
I would lean towards Bloodseeker or Luna if I were Liquid here.
Jenkins, I think you were talking about the magic damage Luna that people are building the other day.
Yeah,
we haven't seen it yet, have we?
I mean, it's like the thing with Luna that I think makes her strong, and I think Shopify was ahead of the curve on, is the fact that now the normal carry build on Luna is the magic damage build. Because with the Aghanim Shard, every time you do a beam, it gives you damage. When you get the Aghanim Scepter, you've got tons of beams going out in the team fights with the ult, right? So you gain like 300, you gain a rapier basically in terms of damage, and then you also get the Aghanim Scepter. So you get both builds in one now.
PL banned.
They felt like they couldn't deal with it. Didn't want to deal with it.
There's the Bloodseeker, you called it.
God damn, that's like 3 for 3.
Owning.
What can I say? It's almost like Liquid wins so much that they learn the heroes that they like. But, I mean, this is a safe pick, right? It's a strong lane. It won't get bullied out by anything. It has sustain. It can play into an aggressive lineup. Maybe it's not the best hero to scale to the ultimate late game, and Ursa is one of the few melee carries that 1v1s the Bloodseeker and beats him, but like I said, I don't think Liquid are going to give Ursa this space.
So what's 3-3 thinking about? What's he want to play against this Bloodseeker? He's got a Caudle on his side, up against Silencer.
There's a couple of problems for him, right? Because if their only stun that they're depending on is this DK, and 9 gets shut down mid again, they're not going to have any solutions for the Storm Spirit. So I feel like it's something that needs to stun, but also needs to have a good lane versus Bloodseeker, which is a tall order right now. Now that Tide's out, especially.
Jenkins, you still leaning on that NS, or you got something else in mind?
I mean, I'm looking at the NS. It's just that if it's not NS, it's nothing that 33 has played. At least that's good against Bloodseeker. I feel like if they pick Brew again, that's going to suffer in lane against these two heroes, the Bloodseeker, the Silencer.
Oh,
okay.
baby.
I mean, that is a catch.
Axe goes.
Good strong lane. This Axe Caudle combo can pretty much outmatch anything with the spam that they can push on laning phase.
It's not something that Silencer can play into easily, and it's going to give them that catch to like layer onto the DK initiation. I don't know, have faith in the hero though. I've only seen it impress me once or twice throughout this entire tournament. For the most part, it still runs into the problems that it does. Like Tundra are going to have to crush this Axe lane for it to look good.
Yeah, when it looked good, it was collapse playing it, and then they lost. So
it did look good for a while.
It looked good for a little while, especially when he one-shot the Medusa.
Big pressures on Tundra this game to be the pace setters, whereas Liquid's a little bit more farm heavy. They want to get up some core items on their Bloodseeker and Storm before they start taking the fight.
I think I would favor Liquid again, simply because of how well they play into Tundra's kind of playstyle, but I just favor Tundra more when Soxa can rotate. When Soxa is on Caudle and doesn't rotate, this does look like a different team to me.
Yep, I think Liquid's gelling. I agree with you. I think they've got the momentum. They've got that win under their belt from earlier today, and I expect them to probably continue their lower bracket run.
So you guys are all confident in Liquid's draft?
60-40, I would say.
Yeah, I would say
40.
Tundra's looking to snowball one of these lanes. Probably with the Enchantress, probably going to the Axe's lane with some sort of rotation.
Okay.
And in that case, they can definitely snowball and win.
All right, well, let's get this crowd going in here for game 2 of this series as we send it over to Cap and SVG.
Thank you, Ted. Yeah, that's what I want to hear. A little bit of noise from the crowd, especially since game 1. A little bit of a snoozer there. Western Europe versus Western Europe. I mean, the best of the teams matched up against each other.
Oh, I thought you meant Naga.
Well, that too. Yeah, there was a little bit of both. Yeah, maybe it was thematic. But, you know, at the end of the day, Liquid were able to take that game 1. And unfortunately, just, you know, maybe they're going to be able to bounce back a little bit better in game 2. But our panel seemed pretty hesitant about that one, Avery. You feel better about game 2?
You know how many games Liquid's lost with Beastmasters tournament?
I hope all of them. I hope they've lost every single Beastmaster game they've ever played.
Well, sorry to disappoint. No one has beaten Liquid Beastmaster yet.
Oh, no.
So, Zai, you're going to have to shake the blood out of Zai's saber here, as it is coated with their past team's victims. It's a tough order. That said, this Tundra draft is a lot better for them than last time, I think. They have a lot more play options. They have more aggressive cores. Very aggressive support duo. They can get a lot done early on the lanes. Maybe skew a lot of these lane matchups. And I mean, we're talking about last pick Axe. Last pick Axe, you better start axing people. I'm expecting big things from 33. The problem is, does 33 know Axe doesn't have little axelings to summon?
Yeah, seriously.
Did anybody tell him?
We're expecting him to do a lot when it comes to this laning phase, but this is a master of micro.
I think he's just realizing, he's like, wait, guys, this hero's not a summons hero. What do I do with it?
He's having an identity crisis right now.
Oh, I can build Necrobook. Oh, wait.
Oh, no. Maybe he's going to go Helm of the Overlord Axe. There we go. There's a solution. You call, and then you get the dragon to spit fire on the ground.
I'm telling you, he's coming up with some strat right now. It's like, how can I turn this hero into Broodmother? Maybe we'll see the Manta Axe back.
Oh, my God. The Manta Axe.
I mean, wouldn't it be hilarious?
With the shark,
actually,
yeah.
Helm of the Overlord Manta. Probably just go Auras here. I think the other thing is, I was saying last game, I think Tundra felt really bad in that game because their play options were bad, and the early Roshan contest wasn't there, even when they felt like their 5-man was maybe stronger for that brief early period. So they just snag Ursa out of phase, which is a really bold move because you're giving Liquid some strong counter picks to it. It also does have to play in Beast, which is a very double-sided coin. Like, He can kite you with the boars. He can make his heroes really tanky with Golem Aura and some of these auras later. We've seen Zai be highest net worth on this hero and just destroy people in late game with Hex and Halberd. That's why the Beast is so scary right now. His farm rate's really good. His lane's pretty solid. He has really crazy Axe talents in the late game. He has an Axe Spell Amp talent that increases it, and he has level 25 talent, which reduces cooldown. So with Octarine, Beastmaster in the late game, you're throwing axes like every 2 seconds. You're going to axe to axe.
You really are. Shout out to all of you guys who have made the extra effort. Love seeing all the cosplay that's here at the stadium. Love to be able to meet all of you guys who are here. Big Dota fans all around the building. But we are finally getting into our game 2 of Liquid versus Tundra. Will be the Axe, or will be the Axes on Axe? That is the demise of Tundra. Already heading out for that 5-man smoke. Let's see if this time they can get that early first blood, which would be much needed, especially when your laning phase is also important in this draft.
I don't think Tundra win this level 1 rune fight, though. You can throw out an Arcane Curse into a Blast Off if you really want to win it with Blood Right. There's a lot of AoE, plus the axes from Liquid. This whole lineup just destroys you in a 5-on-5. If Tundra run back up this hill, they're going to be in for a world of pain. Normally a team that likes to win those early first bloods, and a lineup that really wants it. Like, this is Enchantress, Axe. You really want to snowball out these lanes. You want to create pressure points with Liquid supports who can be abused, in my opinion, in this laning phase. Like, Ench has decent matchups here, especially the Silencer. You can just run this hero around in the early game. He's very clunky, very slow, hard to respond, can't deal with the creep. Those are the big pressure points for Tundra in the early game. If Liquid get through that, they get to this Storm combo with Global behind him. That is a very scary Storm Spirit jump.
So Tundra spotted Mickey and saw that it wasn't a full 5-man, but now they're going to see the other 4 heroes showing up. 9 in some trouble, has to abandon his bounty rune, trying to get away, but slowed so much as the blood grenades raining down on him, offering a high 5 as he should be able to get out. There's going to be one more mine. That is going to be enough. Oh, man.
Did die to the tower, so it gets split. Probably best case scenario, I guess. But
yeah. So don't give away that first blood. I mean, that's super nice.
Still, you're going to give a free CS and a free deny to Nisha. Actually, didn't get deny. It was 2 free. That's Nine's just having a rough series already, both games. It feels like he's just a little bit behind going in the lane, and then Liquid, they're able to punish it. Maybe the upside for him is Dragon Knight's a pretty hard hero to gank. He has a favorable matchup, and these Liquid supports aren't necessarily going to be able to contest the runes as aggressively as last game.
Yeah, I mean, Silencer's not the best rotator, right?
Oh, that's what you think till he starts stealing all your in.
Indeed. New hero. 7 different hero for 33 is played here at this tournament.
And it's a different type of hero for him.
Ooh, nice blast over here on the side. That first blood still open for the taking. Saksa might just get it. The healing salve is going to be able to keep him alive, but a couple more hits might be there. No, he gets underneath the tier 2 aura, and Saksa is not going to be able to collect that kill. Still, though, being able to push the 5 out of lane might give 33 the opportunity to put some damage on Mickey with the help of his support. We'll see.
It's inexpensive, like to run to base to use a salve on a hero that really wants to be controlled.
Oh, nice hit from Boxy, and that actually goes through. So Boxy's the one collecting the second kill of the game.
Not a kill you want to be giving up here. Just a great find by Boxy with that level 2.
Yeah, in a lane that was also important to win, right? You said like this Beastmaster has been undefeated for Liquid at this event, and the laning phase is super important in the Ursa versus Beastmaster matchup.
And for Enchantress. This is a hero who really wants to be the aggressor and getting the early kills so she can snowball off of early enchant level 2, early enchant level 3, use the power of the creep versus a lineup that can't deal with the creep.
Yep.
But if the creep never comes creeping, it's a different story. And all these early setbacks, they're going to be painful.
Mickey, okay. A lot of damage there. I mean, this is another matchup that can swing pretty heavily, right? Once Bloodseeker gets an advantage in the lane, he can definitely be super annoying. But Axe, I mean, this is a hero that was picked up specifically to beat this Bloodseeker in lane, to be able to get calls like this, get those spins, and gets the kill.
This hero is so strong on lane. It's crazy.
Saksa is going to die, and Sania picks up that first +2.
And this is what Tundra want to have happen in this lane. Like, when you last pick Axe, you better goddamn win that lane. If you don't win that lane, you're in trouble. This hero is not the strongest scaling off laner. He has his power points. He can be kind of scary in the late game with a refresher with like double call, but in general, he's pretty dependent on blade mail, and he's pretty dependent on when heroes get BKB and when they jump him. So you really need to get out ahead and start farming camps at a very fast rate, abuse Vanguard as early as you can.
And start getting the armor stacks too, right?
Yes.
Small element of the hero.
Scale. The name of the game. Chakra does help this hero a lot on the map.
Don't forget your item.
Does he know it's there?
There is no possible reason for him to do it. It's barely outside of vision. Imagine Nisha.
I mean, he's got to be
spots that. What is happening right now? He gets the pullback on
Can't
time.
He just walk up and kill it?
I don't know. Is this the weirdest bait you've ever seen in your life, or what's going on? No. No, wait, please, 9. I could not afford to watch another item get thrown on the ground and be forgotten. It's already happened once this tournament. Staking in some trouble is going to die here as the Boxy Zai duo continues.
Do you remember that clip of they always use where Kuro unbuckles his belt on the main stage?
Yes,
I think
yes,
that's
they
the
do.
metaphorical version of that. You know, I think Nine's just sending a message. I've loosened my belt for this game.
Into full gamer mode now. The Liquid definitely taking the lead here in this laning phase. We can see the net worth going up, but it's a lot off of the mid lane, which CS is being won on the Storm Spirit. Also feels like the Dragonite is just behind in the Harass War. Not terribly surprising, but now that he's level 3 Dragon's Blood, this is where you start pulling through a little bit more, right?
He's doing fine. I mean, you have to remember Nisha had a pretty decent start there. They got the first kill on 9. He got an extra free creep. A little bit adds up. Boxy going to look top for the tri-lane on the Axe.
Get the call onto the Bloodseeker, but with the extra damage, it's a problem. 33 is going to die. Without the blast-off being needed, it can be put to the test on Saksa, and maybe part of the reason why Boxy was reluctant to use it on the first place. They do have a counter to the blast-off in that Coddle. It's always going to be there. Any forced movement will stop that blast-off.
You have to think about it, especially if you're dependent on it in these fights. It's one of their best follow-up stunts to a roar, to a pull. They don't really have anything else. If you disjoint that, that means you get BKBs off later. Anything can happen. Suddenly that chain stun's not there. It's one of the old school counters, actually. I almost forgot about it, but when Coddle's back in the meta, he's really back.
Yeah, he is.
And
the hero that both of these teams have wanted to pick up.
This 33's Vanguard timing. So this is where you want to start to kick the carry out of lane. Start to do jungle on top of the waves that you can max.
Oh, the axes! Oh, max distance! I mean, this duo between the axes and the long-range blast-off and the bombs that are being rained down, they can get you from a long, long range. Something you always have to think about. 9 gonna have his mana completely burnt away. Nisha and Insania. Certainly not enough to get the kill, though. Not against level 3 Dragon's Blood.
Gotta respect this new Beastmaster lane.
Yeah.
It's really strong. He just fights you. Does not play for the boars, does not need the early creeps. Just gonna send those axes into you off cooldown with the low mana cost. Almost like old Timbersaw or something.
This is feeling pretty unfortunate here for 9. Using the ultimate, but not getting a point of damage onto the tower just yet. Not feeling strong enough to start taking away that tower HP.
The pressure point that 9 wants right now is he wants Liquid drawn to these sidelines. He wants the Ursa and the Axe pressuring Liquid's core so they feel like they have to keep supports up there, and then he gets that one-on-one versus Nisha versus the tower. But Mickey, he's just played top lane damn well, and he's not getting punished during this Vanguard Axe timing. Maybe the damage follow-up not there as well. I mean, Coddle's okay at it, but he's not a Skywrath mage or something, and Bloodseeker's a sustain hero.
Yeah, died once, but he's still 4th in net worth, so who cares?
Definitely getting the better end of the bargain than Skeeter down here. With that death, getting set back a little, and at some point, snaking, he's got to think about the roam. Like, this is not a hero on Enchantress. You just want to sit in lane forever. We're approaching 7 minutes. Those Wisdom runes are up as well. We'll get traded out here on the 4s as 33 tries to pick up the aggression.
Chasing after Insania, just trying to kick him out of lane. Does manage to get the call here with diving underneath the tier 2. Oh, if only he had his level 6.
They're going to try and punish.
He's going to come back. Now, he is almost level 6 on Mickey, but not quite good enough. So no Rupture. But with the techies, this is going to be a problem. They have the blood right, blocking him out. 33 goes to the other side. Gets the call onto 2 of them. Really nice, but the blast-off's going to come in and won't be able to get that chop he was hoping for. Still, though, both these heroes are low enough. They can't really approach the Axe, but he's just being poked apart bit by bit. Pecked and hemmed constantly by Liquid, and he struggles to be able to catch anything in his fists.
+2 int eventually. That's a lot of space, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Goddamn, used it for something. You almost took this mid-tower.
Oh, there we go. A Hurricane back. That is nice, but they don't have the damage to follow it up. In fact, 9 he has to be a little bit careful here with Zai body blocking him so much. Rupture TP out, but no stuns remaining. Good read by 9.
Very nice read. Something you're going to have to abuse about this Liquid lineup. You have Rupture
and
outside of
deny.
4 Vortex. Limited amount of stuns. Deny, pretty nice here. It is another early mid-tier 1. This is what happened last game to Tundra, right? They lost their mid-dire tower, and it caused a lot of issues on the map. This time they're getting the better exchange. But damn, if Nisha didn't get a lot off mid. He has Arcane Rune now, too. Highest net worth in the game. You can just play through this storm. Start trying to kill supports if you're Liquid. That's going to feel really good.
Yeah.
Because you have high-level supports right now. Level 4 on the Silencer and level 5 on Boxy. A lot of techies damage coming out.
First tower percent in Berlin. Shopify, number 1 on the LS. Tundra actually number 2. And they do manage to claim that here in this game, even though it was a denied tower. Still managed to get
Shopify
that.
number 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a that's a trend you want to follow, perhaps.
Did someone's building damage? They lost their hotel room or what? Am I allowed to make that joke? That might have been a little too savage.
Yeah, it's okay. That's
Well,
what your
now.
name means, right? That's what everyone tells me anyway.
Roar's up now. Level 5 on the Ench.
Nice Centaur stun. Still has Primal Roars, Zai, comfortably.
I mean, Tundra just seemed happy playing these extended laning phase. Even with the Dragon Knight, 9 is going to lurk up here. I mean, this is where you want to use these ultis to get the early towers, so that Axe and Coddle can use all the space. I feel like the longer Mickey gets to sit up here, the happier Liquid are.
Yeah, this would be perfect for Tundra if they could get this Dragon Knight rotation to get the kill on Mickey and turn it into a tower, but it's hard. The call stalls him up, but that Bloodbright kept him at bay, and 9 is now ruptured. This is a big, big problem. As the Storm's here, it's going to TP in late, but that stun is always available, so he can't TP out, can't stop the 5-man aggression coming out from Liquid. They respond to Tundra's move and completely counter it.
Nisha going to look for more. Has the mana here. Plus that Fairy Trinket. Easy +1. That DK move just read too easily by Liquid, and they're very happy to bring everybody, especially if they get that big core kill. Like, maybe eventually these towers will go down, but if you get enough gold out of the kills in the meantime, you're just smooth sailing into this mid game with Beastmaster, a hero you've been very comfortable with the entire tournament in terms of playing the map and scaling.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing about the Liquid Beast that I think they do better than any other team with this hero. The late game is just monstrous. Feels like Zai's itemization is on point. They play the late game fights to perfection. And this axe damage, the roar, the kiting just adds up at a certain point, and it's very hard to take these carry-on-carry matchups. Like, that is something Skeeter's going to have to fight through, and it becomes harder the more space you're giving Liquid with this tempo-based lineup. You want early Roshans, you want early towers with the Dragon Knight. All of the little timings for this matter.
It was an unfortunate fight for Tundra, but net worth really hasn't changed that much in that regard. 9-1, but net worth is damn even. It's because the cores on Tundra are getting what they want out of the laning phase, I would say, for the most part, particularly Skeeter, who is just second on the net worth chart and working pretty quickly towards his Battle Fury.
I think that speaks to how well Liquid played this early game. Like, they're up 9-1, and the game's still pretty even. Imagine if they're down 9-1. And Tundra are snowballing off these lanes, right?
Yeah.
We're looking at a very different game. And I'm telling you, this Axe hero is a pure momentum-based hero. If you're not snowballing the map, getting really fast items, I worry a little bit about the scale.
Yeah, maybe we could take a look at, yeah, there we go. Production reading my mind. Camp stack. So more on the side of Tundra, whereas opposed to last time, I think more was happening early on for Liquid. And they're actually, this is not a stack for the Ursa, apparently. Not waiting for that Battle Fury. 33 wants to complete his Blade Mail.
I think Skeeter thought it was for him.
Well, should have gotten your Battle Fury faster.
Very true.
I mean, I will say, Axe always kind of feels awkward on that second item timing. What do you do? And if you don't have stacks, I feel like going Vanguard into Blade Mail into Blink Dagger sometimes feels too slow. But when you have stacks, that really speeds things along.
Definitely very farm now. Double damage for Nisha to
Get the
Blade Mail off.
Damage, 9.
That's a lot of
Getting
damage.
it here in time. The Global Silence goes off. The taunt on Nisha, though.
He was not expecting that to punch back.
Oh, and he is low. They can definitely catch up to him. Nisha, he's going to have a little bit of mana to get jump. Oh, that blinding light, that clips. It clipped him with the Illuminate, but it wasn't enough damage. But at least they'll be able to run down Insania.
Global bailed the hell out of Nisha on that play.
Seriously.
Throw a tip to your 5 right there. because that double damage backfired really bad. That's a nice blade mail timing for 33. Ancient Stack's paying off here.
Yeah, great reaction, like real quick. Pop the blade mail, pop the call. I mean, great reaction from him. Would have been a terrible death. But that global silence.
Close. Very close to being absolutely terrible for Storm.
Man, imagine if he hits the blinding light before he zips away. Nisha hit that timing just on the money.
And just up the cliff.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, I'm that good.
Nisha managing to surprise even himself. Mickey, though, he is working into the enemy Ancients here. I'm not sure if he stacked this for himself to clear it or what, but, excuse me, his own Ancients.
I was about to say, no Ancients are an enemy when you're a carry.
That is true. He's just playing on this side of the map. Why here instead of top?
That's where all the Ancients are.
Okay, fair enough.
Need you ask a carry where he plays? The answer is where the most gold is. Ooh. 3-man smoke from Liquid. Power rune for Nisha?
Do they know?
They don't want to take it. They're baiting it.
Oh, nice.
Successful bait.
He does successfully bait. 9 definitely dead when surrounded by this many heroes. That many mines. But at the same time, this play from Tundra might just be worth it. They're going to be able to get that Aegis for Skeeter. A very early Roshan. Let's see if they get out here. Actually, 33 and Soxa are both underneath this tier 1 tower. They're going to go for the Rupture play on 33.
You have to care about that blade mail Rupture in this game, too, at least in the early fights. Something else about that dynamic you're going to have to remember. I think Tundra are happy to claim that Aegis pretty early, even before the Battle Fury's done. But once again, Liquid just farming. This is similar to Game 1, where they do not feel pressured. They're happy going into that mid-late game. They believe in their scale, especially with the Beast, plus the 2 of their very high-scaling cores. Multiple Ruptures, even in the ultra-late, going to be an issue for this Ursa.
At the same time, Tundra, they're fine with the pace right now. Maybe in 30 seconds it's going to change because they're going to have Blink Dagger on Axe. And then it's go time.
Those Blink Axes, though. You got to hit them. And they can be hard to hit sometimes. And if you lose that fight, you fall off very fast. So once you get that Blink on 33, you better make it count. It is done here in 15 minutes. He's the most farmed hero for Tundra, which means I am expecting the biggest things from him in this game, especially since 9 did not go Midas on Dragon Knight. Something we've seen him do in a lot of these games because they feel like the scale with the Black Dragon late game becomes too formidable. But he's not going to have that. So he really needs these fights going for him as well to continue to power up here. And you need these towers right now. Like, this top tier 1 being a nuisance.
Yeah, still up after all this time, despite having a Dragon Knight who, got a relatively early mid tower. Oh man, just outside of that Sentry range. Really good ward in that regard.
Definitely pay off later. Remember also, this is your Aegis period. I mean, it's on Ursa. It's not like he's doing much with it, but technically you do have some small advantage. Zai's also just going to rush the drum here. Very interesting build-up when he's playing versus a lot of these cores who I feel like win the man fight,
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I'm not sure if that drum's going to help him out when Ursa is slamming him with Fury Swipe.
That's what I'm thinking. Interesting optimization, especially when he has gone Helm of the Overlord every single Beast game, I think, into something like Pipe. And Skeeter's just saving his damage for later. It's coming. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's coming. It's going to be coming with that next item. Once again, we're going to hit like the triple Blink Dagger timing for Tundra. So maybe the Axe wasn't the be-all, end-all. Okay, never mind. I spoke too soon. So they are going to work with the Blink Dagger Axe and not Skeeter's Blink Dagger.
You have to try and find something with Blink Axe.
Yeah.
He's way too farmed and got given way too much priority with that triangle to not pay it off for his team. You want a big core grab if you can get it. I don't think Insania is what you want. And he's going to pop it on a ward.
That is unfortunate. Oh, that feels bad. Tundra disguised that pretty damn well because they had the Enchantress creep pushing out the top lane. So the tier 2 was taking damage. So
it was an okay smoke. The only thing you can do better is just man up and go straight into the triangle.
Yeah.
But you don't know what's waiting there for you. And that fight is not easy when your Aegis is on your carry who's not in that group.
Yeah.
Feels like another game where Tundra are trying to find the kills on the map, but there's just nothing. 2 kills in 17 minutes. Playing versus Ghosts.
Liquid not to be found on the map. Too hard to catch him. Okay, so the Axe is now complete. I mean, we've hit some pretty big timings here for Liquid, so maybe they'll try and do some a little bit of fighting here with Sanjiasha and the drums, Axe drums. They may not have the initiation, but they do have some pretty powerful team fight.
You have Storm Jump with Global behind.
Yeah.
Not to be underestimated when you have 0 dispels right now. There's just no counterplay to it.
And he's got Shield Rune. They're gonna spot 9. 9 blinking, unable to get the Dragon Tail stun, and is gonna be blown up at the start, it looks like. And with the silence out onto 33, he couldn't get the jump he was hoping for. Nisha actually jumped him instead. Boxy chasing after him, trying to get the bombs to go for the TP out, but the blast off, it lands first, finishing off the Axe.
Skeeter cleaned up the backside here for Liquid, so they're losing Decent Silencer.
Okay,
still
that's pretty
Aegis
good.
for 50, Blink on the Ursa. Not that bad a fight for Tundra, considering they're the ones who get jumped there and lose 2 cores for free. I mean, Nisha's very happy with that exchange.
Only they could have kept that going and turned it into a 3rd or 4th kill, or just, you know, somehow make the Ursa the target. Sadly, this Aegis is gonna go by, kind of unused by Tundra.
Can happen with the first one. They're gonna go through the gate straight into Boxy.
Okay, Boxy trying to get the kill, but fails on the mine, and that means Zoxa is not a kill any longer. He has the mech plus the taser, which makes things a whole lot harder for this Ursa. Blast off, get it away. Uh-oh, the silence, the blood right. They have the Pavis, though. That's going to help out the Ursa quite a bit.
He almost wants to die. Aegis out in 5.
Yeah, seriously. That was kind of awkward point. Waits for the regen, though.
And that techie is so fast.
Yeah. Reactive taser, adding just 1 level of it, adding a lot to the survivability against some of these heroes, Ursa in particular.
The single target defensive items are what Tundra want right now to deal with Nisha's and Mickey's net worth here. 2 single target cores, you have to pretty much jump someone off a roar. They're just building glimmers, maxing Pavis. At the same time, Liquid can just continue to build into the auras and solidify their 5-man, right? You have a mech on Boxy, you're gonna go Crimson next on Zai. Those are powerful items versus a Tundra lineup that might suffer with the damage themselves. Like, who do you jump if you get this Crimson, plus maybe a Pipe, Glimmer, extra 4-staff, whatever, Greaves on Boxy?
Set up the mine, see if they can blow up the Tormentor nice and quick. Boxy, mech will be fine. They'll get it for the techies. So that's actually a very interesting one in this setup, because now he can put it on an ally who's manning fighting against the Ursa.
Decent on the Storm, decent on the Bloodseeker here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's better than the Silencer chart.
Yeah, that's
probably that's doing much for him in this game. Nisha will complete Witchblade on top of Arcane Rune. Level 15.
That's
He's got a lot of HP and a lot of damage. All he needs is someone to use it on.
Yeah, they spot anybody. A jump into global silence.
That's a 9. Also finishes BKB right now. Very important timing for him as his ult wears out.
Say anybody, but maybe it's almost anybody. 9.
Yeah, not under a tier 1
hard
with BKB. Just sets up a counter initiation for Axe for Skeeter here.
Yeah. There's something to be said about with this Ags build. Beastmaster is going to be able to continue farming up pretty heavily here. They're going to poke at 9. 9 gets out the BKB, immediately Primal Roar though. Little bit of heal. Is it going to be enough? Staking going to provide a little bit more and some covering fire as he puts some damage on his eye, but they chase after 9. They do manage to get him. Staking's going to be up next. Another blast comes through. The Illuminate's not good enough. And look at the jump in. Oh, they grabbed him. Storm Turret in trouble, but the stun comes out for Boxy. What a blast off the save of Nisha, going for one more grab before he zips on out of there. Triple kill for Mickey, but it was won by Nisha.
That Arcane Rune, absolutely huge. Puts it to max use here. No one gave him the high 5, but he'd be happy to high-five the Fountain as he gets out alive. And that's the danger of an Axe call, man. You get that burst or you don't, you live and die by the blade. Just not enough, especially without Skeeter getting ult off. That's stunned by Boxing. Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, beautiful follow-up there. I mean, this was a fight that, you know, was already kind of won. Felt like, all right, nice 2 kills, but then Nisha sees that Illuminate and he just is thirsting for blood, goes for more, trusts in the global silence to save him out there, and Boxy, which is the beautiful stun. Love that he just turned around and would go for one more disable on 33 to call it a day. Oh, and Liquid having some fun on stage here as this game 2 is looking real rough for Tundra. Again, losing another hero. Get the stun, okay. Let's get our first chop of the game here. There we go.
On the board.
On the board, indeed. The first.
Give yourself a round of applause.
Cold armor for 33.
We scaling now.
1 armor at a time.
Huge T-fight win for Liquid. Gonna push him into that next Roshan, or something you can contest what Ursa wants in this game so badly, and probably needs it at this point. If you get that, you're in a really damn solid position, and that's Crimson finished for Zai. Well, some of these other defensive items coming out. Greaves close for Boxy.
I mean, how are you gonna hit heroes?
Damage?
If you can Heaven's Halberded, and you can't burst somebody because, you know, they end up getting mechs, and you've got Global Silence to cover somebody, and then there's a reactive taser, and Heaven's Halberd to response. I mean, this Ursa, no matter how many items he has, it feels like if Liquid is fast enough.
You have to be the one jumping here if you're Tundra. Yeah. You have to get an axe jump synchronized with the bear jump and just burst a core straight off. Even through the global. You're going to have to rely on the BKBs and hope that that counter initiation isn't there in time. The tankier Liquid get, the harder that is to do. You have to keep up the damage ramp as much as possible. I think you got to keep fighting here.
Oh, they saw that ward placement. The Hawk vision is such an important part. Like, with a bigger map, you kind of need that extra vision to be able to really read your enemy's movements, and
I mean, Liquid knows
Zai's getting all of that right now.
Boxy's far.
He's going to break the smoke here underneath the Hawk vision. 9, not sure where to go. Spots the boars, but they're already being initiated on. In fact, they're going to go for the Ursa kill. 9 trying to counter, but Global Silence now going out. They're going to have to turn and fight Mickey, but controlled up by the Rupture, playing in these trees. It's a hard fight. They have vision of Skeeter right now with the Blood Right plus the Roar. Nice heals coming out, but is there enough heals? It's not. 33 tries to come in to save him, but with the Ursa dead, the damage is gone. Mickey playing the side, and what a hit from Boxy. A 2-man stun. Zai does end up dying here, but Mickey is picking up more and more steam. Heroes getting low. Nisha out of mana though, caught by 33. A 4-stab trying to get him out, but called down. 33 fighting back now for Tundra.
Finding something with their Ursa off the field. At least you'll feel a little good about it, but not if you lose your DK too.
Trying to go once again, 33, just a half a beat too late to save a core with this call. He'll get another call, but Mickey is the undefeated king of this fight.
The Flayed Twins very pleased with that engagement. He just reaps all over.
Call him down, call him down. This man's overheating.
He is way too hot. 6-1 and 6 this game, 250 CS. Just doing it all, almost level 20 already. My God, he's so high level off that fight. And this next Roshan is looking harder and harder for Tundra.
And a Roshan that, I mean, even without like the whole shard change and everything, right? Ursa is still pretty intensive Roshan here. You've got to be able to keep that momentum going. If you could get a kill like that, it'd be massive. Now he's been ruptured, healed up, not a problem.
I like this play though. Like, Skeeter's gonna force out this rupture. Roshan is up, and it's on this part of the map.
I mean, the rupture is a huge problem for Skeeter being run around, not being able to chase after the heroes he wants to, so.
That little force is opening this window.
Yeah.
I think you have to commit here. This game looks way too grim if you give Aegis to Liquid. Is Liquid going to be able to get there in time to contest this? Because you know they want to contest it right now. They know they're stronger in the 5-on-5. Global up at 15. That spell is not up to fail Nisha if he just jumps in for this.
And the Coddle speeding up a lot by taking away the cooldown on Overpower. They're going to be able to get this Roshan. And maybe they'll get the initiation too. 9! Oh, we fumbled on that one. In some trouble. Pops his BKB. He's trying to go through the portal. No, he's going to be denied immediately. Top hits on 2 with the Global Silence over the top. Maybe they have the Aegis, but maybe it doesn't matter as the heroes are just being blown up.
Got melted, man. That ramp, the clump, Boxy's AoE destroyed them. Aegis for what, Cap?
Aegis into a lost team fight. Tundra in despair right now. Saksa, he won't even be able to get away. They spot the man on the horse. Stuns, none of them, so he will be able to TP out, so hey, little glimmer of light at the end of a very dark tunnel. That was that team fight. That was rough to watch. They thought they had the initiation. 9, not able to get it, and the follow-up there all clumped them.
I just don't think he can chase this far out, right? You have to play around your Ursa jump. It's all of your damage. Even if you find somebody here, the positioning is just all off, and that global destroys you on the back end because you don't have BKB on Axe. Even if you do, I'm not sure you're winning from that spot.
Yeah.
Mickey is way too big, and he is starting to receive the buffs. You got to remember, he has Crimson. He has attack speed here. He has Greaves from his techies. A lot of HP to try and fight through. This Axe Blade Mail not doing as much as it once was.
No. Tundra, they may be TI winners, but And there's always somebody out there who's got your number. And it feels like Liquid, not feels, it is. They are the team that has Tundra's number. This second game, it's not looking any better for Tundra. They're going to have pretty miraculous turnaround.
I mean, the upside is that fight went so bad for Tundra that Skeeter didn't have time to use cheese. So he still got cheese for another engagement, which is pretty nice.
I feel like that's the exact same as, well, you've died so many times that you're low level, so your death timer isn't very long. By
Dota's about looking at the optimistic side of life.
That's not what you told me. You said Dota's about blaming your teammates.
Well, I mean, I played in NA. These guys are European.
Ah, I see. The difference in mentality, of course. 20,000 damage being dealt by this Storm Spirit on the dot, apparently. I mean, if they can get to Basher, they're having a bit of control problems, I feel like, because every single time they jump, Global Silence goes down. Maybe the Basher can help push them through.
Definitely helps. I mean, Nikkei already has his, so that's going to be wreaking some havoc here. And
yeah.
Haste Lincoln's on Nisha. This Lincoln Sphere, no more Dragon Tail, and you're not really going to have the tools to instantly pop it on the jump. You just need to land the Axe Call, and Global's waiting.
They got to get a clean pick off, too, and this might be it.
Just in the wrong
Insania
neighborhood.
dies almost immediately. Okay, now we're cooking. Staking is going to have some problems, though. Hit him with the taser. Get the call out onto 2. That's pretty decent, but there are some mines. Oh, leading into it. Skeeter trying to finish off the sec. He's unable to do so. And now he's being kited around, immediately bashed up and couldn't get the cheese off.
I don't even know if he wanted to use it there.
Yeah, this fight, he started off with the pick off of the silencer, but it wasn't even close. Mickey.
I feel like that's best case scenario for Tundra. You find silencer for free. You get pretty good clump on Liquid side.
Oh, now you're really desperation mode when you see Soxa doing this, trying to cut waves to stop Liquid from being able to push into the high ground. Couldn't do it, though. Zai goes to the high ground. His teammates deal with Soxa.
12-1 for Mickey. Level 22.
And Zai, he's putting down the beat right now to Liquid's victory. Keeping that going, keeping the high ground push going with the heals and Tundra. They're going to have to probably say goodbye to one lane of barracks here as the backdoor protection is going to go down. There's tier 2s up, so it's not like they can keep this up. They're going to have to back away, but a massive deficit for Tundra to recover from now.
Gonna need some calls of a lifetime.
Gonna need you 30 your best Seb impression.
Yeah, you gotta play like Seb right now.
The offlaner's curse. I mean, it looks so good. It starts off fine. And 33 even gets this 2-man call, but it feels like just the team fight difference here is massive.
It's also the mid difference. 9 is just not outputting the same damage Nisha is in these engagements, and you can feel it.
Yeah.
Puts so much weight on Ursa, and to play off these big calls 33 has to get. I mean, they even rupture the Ench, which I think is just, who cares? Like, you know Snae's playing to tank and buyback anyway.
Yeah.
There's a lot that went right for Tundra. That's a fighter on their tier 2, and that fight is still not even close. Just speaks to how strong Bloodseeker is right now. Full Abyssal completed on top of that Vindicator's axe.
Yeah, and plus with all this great initiating damage coming out from Liquid, whether it's Boxy hitting the blast-offs or Nisha being able to jump in, do some damage, or the drums going out, I feel like the thirst picks up really quickly when the fight starts.
Oh, it picks up real damn fast. Techies is great at dealing damage. They have heroes, at least the cores, to reap the benefit of that.
I like how, you know, Tundra have broken down which neutral items they really want. We saw that 3 Titan Slivers for Tundra.
They're going to need them.
Yeah, with all these disables raining down on them, as much status resistance as you can get.
Who do you jump here if you're Tundra? Do you jump anybody?
I mean,
can you win the fight by jumping Liquid? Do you need Liquid to jump you?
The first thing I'm like, oh, of course, you have to deal with Mickey. But he's got 3,200 HP.
Yeah, plus that axe. So even if you blink stun him, you're just making him tankier.
Yeah. That is actually a very good point. The 20 armor Vindicator's axe is insane because I feel like nobody uses the 30 damage while you're silenced. Everybody picks it up for like the 20 armor while stunned.
I mean, I like this item conceptually. Every time I see it, it seems really good on paper.
Yeah.
Happy to see it picked up here again, and the auras just continue to pour in here. AC for Zai on top of Halbert. He's so farm. Just gonna make his 2 other cores insanely tanky.
Yeah, you definitely can't go on the Beastmaster. I feel like that is 100% not the target. Abyssal Blade will stop snaking. 10 to 32. Jumping out,
9.
trying to find more. He spots 9. 9, who is mid TP out. Will find his exit. Denied, the door slammed shut in his face. And immediate global silence, thought maybe he was going to get initiated on there. Sania playing it safe.
Not going to cost him too much. 95-second cooldown. You're not in a rush. 50 seconds off the field for DK. You can start to just throw this ult out aggressively.
33 and the rest of Tundra are just hoping for some sort of break in the formation of Liquid. Somebody to dawdle off.
I mean, they need
the woods.
They need a 3-man call at least.
Yeah.
He has to find it somewhere, which means you have to get a clump out of Tundra. Probably means baiting somebody, baiting a buyback. Just anything to make Liquid slip up here. But that's a tall ask when they've been extremely disciplined this entire match.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 was a very, very methodical play from Liquid. And game 2, really not much of a difference in that regard.
Feels like they're using Tundra's playstyle against them.
Yeah, it does.
Like, this was like what Tundra like to do to teams, you know?
Yeah.
Play a solid
Beat
lane phase, get some early towers, close out the map, and then just start to out-farm and slowly burn you out of the game. Look at her like, how does it feel?
I mean, it's got to be an exhausting way to be losing a game on stage like this. An increasing feeling of desperation as you know you're being out-farmed. The game is getting harder and harder, but you still just cannot seem to get the right initiation, the right team fight. Turning things around. Look at that, the kill difference there in gold between our Ursa and Bloodseeker, Mickey, being able to manufacture a lot more out of these fights.
Yeah, but you got more other gold.
Other, of course. What even is that?
I have no idea.
Ward gold, that's what it is. Man, taking away his Wisdom Rune too. Zai is level 22. We almost have level 25 on Mickey.
I mean, you also have to remember, Insania's been stealing int all these fights.
Oh, yeah. Wow,
he's got 30 stolen in. And that is limiting some of the mana pools for these strength cores. I mean, you're looking at 550 mana on 33. He's got a cheese, but there's nothing to refill. He is just getting jumped and hexed and double damaged. He's gone.
Well, it may not matter how much intelligence you have in that fight if you can't cast a single spell. 9 will have similar problems here. Tries to go for a TP out with the stun on Mickey, but damage just too much.
It's better to die faster, so Insania can't get there and steal your intelligence anymore. You gotta preserve the mana pool.
Also, you know, get that tep timer going before Liquid take Megas on you, which is a very real possibility with this push. There's nothing stopping them with the tier 2s down. They can go straight from mid into the 3rd set of barracks. That'll be Megas. Tundra gonna have to play against an extremely farmed Liquid team and Megas and make the comeback. They want to be able to stay in this tournament, ESL One Berlin.
I mean, Skeeter's looking for the Roche sneak. I respect it.
Yeah?
Playing to the last drop of blood here, making every move possible to try and win this game. Absolutely never know.
Uh-oh.
But Liquid know, and they're not happy about it.
Oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. Nisha, he's not going to let that happen. Gets inside the Roshan pit. Roshan's not going to spawn for another 20 seconds. So sadly for Tundra, it was a decent idea. It was the right idea. It was the only play I think they had, but RNG plays against them.
Still haven't been able to use these Aegis or cheese the whole game, though. That's another big problem. Even if you get these Roshans, it didn't do much for Tundra.
Yeah.
Liquid just wore them out. Truly a series of attrition and technicality here.
Yeah, and Liquid, I mean, they're talking about how they felt like they weren't playing very cleanly this game. Quite the contrary to that. They are going to be able to get the initiation. 2-man call. That's pretty good. The roar goes out, though, stalling up a lot of play there. And Mickey getting some heals and able to go to town. Taking the first hero down. Ursa starts to work on him, but the damage, it just doesn't match up. Not compared to what the Bloodseeker and the rest of Liquid are able to do to you. hold down the bear, finish him off, and GG is called. Liquid will 2-0 Tundra once again.
I mean, I guess you have to go win another TI before you can figure out how to beat this team, as they still cannot unwork the puzzle that Liquid is to Tundra. I mean, a lot of those other series, it definitely felt like Liquid had a small edge, but this one just felt clinical. Like, there were no moves that Tundra made in either of these games that really felt like they were having momentum. They tried a more tempo-based lineup this time around, but the laning execution was not good enough to just swing it into the mid game. And both times, that mid lane just got ultra punished for Tundra here. Nisha having a slight edge going into this game 2 before the runes even spawned. He just ran away with it. Got all the power runes both games, swung around the map. I mean, Mickey ends his game 17-1 as well. Oh, that's a pretty damn good score.
Liquid managing to push through one of the harder days of any LAN event when you're at the lower bracket and have to play that double series matchup, and managed to push on into Saturday. Tundra, on the other hand, they're going to have to go back into the slaughterhouse. That is the Western European DPC. They're going to need some more points.
Yeah, talk about gatekeeping. I mean, how many times has Liquid gate kept this team? That's why they did not want to see him at TI. That trend continues, so back to try and earn some points in Europe. We'll probably have to play against this team again. At least you have some time to think about what is not working for you. And to me, it's all about comfortability. I just feel like Liquid look insanely comfortable in these games. Very happy with how they're scaling. Very happy with their core matchups, especially between the 2 mids and the 2 carries. Just felt forced. Tundra have to force the moves, and with this huge map, a hero like Axe, you miss 1 or 2 of those goes, even though 33 is really farm, your game just crumbles.
And we're going to see Liquid again. That's going to be tomorrow as the last series as they manage to 2-0 Tundra Esports.
Yeah, thank you, Cap and SVG. Fantastic performance by Liquid there. And now your monster moments, some highlights from that game. This jump from Nisha. How do you push it to the limit this hard? This guy was absolutely playing out of his mind. But Mickey, 17-1. What a godlike performance by Liquid. I loved how much they were enjoying playing in this game, Mira.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the story of Nisha, how well he plays around his supports, how well they play around him. I mean, Boxy saved him in that clip that we just saw. We had the global silence from Insania at some point save him too. It just feels like this team understands each other perfectly. The lanes didn't go the way that you would expect them to from Tundra. The first blood on 9 made it a little difficult because it gave Storm that free first wave. And then the only lane that was going well for Tundra was the Axe Coddle lane, in which Boxy then rotated to and corrected.
Well, let's have a chat with one of the players in that game before we come back and analyze it. So 33 is standing by.
Thank you very much, Pyrian. Yes. Could I please get Netta to the stage, please? Or we can speak to Liquid first. Netta, condolences on the loss, but you have a lot of fans who are very happy to see you play today. Any word for the legions of fans who got to enjoy your gameplay?
Just thank you to everyone who came, and so it's only going to be one game from us.
Now, obviously, not the result you were hoping for, but something that Snaking illustrated to me a whole year ago at the Stockholm Major is that you guys have gotten much better at handling losses. How have you felt that your journey through this tournament is going to help you towards your next TI?
There's not much to say. It just always sucks to lose, and we'll just try to learn from it and improve and not get too down.
And these people are very eager to see that growth. 33, thank you so much. And we look forward to your growth later on. And now for Team Liquid, we've got Insania. Now I know someone specifically had me sign an Insania #1 DHL sign somewhere around here. I don't know where they're hiding now, but Aiden, you've got a great deal of fans in the audience right now. You used to this feeling?
It's incredible. It's incredible. I'm like, I don't even know what you say. It's awesome, guys. Thank you so much. We hear you guys cheering during the games. It's awesome. We hear the Let's Go Liquid chants. It's awesome to hear it. Thank you, guys.
And I know for your team specifically, the opportunity to play in front of a crowd also meant that you had some close personal family here also. Are they in the audience here tonight?
Yeah, I got my mom, my girlfriend. We got the entire Wu-Tang clan, Boxy's friends, Nisha's siblings. They're all here. So yeah, we got a lot of family. And Ozai's brothers here too. So a lot of good friends here in the crowd.
And the energy is palpable right now. And hopefully they will be able to carry that for your next opponent. It'll be EG or OG. Any preference between the two?
They're both amazing teams, but if I had to choose, I'd probably want to beat Tommy. So yeah, OG.
All right then. Aiden's got a hit list. A little bit of friendliness, a little bit of competitiveness. Any last words to the crowd as you revel in your victory for today?
Thank you so much for supporting us. I'm looking forward to playing in front of you guys tomorrow.
Let's go Liquid! Let's go Liquid! Let's go Liquid! Thank you very much, Aiden, as we send it back to the panel.
Thank you, Tsunami. Wow, that was great. He's so good at doing those post-game interviews. Insania, I think he seems like a real captain. It must be easy to play with someone like that.
Yes, are you directing that at me?
Anyway.
Yeah, he's great. I mean, I'm happy to see this. When Liquid is like this, I like to call them liquid diarrhea because they're violent, they're unpredictable, and they're relentless, Peter. These guys were having a fantastic time. They were enjoying the gameplay. They don't even need the points, guys. They're the only people guaranteed TI. They don't give a shit. They don't care.
But they do give a shit.
Well, in this case, yes.
Because they're liquid diarrhea.
Yeah, but they were high-fiving each other. He was fanning his boy, Peter. Like, this is what you want to see from one of the best teams in the world. They've got their mojo back, Pyrian and Peter.
I think you said it well. Liquid's definitely got their confidence back. They look like an all-star team. I think they're heavy favorites to make a very, very deep run in this tournament.
When you see a team like that, PPD, making moves, riding the line between success and failure, do you just, if you were playing with that team, you think that the lads' confidence is super high?
Yeah, I think they were all on very comfortable heroes. They were able to show how skilled they are as individual players, and it translated into their team play. Everyone was on the same page, and I don't think those guys ever thought for a second they were going to lose this series.
Mira, your thoughts?
I mean, Liquid just owns. So what more can you say? That was a complete stomp. Unfortunately for Tundra, Liquid have always had their number. I think the best thing that Liquid did today, draft-wise, was just give the coddle to Tundra over and over again.
They did it twice, right?
They did it twice because they identified that you have to snatch this hero when it's in the pool. They gave it away, and they know that Saksa is the crux of how Tundra win drafts and how they win lanes. And without Saksa on his roaming heroes, like I mentioned before, it just looks like a different team.
Who's the MVP? Who are we picking for the MVP? Is it Nisha with this incredible storm? Is it Boxy who is bailing him out every single time? Is it the captain?
All of them.
We got to pick one.
No, you got to pick one. I think it's the whole team. I think they're really gelling well.
The whole team. Let's have a look, if we can, at the bracket standings and just see how things are shaping up there. Obviously, Team Liquid are through, and they will face the winner of OG and EG. That should be a heck of a game. And then I guess the winner of Liquid versus either OG or EG will face the loser of GG and 9 Pandas. And then we're going to go getting towards the business end. Wowzers. God, it's getting close. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 series left to play. Strongest team left in it. Could Liquid be one of them, or do you think Game Gladiators might still be too much?
I think at this point in the tournament, we're going to see great games all the way through. I think what I saw today from Liquid, they've got the championship mentality, and I think that they could pull it off. Tough to take down Gaming Glads. I think 9 Pandas versus Gaming Glads would be very telling to determine how strong GG really is.
I'm just curious, Peter, what do you think about 9 Pandas? Do you think without some of their cheese, like Tinker last pick, do you think they're on the same level as GG?
Oh, I don't know. That's tough to say. And Dota's this great game, and competitive sports in general, the best team doesn't always win. It's about who shows up for their big match and who takes down the W.
That's true. That is true. Let's have a look, if we can, for a moment. at the DPC standings, please. This is how things have changed. Now that's been corrected. Team Liquid are still in the tournament. We just saw them win. Tundra, 660 points below Shopify, who really struggled. So struggles for several of these teams. Talon, though, they may have been knocked out, but 1,020 points is a pretty healthy total to be going into this part of the season with, don't you think?
Oh, they're happy for sure. They're getting there. They've got one more DPC tour. They've looked very strong within their region. I think that I expect another first or second place finish from them in their region, and they should be in a comfortable spot at that point.
Okay. Well, PSG LGD will have work to do. Aster are not on that graphic, are they, anymore? Goodness me. What is going on with Evil Geniuses? Do we think that they're going to have what it takes to get past OG?
It's going to be a close series. I think EG definitely has what it takes. They looked fantastic today against Talon. OG coming off a loss, a pretty decisive loss against Gaming Glads. I'm not sure what kind of OG we're going to see tomorrow. It'll be interesting.
It will be interesting. Well, we've seen an awful lot of action here today, and we've got a nice little summary for you guys of some of the highlights. So let's have a look at that, and we will see you guys here tomorrow for more Dota live from the Berlin Major. Take it easy.
They continue to go for more. He's going to go in full aggressive as he's not able to actually catch Pichu. Pichu never about to win.
There's no Oracle. He's going to die.
Mone goes to Mickey. Mickey pulls to Pichu. He tries to get out there, but he's out. Out for 100 seconds. They're trying to kill Mone. Mone's still alive. He bounces out. Mone will live. Another pounce available. The slug survives.
Why are you hitting it? You're just hitting it for the dive. Does kinetic work? Does this work? Kinetic work?
What? It does! They've got it!
No way!
Oh, Liquid's gonna be so surprised. Like, where's the Roche? She's not coming through the tween gate. What's wrong? The lot of Samel, though, he's getting healed. Mamoka with the saves. Depth Shroud's down as well. Samel, he's gonna jump in fully aggressive. Gets caught by the Hex into the Boundless Strike, though. Samel pounces out. He's still alive. The life drain. Mamoka keeping Samel alive in this fight as they turn. Samel stands his ground. Manish is in on top of him. Controls him with the Remnant. Samel's out for 100. He's out of the game. Save for XXS.
What do you guys think of Slash or Q? No.
Get it. Just trying to stand his ground. He actually steals the life drain, but...
hello.
Okay, he will live! Oh my god.
2 blank signs right there. Is that a Ricky sign? Thank you very much.
Because of the luck, you know.
Oh, thank you. God, that feels good.
Pakaz has found the RP skewer back. Do they have the control? The fear as well. Aether Remnant. Pakaz gets the BKB off. And the Chronosphere on basically everybody. Do they have the damage to actually finish everybody off, though? They get the Kono. Makoto getting healed from the sideline. 23 Savage. He's getting finally the Sunder onto C Smile. The Terror Blade, but Pakaz has the Chronosphere onto 3. Again, the heals come out, but it's not going to be enough. Pakaz just destroys everybody. No Terror Blade at all. Should be the end of this game. A second Chronosphere to come. Do they have the damage? Absolutely. EG absolutely crushing mid-game and thereon as they will take game number 1.
Here we go.
Bro, like,
I'm willing to fight this battle. Go ahead.
Actually? Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. But like, why? If you just group up with like actual Orions, why don't you just end that game?
Hold on, Sheep. Something more exciting than Dota is happening.
Go.
A nerd is drinking beer. Let's go. Go on, son.
Yes!
Yes! No, he does. The Edge is still on the ground. Nobody's picked it up just yet.
I mean, he's not
knows
getting out
it's
in
there.
time.
He's going to be able to grab it, but can he get out? He's going to try, but it's not going to be fast enough. He takes away the cheese, he takes away the Aegis, but it's going to cost him both of his lives here.
Getting that many nerds to raise their arms at this point of the day might be a mistake, Jenkins.
Yeah, well, because the keyboard and the mouse are at this position, so we're not used to going like that.
Yeah, pull some.
Pretty good. The roar goes out, though, stalling up a lot of play there. And Mickey getting some heals and able to go to town. Taking the first hero down. Ursa starts to work on it, but the damage, it just doesn't match up. Not compared to what the Bloodseeker and the rest of Liquid are able to do to you. Hold down the bear, finish him off, and GG is called. Liquid will 2-0 Tundra once again.
I mean, I guess...
it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwammsee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank.